The Enchantress of Medicine with the Heaven-Defying Child and the Black Belly Father Chapter 2617 to Chapter 2785. Willow Guqing, what did you do to me? 3. Ling Yusheng was so fast that the ghost soldiers couldn't even touch his clothes. Luo Yu didn't use the Baifeng, but he could already control hundreds of puppets. Those puppets that weren't afraid of the evil energy were enough to keep the ghost soldiers at bay. However, there were too many ghost soldiers. As soon as one was annihilated, 2, 3, 10 more would condense in the air. In just a short moment, the entire hall was densely packed with people, and not many gaps could be seen. In such a battle, it was too difficult not to be injured by the ghost soldiers. Willow Guqing looked at the 4 people struggling left and right, dodging in a sorry state, and finally let out a hearty laugh. However, there was not much carefreeness in his laughter. Instead, it was more resentment and resentment. How dare a few ignorant children challenge the 1,000-year prestige of my Fusang city, destroy my 100-flower kill, and release all the playthings that our Fusang city has spent so much effort to tame. Do you know how much you've sinned and what kind of sin you've committed? If it weren't for the urgency of the battle, the people of the Xiaoyao sect would have thrown up. These bastards of Fusang city had the nerve to say that others had sinned? Shameless to the extreme, Willow Guqing didn't think that he was shameless at all. He thought that all the rules of Fusang City were reasonable, and that what they enjoyed and trampled on was a matter of course. Soon, Willow Guqing laughed sinisterly. But it doesn't matter, because what you've done has not only offended me, but also the 1,000-deep cave formation. Now, the 1,000-deep cave formation is going to punish you. I'll be watching from the side and watching you get devoured by the ghost soldiers bit by bit and become sacrifices, ha 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 ha. However, Willow Guqing was halfway through his laughter. Suddenly, the melodious sound of the Guqin rose. It was like an ear-piercing shriek that directly drowned out his laughter. Willow Guqing looked over in shock. He saw the girl in white playing the Guqin faster and faster. On the other hand, the talisman markings on the disc had become more and more dense, more and more complicated, and more complete. Willow Guqing's heart skipped a beat. From the moment Yunruhan and the others appeared, the myriad deep cave formation had been sending him a strong message through the formation core. It wanted to devour the souls of these people. As long as he devoured the divine souls of these 7 people, he could make up for the failure of the 100 flowers kill this time. In order to achieve its goal, the myriad deep caves formation even allowed Willow Valley City to pay half the price, which was 10 years of their lifespan, to mobilize the strongest ghost army. At that time, Willow Valley City was overjoyed. So much so that he had completely forgotten his fear of Mayan's array disc. Seeing Willow Guqing looking at her, Mayan hooks up her lips and chuckles. What did you just say? The myriad deep cave formation is going to punish us? I'm really sorry, but I'm afraid it doesn't have this qualification. Willow Guqing, what do you mean by that? Mu Yan doesn't answer her, but her movements of plucking the strings are getting faster and faster. Dense silver threads pour out from the Tian Mo Qin, penetrating the array disc. The light on the formation plate grew brighter and brighter until it began to buzz and shake violently. Bang! A Yin soldier who was about to attack Luo Yu exploded and disappeared without a trace. Bang, 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 bang. 1, 2, 3. 10. 100. More and more Yin soldiers begin to explode and disappear. End of this chapter. Willow Guqing has gone crazy. What did you do to me? Asking for tickets, the originally densely packed city lord's mansion had become empty in just a few breaths of time. When Mu Yan's last word falls, she looks up at Willow Guqing. There isn't even a ghost soldier left. Willow Guqing's face turns from green to red, and from red to white. He desperately mobilizes his divine sense, but the expression on his face is getting more and more panicked and horrified. How could this be? What happened to my connection with the core? Bitch, what did you do to me? Willow Guqing has gone completely crazy. The myriad caves formation is the foundation of his strength, the greatest reliance for him to call the wind and summon the rain. Without the 10 extreme deep formation, he was nothing, and he had nothing. He hysterically pounces towards Mu Yan, his face twisted with the desire to tear her to pieces. The people of the Xiaoyao sect very sensibly make way. They clasp their fists and watch Willow Guqing pounce in front of their little junior sister. Then, of course, he is kicked to the ground by their fierce little junior sister, and her foot steps on his chest. Crack, the sound of bones breaking can be heard. Willow Guqing suddenly spits out a mouthful of blood and howls in pain. Mu Yan raises her hand, and a Jindan guard's sword flies into her hand. She says with a smile, "What did I do to you?" "Sorry, I haven't done anything to you yet." Before she can finish speaking, the sword in her hand falls directly on Willow Guqing's waist. The blade gently rotates, and the sound of meat being minced is heard. Ah! A pig-like scream pierces the sky. Mu Yan disdainfully throws away the sword in her hand, and says slowly, "Now, this is what I did to you, understand?" Yun Ruhan and the others swallow their saliva. They inexplicably feel a chill in their crotch. Their junior sister was indeed too ferocious. Willow Guqing has never suffered such torture and pain. Tears and snot come together. He opens his red eyes and stares at Mu Yan. Devil, why did you come to Fusang City?" "I am my god, I enjoy my happiness, I didn't hinder you. Why did you come to destroy my life and slaughter my people?" Mu Yan's eyes are cold, stepping on the blood and tears of innocent women to build your high life. Scum like you deserve to be called gods? You are worse than pigs and dogs. Her foot fiercely stomps on Willow Guqing's ribs and pierces his lungs, causing him to spit out a large amount of blood. Willow Guqing's eyes turn white from the pain, and he almost fainted. However, Mu Yan plucked the zither strings and gave him a little treatment. She sneered and said, "Don't worry, now is not the time to take your life. Because your life belongs to those innocent women. By you. They are the ones who will decide what kind of hell you will live in for the rest of your life." Willow Guqing glared at Mu Yan, then turned to Ling Yuma and Yun Ruhan. His eyes flashed with fear and hatred. "When the Grand Array reactivates, only death awaits all of you. I apologize for my previous rudeness. As long as you are willing to let me go, I can send the 7 of you safely out of Fusang City. From now on, we will mind our own business. Also Lung Ruolin. If you want, you can also take her away. I won't stop you." End of chapter. The Unfettered 7 Devils, the Nemesis of Fusang City. 1. Willow Guqing looks up at Mayan, his eyes flickering with hope. 099, "You are a smart person, you should know what the right choice is." Mayan smiles and shakes her head. "No, I don't believe in the right choice. Only children make choices. I only believe that if people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Since Fusang City has the guts to provoke our Xiaoyao sect, then be prepared to be consigned to eternal damnation." Willow Guqing is frowning and listening, thinking about countermeasures. When he hears the word Xiaoyao sect, he suddenly raises his head and stares at Mayan with red eyes. He looks at Yun Ruhan and the others one by one. "You are the Xiaoyao team? The Unfettered 7 Devils?" Yun Ruhan nods, "Exactly." Willow Guqing's body trembles violently. It's you who killed my son, my only son, Willow Gai." Willow Gai was the captain of the Fusang team in those days. He is also Willow Guqing's only son. Mayan's face suddenly changes, and she throws the array disc in her hand into the air. The Tian Mochin plays quickly. But it's still a step too late. Willow Guqing's body suddenly soars several times. The clothes on his body are all torn. His eyes bulge out, his eyeballs are red, and his whole face begins to be covered with terrible red runes. "You killed my son and destroyed my Fusang City. Now you want those lowly women to torture me? In your dreams. Since it's the same, then I will let you all be buried with me." Did you hear the myriad caves formation? I, Willow Guqing, the host of the formation, now voluntarily sacrifice my soul. Please use the hellfire to burn all these sinners to ashes. Let them never be reincarnated. Boom. A violent explosion comes from Willow Guqing's body. The earth shakes and the sky shakes, and the fire soars to the sky. Mayan only has time to throw the array disc in her hand to protect the people of the Xiaoyao sect. She feels a force heavily hitting her divine soul. In Fusang City. The men had nowhere to run. In the end, they all rushed to the invincible Holy Land in their hearts, the City Lord's mansion. Willow Valley City lived in the City Lord's mansion. Although it was called a mansion, it actually occupied a very large area. Most of the citizens of Fusang City had rushed in, but it was not too crowded. However, the main gate of the city lord's mansion was tightly shut, and not a single sound could be heard from within. These men knelt on the ground, trembling and crying as they howled, City Lord, save us. Those women are rebelling. Hurry up and kill all these bitches with the Myriad Deep Caves formation. That's right, as long as the Myriad Deep Cave formation attacks, all these women will be turned into ashes. City Lord, quickly open the door. There were also men who were used to being domineering. They shouted arrogantly at the approaching women. Shameless bitches, how dare you hit me? Just you wait. When the city lord activates the formation, I'll skin you alive and pull out your tendons. I'll make you beg for death. There was also a white-haired old man who angrily said bitterly. Men are the heavens, women are the earth. It is only right for women to obey men and serve men. You rebellious women, how dare you go against the heavens? You will be punished, you will definitely be punished. End of this chapter. The Seven Devils of Freedom, the nemesis of Fusang City, 2, the mighty army of female cultivators has finally arrived. Hearing the words of these men of Fusang City, they hate so much that their eyes are about to split, and they are even more disgusted to the point of vomiting. Yes, in Fusang City, there were some men who were so heartless and self-righteous. They feel from the bottom of their hearts that women are trampled by men like goods at will, which is a matter of course. Although Guiyun has never stayed in Fusang City, hearing these words also makes her stomach roll with disgust. How could a girl like her, who grew up under the pampering of her elders, think that there would be such a dirty and dark place in the world? But although her heart is burning with anger, she still remembers Mu Yan's instructions. She turns to look at the tall female cultivator on the side. Sister Zhuwan, what should we do? Should we kill these bastards now? Zhuwan is 079 of the 100 Flowers Kill, and the only leaving body stage expert. At this time, her cold eyes are falling on Dongye Yamada, and the bottom of her eyes bursts with cold killing intent. At this time, Dongye Yamada has no noble arrogance of the air of a rich family. He is surrounded by guards, sweating profusely and looking panicked. When he meets Zhuwan's eyes, he is so scared that he trembles all over. Zhuwan, don't mess around, have you forgotten the scene of being tormented by the Myriad Cave's 10 ultimate formation? I tell you, I am now the heir of the Dongye family, the largest family in Fusang City. You dare to hurt me, the governor will never let you go. As he roars, Dongye Yamada keeps crushing the talisman in his hand. That is a communication talisman. As long as you are in Fusang City, you only need to crush it, and you can use your divine sense to construct any message and send it instantly. However, at this moment, he has crushed dozens of communication talismans, but the governor's mansion is still quiet, not even a sound. How can this be? Where is the governor? Is he not coming to protect us, the citizens? Zhuwan looks at his cowardly appearance, frightened like a stray dog, and the corners of her mouth curve coldly. Do you think that your governor can still come out alive to save you? Higashino Yamada was shocked. What do you mean? Guiyun sneered and said that Willow Valley City's old bastard took Jun Amosia away. Do you think that he could have survived Jun Amosia's attack? Higashino Yamada quickly recalled the inhumanly beautiful 099 that was taken away by Yanagi Castle. He sneered, what god Jun? Wasn't it just a woman? If she is willing to be with me, I am willing to admit that she is a stunner. Guiyun is so angry that her whole face turns red. She spits angrily and says, you haven't even heard of the devastatingly beautiful killing god Mu Yan. How ignorant and ill-informed are you, Fusang City's beasts? Another little girl on the side also sneered and said, if I remember correctly, the team sent by Fusang City to participate in the Deer Cry banquet also spoke rudely to women on the field. In the end, they were taught a lesson by the gods of the Carefree team. I wonder if he managed to crawl back to Fusang City alive. Only then did Higashino Yamada reveal a look of horror. Carefree team, that woman is a member of the Carefree team? Not to mention Higashino Yamada, several men from the aristocratic families on the side also widened their eyes in shock and anger. Fusang City is an extremely isolated place. End of this chapter. The Unfettered Seven Devils, the bane of Fusang City, 3. The men in the city hid in a gold-squandering cave constructed by the 10,000 Caves Formation, living their lives of luxury. They had no idea what a true cultivator in power was. However, there was at least one name that they had more or less heard of. That was the Unfettered Team. This year, the Dragon Soaring Academy held the Deer Cry Banquet, and all the most talented young people in Fusang City were sent out. These young generation were nurtured by the most talented female cultivators. They used all kinds of elixirs and medicines, and let them wear the strongest magic treasures. Originally, they hoped to raise the prestige of Fusang, so that others would not dare to covet and explore Fusang City. They also wanted to abduct a few more beautiful female cultivators back for Fusang City. However, the result was that the dozen or so geniuses were completely annihilated. None of them returned to Fusang City alive. The only one who escaped back to deliver the news was a servant in the Fusang team. The servant didn't know anything. He only knew that the young masters he served were completely defeated at the Deerming banquet and lost all their face. They were even painted with those shameful pictures and became the laughingstock of the entire Divine Elephant City. Perhaps they had received too much stimulation. The people of the Fusang team became crazy. They even committed suicide one after another. In the end, only the servant was left in the entire Fusang team. The servant was scared out of his wits and fled back to Fusang City that night. When Willow Guqing and the heads of the major families heard the news, they were naturally furious. Among them, Willow Guai was Willow Guqing's only son. But even if they were furious to the extreme, these cowards of Fusang City did not dare to leave Fusang City to take revenge. A middle-aged man next to Dongye Yamada flew into a rage. So it was that bitch who killed my son, Yuan Dajuan. Bastard, bastard. I will make that group of bitches pay for my son's life. Dongye Yamada was not angry. Instead, he smiled faintly. Master Yuan, don't be impatient. Don't forget that the only son of the city lord, Willow Guai, died in the hands of the Unfettered Team. Do you think that with the city lord's methods, he will let that slut off? Heh, that group of bitches who overestimate their own capabilities actually want to lay a hand on the city lord. Ha ha ha, what a joke. Hearing this, the middle-aged man restrained his anger and revealed a carefree expression. Guiyun spat and made a face at him. Since the city lord is omnipotent, how did we escape from the 100-blossom kill? Higashino Yamada's face stiffened. Guiyun continued, hee, your bullshit lord's great array was broken by Jun Xia a long time ago. Jun Xia had long since turned that heart lock into scrap iron. Now it's your bastard city lord's turn. Fear was evident in Higashino Yamada's eyes, but he quickly burst into laughter. What do you fools know? The entire Fusang City was covered by the myriad deep cave formation. As long as one was in the city lord was the only god. Anyone who wants to resist is no different from striking a rock with an egg. It's not that no one was lucky enough to break the lock in the past, but as long as the city lord activated the myriad deep cave formation, not a single bitch could escape. Not to mention, the city lord's mansion is the heart of the formation. It's connected to the city lord's soul. Even if a tribulation stage cultivator enters, he will become the city lord's puppet, and he will do whatever he wants. End of chapter. The 7 Unfettered Devils, the nemesis of Fusang City. 4. The more Dongye Yamada spoke, the more agitated he became, the more certain he became, and a vicious smile appeared on his face. Are you sure that 099 entered the city lord's mansion to kill city lord Liu, and not to throw herself into his arms? The other male cultivators, who were still panicking, could not help but laugh wretchedly. Ha ha ha, there's been no movement for so long, maybe the two women are already lying in the city lord's bed. Humph, you stinking bitches, if you know your place, you'd better kneel down and beg for mercy. When the city lord comes out, we'll spare your lives. Dongye Yamada looked up at Zhuwan, who was suspended in the air, and grinned. Zhuwan, I'll give you one last chance. If you voluntarily put on the heart-locking buckle, kneel down and beg me to let you go, then I'll give you one last chance. After all, slaves in the out-of-body stage are hard to come by. Even if you're tired of the taste, I still want to take you out to show off. Ha ha ha. Young Master Dongya, this bitch is too fierce. Even if you really want to spare her, you can't let her go so easily. Since you're tired of playing, Why don't you rent us for 2 days and let us have a taste of the out-of-body stage? The men below burst into laughter. Zhu Wan, who was above, and the women who had been casually traded, all had bloodshot eyes. Gui Yun was also trembling with anger. At the same time, she felt that these men in Fusang City were even more stupid than pigs. Could they not see how much hatred Sister Zhu Wan and the others had in their hearts? Even if they were killed in the end, they did not care at all. Even if they had to sacrifice their lives, they just wanted to tear these beasts into pieces. However, these men were completely unaware of the situation they were in. They were still delightedly provoking Sister Zhu Wan. Haha, don't worry, young Master Dongye has already lent this woman out several times. As long as we have a little patience, it will be our turn. Ha 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 ha, boom. Suddenly, a deafening sound exploded in everyone's ears. The ground of the entire Fusang city shook violently. The laughter of Higashino Yamada and the men stopped abruptly. They slowly turned around in disbelief and saw a raging fire burning in the center of the city lord's mansion. Higashino Yamada's pupils constricted violently, his mouth trembling as he murmured, "No, no, how could this be?" The city lord's manor was the heart of the array, the most impregnable place in Fusang City. How could it be on fire? However, this was only the beginning. As the raging fire burned in the city lord's manor, dense ruins began to appear in the sky above Fusang City. The women wearing the locks suddenly let out a cry of surprise. I can use spiritual power now. Me too. She crushed the bracelet in her hand as tears gushed out of her eyes. I've finally gotten rid of this thing's control. The women were crying and laughing at the same time. They were wild with joy, but also in pain. On the other hand, Higashino Yamada and the others were completely dumbfounded. As the city lord's mansion was reduced to ruins, the indestructible faith in their hearts also slowly collapsed and was destroyed. What followed was real fear, panic, and despair that they had never felt before. Higashino Yamada turned his head and shouted, quickly protect me and escape." Before he could finish his words, Zhu Wan's sneering face was already in front of him. Vomiting and having diarrhea, even a grain of rice a day was vomiting out, this was the rhythm of going crazy. End of this chapter. Dongye Yamada's eyes widened in horror. He opened his mouth, but he suddenly felt a pain in his tongue. His mouth was full of blood, and he couldn't say a word. Zhu Wan's voice rang in his ears, soft and gentle. You want to run? Dongye Yamada's body trembled, and his voice was muffled. His tongue hurt even more, but he didn't dare to not speak, and he didn't dare to not beg for mercy. Zhu Wan, I'm willing to give you all the treasures of the Dongye family. I just ask you to let me live. Treasures? Ha 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 ha. Zhu Wan looked up to the sky and laughed sarcastically. You bastards, after doing all those heartless things to me, you still want to use treasures to exchange for your dog's life? Ask God, will he agree or not? Dongye Yamada was so frightened by Zhu Wan's eerie and crazy laughter that he took a few steps back. He sat down on the city wall and felt the urge to pee. There was only one word left in his mind. It's over. Yun Ruhan pressed his head and frowned. He pushed away the slate on his body and stood up. His head was dizzy, and he couldn't even focus his eyes. What the hell happened just now? As soon as this thought flashed through his mind, he saw Luo Yu lying on the side. Little 7. Luo Yu opened his eyes in a daze. Ouch, my head hurts, and it's all swollen. Willow Valley Ching, that old bastard, actually self-destructed. Eldest senior brother, are you okay? Where are the others? Yun Ruhan was relieved to see that he still had the strength to scold Willow Valley Ching. The others also woke up one after another, and found that they were only affected by the aftermath of the explosion, and there was nothing serious. Even Ling Wolin, who was protected by Ling Yuma, was unscathed and still sleeping soundly. However, they soon realized that something was wrong. Where's little junior sister? I only remember that before I fainted, sixth senior sister threw something at us, and then I lost consciousness. It's an array disc. Ling Yuma said firmly. It wasn't easy for little junior sister to refine the array disc that can seal the Myriad Cave 10 ultimate formation. When Willow Valley City blew itself up, she threw the array disc towards us. Chumoli picked up the formation plate that had long since broken into several pieces, his pupils slightly contracting. A simplified version of the Great Heavenly Cycle Star Formation, no wonder it has such terrifying power. Yunruhan and the others stared fixedly at Chumoli, hope flickering in their eyes. Third brother, little junior sister will be fine, right? Chumoli closed his eyes and said slowly, it's the myriad deep caves formation that devoured her. Or rather, the myriad deep cave formation wanted to devour all of them. Chumoli's fingertips lightly stroked the formation plate. His voice was somewhat hoarse and filled with unwillingness. If she had this formation plate of the Great Heavenly Cycle Star Formation, she would naturally be fine. However, little junior sister used this array disc to protect them. In the end, it was because they were too weak. Crack, the formation plate in Chumoli's hand was directly crushed into pieces by him. Luo Yu said anxiously, third senior brother, what do you mean by this? Are you saying sixth senior sister is in danger? Isn't the core of the Myriad Cave 10 Ultimate Formation here? Let's charge over and destroy this stupid formation together. I don't believe that we can't save little junior sister. Chumoli shook his head. The core of the formation had already moved when Willow Valley City blew itself up. Bookmark for easier reading, then we'll turn Fusong City upside down. Yunruhan said resolutely. The Myriad Cave Formation is the entire Fusong City. I don't believe it can escape to the ends of the earth. Even if it escapes to the ends of the earth, we'll return our little junior sister. G. Guji. Mom, wake up, Mu Yan opened her eyes in a trance. Her head was throbbing with pain, as if there were needles roasting over a fire, stabbing her nerves. However, her body felt as if it had been poured with ice water, heavy and cold. Her mind was empty, as if it had been emptied. Mu Yan thought for a long time, but she couldn't remember who she was or why she was here. But at the same time, her chest and her entire soul seemed to be filled with some dark energy, and she couldn't bear it. Her ears echoed with the woman's mournful cries, heart-wrenching screams, and the painful and desperate whimpers of death. That kind of pain and despair was too real, and she could feel it too. So much so that Mu Yan felt that even her soul was being pulled into the abyss little by little. Guji poof, poof. Suddenly, a soft and furry ball directly hit her face. Gurgle gurgle, Mom woke up. Mom finally woke up. That's great, Huang Huang is so bored. Mom will play with Huang Huang. The ghostly cries and wolf howls that were originally ringing in her ears all disappeared because of this Pia. Her soul that had fallen into the abyss and was about to be devoured was suddenly pulled back. Mayan abruptly opens her misty eyes, her mind is clear and bright. In the distant void, there was an angry voice that sounded like a man and a woman. Impossible. How can it break free? Mu Yan reached out and pulled the little chick off her face. The little chick looked at the messy hair on her mother's head, and innocently tilted its head. It opened its mouth and spat out a string of bubbles. Gigi Guji, Huang Huang loves Mom the most. Huang Huang didn't do anything to make Mom unhappy. Mu Yan looked at the cute little chick in front of her, speechless. Just now, Willow Valley City had self-destructed. He sacrificed himself to activate the Myriad Deep Cave Formation. Once the 10-terminal formation was activated, it would be a piece of cake to destroy the 7 gold core and nascent soul cultivators. Therefore, without hesitation, Mu Yan threw out a simplified version of the Heavenly Cycle Stars formation plate to protect her fellow apprentices. On the other hand, she was trapped in the heart of the Myriad Deep Cave Formation, unable to resist at all. The moment he entered the heart of the array, the baleful aura condensed from thousands of vengeful spirits assaulted him. Mu Yan's divine soul was almost directly crushed into pieces. Fortunately, she's the host of the Tian Emochin, and her divine soul is 1,000 times, 100 times stronger than an ordinary cultivator's, so she was able to withstand the attack. However, both his mind and soul were affected. Her emotions are gradually infected by those wrong spirits, and she forgets who she is, her purpose for coming here, and even forgets Di Mingju and Xiao Bao. All that was left was endless hatred and a painful struggle. The 1,000 Deep Caves formation devoured all of these negative emotions as nourishment. If this situation continues for a while longer, Mu Yan will definitely become a part of the millions of wronged souls, losing herself and sinking into oblivion for all eternity. If it weren't for the little chick, Mu Yan held the little chick by its neck and placed it in her palm. Bookmark for easier reading. Did Huang Huang save me? 3. Mayan holds the little chick by its neck and puts it in her palm. Looking at its big round eyes, its two little claws pointing at each other, it has a guilty look on its face. It's a bit hard to explain in a few words. Huang Huang, did you save me? The little chick tilts its head and blinks, looking confused. Guji? If it's just a coincidence, it's too much of a coincidence. Gurgle, the little chick rubs against her palm in a flattering manner. Guji, Guji mom, don't be angry. Huang Huang won't dare to pull your hair anymore. Mayan smiles and reaches out to rub its head. No matter what, thank you for coming to my side, Huang Huang. Got praised by mom, got needed by mom. Huang Huang is so happy that he's about to faint. Looking at the little chick excitedly running around in her palm, Mayan can't help but laugh. She can't help but have some doubts about the little chick's origin. In the heart of the myriad cave formation, she couldn't maintain her consciousness due to the attack of the vengeful spirits. Even the ancient artifact spirit Qi Huang has lost contact with her, and the phoenix Chichio has already fallen asleep. Only the little chick can come out of the space. It's also alive and kicking, completely unaffected by the formation and the vengeful spirits. But this guy doesn't even have the slightest bit of spiritual power. His courage was boundlessly small. Whenever he encountered danger, he would scream and hide behind other people's backs. Even if it reads ancient books, it's never heard of this kind of spirit beast in the world. Boom. Suddenly, a gust of wind rolls up a bone-chilling evil chi. Ow ow ow, chick chick chick. Mom, save me. The little chick cries and burrows into Mayan's sleeve, not daring to come out again. It doesn't know how it got here, but it can't go back to the Tian Mochin space. Mayan raises her hand, and the 7 swords appear. They dance in front of her, blocking the storm of evil chi. However, the evil chi that was dispersed by her sword energy doesn't disappear. Instead, it gradually converges in the sky, condensing into a terrible face. Yes, it was an incomparably huge and terrifying face. Because this face was a combination of thousands of women's faces. Upon closer inspection, one could see countless eyes, countless noses, and countless mouths. It made one's hair stand on end. Every 3 years, Fusang City would hold 100 flowers kill. Those women who died in the 100 flower kill, they didn't die, they didn't escape. Instead, it was devoured by the 1,000 deep caves formation and became a part of the evil chi. It also provided the myriad deep cave formation with an endless supply of energy to repair itself. Swallow her. Devour her. The densely packed lips opened and closed, turning into a voice that made one's scalp tingle. If I swallow her, I can recover. I can advance. I want to return to the floating island. Go back, go back. Mu Yan's expression was dignified. She loosened her hand and the 7 absolute swords flew up into the sky and turned into 7 swords. The Tian Mochin appears in her hands, and her 10 fingers are like dancing phantoms, quickly strumming the strings. Following the reverberation of the zither music, countless silver energy threads gushed out and shot in all directions. Gradually, they converged into complex runes in the sky. She wants to recreate the great heavenly cycle stars formation here, in the heart of the 1,000 deep caves formation. We can't let her set up the formation. End of this chapter. The fat rabbit's poop is a treasure? Asking for tickets, swallow her, order. Ghost face, swallow her. The androgynous voice rings out again, this time with a hint of panic. Driven by this voice, the huge ghost face lets out a terrible howl and suddenly rushes towards Mu Yan. Bang! The 7 absolute swords was forward, forming a sword array and blocking the first wave of ghost face's attack. However, Mu Yan, who is playing the zither, suddenly spits out a mouthful of blood, her face as pale as paper. The interweaving lines of runes in the void also tremble violently. Attack, attack, swallow her. The second wave of ghost face's attack is coming. The sharp sound waves are like invisible needles, directly piercing Mu Yan's eardrums. She spits out another mouthful of blood, unable to stand, and suddenly sits down on the ground. Both ears are bleeding, and there is a sharp pain in them, followed by a buzzing sound. The androgynous voice is very far away from her, almost inaudible. But Mu Yan doesn't stop her movements for a moment. Her fingers play the zither faster and faster. However, she had just comprehended the starry sky curtain. Moreover, she has overdrawn her divine power to master it in advance. With her current Shin musician level, she simply can't bring out the true power of the star curtain. Bean-sized beads of sweat drip from Mu Yan's forehead. A thin line of blood flows down from the corner of her mouth. GGG. Mom. What's wrong with you? The little chick in her sleeve finally can't hide anymore, and anxiously rushes out. Its little claws pull out a black round thing from nowhere, and it puts it on the Tianmo chin. It anxiously pushes Mu Yan, while continuously chirping. In a split second, the center of the Myriad Cave 10 Extremes formation is filled with an indescribable stench. Even though Mu Yan is in imminent peril at this time, she can't help but look down. When she finds out what this black thing is, she almost rolls her eyes. The fat rabbit's poop? Why would the little chick give her the fat rabbit's poop at this time? However, the next moment, something happens that makes Mu Yan dumbfounded. The surface of the Tianmo chin unexpectedly ripples, as if the Wutong tree has suddenly turned into a flowing lake and swamp. The black rabbit poop on Qin's body was gradually swallowed up. This scene was far too familiar to him. Mu Yan was so familiar with it that she was so stunned that she almost stopped playing the guqin. No attribute substance. The fat rabbit's poop was actually a non-attribute substance. A light flashed in his mind, and a line of words appeared. Tianmo Qin's 1,000 rounds of divine power have been filled to the brim. Please choose to upgrade Shin musician skills. 1,000 wheels of divine power. It was filled to the brim. The fat rabbit's poop actually represented 1,000 wheels of godly power. Damn, she's rich. Then in the future when her Shin musician skills upgrade, wouldn't she just need to ask Xiaobao's pet for rabbit poop? But at this time, Mu Yan had no time to be shocked. She unhesitatingly chose to use these 1,000 wheels of god power to level up Dried Star's curtain. The 2 stars behind the star curtain skill were instantly lit up. The next moment, Mu Yan feels a strange energy pouring into her body. It's like fireworks exploding in her mind. Gorgeous and colorful, every inch of it tells her what it means to be an array refiner, what it means to truly enter the array with the zither. Almost at the same time, Ghostface's 4th wave of attack arrives. The 7 absolute sword can no longer support itself, making a trembling buzzing sound. Little chick and little rabbit, their power is boundless, so remember to treat the little animals around you well, maybe they're also treasures. End of this chapter. Take you home. The androgynous voice has a hint of joy and excitement. Devour her. Quick. Mu Yan raises her eyes, raises her hand, and withdraws the 7 absolute swords. Without the 7 absolute swords' obstruction, the ghostly face, wrapped in cold resentment, whizzes over. A bloody mouth slowly opens, wanting to swallow Mu Yan whole. Mu Yan sneers, and her 10 fingers suddenly pluck on the Tianmo chin. Swish! A dazzling light rushes up into the air. Countless rune lines converge from all directions, and finally converge into an invisible array disk in the air. The stirring music is like a tsunami, and like 10,000 horses galloping, swallowing the mountains and rivers. The primordial world gives birth to all things, and the sky is filled with stars. The great heavenly star formation is complete. The sky shakes, the earth shakes, and the mountains and rivers change color. The runes that make up the Myriad Cave formation collapse inch by inch. Ghostly face, kill her. Self-detonation, primordial spirit self-detonation, kill her for me, kill. The androgynous voice finally panics, roaring incessantly, telling the ghostly face to rush over and kill Mu Yan at all costs. The runes binding the ghostly face decrease, and the ghostly face's movements become sluggish. The faces of the thousands of women show a painful struggle. Mu Yan throws out the array disc in her hand, and the 7 absolute swords draw an arc in the air. She says in a clear voice, "Thousands of wronged souls, listen to me. The Myriad Cave formation that traps you is about to break. If you still want freedom, want to be free, want the chance to reincarnate, then break free from its shackles. I'll take you home. Take you home, go home. Go home. Go home." The girl's slightly hoarse voice resounds in the sky over and over again. It's like an oath, but also like a spell that is 1,000 years late, unlocking the cage that has shackled them for thousands of years. No. No, 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 no. The androgynous voice roars hoarsely. However, none of the wronged souls are willing to listen to his orders. Pairs of numb eyes focused on him one after another. One lost soul after another finds themselves. Under the light of the great all-side star formation, the condensed ghost face gradually collapsed and dissipated. This was Mu Yan's final blow to the myriad deep caves formation and Fusang City with these poor women. All the animals that are worse than pigs and dogs, go to hell, go to hell. In the depths of Phoenix Heaven Mountain Range. Luo Yunxiao and Qi Wen, who were searching for something in an ancient ruin, stopped at the same time and raised their heads to look at the sky. Master, I think I can sense the aura of the 1,000 deep cave formation. I'm not dreaming, right? Shouldn't the myriad deep cave formation be on the floating island? Although it and its master had searched the floating island for a long time, they couldn't find any information about the myriad deep cave formation. But it shouldn't be in the cultivation continent. Could it be that it was too eager to help its master find those things and find a chance of survival, to the extent that he was hallucinating? But soon, Luo Yunxiao's slightly hoarse voice rang in its ears. It is indeed the myriad deep cave formation. No, it's not just the myriad deep cave formation. There seems to be the aura of the great all-side star formation as well, but it was too weak. It disappeared in a flash and couldn't be captured. Qi Wen was stunned at first, but then she was overjoyed. Master, this is great, this is great. Yin and Yang dual heart, 12 evils, 36 stars, end of chapter. The Emperor wants to be the mistress? 1. Master, that's great, that's great. Yin and Yang dual heart, 12 evils, 36 stars. Now that we have the myriad cave formation, we've gathered 1/3 of the 12 evils. Master, you're one step closer to your goal. Qi Wen said excitedly as she suddenly enlarged her body and soared into the sky. Master, hurry. That's the myriad cave formation. If it's discovered, someone will definitely try to snatch it. We have to make the first move. Luo Yunxiao was startled. She stepped onto the flying sword under Qi Wen's urging and flew towards the direction of the myriad cave formation. Was it an illusion? That seemed to be the direction of Mu Yan's aura. Xiaoxian continent, polar domain. Little master, please have a meal. Xiaobao opened his eyes and came out of his meditation. Defeating Armies was holding a sumptuous meal in his hands and respectfully brought it to him. These dishes contained abundant immortal energy and almost no impurities, yet they were extremely delicious. In order to let Xiaobao cultivate better, Di Mingju even asked Elder Chang to personally ask the King of Medicine to add immortal medicine that was beneficial to the cultivation of the immortal body. It could be said that these dishes could be sold at a sky-high price even in the Xiaoxian continent. However, after Xiaobao took the dishes, he didn't even take a bite. A fluffy snow-white rabbit and a long sword flew over and couldn't wait to pounce on the dishes. A woo buzz buzz buzz, in a split second, as if a typhoon had passed through, the sumptuous and delicious dishes disappeared without a trace. The fat rabbit held its round belly with its short legs and burped. It snuggled next to Xiaobao and snored away. The evil warding sword buzzed and trembled, and a stomping sound came into Xiaobao's ears. Damn it, fortunately I got it fast this time. Otherwise, the damn rabbit would have taken it all. What a delicacy. Xiaobao gently squeezed the hilt of the evil warding sword and stroked the fat rabbit's smooth fur. Then he handed the empty plate back to Defeating Armies, Uncle Defeating Armies. This was the first time Defeating Armies saw these two ferocious fellows. He was shocked when they snatched the little master's food. However, he was already used to it. Little master was indeed little master. Even his spiritual pet and sword were so different. Defeating Armies took out a few more dishes from his space ring and brought them to Xiaobao. Little master, please enjoy. Xiaobao blinked his big blue eyes and sniffed lightly with his little nose. His stomach growled. He lowered his eyes in embarrassment. Although his little face was still tense, his ears had quietly turned red. He took the tray and said softly, "Thank you, Uncle Pijuan." Even Defeating Armies, who had a heart of stone and no love, looked at this delicate and obedient little doll. Looking at those eyes that are similar to Di Mingju's, he can't help but feel ripples in his heart. He really wished that he could give the best of everything in the world to his little master. When Xiaobao ate, he ate very quickly, but his manners were excellent. His back was straight and he didn't make a single sound. That appearance caused Defeating Armies to be in a daze. It was as if he had seen the child from many, many years ago, who was only in his twilight years, but could no longer conceal his beauty. Finally, Defeating Armies couldn't help but open his mouth. "Little master, how much do you know about your biological father?" Xiaobao put down his bowl and chopsticks. He raised his head to look at Defeating Armies, a trace of bewilderment in his eyes. After a long while, he gently shook his head. Xiaobao had never seen him. End of this chapter. Di Jun wants to forcefully seize and become a third party? 2. What about Miss June? Didn't she mention it to you? Xiaobao slightly tilts his head. Niangqin doesn't mention it. Niangqin doesn't like that person. He looks straight into Defeating Armies' eyes, and says in a methodical manner, Niangqin only likes daddy, and Xiaobao also only likes daddy, not biological father. Defeating Armies is about to be warmed by his chilly, and adorable voice. In his heart, he only feels that Jun Shang is so lucky to be able to meet the destined one. But there are still some things in Defeating Armies' heart. Some things that only he knows in this world. Jun Shang also likes the little master and Miss June the most. Little master, have you ever thought, if your biological father is? Defeating Armies hasn't finished his words. Hanya's noisy voice comes from behind. Defeating Armies, are you courting death? Mentioning Xiaobao's biological father again? If Jun Shang hears this, he'll punish you to go to purgatory for a month. Hee, at that time, you'll be my companion. Defeating Armies expressionlessly looks at Hanyi. Hanyi goes in front of the two, and kneels down on one knee towards Xiaobao. Greetings, little master. After paying his respects, he pulls Defeating Armies, lowering his voice. Defeating Armies, I know what you're worried about. But you can rest assured, I've already inquired about it when we were in the Yanwu continent. The little master's biological father had already passed away when he was just born. Defeating Armies, even if Miss June loved that short-lived ghost before, things have changed with the passage of time. More than 10 years have passed, and Miss June no longer has that short-lived ghost in her heart. What's more, with our Jun Shang's character, how could that short-lived ghost be mentioned in the same breath? Defeating Armies, Hanyi sees that Defeating Armies isn't speaking, smacking his lips and sighing. Fortunately, the little master's biological father died early. Otherwise, if our Jun Shang had taken a fancy to Miss June, wouldn't there be only two paths for him to take? Either forcefully snatch and become a third party, or be overwhelmed with sorrow and grow old alone. Think about it, it's miserable, too miserable. Hanya's voice abruptly stops. That's because he finds that Defeating Armies' expression has changed, his line of sight also burning anxiously not far ahead. A bad premonition suddenly surged in his heart. Shakily turning his head, he saw a handsome and peerless man standing quietly in front of the teleportation formation, looking at him coldly. Hanyi shudders from head to toe, and with a thud, he kneels to the ground. Sen, greets Jun Shang. Did Jun Shang hear what he just said? Didn't you hear me? He definitely didn't hear it. Ben Jun wants to forcefully seize and become a third party? The man's voice was deep and magnetic. It was so pleasant that it could intoxicate people. But in Hanya's ears, it's like a bolt from the blue, almost striking him silly. This monarch is going to be overwhelmed with sorrow and die alone? With a sullen face, Hanyi lifts his head, then his whole body suddenly prostrates on the ground, prostrating himself on all fours. Jun Shang, this lowly one knows his mistake. Jun Shang, spare my life. This is all Pejuan's fault. He mentioned Xiaobao's biological father out of nowhere. Di Mingju turns his gaze towards Defeating Armies. Defeating Armies felt his scalp go numb and a chill run down his spine. Bending one knee, he knelt on the ground. This subordinate has spoken too much. Lord, please punish me. Di Mingju knits his brows, just as he's about to speak. Xiaobao has already run in front of him, stretching out his small hands to hug his thighs. He lifts his head up. Daddy, hug. This little person is usually like a little adult, serious in speech and manner, with a straight face, never acting like a spoiled child. But only when he's facing Mayan, the person he's closest to, would he reveal the appearance of a child. And now, he's added to the mix. End of this chapter. Dijun wants to be a mistress by force? 3. Asking for votes. The little jealousy and anger in Di Mingju's heart also dissipates under the flickering eyelashes and sparkling blue eyes of the little baby. He bends down to pick him up. Xiaobao immediately hugs his neck. Before Di Mingju can speak, the little boy sticks to his ear and whispers, in Xiaobao's heart, Daddy is Xiaobao's biological father. Xiaobao doesn't like other people and doesn't want them to be daddy. If Xiaobao doesn't like it, Nyangqin won't like it either. As he speaks, his little hands hug Di Mingju tightly. That soft and tender voice seems to be making an oath and comforting at the same time. Di Mingju only feels that his heart has been hit by something, and all his feelings flow out in 1,000 miles. He wants to say, Daddy also loves Xiaobao the most. Whether he and Mu Yan will have other children in the future, even if Xiaobao is not his own flesh and blood. This child will also be his and Mu Yan's most precious treasure in this life, and no one can replace it. However, Di Mingju is used to holding his words in his heart, and doesn't know how to say it for a while. Xiaobao says again, Daddy, Xiaobao has passed the 5th round of assessment. Di Mingju slowly takes a breath, his voice is soft, Xiaobao did a good job. The little boy's delicate little face shows a shy smile. Then he blinks. Xiaobao and Yangqin love Daddy very much, and Xiaobao also works hard to become stronger, but, he paused for a moment, his eyes slightly red, and crystal clear tears rolled down his cheeks. But Xiaobao hasn't seen Nyangqin for a long time. Xiaobao misses Nyangqin. I really want to see Nyangqin. Daddy, can you take Xiaobao to see Nyangqin? Boom, the whole Fusang city shakes, and rich spiritual energy surges out from the ground. It's like someone has thrown a thunderbolt into the city, rolling up a whirlpool and surging violently. Along with the spiritual energy, there is also a trace of bone-chilling cold. It's the souls buried underground, shackled in the myriad caves formation for 10, 100, 1,000 years. The air is filled with creepy ghostly wails and wolf howls. For a moment, the entire Fusang city fell silent. Even the women who were immersed in their desire for revenge revealed a trace of fear. The temperature in the air suddenly dropped to freezing point. Even though the sun was high in the sky and the heat was scorching, everyone in Fusang city could only feel the bone-chilling cold. With great difficulty, the female cultivators who managed to escape from the Ascension realm held their magic tools and prepared for battle. They had been in despair, and they had wanted nothing more than to die. But now, he had finally found a chance to live. Only then did they realize that they still wanted to live, wanted to start a new life. However, just as they were panicking, he discovered that these vengeful spirits had all surged in all directions, burrowing into the bodies of the men in Fusang City who had yet to die. Aha! Shrill screams came from all directions. Don't kill me. I won't do it anymore. I won't dare to abuse women anymore. Please let me live. I beg you. Ah. You, aren't you dead? Why are you here? Manyang, I was wrong, a night of husband and wife, please spare me. Spare. Ah. Some of. The screams came from the beasts who had been tortured to the point of death. But some of them came from the empty houses, the ground, and the ruins. It turned out that many men in Fusang City had already gone into hiding because they realized that the situation was not right. It seems that I haven't asked for votes for a long time. Monthly votes, it's almost the end of the month. Vote as you see fit. Mua, end of this chapter, the nightmare was over, it was time to go home. There were not many women in Fusang City, except for those who escaped from the 100 Blossom Massacre. Many women did not even wait for others to save them before they were brutally killed by the group of men. In fact, in this riot in Fusang City, the number of women was less than half of the men. If not for the fact that the women who participated in the 100 Blossom Massacre were all high-level cultivators, if not for the fact that Zhuwan, a leaving body stage cultivator, was holding the line. No matter how useless the men in Fusang City were, they might not be able to take the initiative. The disparity in numbers made it impossible for these women to dig out all the beasts in Fusang City in a short period of time. However, humans could not do it. But it did not mean that ghosts could not do it. Thus, Fusang City once again became a purgatory on earth. It was just that in the past, it was those innocent women who fell into it. But now, with the cycle of cause and effect, this place had become the burial ground of those executioners. Blood gushed out from the cracks in all directions and dyed the ground red. In the air, there was turbulent spiritual energy and a thick smell of blood. Those female cultivators who were covered in wounds held knives and swords in their hands. They stared blankly at the bloody corpses in front of them. The faces that had once tortured them like demons were all twisted and deformed. Their protruding eyes were filled with fear and despair, as if they had experienced the most terrifying thing in the world before they died. From now on, they can no longer hurt you or imprison you. A faint voice lingered in their ears. It seemed like one person, but it also seemed like countless people were mixed together. You are so lucky. So lucky. If we can wait for redemption, if we can live to this day. But, that girl told us. It is not any of us who are wrong, but those beasts who dragged us into hell. You are us. Your release is our redemption. The female cultivators suddenly widened their eyes, and the hands that were holding their weapons trembled uncontrollably. They had already realized who was speaking. It was those vengeful spirits. They were the tens of thousands of vengeful spirits that had long been smashed into pieces and buried under this city of sin. We already have no future, but you still have. Therefore, we will be the ones to stain our hands with blood. The sins of this city shall be exterminated by us. Let us put an end to this everlasting hatred. As for you, all you need to do is carry our hope and future and continue forward, never looking back. The girls looked up at the sky in a daze. There was clearly nothing, but that voice rang clearly in their ears and in their hearts. Resonate with them. In the sky, a figure in snow-white clothes slowly floated down. It landed on the broken wall that was dyed red by blood and dust. Her gaze swept across all the women present, and her eyes seemed to be filled with gentleness, but also seemed to be sparkling. The nightmare is over. Her tone was gentle, but her voice was clear. Every word struck the souls of those girls. You can go home now. Clank, someone couldn't hold the sword in his hand any longer and dropped it to the ground. He couldn't hold it in any longer and tears streamed down his face. There were also people who couldn't care less about the rivers of blood below. They crawled on the ground and wailed loudly. Her cries were heart-wrenching and heart-wrenching. It was as if she wanted to vent all the pain, suffering, and grievances she had suffered all these years. End of this chapter. The nightmare is over. It's time to go home, too. Even Mu Yan, who is used to seeing wind and rain and considers herself to have a heart of stone, can't help but have her eyes redden. She closed her eyes and slowly sat cross-legged on the ruins. The Tian Mo Chin appears on her lap, her 10 fingers slowly strumming. Benevolent Saint, activated, but this time, it wasn't the chi of heaven and earth and his own chi of life that was about to die. Instead, it was given to the vengeful spirits that floated in the air. The sound of the zither was like a stream, cleansing the city that had been soaked in sin and blood. The sound of the zither was like a gentle breeze, gently brushing past the wounded bodies and souls of these women. The sound of the zither was like the sun, shining in every corner, dispelling the darkness and welcoming the light. The benevolence of a saint would benefit the world. I'll use my lifespan to exchange for your transcendence and reincarnation. I'm here to fulfill my promise and send you home. The lingering sound of the zither grew louder and more moving. Countless energies fly up from the Tian Mo Chin into the void, twining around something, washing away bit by bit, blending bit by bit. Suddenly, something fluttered down from the sky. The woman in Fusang City could not help but raise her head. Through her teary eyes, she looked over in a daze. At some point, snowflakes began to fall from the sky. No, it wasn't a snowflake. Pure white, sparkling and translucent, like dew and snow. When he stretched out his hand to catch it, it would scatter like mist. Those were vengeful souls that had been purified. Mayan's complexion is pale, sparkling and translucent beads of sweat wet the hair on her forehead. However, she did not care at all as she watched more and more flying snow falling from the sky. The corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile, and the music that flowed from his fingers became more and more gentle. Even if the spiritual power in his body was almost exhausted. even if he had to use his lifespan to make up for it. She didn't care. Because she had promised these people that she would free them and send them home. Suddenly, Mu Yan feels someone lightly touch her cheek. Then, he heard a faint voice in his ear. It was soft and distant, as if it came from the horizon. Jun Mayan, thank you, the second time. Thank you, the third time. Thank you for freeing us, thank you for keeping your promise. Our nightmare is over. With each touch, it was like a kiss. Countless snowflakes began to change direction and float towards her. A strange energy is injected into Mu Yan's body. It replenished the lifespan that she had consumed, and also allowed her originally exhausted spiritual power to condense again. Until the last snowflake entered her body. Between heaven and earth, it was as if the words thank you and goodbye were still echoing. Mu Yan slowly stops playing the zither and presses her palm against her chest. With a slight movement of her divine sense, a crystal-clear pearl that looked like a teardrop appeared in her palm. Mu Yan can feel that this bead contains a powerful energy. However, this energy was not spirit power, dark power, devil power, immortal power, or even divine power. What kind of energy was this? Mu Yan held the bead in her hand in confusion. Suddenly, she heard the joyful voices of the people of the Xiaoyao school. Sixth senior sister, are you alright? Junior sister, it's great that you're not injured. The 6 people of the Xiaoyao school landed in front of her and happily looked at her, who was unharmed. However, Luo Yu, Ling Yuxing, and Ling Yuma's eyes were all red. It was obvious that they had been crying. End of this chapter. A proper Messiah persona. 1. When they appeared, the teardrop disappeared automatically and merged with her sea of consciousness. Mu Yan wanted to move it, but she couldn't, so she could only give up. She smiled and showed the Xiaoyao sect that she was unscathed. Then, she threw a palm-sized disc to Chumoli. Third senior brother, this is the core of the myriad cave formation. Chumoli raised his eyebrows. Do you know how precious the core of the myriad cave formation is? Why did you throw it to me so casually? Was on the tip of his tongue. He swallowed it back. Chumoli smiled and looked down to study the disc in his hand. The disc was the color of green jade. It was crystal clear and had a delicate luster. However, if one were to look closely at the center of the disc, they would be able to see countless densely packed red threads. It was as if blood had seeped into it, and it gave people a creepy feeling. Chumoli rubbed the disc with his fingers and closed his eyes. He sent his divine sense into it, but suddenly opened his eyes. His face turned pale. Third senior brother, are you okay? Third brother, what's wrong? The 6 people gathered around him nervously. Mu Yan asked anxiously, is the myriad deep cave formation still up to no good? Chumoli opened his eyes and saw the 6 people's worried eyes. A hint of warmth flashed in his eyes. He shook his head and handed the disc back to Mu Yan regretfully. I can't control this thing right now. I can only give it back to you, junior sister. Mu Yan hesitated. Chumoli was quite regretful and pulled his hand back. Forget it. It's a little dangerous, but it's really interesting. It's worth studying. Mu Yan quickly grabbed the disc and put it in her space without thinking. Luo Yu and the others also said, 6th senior sister, you must keep the core well. Don't let 3rd senior brother get it. Yes, he doesn't know his own body at all. With this thing in his hands, he'll ruin his body sooner or later. Even Qingjiu, who was usually quiet, couldn't help but say, 3rd brother, be good. Don't play with it. It's dangerous. Junior sister, keep it well. Chumoli touched his nose helplessly, but a smile appeared in his eyes. Down below, the excited women gradually calmed down. They wiped away their tears and looked up at the 7 people on top of the ruins. In the end, everyone's eyes are focused on Mu Yan. Zhu Wan was the first to bend her knees and said in a hoarse voice, we will never forget the kindness of saving our lives. Miss June, please accept our respects. Then, 1, 2, 3, 10, 100, all the female cultivators knelt down. Their foreheads were pressed tightly against the ground as they shouted each word in their hoarse voice. Miss, I will never forget your kindness in saving my life. For a moment, the entire city was filled with the twisted corpses of men and the figures of women kneeling on the ground in gratitude. This scene was even more shocking than the ascension of an emperor or the ascension of an almighty being. Luo Yu could not help but click her tongue as she shook her head and said, "Sixth senior sister is sixth senior sister. Everywhere we go, if we don't make a big fuss, the sun will rise from the west." Ling Yuma glanced at her mother, who was still unconscious on her back. Her expression was gentle and grateful. "If we weren't in a desperate situation, you wouldn't be able to imagine what kind of savior little junior sister is." End of this chapter. Perfect savior persona. 2. Asking for votes, Mu Yan looked at them and said in all seriousness, "I can't be the savior of the world alone. Without fourth senior sister, I would have already been killed by Willow Valley Qing when I didn't have the strength to resist. If the senior brothers hadn't arrived in time, I would have been swallowed up by the ghost soldiers of the Myriad Cave Formation. I don't care about being a messiah. But if..." She smiled softly, "If I'm really put in that position by accident, then it must be us, the Carefree Seven, who will advance and retreat together and share weal and woe together. Or could it be that senior brothers want to abandon me and live a carefree life?" They were stunned at first, then couldn't help laughing. There was an indescribable sense of relief in their smiles, but there was a desire to become stronger in their eyes. They had to work harder and work harder to become stronger. Otherwise, it would not be them who left their junior sister behind, but they would be left far away by her. Although these women in Fusang City had taken revenge and freed themselves from the shackles of the heart-locking buckle, but they had been tortured day by day over the years, and their bodies had long been riddled with holes and weak. If they were to leave Fusang City just like that, they would probably die along the way. So Mu Yan ordered the healthy women who had just been caught in Fusang City. They cleaned up a few courtyards that could still be lived in and fixed them up. Mu Yan began to refine pills and heal their wounds. Many of the women were severely injured. Their dantian was destroyed, their cultivation had fallen by more than half, and their bodies were full of internal injuries caused by those beasts. They knew very well in their hearts that even a great doctor would be helpless in the face of their broken bodies. What's more, this Miss June was just a young girl in her early 20s. Her fighting strength was so strong, and her attainments in formations were so profound. Even the impregnable Fusang City formation could be broken. How could she have superb medical skills to treat them? These women had long been desperate, and there was only one thought in their minds. That was to go back to see their loved ones before going to the netherworld. However, the reality was completely beyond their expectations. Wang Miao looks down at the scar on her abdomen, feeling the spiritual power gushing out from her dantian. She looks at Mayan in shock, her words trembling, Miss June, my dantian has recovered, my cultivation has reached gold core stage." Mu Yan shook his head regretfully, "Your injuries are too severe, and you've been sick for so many years. It's almost impossible for you to recover to your peak." "Sorry." Wang Miao's former cultivation level was at the 3rd stage of nascent soul. No. No. Miss June, how can you say sorry?" Tears gushed out of Wang Miao's eyes. "You don't know how grateful we are to you, and how lucky we are to have met you. Miss June, I have nowhere to go. Can I follow you in the future? In this life, I'm willing to serve you as my master. Whether I'm a slave or a maid, or a cow or a horse, I'm willing." Mu Yan stares blankly. "Why would I want you to be a slave or a maid, an ox or a horse?" Wang Miao knelt down and was about to speak. Suddenly, the door was pushed open and Zhu Wan led the hundreds of women into the room. They knelt in front of her. "Miss June, we've long been homeless, and we don't want to go back anywhere. The world is vast, but there's no place for us to go. In fact, after experiencing those inhuman tortures and mistreatment, they simply couldn't trust any human. Whether it's a man or a woman. Only this girl in front of them was their salvation, and also the only light in their lives. The fixed update time is after midnight. If there's time, it'll usually be after midnight. If there's no time, it'll be a bit later. Therefore, I sincerely hope that, my dears, you can look at it the next day. No need to wait for updates, no need to stay up late, it's the best of both worlds. What do you think?" End of this chapter. Zhu Wan slowly raises her head, her slightly red eyes looking straight at Mu Yan, her voice hoarse. "Miss June, didn't you say that you would take us home? But we already have no home. Can you allow us to follow by your side?" Regardless of the ends of the earth, we are willing to pledge our lives to follow you. If we disobey, heaven and earth will not tolerate it. Following Zhuwan's words, those hundreds of women simultaneously kowtow, shouting in a clear voice. We are willing to serve Miss as our master, pledge our lives to follow you, with no regrets. Pledge our lives to follow you, with no regrets. Each of these women has been imprisoned in Fusang City for many years. More than half of them survived the 100 Blossom Massacre with Mu Yan. Looking at this scene, Mu Yan is speechless for a moment. She sighs softly. If I remember correctly, most of you still have relatives. What you should do is to return to them. Zhuwan sneers, I come from the Zhu family of the southern land. Miss June may not know what kind of family it is. Before my talent was revealed, my father clamored that women don't need to cultivate, don't waste resources. Later, my cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, reaching the leaving aperture stage, even surpassing my father. But he became angry out of humiliation, saying that I was showing my face in public, shaming the Zhu family. He quickly arranged a marriage for me, and made me obediently become the tool of the Zhu family's marriage alliance. I couldn't stand my father's oppression, so I escaped. Who knew that I would end up in Fusang City? At this point, Zhuwan's hands tightly clench into fists, her eyes rolling with strong emotions. A mocking smile bloomed on her face, making her look incomparably desolate. Miss June, do you think that with my current state, if I were to return to the Zhu family, I would receive their care and protection? The expressions on the other women's faces are almost exactly the same as Zhuwan's. I also escaped once, and let my husband come to Xianxia City to save me. But when he found out that I was captured by Fusang City, and that I had long lost my innocence, he ran away in a panic, looking as if he was afraid that I would implicate him. For such a man, it would be good if I didn't kill him. I was originally a gift from the sect to Fusang City, only to exchange benefits from Fusang City. I have no relatives or home for a long time, I simply don't know where I can go. Pairs of eyes filled with ripples in the deathly stillness were all looking at Mayan, as if they were looking at the last hope of this life. Miss, please take us in. Whether it's going to the brothel to gather intelligence, seducing men, or warming the bed, we can do it. We are willing to serve you for the rest of our lives. We will definitely serve you better than those stinky men and make you more comfortable. The corner of Mu Yan's mouth twitches. What F** king bed warming? What kind of F** king service is more dedicated than those stinky men? Why the hell would I need hundreds of women to warm my bed and serve me? But according to these women's narration, they were indeed homeless. It wasn't that she couldn't settle these people down. The Dark Flame Army needed all kinds of talents, especially the Divine Secret Battalion that was responsible for collecting intelligence. If these women joined, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. However, to Mu Yan, the Dark Flame Army was not only a force in her hands, but also her family. Could she just casually expose them in front of others? It was as if she understood Mu Yan's mind. Zhuwan suddenly knelt on one knee, pressed her hand on her chest, and said in a clear voice, I, Zhuwan, swear to heaven that I will serve Jun Mu Yan as my master, follow her till death, and never betray her. If I violate this oath, may I be struck by lightning and consigned to eternal damnation. As soon as her voice fell, a ray of light shone from Zhuwan's body, covering her whole body. This was the formation of the power of the oath. In other words, this oath had been recognized by heaven. Once violated, they would be directly killed by the divine thunder of heaven. When the other women saw Zhuwan's action, they also knelt down without hesitation and swore to heaven. Mu Yan looked at the women kneeling on the ground. There was no pride or joy in her heart, only unspeakable sorrow and pity. If she had not been driven into a dead end. If she had not been completely disappointed in the world and human nature. How could these people entrust the rest of their lives to a stranger without any hesitation? It was like a drowning person grabbing the last piece of duckweed. She couldn't care less about what price she had to pay to catch this duckweed. She closed her eyes for a long time before opening them again. She said slowly, Okay, I will settle you down. But please always remember that you are free. As long as you don't betray me, you can leave at any time by telling me when you want to leave. You are already free. Don't trap yourself in the quagmire of pain and hatred, unable to extricate yourself. Mu Yan sent out a message talisman, informing the nearest branch of the Tianji battalion to come and pick them up. Mississippi. After confirming the contractual relationship, these women began to call Mu Yan Mississippi. Wang Miao said with some hesitation, I have a friend who resisted very fiercely when he was caught, and even injured a dignitary, so he was locked in the beauty cave by those beasts. Thinking of the darkness and endless terror in the beauty cave, Wang Miao couldn't help but shiver, and her eyes overflowed with intense hatred and sorrow. My friend is probably long dead, but I still want to take a look. Miss, the beauty cave can only be opened by the energy emitted by the myriad cave formation. Can you? Mu Yan frowned. Is there such a place in Fusang City? Was the entire Fusang City not like hell enough? Was it not scary enough? Zhuan sneered and said, the beauty cave is actually not that scary. There is no torture, no abuse. However, there is nothing in there. There's no light, no sound, and other than a few special days of the month, the people locked inside don't even have the sense of touch. It's fine if it's just 1 or 2 days, but if you're locked up for too long, you'll really go crazy. The so-called special days of the month are the days when the poor people in Fusang City who can't find a wife can go and vent their desires after paying a certain amount of crystals. However, such humiliating days are the only time the girls in the beauty cave can feel that they are still alive. Wang Miao looks at Mayan and opens her mouth, seemingly hesitant to speak. But in the end, he still said softly, Miss Lung's mother was once imprisoned there with her maidservant. Later on, her maidservant died, and she became like this. Mu Yan took a deep breath, his eyes surging with raging anger. She felt that it was too easy for those bastards in Fusang City to die so easily. But before she could speak, a strong wave of energy came from afar. Mu Yan frowned and said in a low voice, stay here with all the women. Don't step out of my formation. Wang Miao and the others nodded quickly. Mu Yan leaps up and flies high into the sky. Sensing the commotion, Yun Ruhan and the others also leaped into the sky, frowning slightly. The energy wave didn't come from one direction, but from all directions. Yun Ruhan said, they don't look friendly. Mu Yan lightly weighed the yellow disc in her hand and chuckled. When the myriad deep cave formation was broken, the energy wave couldn't be concealed at all. She wanted to leave immediately at that time. But there were too many women in Fusang City, and most of them were seriously injured. Plus, she was both physically and mentally exhausted after gaining freedom. If she didn't settle down and get treatment immediately, she might not live for more than 2 days. So Mu Yan chose to stay. Soon, flying swords whistled in the sky. Dozens of sage-like men in Taoist robes appeared in the sky above Fusang City. Seeing the ruins below, the bloodstains of the city had not dried up yet. Their pupils shrank. Their eyes slowly turned and fell on Mu Yan and the others. The leader was a middle-aged Taoist with an elegant appearance. He cupped his hands and said, I am Li Anyang, the head of the Chongshan sect. May I know which sect you are from? Do you know what happened in Fusang City? Yun Ruhan took a step forward and was about to speak. Suddenly, a young man behind Li Anyang pointed at Mu Yan and exclaimed, Head, she is Jun Mu Yan, God Killer Mu Yan. Li Anyang's eyes widened slightly. When he looked at Mu Yan again, there was nervousness and fear in his eyes. As for the other disciples of the Chongshan sect, they retreated a few meters. While they were talking, many people arrived. There were men and women among them. Some came on flying swords, and some came on flying boats. Every group of people was wearing the same clothes. Obviously, they were from the same sect or family. When they saw the scene in Fusang City, everyone had an incredulous look on their faces. Who is this crazy person? How could they destroy Fusang City like this? Valley Master Lu? What about Patriarch Gu? Is he still alive? Li Anyang took a long time to calm himself down and ask, Miss June, I have long heard of your great name. I wonder how Fusang City, how did it become like this? Hearing Li Anyang's words, everyone then turns their gazes towards Mayan's group of 7. Soon, someone recognized them. The unfettered 7 devils. Did they destroy Fusang City like this? Isn't this too deranged? No, that's impossible. It's not like we haven't experienced Fusang City's grand formation before. Even peak-leaving aperture realm cultivators can't display their full strength in there. How can it be destroyed by a few nascent soul and golden core cultivators? Listening to the discussions of the crowd, Mayan smiled coldly. Her gaze swept over everyone present, and she slowly said, "There's no need to doubt. I was the one who destroyed Fusang City. I was the one who broke the Great Array. I was also the one who slaughtered everyone inside." Ho! Listening to Mu Yan's careless narration, the people from the western continent's sects all sucked in a breath of cold air. Jun Mayan. Li Anyang laments bitterly. Looking at your appearance, you look like a naive little girl, but how could you be so vicious and merciless? That's the lives of a city's people, living human lives, how could you do it? The people of the other sects also have expressions of anger and heartache. A few days ago, I had a drink with the elder of the Higashida family. He was such a kind person. He actually died in the hands of such a vicious woman. Although Lord Lu lives in seclusion, if our Chu family begs him, he will still provide us with magic weapons engraved with talismans. How could there be such a vicious woman in the world? Hee, if she wasn't vicious, how could she be called a demoness? Treating the lives of a city's people as ants, killing them as they please. We think that they aren't vicious, but insane. What's the difference between this kind of behavior and the demon race? No wonder they're called the unfettered 7 demons, they really are evil demons. In my opinion, demons should be put to death. The discussions around them are getting louder and louder, and more indignant. Hundreds of practitioners above Yuanying stage surround them, filled with righteous indignation, looking like they want to demand justice. The anger in Ling Yuma's eyes is almost about to erupt. She raises the red lotus soul-stealing blade and is about to rush out, but is stopped by Mu Yan. Mu Yan's gaze sweeps over everyone present, smiling faintly, listening to the senior's tone. "It seems that you have a good personal relationship with the people of Fusang City." Li Anyang says with a sullen face, "Fusang City is a first-rate aristocratic family in the western continent of our Xianxia, and has always been kind and righteous. Although we are not selfless people, we can't just watch them die tragically." "Jun Mu Yan, you'd better not." Not waiting for Li Anyang to finish speaking, Mu Yan has already lightly interrupted him. "Since you have a good relationship, then presumably, you all should know what kind of life the women in Fusang City live, right?" Li Anyang's voice stops, his eyes unconsciously drift to the side. The other people present, especially the male practitioners, all show a somewhat embarrassed expression, lightly coughing. Looking at their performance, Mu Yan's expression becomes a little cold. "Since you already knew, yet you turn a blind eye, and even help the evildoer. Hypocrites like you have the nerve to talk about benevolence and morality with me? Are you worthy?" The faces of Li Anyang and the rest alternated between green and white. After a long while, someone retorted without much confidence, "That's the tradition of Fusang City. How can we outsiders interfere? Those women staying in Fusang City are also of their own volition." "Voluntary? Your king telling me it was voluntary." Ling Yuma could no longer hold it in, the long blade in her hand fiercely slashed towards the person who spoke. "I'll chop off your dog head, and you'll king talk to me about being willing." The red lotus soul-snatching saber shone brightly and slashed at the crowd as if it was crushing dry weeds and rotten wood. It terrified the nascent soul realm cultivator to the point his face went pale, and he covered his head and fled. Everyone was startled by the Xiaoyao sect's behavior of starting a fight without saying a word. Li Anyang looked at the ruins below and couldn't help but take a step back. He gritted his teeth and said, "Even if those women didn't do it willingly, they can only blame their bad luck. The world of cultivators is the law of the jungle. They entered Fusang City. This is their fate." The curve of Mu Yan's mouth becomes more and more mocking. "That's right, the weak are prey to the strong, it's a matter of heaven and earth. Fusang City wanted to make a move against me, but unfortunately, they were weak and I was strong, so in the end, the entire Fusang City was massacred by me. They can only blame their own bad luck. Seniors, don't you think so? The robbers have come." 1. These words are simply using a spear to attack a shield, making everyone unable to say a word of rebuttal. Li Anyang's face turns green and white. After a while, he grits his teeth and says, "Jun Mayan, it's not that I look down on you, but Fusang City has stood for thousands of years. Even a crossing calamity stage expert can't break this iron bucket formation. How could you slaughter the city? Mayan sneered, Headley, don't beat around the bush. Don't you want to ask where the core of the great formation that has protected Fusang City for thousands of years is? She gently tosses the disc in her hand up and casually says, well, the core of the myriad cave formation is in my hands. If you have the ability, come and snatch it. Hearing this, Li Anyang and the others look at the yellow disc with green eyes. Yes, their first purpose in rushing to Fusang City is not to seek justice for Fusang City at all. Instead, they covet the famous Great Formation that protects Fusang City. In the western land of Ziyun Realm, almost everyone knows that there is a Great Formation in Fusang City that has stood for thousands of years. The cultivation and strength of the people in Fusang City are insignificant. This is already an open secret. However, as long as this Great Formation exists, the city is indestructible. In the city, people like Willow Valley City are godlike existences that cannot be defeated. Moreover, as long as they pay a certain price, even if they leave the range of the Great Formation, they can still get a blessing for a short period of time. It allowed them to double their strength. Who wouldn't want to have such a great formation? If such a great formation can be placed in the mountain gate, their sects and families will become an iron bucket that no one can break. From then on, they can do whatever they want inside, and no one can control them. When the myriad cave formation was broken, the energy that has accumulated for thousands of years was released. It was sensed by the nearby sects and families, so they rushed over immediately. It was for the sake of seizing the core and the formation disk of Fusang City's Great Formation. Li Anyang swallows his saliva, suppressing the excitement and greed in his heart. Looking at Mayan, he says, Miss June, even if the people of Fusang City didn't have eyes and offended you, they only have themselves to blame for ending up like this. However, the treasures in Fusang City belong to our Purple Cloud Realm's western land. You can't be so greedy and want to take them for yourself, right? The smile on Muyan's face becomes more and more sarcastic. If I don't take it for myself, I'll let you take it for yourself? Heh, if you want Fusang City's great city protecting formation, why don't you come and take it yourself? After I've worked so hard to break the array and obtain the array core, you want to take the spoils of war for yourself? Do you have any shame? Luo Yu giggled and said, they want Face, but unfortunately, Face doesn't want them. It's obvious that you've always been robbing others by force, yet you have to pretend to be benevolent and righteous. Are all the cultivators of the western land of the Purple Cloud Realm so shameless? His face immediately turned green and white. He grits his teeth, no longer as gentle and refined as before, revealing his ferocious nature. Do you think I'm negotiating with you? Today, you have to hand over the formation disc, even if you don't want to. Luo Yu shakes her head and sighs, Tisk tsk, even if you're shameless, there's one thing I don't understand. You have so many sects, but there's only one formation disc. Even if you snatch it, who will you give it to? Hearing this, everyone's expression suddenly turns cold. The sects vaguely look at each other and see the vigilance and determination in each other's eyes. End of this chapter. The murderers and robbers have come, too. A white-haired old man coughed lightly and said, my Rakshasa sect specializes in arrays. This great array can only be used if it stays in our sect. Bah, your Rakshasa sect specializes in arrays. My Chu family is the one who is truly qualified to inherit Fusang City's great array. Haha, your Chu family doesn't even have a crossing tribulation stage cultivator, yet you have the nerve to fight with us for the array disc. Are you worthy? Seeing that the crowd was about to fight before they could grab the array disc, Li Anyang immediately said loudly, everyone, please calm down. Please listen to me. Seeing that everyone was looking over, Li Anyang stroked his beard and said slowly, this array disc originally belonged to Fusang City. Now, the entire Fusang City has been massacred, and City Lord Lu's corpse is nowhere to be found. We inherited this great array because we don't want Fusang City to be annihilated. We want to carry forward Fusang City's skills. In this way, we can be considered to have received Fusang City's favor. Since we are indebted, we must repay the favor. Then let's do it this way. Whoever kills Mayan and takes revenge for City Lord Lu will be the one to keep this city protecting array. But the other families can also choose disciples to enter the array every year. Aren't there 6 carefree 7 devils other than Mayan? Among these 6 people, Whoever kills the most and kills the fastest will be given priority to enter the formation every year. Our families hereby swear that we will never violate it. What do you think? Everyone thought for a while and then nodded. This method could be considered comprehensive, and everyone could accept it. Soon after, everyone's eyes that look at Mayan are filled with teasing killing intent. Li Anyang's face once again hung a sanctimonious smile. Miss June, I gave you a chance. Just now, if you obediently handed over the array core, you could at least live. But now, not only will you die, even your fellow disciples won't be able to live. Li Anyang didn't doubt this point at all. Although the cultivators from each family didn't have crossing tribulation stage. But there were as many as 5 at the peak of leaving body stage. Not to mention the other leaving body stage and nascent soul stage cultivators, there were countless. The reputation of the Carefree 7 was resounding, and Mayan's strength was heaven-defying. But so what if it was heaven-defying? Under the absolute advantage of strength and numbers, only death awaited them. Mu Yan narrowed her eyes and said to Yun Ruhan in a low voice, eldest senior brother, leave with the women in the hall. I'll hold them back, but the other 6 people of the Carefree sect moved. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A few figures whizzed past, spreading out and standing in 6 different directions. Originally, it was Li Anyang and the others who surrounded the unfettered 7 sons, but now, it was Yun Ruhan and the others who surrounded the people from the various sections. However, it was a joke for 7 people to surround more than 100 people. Ling Yuma waved the long blade in her hand and rested it on her shoulder. She wiped her nose and laughed wantonly. Junior sister, this time, don't expect to leave us behind and be in the limelight. Yun Ruhan's gaze was gentle, but her eyes were filled with determination. Junior sister, using the Big Dipper is the Carefree sect's strongest weapon. If we leave, who are you going to form the formation with? Luo Yu opened her mouth, revealing 2 cute dimples. She said with a little grievance, 6th senior sister, we aren't that weak, right? Don't push us to the front every time there's danger. We can also be very strong. End of chapter. As soon as he says that, a bird's cry soars to the sky. A red bifong flies out from behind him and hovers in the air. A powerful pressure permeates between heaven and earth. Qinjiao silently takes out his black hammer and fiercely swings it. No one is allowed to bully junior sister. Bully junior sister, kill. Ling Yusheng slowly closes his eyes, and when he opens them again, he steps lightly. A magical scene happens. 1 Ling Yusheng appears beside him, then 2, and finally, 6 Ling Yusheng appear. It's not a cloning technique. It's just that his speed is too fast. When he steps, there are afterimages in people's eyes. It's impossible to tell which one is real and which one is fake. Ling Yusheng, junior sister, my strength may be far inferior to yours. But I can guarantee that in this Xiozhen continent, anyone can take my life. I won't drag you down. Chumoli's expression is the same as usual. His fingers caress the wheelchair, and he says with a faint smile, sorry, I'm just a weakling. I'm just here to make up the numbers for the Big Dipper. Junior sister, just ignore me. He learned the phrase weakling from Bai Xia. The other people of the Xiaoyao sect immediately roll their eyes at him. Luo Yu and Ling Yuma also use it to give Chumoli the middle finger. Mayan stares at her fellow disciples standing in 6 different directions. Her eyes are a little warm, and her chest is surging with magma-like emotions. Her mouth slowly curls up, and the Tian Emochin appears. Good, the Xiaoyao 7 advance and retreat together. Big Dipper, get ready. As soon as she says that, 10 fingers fall. The sound of the Qin suddenly resounds, like the galloping of 10,000 horses. A ray of light rises from the Tian Emochin, splitting into 6 and flying towards Yun Ruhan and the other 5. In the space, the core of the myriad caves formation faintly emits a yellow light. The 6 threads are coated with a layer of golden light. Big Dipper, complete. Li Anyang never thought that they would be in such a situation of certain death. Not only did the Xiaoyao 7 demons not beg for mercy, they even wanted to fight them head-on without fear. What kind of joke is this? 7 against 100, and each of these 100 people has a higher cultivation than them. Were they crazy? Li Anyang's expression was ferocious. Gritting his teeth, he waved his hand and said, fellow Taoists, don't show mercy. Kill them and take revenge for Fusang City. If we kill Jun Mayan, Fusang City's city protecting array will be ours. Kill. In an instant, sword chi whistled through the sky like a dense net. The interweaving attacks produced a thunderous roar. Fusang City, which was already in ruins, was blown up beyond recognition. Zhu Wan, Wang Miao, and Gui Yun were all hiding in a pile of rubble, nervously looking at the sky, their faces filled with anxiety and worry. There is a defensive formation arranged by Mayan here. As long as it wasn't a leaving aperture realm cultivator attacking it at close range, the formation would remain unbreakable. Furthermore, this formation also had a concealment function. There were so many women hiding inside, but the cultivators above could not find a single one of them. Gui Yun looked at the lone figure fighting with hundreds of people in the sky and anxiously paced in circles. What to do, what to do? Jun Xianxia will be fine, right? This group of damned bastards, and they're even men. Hundreds of people against 7 people, don't they have any shame? No, we can't hide here, I have to go out and help Jun Xianxia. Gui Yun muttered and was about to rush out. The other female cultivators had long been unable to restrain themselves, their hearts burning with anxiety. At this time, when they saw Gui Yun make the first move, they immediately shouted, "Let's go and help Miss June, aren't they just relying on their numbers? Do you think we'll lose in numbers?" However, before Gui Yun could rush out of the formation, she was pulled back by Yuanhua. "Xiao Yun, calm down. Have you forgotten the great god Jun's request?" Gui Yun replied anxiously, "I don't care, Jun Xianxia is being besieged by them, ah. The great god Jun is injured. I'm going to kill these bastards." With that, she pushed Yuan Bo away. Piak, a tight slap landed on her face. Then, it was the female cultivators who wanted to rush out. Slap, slap, slap. The slaps were ruthless and accurate. Zhuan withdrew her hand and looked at the people who had been beaten in a daze. Her eyes were cold. "I don't care if you have good intentions or if you're stupid. I only know that Miss ordered me to watch over all of you and not allow you to leave the array. If anyone dares to disobey, don't blame me for being impolite." Ilanqin walked up slowly and said expressionlessly, "You are so impulsive and reckless. Do you want to waste the road that Miss paved for us and the future that she left for us? Furthermore, we are just a bunch of trash. Are we going to help or be a burden if we rush out? Have you ever thought about it? Or, do you think that Miss June saving you once isn't enough? Do you want her to save you 2, 3, or 4 times?" Ilanqin's words made Gui Yun and the female cultivators feel ashamed. Gui Yun covered her face in Yuan Bo's arms. Her face was full of shame, but her eyes were red. But, they really went too far. Gui Yun looked up at the sky. He just happened to see Luo Yu and Yun Ruhan being heavily injured and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Fresh blood sprinkled down from the sky, and even the air seemed to be filled with the smell of blood. Li Anyang's attack was directed towards Chu Moli, who was sitting in a wheelchair. Without hesitation, Mu Yan summoned the 7 absolute swords and flew up to block it. Clang, Li Anyang's sword was blocked. However, a meteor hammer ruthlessly smashes towards Mayan's head. Chu Moli suddenly jumps up from his wheelchair, grabs Mayan, and rushes downwards. The meteor hammer smashed on Chu Moli's back. A muffled sound was heard, followed by the sound of bones breaking. This caused Chu Moli's complexion to turn pale, and a large mouthful of blood directly sprayed onto Mayan's neck. "Third senior brother." Mu Yan let out a scream. He abruptly turned around and stepped on the 7 absolute sword. Then, he scooped up the limp Chu Moli into his bosom. It was also at this moment that Ling Yuma screamed from behind, "Little junior sister, be careful." Mayan suddenly turns around, Li Anyang's sword has arrived. That was the sword strike of a leaving aperture realm cultivator. It was as fast as lightning. Not to mention that Mu Yan was currently carrying Chu Moli, even if she wasn't burdened, she still wouldn't be able to dodge it. In the next second, her pupils suddenly shrank. Because she saw a slender figure flying over like lightning, blocking in front of her. It was the Stormwind Firefly Ling Yuxing, that was Little 5, the fastest in the entire Xiaoyao school, only he can block this sword for Mu Yan. However, the tip of the sword was aimed straight at his chest. "Fifth senior brother." Even Mayan's breathing has stopped. Fear and despair have seized all of her mind. Little 5. No. A sinister smile appeared on Lianyang's face. He urged his divine sense, and the tip of the sword fiercely thrust forward. Almost at the same time, a cyan sword light whistled over from the horizon. Bang! With a loud sound, Lianyang's long sword shattered into powder. The airflow of the collision directly sent him flying dozens of meters away, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Mayan's complexion was still deathly pale, and she blankly turned her head. She saw a figure dressed in cyan, like a pine tree, slowly descending in front of her. The sunlight fell on the youth's peerless face. It was like the snow on the mountain top that had been frozen all year round was slowly melting, revealing that absolutely gorgeous scene. Young martial uncle is from our Xiaoyao sect. You're jealous. The whole place falls into a strange silence. Everyone's eyes are focused on the man in black. In the big array below, Guiyun suddenly covers her mouth and lets out a muffled scream, "Oh my god! Young Master Yunxiao!" Her head is dizzy and she almost faints. In the end, what virtue or ability did she have to be able to see her idol Jun Mayan, the great god Jun, and also her most admired young Master Yunxiao in this life? The other women, especially those who have just been captured by Fusang City's bastards and whose spirits haven't been completely destroyed yet, their reactions are exactly the same as Guiyun's. If the women below are screaming excitedly. As for Lianyang and the others, they couldn't be more shocked. The Xiozhen continent's #1 swordsman, Luo Yunxiao. The legendary #1 expert, #1 handsome man, with unfathomable strength, who has never been defeated, who is regarded as the dream lover of countless women, young Master Yunxiao. Why is he here? Ling Yuxing's back can still feel the piercing pain from the sword energy. He's already prepared to protect his little sister and third brother even at the cost of his life. At this time, he realizes that he's unharmed. When he turns around, there's still a trace of confusion on his face. When he sees that familiar figure, his breathing suddenly stagnates, and he almost blurts out, "Young martial uncle." But he quickly remembers that young martial uncle has always been alone in the Xiozhen continent, always alone. He doesn't want to get involved with anyone. Even if it's the Xiaoyao sect that he's nominally settled down in. In fact, before little sister appeared, the Xiaoyao sect really didn't bring any benefits to young martial uncle. On the contrary, they received a lot of pointers and crystals from young martial uncle. Thinking that young martial uncle never really acknowledged them, Ling Yuxing's heart is filled with disappointment. However, he also made up his mind to never expose the relationship between young martial uncle and the Xiaoyao sect, and not to cause more trouble for young martial uncle. The other people of the Xiaoyao sect obviously have the same idea as Ling Yuxing. The two carefree people like Luo Yu and Ling Yuma want to call out young martial uncle the moment they see Luo Yunxiao. But in the end, they forcibly hold it back. Even if the relationship between Mu Yan and Luo Yunxiao is very close, teacher and friend, at this time, she is also silent. It was as if she didn't know Luo Yunxiao at all and was just shocked by this sudden turn of events. Lianyang had also recovered from his shock. He looked at Luo Yunxiao with an expression of anger and unwillingness. But so what if he was unwilling? How powerful was young Master Yunxiao? Let's put it this way, in the Ziyun realm, there was a ranking that represented the strongest strength, and it was called the Green Sky List. Someone like the Dingguo Marquis, Chu Xinyan, could only be ranked 3rd. Dragon Ascension Academy's elder Kong Yuanjiu, an advanced tribulation passing cultivator, was only ranked 8th. As for the Green Sky Roll, they did not dare to put Luo Yunxiao's name on it. This was because no one had ever seen this person in action. No one knew how unfathomable his true strength was. Against the unfettered 7, they could rely on their numbers to forcefully seize the treasures. But facing young Master Yunxiao, Lianyang looked around him and saw that the cultivators who had been ferocious and confident just a moment ago had expressions of fear on their faces. Their gazes were timid and they looked like they were ready to run away at any moment. How could they fight this kind of battle? There was no need to even try, it was already a crushing defeat. End of this chapter. Little martial uncle is from the Xiaoyao school. Are you jealous? However, the Grand Array had flown away just like that, and he had even sustained heavy injuries. How could Lianyang be willing to go for wool and come home shorn? Lianyang laughed dryly. Young Master Yunxiao, I've heard a lot about you. I don't know why you've come to the western continent of the Purple Cloud world. Could it be that you've taken a fancy to the Fusang City's Great City Protecting Array? Haha, I must be joking. Young Master Yun Xiao, what kind of status do you have? How could you fancy a mere? Halfway through his words, he met Luo Yunxiao's emotionless eyes. Li Anyang's voice stopped abruptly. The young man hovering in the air was dressed in the simplest of clothes and attire. However, her appearance was truly like the orchids, jade trees, bright moon in one's bosom. There was not a single part of her that wasn't perfect, and there was not a single part of her that wasn't stunning. The faces of the female cultivators who came along with them were already blushing, and their eyes were filled with infatuation. Even the eyes of a few of the male cultivators shone brightly, as if they had seen their most worshipped idol, their cheeks flushed red, eager to rush forward. But Li Anyang felt his scalp go numb when he was stared at by those ink-black eyes. A sense of extreme fear welled up in his heart, making his hair stand on end. He quivered all over and immediately corrected himself, since it's something that young Master Yun Xiao has taken a fancy to, how can we have the cheek to snatch it from you? Heh. But now, the thing is still in that woman Jun Mayan's hands. If young Master Yun Xiao wants to take it, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. Then we'll take our leave first. After saying that, he waved his hand without hesitation and was about to leave with the lofty mountain sect. However, in the next moment, a clear and low voice resounded. In an instant, Li Anyang's movements were frozen. You heard people of the Xiaoyao school and you still want to leave? Where do you want to go? If it's the netherworld, I can send you there. As soon as he said this, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Some people even wanted to dig their ears to see if there was something wrong with their ears and if they were hallucinating. What did young Master Yun Xiao just say? You heard a member of the Xiaoyao school? Who in the cultivation continent did not know that young Master Yun Xiao was a lone swordsman, but now he said, the 7 disciples of the Xiaoyao sect were also shocked beyond belief. Luo Yu blinked, then blinked again. He couldn't help it anymore and called out softly, "Little martial uncle." The other 6 people also seemed to be touched by him and suddenly came back to their senses. They all flew in front of Luo Yunxiao and looked at her with hope and fear. Their eyes were wide open, and their lips squirmed a few times, but no words came out. Luo Yunxiao couldn't help but frown when she saw them like this. How are your injuries? When he said this, the killing intent around him became even stronger. Luo Yu, Ling Yu Mo, and Ling Yuxing seemed to be unable to hold it in any longer as their eyes reddened. Little martial uncle, you're willing to acknowledge us? Little martial uncle, you don't despise us? Luo Yunxiao retracts her gaze from Mayan. Seeing their teary eyes, she snappily says, what nonsense are you talking about? He had never been unwilling to admit that he was the young martial uncle of the Xiaoyao sect. It was even more impossible for him to despise them. He was just too afraid to invest his feelings in something and ultimately cause them to be doomed eternally. Luo Yunxiao clenched her hands that were hanging by her side. She wanted to say a few words of alienation. End of this chapter. Little Uncle Master is from the Xiaoyao sect. Are you jealous? Unexpectedly, Luo Yu couldn't hold it in anymore. She rushed over and hugged Luo Yunxiao's arm. Boo-hoo, Little Uncle Master, we thought you despised the Xiaoyao sect and us. After all, we'll only cause trouble for you. Ling Yuma immediately complained, Little Uncle Master, these bastards helped the wicked and wanted to steal little junior sister's things. They almost killed Xiaowu just now. Qingjiu, Little Uncle Master, beat them. Luo Yunxiao's face darkened. She broke free from Luo Yu and wanted to take a few steps back. Unexpectedly, Ling Yuxing and Ling Yuma immediately came over happily. All 3 of them were injured. They looked at Luo Yunxiao with eyes full of admiration, making it hard for others to tell them to get lost. For a moment, Luo Yunxiao was caught in a dilemma. A rare crack appeared on his handsome face, which was usually indifferent. Mayan couldn't help but help Chu Moli to join in the fun. 3rd senior brother was weak in the first place. Now that he was seriously injured by them, I don't know if he'll still have the strength to fight trash in the future. Little Uncle Master, you can't let these trash go so easily. You must make them pay. If they don't pay until they go bankrupt, they'll be looking down on our Xiaoyao sect. Chu Moli, Luo Yunxiao, the western continent cultivators of the purple cloud realm recovered from their shock and trembled in fear. Li Anyang screamed in disbelief after a while, "What kind of joke is this? Where did the Xiaoyao sect come from? I've never even heard of it before. How can young Master Yunxiao be from the Xiaoyao sect?" Luo Yu spat and made a face. "My little uncle master is the real deal. How is he not from the Xiaoyao sect? Old dog, you're jealous. Just say it." Before she could finish, Yun Merhan smacked her head and said unhappily, "Don't be so rude." She couldn't let the little ones hang out with Bai Xia in the future. Her words were getting more and more shameless. Fortunately, Bai Xia left with Xiao Bao. Otherwise, who knew what would happen to Xiao Qi and the others? After taking pictures of Luo Yu, Yun Merhan stepped forward and cupped her hands calmly. "Allow me to formally introduce her to everyone. I am Yun Merhan, the head disciple of the Carefree School in the Azure Cloud World." Then, he pointed at Qin Jiao. "Second junior brother, Qin Jiao. Third junior brother, Chu Moli. Fourth junior sister Ling Yuma. Fifth junior brother, Ling Yuxing. Junior sister Jun Mayan. Seventh junior brother, Lan Luoyu." After introducing Mayan's group of 7, Yun Merhan returns to Luo Yunxiao's side, her expression becoming more and more respectful. However, there was an unconcealable pride and honor between his brows. "There are a total of 9 people in the Carefree Society. Other than the 7 of us, there are only Master Shiqing and Junior Sect Uncle Luo Yunxiao." After a pause, Yun Merhan looked at the crowd and declared loudly, "Uncle Master, you're a member of the Xiaoyao sect. There's no doubt about it." Everyone was dumbfounded. Mu Yan couldn't help but burst out laughing. Meeting Luo Yunxiao's gaze, Mu Yan smiled and looked back at her. She lowered her voice and said, "Eldest senior brother looks steady and reliable, but I didn't expect him to be the same as Luo Yu and the others. In the past, everyone thought that you didn't like us and the Xiaoyao sect, so we all endured it. Now that we know that you've always treated us as your juniors, as your family, we can't hold it in anymore." End of chapter. Little Martial Uncle is from the Xiaoyao school. Are you jealous? 4. Asking for tickets, the girl's eyes were beautiful like peach blossoms. When she smiled, the corners of her eyes were like rippling water, like a lake reflecting the stars in the sky, making people unconsciously intoxicated. "Little Martial Uncle, don't be angry, everyone was just too excited. We wanted to tell the whole world that you are a member of our Xiaoyao school, the little Martial Uncle of our Xiaoyao 7. Luo Yunxiao suddenly lowered his eyes, as if he was hiding from some scourge, hiding his almost overflowing emotions. Mu Yan thought he was shy, so she couldn't help but smile even more happily. The others are naturally martial nephews, but it's not necessarily so for someone. Suddenly, she heard a voice so low that it was almost inaudible. Mu Yan turned around and saw that Chu Moli had gotten his wheelchair back at some point, sitting on it with a leisurely expression. But his pale face showed that he had just been seriously injured. Mu Yan asked doubtfully, "Third senior brother, what did you just say? Did your internal injuries flare up? Let me take a look for you." Chu Moli raised his head and met Luo Yunxiao's cold warning eyes. He couldn't help but smile. "It's nothing. I'm just lamenting that from now on, our Xiaoyao school is going to be famous. From now on, as long as what happened here spread throughout the Cultivation continent. Those who wanted to join the Xiaoyao school would probably flatten the entire Merak Mountains. TSK, I wonder if my master in the Azure Cloud World can handle it." Luo Yunxiao didn't fool around with them anymore. Instead, he flew forward and looked at Li Anyang and the others with an indifferent expression. "Which hand did you use to hurt our Xiaoyao school's people? Break it yourself, leave all your storage tools, and leave." Li Anyang and the others' expressions changed. "Young Master Yunxiao, are you going to bully us?" Luo Yunxiao said indifferently, "So what? I don't have time to waste with you. Do it yourselves, or do it yourself? Choose." As soon as he finished speaking, 4 rays of light shot out from his palm and flew into the air. Mu Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. Natal swords. It seemed that Qi Huang didn't lie to her. Little Martial Uncle really had a lot of natal swords. Moreover, just these 4 swords emitted a terrifying aura that she couldn't even hope to catch up to. How powerful was Little Martial Uncle's strength? While Mayan is still in shock, the 4 swords in the sky suddenly begin to separate. They turned into thousands of densely packed longswords, completely sealing off Li Anyang's group's path. For a moment, everyone was anxious and uneasy. The faces of those who had injured Mu Yan and the others were even paler, their eyes filled with fear. Li Anyang gritted his teeth and said, "The 7 of you from the Xiaoyao sector all fine. We didn't take advantage of you. Does young Master Xianxia really want to go overboard and exterminate all of us?" Luo Yunxiao said indifferently, "Is this your choice?" Buzz buzz buzz, the long swords in the sky buzzed. The people who were surrounded by the long swords were scared out of their wits. "No, no, no. Don't kill us, don't kill us. Li Anyang is Li Anyang. We are us. We are willing to listen. We didn't hurt anyone just now, please have mercy, young Master Yunxiao." Li Anyang's face was twisted, his eyes filled with hatred and fear. Compared to a hand and all his possessions, his life was of course more important. Just as Li Anyang was about to open his mouth to speak, a ray of light suddenly shot over from the horizon. Because of the powerful energy fluctuations in the sky, the white clouds were rolling and the wind was howling. It was very obvious that the person who came was extremely powerful. Protective little martial uncle, I love it to death, sob sob sob, end of this chapter, leave no one alive? 3. Ningsu laughed coldly, his eyes full of murderous intent. Fusang City is full of beasts who have turned into demons. You help the wicked and are the claws of the demons. You deserve to be killed too. As soon as he finished speaking, a sword gleam shot out of his body and pierced through Li Anyang's chest. Li Anyang's eyes widened and he looked down with his mouth slightly agape. What he saw was a huge hole in his chest and a shattered heart. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body fell from midair. The long sword was not stained with a drop of blood. It spun in the air and returned to Ning Su's hand. He was full of murderous intent as he pointed the tip of his sword at the crowd. You claws of the demon race, do you want to end yourselves or die under my demon-slaying sword? The cultivators present looked at Ning Su who was like an azure god of death and then at Li Anyang who had already breathed his last. They were scared out of their wits. They knelt down on the flying sword and the flying boat with a thud. Young Master Ning, spare us, spare us. We are willing to listen to young Master Yunxiao and cut off one of our arms and offer up all our assets. Please spare our lowly lives. There were men and women, old and young among the people kneeling on the ground. They were truly scared out of their wits. All the color drained from their faces and their eyes were filled with fear. The strength of their kowtows was frightening. Some of them had low levels of cultivation and were physically weak. Their faces were already covered in blood. The female cultivators were crying and begging bitterly. But faced with such a scene, Ningsu did not have a trace of pity in his eyes. Since you are not willing to end yourselves, I will have to do it myself. No. Don't. Miss June, we were just blinded by greed. We won't dare to do it again. Please, spare our lives. Young Master Yunxiao, we are willing to cut off one of our arms to live. We are really willing. Please save us. With that, one of the people who had injured the Xiaoyao 7 cut off his own arm with a sword. Blood splattered everywhere, but Ningsu was not moved at all. My demon-slaying sword never leaves a single demon alive. All of you, die. With that said, the sword flew out and without hesitation, cut a cultivator who had just cut off his arm in half. Even the people of the Xiaoyao sect were startled by this. Yun Ruhan frowned and finally couldn't help but say, Young Master Ning, these people are indeed in the wrong, but isn't it too much to kill them all? Forget about the sect masters and elders. But those disciples were just young men and women at the Golden Core stage. He definitely did not know the secrets of Fusang City. Today, he had only acted on the orders of his elders. Wasn't it too much to kill all of them? Ningsu said coolly, it's never too much to kill as many of the fiend race and monsters as you can. I've only killed the main culprits and let their sects go. That's already the greatest mercy I can muster. As soon as he finished speaking, his sword flew out once more, killing a few elders. For a time, the sky was filled with screams. When the long sword turned around and rushed towards a young female cultivator, there was a sudden bang in the air. Ningsu's demon-slaying sword was actually sent flying back. Another white light also shot towards Muyan's direction. She held the 7 absolute sword in her hand and spat out a mouthful of blood. Little junior sister, are you alright? Ningsu looked at Mayan in shock. What are you doing? End of this chapter. Ownership of the Array Core. 1. Asking for votes. Mayan wipes the blood from the corner of her mouth and swallows an elixir. Only then does she look towards Ningsu. Ningdage, it's enough. These people are not remnants of the demon race. They should pay for what they have done, but not with their lives. Ningsu frowned and said coldly, the people of Fusang City have long fallen into the demonic path. They know what Fusang City is doing, but they did not stop it. They even wanted to kill you. They should have. Big brother Ning, I know that you are angry that they hurt me. Mu Yan laughed lightly and interrupted him, however, you have already killed all the dregs in the lead. The remaining people really do not deserve to die. My anger has subsided, so you can let them go. Ningsu was taken aback, and then he awkwardly turned his head away. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but he couldn't utter a single word. Mu Yan looked at the rest of the cultivators and said coldly, Fusang City was slaughtered by me, Jun Mu Yan. I don't care if it's your sect or family that wants to suppress me, I'll welcome it at any time. No, I wouldn't dare. We won't do it again. Mu Yan waves her hand, according to what my young martial uncle said, those who have hurt my fellow apprentice brothers, leave your hands and storage equipment, and get lost. Although he had to leave behind all his treasures, even his arm. But these people seemed as if they'd been granted amnesty, and they chopped off their hands without the slightest hesitation before removing their storage rings and cosmos pouches before turning around and fleeing. They were afraid that young Master Suicide would go back on his word and kill them as if they were the remnants of the demon race. Seeing these people running away as fast as they could. Only then does Mayan look at Ningsu. Ningdage, you just said that the people of Fusang City are already equivalent to turning into demons. What do you mean by that? By the way, why are you here? Ningsu seemed to have thought of something. His expression changed slightly as he said in a deep voice, Mu Yan, you were the one who broke through Fusang City's great formation. Is that array disc in your hands now? Mayan nods. Ningsu hurriedly said, hurry up and give that thing to me. The evil aura on that thing is so strong that it can even cause the people of Fusang City to gradually fall into the devil's path. It's definitely not a good thing for you to have it, right? Mu Yan raised her eyebrows. Does Big Brother Ning know what Fusang City's great city protecting array is? 10 Ultimate Formation of the Myriad Caves. Ningsu said slowly. Luo Yunxiao's pupils constricted. Ningsu continued, I was originally in the northern continent of the Purple Cloud world, but I rushed over because I sensed the aura of the 10 terminal formation of the 1,000 caves. This monster. Ningsu gritted his teeth when he said the word demonic creatures. Back when I was floating in the sky. I wanted to destroy all the demonic creatures, but this 10 terminal formation of the 1,000 deep caves was the only one I couldn't find no matter how hard I tried. I never thought that it would end up in the cultivation world and cause trouble. Ningsu stretched out his hand and said anxiously, Mu Yan, give me the array disc of the myriad cave formation. That's not an ordinary formation plate. For a demonic formation like the myriad deep cave formation, the formation core and the formation plate have already fused together. It even has its own consciousness. Leave him to me. I'll deal with him. Mu Yan frowned, a hint of hesitation on her face. She pulled out her hand and pinched the yellow disc in her palm. Ningsu's eyes lit up when he saw the yellow disc. However, it wasn't passion or greed, but deep hatred. He couldn't wait for Mu Yan to hand it over to him. He reached out to snatch it. However, before his hand could touch the yellow disc, something was thrown out. An object was thrown out from the side and hit the back of his hand, causing it to deviate by 2 inches. Why did you guys think that it was Jun Shang who came? Jun Shang's appearance is bound to be glorious. How could it be Jun Shang's style to come out and show off when the dust has already settled? But don't worry, Jun Shang will be here soon. Let's go to the Sharaba. There are always unruly people who covet Jun Shang's wife. End of this chapter. Chumoli sat in his wheelchair and played with the jade pendant in his hand. He looked at Ningsu with a faint smile and said, Young Master Jueming, we were the ones who discovered the evil deeds in Fusang City. My junior sister risked her life to break the 10 ultimate formation of 1,000 deep caves. Now, you want to take it away so easily just by saying that it's unlucky? Isn't that a little too much? Ningsu looked at Chumoli coldly. The killing intent he had gained from slaughtering tens of thousands of demons was released without reservation. Chumoli's face was pale, but the smile on his face was still gentle, as if he wasn't affected at all. Ningsu was slightly surprised and was about to go closer to take a look. Mu Yan stepped forward and blocked Chumoli's way. She smiled faintly and said, "Big brother Ning, I'm sorry, but I've already promised to give the formation disc of the Myriad Cave formation to someone else." Ningsu frowned immediately. This evil item will only cause disaster no matter who gets it. It will tempt people to become demons. I'm the only one who can get rid of it. Mu Yan shook her head. The Myriad Cave formation is just an item. Whether it's tainted with demonic energy or spiritual energy, there's no difference between good and bad. Those who use spirit artifacts have evil intentions and can still help the evildoer. No matter how evil the demonic item is, as long as the person using it is strong enough and has a strong enough heart, he won't be bewitched. Moreover, you said that it will cause disaster no matter who gets it. I don't agree with that. At least I know that it won't do evil in my hands. It won't do evil in my junior martial uncle's hands either. Then, she turned around and walked to Luo Yunxiao. She handed the disc in her hand to her. Junior martial uncle, this is for you. Luo Yunxiao's pupils constricted as she stared at Mu Yan. Qi Ji's voice in the spiritual pet pouch was chattering non-stop. It was so close, yet so far away. Master, are you crazy? Hurry up and ask Mei Yan for the formation disc. What if this Ning guy really takes it away? Aha! Mei Yan, what kind of goddess are you? Master, Mei Yan knows that you want the core of the Myriad Cave formation. How did she find out? Hurry up and take it. Bastard master, are you still going to be unreasonable at a time like this? Are you going to let down Mei Yan's good intentions? Luo Yunxiao clenched her fists to calm herself down. Why are you giving it to me? Mayan smiles with an innocent look on her face. I saw that junior martial uncle had been staring at me since I took out the array disc. I believe the core of the Myriad Deep Cave formation is very useful to you, right? Of course, she didn't notice if Luo Yunxiao was looking at the disc of the Myriad Deep Caves formation. The person who told her this information was Qi Huang, who had always disliked youngest martial uncle. It was Qi Huang who told her that her junior uncle was looking for a lot of things, and the Myriad Deep Cave formation disc was one of the most important ones. But when Mu Yan asked him how he knew, and why was little martial uncle looking for these things? But Qi Huang refused to say anything. Even the people of the Xiaoyao sect didn't know about the young martial uncle's secret, but Qi Huang knew it clearly. Only a ghost would believe that there was no relationship between the two of them. Qi Huang, shut up. Who has anything to do with that pretty boy? I just don't like people surnamed Ning even more. Get out of here. Mayan held back her laughter and didn't expose this guy. End of chapter. She brings the thing in her hand to Luo Yunxiao again, junior master? Puff. Before Luo Yunxiao can move, a grotesque beast pounces out of the void and directly grabs the disc in Mu Yan's hand. Awoo, Mei Yan, you're the best. How did you know that this is what Master needs the most? Master is unable to repay your great kindness. Let him repay you with his body. After saying that, it hugs the disc with its claws and directly puts it into its spiritual pet space. After that, Chiwen looks up at Luo Yunxiao and says excitedly, Master, that's great, we finally have one more thing to collect. We're one step closer to success. After saying that, without waiting for Luo Yunxiao's response, it rushes to Mu Yan and pounces into her arms. This time, this perverted dragon has no intention of taking advantage of them. Instead, it is full of gratitude and happiness. Mei Yan, you don't know how hard it is for me and Master to find these things. Year after year, decade after decade, there is no end. I thought that the most important ones would never be found again. Who knew? At this time, even Mu Yan stops teasing her. When she heard Qi Huang say that Junior Master is looking for something, she didn't feel anything. But Qi Wen's words make her suddenly realize something. Junior Master is always not in the Xiaoyao sect, and very few people know of his whereabouts. Occasionally, there are bits of news in the Tianguang ruins, and those cultivators vaguely find traces of him in the most dangerous and remote mountains. In the past, they didn't know why. Now, they finally understand that Junior Master is looking for something. Mu Yan looks at Luo Yunxiao. Junior Master, what are you looking for? Tell us, we can help you look for it. Yes, yes. There is strength in numbers. Luo Yu says, and our luck is very good, especially Junior Sister and Xiaobao. If we look for it together, maybe we can help you find it soon? Yun Ruhan, Master once said that Junior Master stayed in the Shozhen continent to find a person and something. In the past, we were too weak. Even if we wanted to help little Martial Uncle, we couldn't. But now, we are slowly becoming stronger. Since Junior Sister was able to find the disk of the Myriad Deep Cave Formation, we'll be able to help you find something else next time. Qi Wen's eyes were filled with obvious hope. She blinked her green beady eyes at Luo Yunxiao. Master, I think the little bastard is right. Do you want to, at least make Dutian 12, no need. Luo Yunxiao interrupted Qi Wen's words without any hesitation. I will find what I want to find myself. I don't need you to get involved. If you want to help me find what I want, you have to survive the real blood-slaughtering sword formation first. Luo Yunxiao had always been indifferent and amiable. When she wasn't angry or imposing, she was like a piece of warm and translucent jade. It was intoxicating, making one yearn to get close to it, but not much reverence. However, as soon as he said those words with a stern face, the unquestionable pressure seemed to cover the sky and cover the earth. This kind of pressure was even much stronger than the pressure Ning Su had released towards Chumoli earlier. The people of the Xiaoyao sect were used to being oppressed by Luo Yunxiao. They instantly fell silent out of fear. Even Mu Yan shrunk her neck. The so-called real blood-slaughtering sword formation was formed when 1,800 streams of sword energy were activated at the same time. End of this chapter. The true blood-slaughtering sword formation was formed when 1,800 sword chi were activated at the same time. That kind of destruction to the sword intent was even more terrifying than divine lightning striking a human body. Mu Yan had already cultivated the heart of the sword and the natal sword, but she didn't dare say that she could challenge 1,800 sword chi. Not to mention the other people in the Xiaoyao sect. Luo Yunxiao reached out and grabbed Qi Wen in her hand. With a flip of her hand, a yellow disc appeared in her palm. Luo Yunxiao looked down at the core of the Myriad Caves formation, which was emitting a faint murderous aura. She didn't know what kind of emotions were surging in her heart. It was as if that deep sigh and indistinct voice rang in his ears again. The divination shows that your only chance is someone who can trigger. That's your luck, your fate, but also your calamity, or maybe it's not your calamity, but that person's eternal damnation. Yunxiao, this is all I can do for you. I'll hand the Tianguang ruins over to you. Go find your chance of survival. No matter what, you have to fight for your life. Luo Yunxiao closed her eyes and clenched the disc in her hand. He looked at Mu Yan and said in a hoarse voice, I'll take the disc of the Myriad Caves formation. Thank. Mu Yan raised her eyebrows. Junior Master, if you say thank you, you're treating us like outsiders. She paused and suddenly thought of something. Oh, since little Martial Uncle wants to treat me like an outsider, shouldn't I return this thing to you? After all, this thing is much more important than the disc of the Myriad Caves formation. With that, she raised her hand and a translucent green sword appeared in her palm. Mu Yan looked straight at Luo Yunxiao and said slowly, Junior Master, how can you give away something as important as a life and death sword so casually? I think it's better to take it back. Yun Ruhan and the others were shocked when they heard that. Luo Yu and the others were fine. They just sighed that Junior Master doted on Mu Yan the most. After all, she was the only disciple that he taught personally. Yun Ruhan, who knew the truth, couldn't help but glance at Chumoli. Only when she saw Chumoli making a shush gesture with a smile, did she forcibly swallow back the words she was about to say. Luo Yunxiao stretched out his hand and lightly placed his slender and fair fingers on the jasper sword. Just when Mu Yan thought that he was going to take it back, a green light floated out from the Dragon Abyss sword, shooting into Luo Yunxiao's body. Luo Yunxiao said, I gave you the Dragon Abyss sword, not only to help you condense the heart of the sword, but also to refine the sword will of the Dragon Abyss sword. Of course, if you feel that this is not appropriate, then I will take back the Dragon Abyss sword. After pausing for a while, he continued, I didn't discuss it with you before using the Dragon Abyss sword to absorb the essence of your sword intent. I'm very sorry. Mu Yan was a little dumbfounded. Is that so? She asked in her heart. Qi Huang, youngest martial uncle, didn't deceive me? Qi Huang snorted, damn it, I don't know if this pretty boy did it on purpose or not. I thought that he gave you the Dragon Abyss sword for your own good, but I didn't think that he would take advantage of it in the end. You ignorant woman, haven't you heard of using the body to nurture the sword, using the soul to nurture the sword? But in this world, there are far too few sword hearts that can reach this level. And if you nurture your own sword with someone else, if it's broken, the owner of the sword will be heavily injured. Other people just won't do it. End of this chapter. Am I imagining things again? 3. You help him raise his natal sword. When the sword's soul is completely condensed, he will have a holy sword as his natal magic weapon. Damn it, he really made a fortune. Qi Huang said, stomping his feet in anger. No, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. I always feel that we are at a disadvantage. Give that broken natal sword back to him. Mu Yan rolls her eyes and directly cuts off the connection with Qi Huang. Just as Luo Yunxiao reaches out to take back the Dragon Abyss sword, she quickly lets go and says with a hollow laugh, I will continue to raise it, continue to raise it. In fact, with the Dragon Abyss sword of youngest martial uncle by her side, every time she uses the sword technique, she can absorb an endless stream of sword intent from the Dragon Abyss sword. These sword intents cannot be used directly by her, but they will help her practice the essence of the sword technique over and over again, condensing her sword heart. Otherwise, even if she has the Shen musician skill to level up, how could she have her own natal sword so quickly? Originally, she thought that the youngest martial uncle was too good to her, so good that it made her feel uneasy. Now it seems that she is overthinking again. A mutually beneficial thing, whoever doesn't do it is a fool. Qi-Wen looks at the indifferent Luo Yunxiao, then at Mu Yan, and rolls her eyes. In the past, the master had a face that could turn all living things upside down, but in terms of chasing girls, he really has no talent at all. That Dragon Abyss sword is clearly the master's most important natal sword. How much risk would it take to put it in other people's hands? He said to raise the sword, but with the master's current cultivation in the way of the sword, why can't he raise it? At this time, shouldn't he show his own contribution? Stupid master. Idiot master, with your stupid appearance, it would be strange if you could chase the girl you love. Mei Yan is so good, so fragrant, so beautiful, it would be a pity to let others take advantage of her. Thinking about it, Qi-Wen becomes sad, and once again pounces on Mei Yan, I don't want to live with this stupid master, I don't want to follow him, I want to follow you in the future. Mei Yan, I need your loving kiss to recover. Qi-Wen pouts as she flies to Mu Yan. However, before he can pounce on Mu Yan, Luo Yunxiao grabs him from the air. Luo Yunxiao looked at the people from the Xiaoyao sect and said, I have something to do, so I'll leave first. You guys take care. Qi-Wen bared her fangs and brandished her claws as she screamed, I don't want to go. I want to be with Mei Yan. I haven't let Mei Yan hug and kiss me in such a long time. Luo Yunxiao flattened it in her palm and was about to put it into the spirit beast bag. Ning Su's cold voice sounded from the side. Wait, you can't leave yet. Ning Su walked forward step by step. His sharp gaze shifted from Luo Yunxiao to Qi-Wen's hand. If I'm not wrong, your spiritual pet isn't a spiritual beast, but a magical beast. These words made Mu Yan and the others reveal astonished expressions. Qi-Wen was a magical beast, however, it seemed that he was indeed different from ordinary spirit beasts. But it didn't seem like it was surrounded by demonic qi and baleful qi like the other magical beasts. Ning Su, its level is too high, and it used a camouflage technique, so I didn't notice it before. This is a magical beast, and a high-level one at that. Am I right or not? Luo Yunxiao's expression didn't change in the slightest. Her voice was faint, but exceptionally pleasant, so what if it is? Ning Su sneered, if it's a magical beast, then it should be killed. Come, do you want to make a bet? Young Martial Uncle vs Young Master Suicide. End of chapter. Young Uncle Master and Sir Suicide were fighting. 1. Ningsu snickered. Magical beasts deserve to be killed. After saying that, a strong murderous intent surged out of Ningsu's body. His eyes were also dyed with a scarlet red that bordered on madness. The demon-slaying sword that he had put away suddenly appeared in his hand, and there was a spark on the tip of the sword. The air around him was tainted by this flame, and it was as if something was burning. It made crackling sounds from time to time. The strong pressure and murderous intent made Jin Ruhan and the others turn pale and unable to stand still. Even the female cultivators hiding in the formation were trembling and retreating. Just from this alone, one could tell how powerful Ningsu was. It was obvious that he was far more powerful than a normal tribulation cultivator. However, Luo Yunxiao, who was right in front of Ningsu, didn't change her expression at all. She just calmly put Chiwen into the spirit beast pouch. Before she was stuffed in, Chiwen popped her head out and shouted, "So what if I'm a magical beast? Did I eat your rice? I've never killed an innocent person. What right do you have to yell at me? I think you're a shameless dog. You're jealous of Mei Yanyan for being nice to my master, right? Ha ha ha, Mei Yanyan just won't give you the core of the myriad cave formation. I'm going to piss you off." Smack. Luo Yunxiao stuffed Chiwen into the spirit beast pouch without hesitation, cutting off her incessant chatter. Ningsu's face was completely dark. It wasn't because he was angered by Chiwen's words, but because he truly hated all demonic beings to the bone. He hadn't attacked Luo Yunxiao yet because... "Sir Yunxiao, you are Mu Yan's uncle master. I don't want to make things difficult for you. But magical beasts are magical beasts. As long as they are given time to grow, they will harm the human world sooner or later. And the disk of the myriad cave formation, no matter how strong an ordinary person is, will gradually be eroded by the malevolent energy in their hands. I don't want to kill you and make Mu Yan sad, but I swore that I would kill all the magical beasts in the world. If you refuse to come to your senses, then don't blame me for being impolite." A cool breeze ruffled the man's black hair and green robes. Under the sunlight, that figure, that face, really was like a pine tree in the snow, cold and clear, peerless. It was no wonder that so many women in the world were infatuated with young Master Yun Xiao. But who would have thought that this immortal like young Master Yun Xiao actually kept a dangerous magical beast close to him? He even wanted to collect the 10-terminal formation of 1,000 deep caves. The more such a person fell into the demonic path, the more they would be able to lure tens of thousands of living beings into it, and the harm they would cause would be immeasurable. Just like that demon in the past, she had destroyed everything for him and taken away everything he valued. Let him live in hell from now on, forever sinking into depravity. The redness in Ning Su's eyes grew hotter and hotter. He stared at the man in front of him, and a blatant killing intent emanated from him. "I'll ask you again. Are you going to hand over the demonic beast and the array core?" Under the sunlight, the green-robed man's expression was normal, and his tone was still calm. "No." The spiritual power in Ning Su's body surged, and the demon-slaying sword let out an ear-piercing hum. "All right, then I will kill you so that the demonic beast and the malevolent array core can no longer hide." Before he finished speaking, the demon-slaying sword had already turned into a ray of light and rushed towards Luo Yunxiao. Luo Yunxiao stood still, but 3 swords suddenly appeared behind her. End of this chapter. Young Uncle Master vs Sir Suicide Messenger. They're fighting. 2. The sword trembled, turning into countless afterimages, forming a sword shield, directly blocking the demon-slaying sword's attack. The man's elegant and melodious voice resounded between heaven and earth. "That depends on whether you have the ability to kill it or not." The two strong met on the battlefield. In an instant, the entire sky above Fusang City was filled with sword energy. Fusang City, which had already been almost destroyed, collapsed even more. Mu Yan and the rest had already hidden in the formation, only the 9 Palace 8 Trigrams formation that Mu Yan had set up was not affected by the battle. Looking at the two fighting in the sky, Luo Yu could not help but sigh. Brother Ning's attitude towards killing the demon race can be said to be paranoid. "Ling Yuma, little junior sister, aren't you worried when these two fight?" Mu Yan took the tea that Ilanxin handed over and took a sip, saying slowly, Brother Ning can't hurt young Uncle Master. Young Uncle Master always knows his limits. What am I worried about? Hee, that's true. Let's just watch from the sidelines. This kind of battle is hard to come by in 1,000 years. Sir Yinzhao's name spread far and wide throughout the Shozhen continent. Because of the title of #1 swordsman, many people wanted to challenge him to make a name for themselves. In the end, these people were all defeated by Luo Yunxiao's sword. However, there had never been news of Luo Yunxiao killing anyone who challenged him. On the contrary, those who encountered danger deep in the mountains would occasionally be saved by Luo Yunxiao. This was also one of the reasons why Sir Yunzhao's reputation and prestige grew, and there were more and more people who liked him. The situation was as Mu Yan expected. Although Ning Su was strong, compared to Luo Yunxiao, he was still far from it. Luo Yunxiao only used 3 natal swords to tire Ning Su out and he was unable to defend. According to Qi Huang, young Uncle Master had at least a dozen natal swords. If Luo Yunxiao really wanted to kill Ning Su, he would have been riddled with holes by now. In the 9 Palace 8 Trigrams formation, the female cultivators who were originally trembling in fear from the sword battle. At this moment, they looked up at the sky excitedly, their eyes filled with infatuation as they screamed. Young Master Yunxiao is really too handsome. My little junior sister used to keep saying that young Master Yunxiao is unparalleled in the world, but I didn't think much of it and scolded her for being infatuated. Now that she had seen him with her own eyes, she realized that there was actually such a perfect man in this world. I'm going to faint. Gui Yin's face flushed with excitement. Aren't the great god Jun and the Xiaoyao sect the most powerful ones? Heavens, so young Master Yunxiao is also from the Xiaoyao sect. What kind of godly place is this Xiaoyao school? Brother Yuanbua, when we get back, we'll immediately apply to join the Xiaoyao sect. The ones who screamed were the young girls who had just been caught and brought to Fusang City. As for Yi Lanqin, Zhu Wan, and the others, after experiencing all that filth and depravity, they had long become indifferent to everything in the world. Towards men, she was even more repulsed. But when he saw the battle between Luo Yunxiao and Ning Su, he couldn't help but be amazed. It wasn't because of his appearance, but because of his terrifying strength. Zhu Wan looks at Mayan and says sincerely, only such an outstanding man is worthy of great god Jun. Yi Lanqin could not help but nod. Both of them are meticulous and observant people. Plus, all their attention has been on Mayan, so it's easy to see that when Luo Yunxiao looks at Mayan, there's a hidden affection in her eyes. End of this chapter. Ning Su who has lost his mind. 1. Mu Yan looked at the two of them in confusion. What nonsense are you talking about? That's my junior martial uncle. What do you mean I'm not worthy? Do you want me to commit incest? Luo Yu and the others also laughed when they heard that. They completely didn't see Yin Ruhan's sigh of distress. Luo Yu was about to explain that sixth sister belongs to Instructor Mo. Suddenly, a muffled sound came from the sky. A figure fell from the sky and fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Mu Yan walked out of the 9 Palace 8 Trigrams formation, and looked at Ning Su on the ground. Brother Ning, are you alright? She saw that Sir Suicide's hair was in a mess, his clothes were torn in several places, and there were traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. Although his injuries weren't serious, he cut a sorry figure. Mu Yan smacked her lips. Isn't Junior Martial Uncle a bit ruthless? As they spoke, Luo Yunxiao also slowly descended from the sky and stood in front of Mu Yan. The black-robed swordsman's expression was as usual, elegant as ever, even his hair wasn't messed up. Seeing that Mu Yan took out the elixir for Ning Su, he didn't continue to attack, nor did he show any displeased expression. He just stood at the side. Luo Yu, who originally wanted to explain to Zhu Wan and the others, also walked out of the 9 Palace 8 Trigrams formation, and surrounded Luo Yunxiao. Qi popped her head out. Humph, you can't even beat Laozi's master's 3 swords, and you still have the nerve to kill Laozi. You're not deliberately trying to hurt yourself to attract Mei Yan's attention, are you? I'm telling you, with that face of yours, stop dreaming. Mei Yan won't like, ugh. Before he could finish, Luo Yunxiao pressed him back. Mu Yan crouched down and brought the elixir to Ning Su, saying softly, Brother Ning, not everything in this world is black and white. There are demons that are bad, and naturally, there are also good ones. Just like spirit cultivators, there are also good and bad people. Isn't it a bit too extreme for you to kill all the demons with a stick? Halfway through her words, she was suddenly gripped by her wrist. His cold, blood-stained fingers were like a pair of iron pincers that gripped her tightly. It was as if he wanted to crush her bones. Mu Yan raised her head in astonishment, but what she saw was Ning Su's bloodthirsty crimson eyes that were close to insanity. Why? Are you speaking for the demon clan? You're going to abandon me for that demon? Abandon the Ning family? Why? Why did you betray the Ning family? Mayan seems to hear the bones in her wrist make a cracking sound, and a piercing pain comes through. Big brother Ning, wake up? Mu Yan endured the pain, trying to break free from Ning Su's shackles. Did you recognize the wrong person? However, her struggle made Ning Su even crazier. You want to escape? You want to run away with that devil? No. I won't allow it. The number one iron law of the Ning family is that those who have secret dealings with the demons, die. Say you'll stay, say you'll kill that demon with your own hands. I don't want to kill you. Don't force me to kill you with my own hands. Crimson thoroughly stains Ning Su's eyes, and a dense and cold energy rushes out of his body, heading straight for Mayan. The appearance of this cold and gloomy energy makes Mayan go blank. She seems to feel familiarity and intimacy from this energy fluctuation. But at the same time, it's incomparable terror and disgust. It's as if it's mixed with an aura that makes her feel pain and despair. Just what kind of energy is this? What relationship does she have with Ning Su? End of chapter. Mayan's momentary daze makes her forget to dodge. The cold energy instantly touches the surface of her skin. In a split second, it's as if she's thrown into ice water, bone-chilling, and every drop of blood freezes. Just a little touch, and it's already as cold as hell. If that energy completely envelopes her, Mayan slightly widens her eyes, and frantically mobilizes the spiritual power in her body, but it's too late, too late. At the critical moment, the sword hums. A warm, bamboo-like aura envelopes her whole body. Luo Yunxiao reaches out and pulls her away from Ning Su's shackles, shielding her behind him. However, that cold and gloomy energy seemed to be all-pervasive. It directly penetrates Luo Yunxiao's net of swords, and burrows into his body. In a split second, a red light streaks across Luo Yunxiao's eyes. Young martial uncle, how are you? Mayan helplessly watches as Luo Yunxiao takes Ning Su's attack for her. She only touched a little, and she knows how uncomfortable that cold energy is. But young martial uncle has been hit so many times. Go back. Luo Yunxiao says in a hoarse voice, all 7 of you, go back to the formation. His hands are tightly clenched into fists, his nails deeply embedded in his palms, as if he's desperately trying to suppress something. At this time, Ning Su has already stood up from the ground with red eyes. His eyes are unfocused, looking at Luo Yunxiao with anger and hatred. There's a crazed murderous intent on his face. Demonic energy, I feel demonic energy from you, you really should be killed. As long as I kill you, she can live. As long as I kill you, she will return to the Ning family. Demon, go to hell. With a roar, the demon-slaying sword, accompanied by a flash of blood-red light, stabs straight at Luo Yunxiao. Luo Yunxiao's figure moves, as if he wants to dodge and mobilize his natal sword. But as soon as he moves, his face goes deathly pale, and he forcibly withstands it. Poochie! That's the sound of a long sword piercing flesh. The demon-slaying sword directly pierces Luo Yunxiao's chest, just an inch away from his heart. Blood gushes out. The red light on the demon-slaying sword curls up into raging flames, burning the flowing blood and torn flesh. Young martial uncle. When Mu Yan's group of 7 saw this scene, their eyes almost split open. They no longer cared about youngest uncle's orders. They turned back from the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams formation and rushed over. Luo Yunxiao shouted, go back. Aren't you going to obey my orders? But at this time, who would listen to him? Youngest martial uncle was about to lose his life. Why would he still respect his master? However, before they could get close, Ning Su stabbed out a second time. This sword strike was even more destructive and soul-stirring than the previous one. The people of the Xiaoyao sect couldn't make it in time. Even Ling Yuxing, who was the fastest among them, had yet to fully recover from his previous injuries. Only Mu Yan who has activated the lotus blooming steps. Her figure disappeared like a bolt of lightning, and when she reappeared, she was already in front of Luo Yunxiao. Fear appears on Luo Yunxiao's usually calm face for the first time. Mayan, get out of the way. The 7 absolute swords were unleashed, and the sound of the zither filled the air. The spiritual energy, immortal energy, and dark force in his body began to circulate wildly. She hears Ji Huang's angry roar, Jun Mayan, you're crazy. That's the demon-slaying first strike, it's not something you can block now. If your natal sword breaks, you won't survive either. Mayan's eyes are resolute, and she has no regrets. As the sound of the zither ripples, a series of Shin musician skills are thrown out. If you haven't blocked it before, how do you know you can't? Bookmark for easier reading. Do you want me to be a widow? Little Martial Uncle had saved her so many times. Could it be that she had to watch Little Martial Uncle die? To her, the people of the Xiaoyao sect were her most important family. She would never allow anyone to die in front of her, never. The demon slayer sword whistled through the air. The wind howled and the sky changed color. Mu Yan set up the divine hands, but as soon as she touched it, it was shattered by the sword aura. She spat out a mouthful of blood. In the blink of an eye, the demon slayer sword was in front of her and collided with her natal sword, the 7 deadly swords. A kind of pain and fear that even his soul felt like it was about to be crushed assaulted him. Mu Yan spat out another mouthful of blood. Her face was pale, but she didn't retreat. Behind her, Luo Yunxiao's eyes were stained with blood when she saw this. A crazy desire to kill and destroy surged out from the depths of his eyes, from his limbs, and from every inch of his skin. It was as if there was something terrifying and destructive that could no longer be sealed and was about to surge out. No one noticed this scene. But for some reason, Ningsu seemed to be more agitated. His expression was ferocious and crazy. He couldn't see that the demon slayer sword was attacking Mu Yan. With one thought, the demon-slaying sword once again swung down with unstoppable force. Go to hell, demon. As long as I kill you, everything will be fine. Pfft. Mu Yan spat out another mouthful of blood. She couldn't stand and fell to her knees. Cracks appeared on the crystal-clear 7 deadly swords. Junior sister. The people of the Xiaoyao sect were going crazy. They were only one step away, but they couldn't save their junior sister or uncle master. Even the female cultivators in the 9 Palaces 8 trigrams formation rushed out. The demon slayer sword flew up for the 3rd time and chopped down heavily on Mu Yan. Everyone had a look of despair on their faces. Zhu Wan and the others went pale and fell to their knees with a thud. Guiyun burst into tears and shouted at the top of her lungs, "Don't kill God Jun, I beg you, don't kill God Jun." However, Ningsu had already lost his mind. He couldn't hear or see anyone. There was only his imaginary enemy in front of him. The demon-slaying sword was about to collide with the 7 absolute sword for the 3rd time. There was no longer a trace of hesitation in Luo Yunxiao's eyes. She suddenly pressed her hand on her bleeding chest. Chiwen's voice was so anxious and distant, "Master, you can't. Do you want to waste all your previous efforts?" Behind Luo Yu, the Baifeng and the Baize Divine Beast appeared at the same time. He no longer cared whether his identity would be discovered or not. A red light flashed behind Ling Yuma and gradually converged into a red lotus, blossoming layer by layer. The silver bow and divine arrow appeared in Chu Moli's hand once again. What was different from before was that the sword in his hand was no longer an illusory silver. Instead, it was pitch black like ink. Everyone from the Xiaoyao sect was ready to risk everything. At all costs, he would never allow them to harm Mayan. Rumble, just at this critical moment, a blue bolt of lightning falls from the sky and turns into a barrier of light, enveloping Mayan within. Then, a dazzling blue light suddenly bloomed. With an unstoppable might, it crushed everything in its surroundings. Bang, the demon-slaying sword fell from the sky, making a buzzing sound as it fell to the ground. Bang, Ningsu was hit by the blue light and was sent flying dozens of meters away. He fainted. Bang, bang, bang. End of chapter. The people of the Xiaoyao sect, who had been ready, were also swept by the blue light. Baizhe, Baifeng, the silver bow, and the red lotus all disappeared. Several people are thrown to the ground, looking in Mayan's direction in shock. Only Luo Yunxiao stood still, but he slowly lowered his hand from his chest, and the red in his eyes gradually faded. Looking at Mu Yan, who was surrounded by the blue light, his mouth slowly turned up. Joy and despair, gentleness and sorrow. Mu Yan's natal sword had just been formed, and it was extremely unstable. Ningxu's strength had already far surpassed the peak of the Xiozhen continent. His demon-slaying sword was also a natal sword, but it was formed decades earlier than Mu Yan. How could Mu Yan resist? She was able to withstand the third attack of the demon-slaying sword because her sword heart was far more solid than other sword cultivators. As the natal sword broke bit by bit, Mu Yan felt the pain of her soul being torn apart. As Qi Huang said, her cultivation was too low, and her natal sword formed too early. Once the natal sword broke, the sword heart would collapse, and she would never be able to become a sword cultivator again. If it was bad, even her soul would be destroyed. But at this moment, it was already a matter of life and death, and she could not advance or retreat. However, just as she was about to lose hope, a powerful energy fell from the sky and enveloped her body. The warm air comforted every inch of her meridians, flowed through her dantian, and washed her soul. It caused the heart-wrenching pain to gradually disappear. Mu Yan felt as if she was wrapped in a warm embrace. This embrace was so familiar, and it made her feel at ease, making her feel happy from the bottom of her heart. In this world, there was only one embrace that could make her feel at ease and happy. Mu Yan suddenly opened her eyes wide. However, she felt that the embrace had become solid, turning into a pair of firm and strong hands, and a broad chest, tightly holding her in his arms. The violent and rapid heartbeat rang in her ears, the hot breath, the sweat dripping from his chin, and the slightly trembling hands holding her, all showed how frightened the owner was. Mu Yan slowly raised her head, and suddenly met a pair of beautiful ice-blue eyes. A raging flame burned in the depths of his eyes, as if he couldn't wait to swallow her whole. Dimingju? Mu Yan is wild with joy, hugging the person. Why are you here? Only when she saw the man in front of her did she realize how much she missed him. At this moment, she even forgets that she just experienced a crisis of life and death, and also forgets the blazing fury in Dimingju's eyes. Immersed in the joy of reuniting after such a long time, he forgot what day it was and where he was. Dimingju breathes in the young girl's familiar and fresh breath. His heart, which has nearly jumped out of his throat, slowly settles back to its original position. God knows how panicked he was when he first arrived at the Xiozhen continent and sensed that Mayan's natal sword was about to shatter. The lingering fear and anger in his heart made him want to hang this disobedient woman up and teach her a lesson. However, when he saw the flower-like smile right in front of him and the undisguised joy and attachment in her peach blossom eyes, that little bit of anger is like a punctured balloon, and it almost dissipates in an instant. Dimingju grits his teeth 3 times, and in the end, he only coldly spits out a sentence, "If Benjun didn't come, should I just watch you court your own death? Do you want Benjun to be a widow without even getting married?" Bookmark for easier reading, Mayan. Wait a minute, Jun Shangdaran is being widowed like this, but Mu Yan also knows that this time, she was really too risky, too impulsive. When the demon-slaying sword attacked for the 3rd time, she had nowhere to run. However, with his divine sense, he could clearly sense that his fellow disciples of the Xiaoyao sect were willing to disregard everything and even sacrifice their lives to save him. What made Mu Yan even more apprehensive was the junior martial uncle behind her. That faintly discernible and terrifying aura made her feel fear and unease. Mu Yan had a premonition that if he allowed this energy to completely erupt, it would definitely cause very bad consequences. The consequences were not something that anyone could bear. Fortunately Dimingju came. Mu Yan reaches out and hugs the man, buries her face in his chest, and says in a muffled voice, "I'm sorry, I made you worry." "And thank you." Dimingju snorts coldly, but doesn't say anything. "Don't think that Benjun will let you off just like this." Mayan raises her head, her eyebrows are curved, her eyes like autumn waters. "Thank you for always being by my side. It must be because God saw that my previous life was too hard, so he sent you to my side in this life." She was telling the truth. Mayan thinks that perhaps God really felt that her previous life was too bitter, so he helped her keep Xiaobao, and even let her meet Dimingju. If it was said that all the hardships and tribulations she had experienced in her previous life were all for this reunion in this life, then there was no longer any resentment in her heart, only sincere gratitude. She is grateful that she was fortunate enough to meet Demingju in this life, to know and love each other. She is grateful that the bitterness of the past life has been exchanged for the sweetness of this life. Sweet words directly hit the heart. Jun Shangdaran can no longer remain aloof, he only feels the blood in his entire body boiling. If there weren't so many eyesores surrounding them, he would have kissed the girl in his arms and rubbed her into his bones and blood. At this time, Yun Ruhan and the others also come back to their senses. Seeing Demingju embracing Mayan, each and every one of them feels that they've escaped from death, overjoyed. They surrounded him excitedly. Mentor Mo, why are you here? Fortunately, Instructor Mo, you came in time. You really scared us to death just now. What's wrong with this young master suicide? After being defeated by Junior Marshal Uncle, he started to go crazy and actually wanted to kill Junior Marshal's sister. Demingju's gaze turned cold as he looked at the unconscious Ning Su. His hair was a mess and his face was pale. Unbeknownst to him, the skin all over his body had split open inch by inch, and fresh blood gushed out from the cracks. Before long, he felt as if he was soaking in a pool of blood. Seeing Demingju raise his hand, Mayan promptly stops him. Wait a minute, Demingju, don't kill him yet. He sees Demingju looking over with an unfriendly expression. She hesitated for a moment, then said in a low voice, I think that Ning Su or the Ning family might have something to do with me. Demingju frowns. Mu Yan, don't you think that Ning Su's facial features are somewhat similar to mine? Demingju looked at the unconscious Ning Su with a face full of disgust. Similar my ass. Does this trash have the qualifications to look like his Yan Yan? Mu Yan immediately understands the man's expression and can't help but laugh for a moment. Ning Su was obviously too obsessed and went berserk. He mistook little Uncle Master and me for someone else. He didn't mean to hurt me. She gently scratches Demingju's palm with her finger, lowering her voice and saying, what's more, if Big Brother Ning really is related to my past, perhaps I can follow the clues and find my biological father. Bookmark for easier reading. Instructor Mo Sea of jealousy, we're used to it, too. Demingju stares blankly, then immediately comes to his senses. Yanyan's biological father is the bastard who arranged Yanyan's engagement. But he has searched all over the Xiaoxian continent, turning all the 3 live stones in the polar domain upside down, and he still hasn't found the slightest clue. In this way, there are only 2 possibilities. The first is that the 3 live stone that arranged Mayan's engagement is in the nether domain or the infernal domain. The other is that there isn't a 3 live stone, but a man who truly has a marriage vow with Mayan is still alive. Thinking of this possibility, Demingju can't stop a murderous intent from welling up in his heart. He also refuses to accept this possibility. And the only way to confirm it is to find Mayan's biological father. Demingju fiercely squeezes Mayan's small hand in his palm, coldly saying, Xing Lang, go investigate this person's background. There's clearly no one around, but when he gives the order. Xing Lang's stern voice immediately comes from the void, as you bid, Jun Shang. Demingju coldly looks at the unconscious Ning Su, but in the end, he doesn't make a move. Instead, he turns his gaze to Luo Yunxiao. The 2 people's gazes meet in the air. Luo Yunxiao's complexion is a little pale, her expression calm and without ripples, but there's a trace of desolate despair in her eyes. Demingju's pupils slightly contract. Just now, when he saved Yan Yan by a hair's breadth, he felt that energy fluctuation. It can't be wrong. You're from the nether domain? Luo Yunxiao slowly nods. Demingju frowns, his gaze sharp. The power surging in your body originates from the nether sacred flame. You're of the nether domain's royal bloodline. But why has Ben Jun never heard of you among Yin Wuji's descendants? What is your purpose in appearing in the Xiaoxian continent and approaching Mayan? Luo Yunxiao lowers her eyes, hoarsely saying, from now on, I will leave the Xiaoxian continent, and will never appear in front of her, in front of them. You can rest assured. Young master? Young master, are you joking? Even Mayan looks up at Demingju in shock, then looks at Luo Yunxiao. Did something happen that she didn't know about? Demingju caresses her cheek to comfort her. Then, he looks at Luo Yunxiao and says with a sneer, what does it have to do with me whether you leave the Xiaoxian continent or not? Could it be that Ben Jun will still worry about you snatching people from me? Not to mention the fact that you are only Yin Wuji's son. Even if Yin Wuji personally came here and dared to plot against us, this lord would still make him crawl back. Luo Yunxiao jerks her head up, looking at Di Mingju in disbelief. The Polar Domain's sovereign emperor's words were unpleasant to hear, but the meaning in his words was clear. He could stay on the Cultivation continent, stay in the Carefree sect, stay in. Luo Yu rushed over and pulled Luo Yunxiao's sleeve. Little Uncle Master, why are you leaving? If you leave, Little Seven will cry for you. That's right, young martial uncle. We don't care about the Nether Domain or the Devil race. Anyway, we only recognize you as our junior martial uncle. As long as it's a man who gets close to junior sister, Instructor Mo will be jealous. His words weren't directed at you, so don't take it seriously. We're used to it. I was also almost killed by Instructor Mo's gaze. Not to mention you, even this old lady, a girl, was almost drowned in Instructor Mo's sea of jealousy when I hugged my junior sister. Listening to the chatter of her fellow apprentices, urging Luo Yunxiao to stay, and ridiculing Di Mingju's words, Mayan couldn't help but burst into laughter. It's time to repay the debt. As he starts to have the confidence to ask everyone for votes. It's the beginning of the month, so don't hide the guaranteed monthly votes. Mwah. End of this chapter. We are used to Instructor Mo's jealousy. Mayan. Wait a minute, Jun Shangdaran is being widowed like this, but Mu Yan also knows that this time, she was really too risky, too impulsive. When the demon-slaying sword attacked for the third time, she had nowhere to run. However, with his divine sense, he could clearly sense that his fellow disciples of the Xiaoyao sect were willing to disregard everything and even sacrifice their lives to save him. What made Mu Yan even more apprehensive was the junior martial uncle behind her. That faintly discernible and terrifying aura made her feel fear and unease. Mu Yan had a premonition that if he allowed this energy to completely erupt, it would definitely cause very bad consequences. The consequences were not something that anyone could bear. Fortunately Di Mingju came. Mu Yan reaches out and hugs the man, buries her face in his chest, and says in a muffled voice, I'm sorry, I made you worry. And thank you. Di Mingju snorts coldly, but doesn't say anything. Don't think that Ben Jun will let you off just like this. Mayan raises her head, her eyebrows are curved, her eyes like autumn waters. Thank you for always being by my side. It must be because God saw that my previous life was too hard, so he sent you to my side in this life. She was telling the truth. Mayan thinks that perhaps God really felt that her previous life was too bitter, so he helped her keep Xiaobao, and even let her meet Di Mingju. If it was said that all the hardships and tribulations she had experienced in her previous life were all for this reunion in this life, then there was no longer any resentment in her heart, only sincere gratitude. She is grateful that she was fortunate enough to meet Di Mingju in this life, to know and love each other. She is grateful that the bitterness of the past life has been exchanged for the sweetness of this life. Sweet words directly hit the heart. Jun Shangdaran can no longer remain aloof, he only feels the blood in his entire body boiling. If there weren't so many eyesores surrounding them, he would have kissed the girl in his arms and rubbed her into his bones and blood. At this time, Yun Ruhan and the others also come back to their senses. Seeing Di Mingju embracing Mayan, each and every one of them feels that they've escaped from death, overjoyed. They surrounded him excitedly. Mentor Mo, why are you here? Fortunately, Instructor Mo, you came in time. You really scared us to death just now. What's wrong with this young master suicide? After being defeated by Junior Martial Uncle, he started to go crazy and actually wanted to kill Junior Martial's sister. Di Mingju's gaze turned cold as he looked at the unconscious Ning Su. His hair was a mess and his face was pale. Unbeknownst to him, the skin all over his body had split open inch by inch, and fresh blood gushed out from the cracks. Before long, he felt as if he was soaking in a pool of blood. Seeing Di Mingju raise his hand, Mayan promptly stops him. Wait a minute, Di Mingju, don't kill him yet. He sees Di Mingju looking over with an unfriendly expression. She hesitated for a moment, then said in a low voice, I think that Ning Su or the Ning family might have something to do with me. Di Mingju frowns. Mu Yan, don't you think that Ning Su's facial features are somewhat similar to mine? Di Mingju looked at the unconscious Ning Su with a face full of disgust. Similar my ass. Does this trash have the qualifications to look like his Yan Yan? Mu Yan immediately understands the man's expression and can't help but laugh for a moment. Ningxu's obsession was obviously too deep, and he went berserk. He mistook me and junior martial uncle for someone else, and didn't intentionally hurt me. She gently scratches Di Mingju's palm with her finger, lowering her voice and saying, "What's more, if Big Brother Ning really has something to do with my past, perhaps I can follow the clues and find my biological father." End of this chapter. Where's the supposed gentle and considerate fiancé? 1. Seeing that Di Mingju's face is so gloomy that it could drip water, Mayan gently shakes it. Lord Vinegar Jar, how does it feel to be ridiculed by your students? Di Mingju sneers sinisterly, they're dead meat. Ling Yuma and the others, who had just been talking enthusiastically, suddenly shivers. Mayan grabs the man's sleeve, pulling him slightly forward, and whispers in his ear, "But I especially like it when you're jealous for me. In the whole world, I like you the most." As she finishes speaking, she sees the man's earlobe turn red at a visible rate. Unfortunately, that peerlessly handsome face still has a grave and stern appearance, making Mayan's heart itch terribly. How she wishes that it's only the two of them right now, so that she can properly tease her dear fiancé. Unfortunately, there are too many eyes right now, so it's not the right time. Mayan pulls Di Mingju to stand in front of Luo Yunxiao, and looks up at him, "Little martial uncle, I don't know if the netherworld domain and the polar domain are enemies, but in our eyes, you're only our little martial uncle, a member of our Xiaoyao sect. Just like Di Mingju, in my heart, he's only my fiancé, the person I love. It has nothing to do with him being the polar domain sovereign. So little martial uncle, if you're planning to leave because you have a different position from Di Mingju, then there's no need. But if you have other things to do and want to leave, we definitely won't stop you. The Xiaoyao sect will never be your shackles, but a home where you can turn around and rest whenever you feel tired." The sunlight falls on Luo Yunxiao's ink-black eyes, and there seems to be something breaking apart inside, turning into a sparkling stream of light. His gaze sweeps over Mayan, Yun Ruhan, Qin Jiao, everyone in the Xiaoyao sect. There's no suspicion in those eyes, no hesitation, no blame for concealing his identity, only trust and understanding that he's a close relative. Luo Yunxiao suddenly lowers his eyes, his hands tightly clenching into fists. "You don't know what my real identity is? You have no idea what kind of calamity will befall you if you get close to me." He moved his lips, wanting to say a cold farewell, but when the words reached his mouth, he couldn't utter a single syllable because his throat was dry. So many years, the Xiaoyao sect was his only resting place. Qi Wen, his master, and these people in front of him were the only warmth and hope he had left in this life. If even they lost. If even standing under the same blue sky as Mayan, looking at her from afar, guarding her would not have the qualifications. What would be left of his life? He had tried so hard to find those things, tried so hard to survive, but for what? "Little martial uncle, say something. Just say that you won't leave the cultivation world, okay?" "Humph, it's fine even if little martial uncle left. When we ascend, we can still go look for him. When the time comes, the carefree sect will reunite." Luo Yunxiao could no longer control the surging emotions in her chest and the tears that seeped into her eyes. She abruptly turned around. "Little martial uncle. Stop quarreling." Luo Yunxiao said in a hoarse voice, "When one of you comes out of the real blood-slaughtering sword array alive, I'll naturally come to check. Now that the whole world knows that I'm a member of the Xiaoyao sect, you'd better not embarrass me." After saying that, he disappeared into the sky like a shooting star, without waiting for the 7 people to react. The 7 people were stunned at first, then burst into laughter. End of this chapter. Where's the promised gentle and caring fiancé? 2. It was great that little Uncle Master would not leave. However, when they turned around and saw God's expressionless face, the 7 of them were instantly terrified. "Instructor M.O., we were wrong." "Hoo, Teacher M.O., we were just talking nonsense. Can you pretend you didn't hear us?" Di Mingju sneers, "It seems that cultivation is still too easy, that's why you have the energy to plot against Ben Jun behind my back." The few of them shuddered. "Since that's the case, in the next few days, all of you should properly train in my small world." Di Mingju has many small worlds. However, most small worlds were based on immortal qi and could only be opened in the cultivation continent. There were only 2 small worlds based on spiritual qi. Every single one of them was extremely dangerous. Even if one didn't die, they would definitely lose a layer of skin. Moreover, the flow of time in the pocket dimension was different from that in the outside world. A month of torture in the pocket dimension might only be a few days in the real world. Back then, Luo Yu and the others hadn't been able to awaken their domains in time and had been thrown into the abyss once. That feeling of being in the abyss of suffering was still a bitter and tearful memory. When they heard this, they immediately wailed. Luo Yu looks at Mayan with tearful pleading eyes. 6th senior sister, hurry up and act like a spoiled child to Instructor Mo. At the very least, you have to stay in the small world for half a month less. Mu Yan looks up at Di Mingju. Di Mingju slowly approaches her, his warm breath against her ear. The magnetic voice is deep and rich, with the sexiest rhythm, making Mayan almost intoxicated. You've put yourself in danger time and again. Your punishment will be doubled. Mu Yan flips the table, intoxicated my ass. What happened to the gentle and caring fiancé? On the other side, seeing the handsome man embracing Mayan in his arms, the female cultivators who had just rushed out of the 9 Palaces Bagua formation are all dumbfounded. Guiyun replied in a daze, I just said that apart from young Master Yun Xiao, no one else in this world is worthy of Jun Mo Xia. But I feel like I've been slapped in the face. Who was this man? He was obviously stronger than young Master Yun Xiao. His pressure was even stronger than young Master Yun Zhao's. His face, Guiyun lowered her head in fear. This man's aura was too high and mighty, making people not dare to look directly at his face. The moment he appeared, all they wanted was to unconsciously submit to him. However, even if it was just a glance, one could tell how outstanding this man's appearance was. He was not inferior to young Master Yun Xiao in the slightest. She saw a handsome man and a beautiful woman cuddling together. Even if there were no intimate actions, Guiyun could only blush and her heart was beating fast. Then, she heard the conversation between Ilan Xin and Zhuan. In this world, there isn't a single stinky man who is worthy of Mississippi. He saved Miss just now, and Miss likes him. He's barely acceptable. Humph, you're a man. It's good to have some fun now. When Miss reaches the pinnacle of cultivation in the future and rules the world, how many gigolos can't she keep? Mu Yan and Di Mingju, who have especially good hearing. Mu Yan, what's going on with you guys being even more arrogant than me? You can still play? You are definitely the only sovereign monarchs in the world who are not afraid of death. Cough, cough. Di Mingju, calm down, calm down. Mu Yan promptly grabbed the man who was about to start a massacre. They just suffered too much in this Fusang city, so their mentality is abnormal now. End of this chapter. What did her mother experience? 1. As he spoke, he recounted everything that had happened in Fusang City. Hearing about the dangers that Mu Yan experienced in Fusang City, Di Mingju's face is completely gloomy. The coldness emitted from his body seems to tear the whole city apart. Mu Yan believes that if there is still one person alive in Fusang City, he would have already been annihilated by Di Mingju. She quickly turns to look at Wang Miao. Where is the beauty cave that you mentioned before? Take us there now. The beauty cave? Hearing Ling Yuma's question, Mu Yan remembers that her fellow apprentices still don't know about it. She repeats Wang Miao's words. Ling Yuma pursed her pale lips and looked at Wang Miao when she heard that her mother had been locked up there and ended up like this. Please bring me there to have a look. Wang Miao quickly leads everyone to the ruins next to the city lord's mansion. Fusang City has long been destroyed, but the beauty cave is underground. So, after removing the bricks and tiles, an intact cave entrance is revealed. But the cave entrance is blocked by a boulder, and the top of the boulder is covered with complicated runes. Ling Yuma's knife slashes down. The runes emit a faint light, but the boulder doesn't move. Mu Yan suddenly realizes, oh no, I seem to have made a big mistake. The entrance of the beauty cave needs the disc of the 10 ultimate formation to open, but the disc was taken away by Junior Master. No, I have to find a way to call Junior Master back. Boom! Before Mu Yan can finish her words, she sees the boulder that was like an iron wall collapsing and turning into powder. The runes on the boulder don't even have a chance to flash. Mu Yan turns to look at Di Mingju. She sees the man's icy blue eyes holding a sneer. The corners of his mouth slightly hooks up, and he says slowly, "Who do you want to call back?" Mu Yan's eyes suddenly shine. She hugs his hand and smiles like a flower. "No one, just you is enough." "Who made my man invincible?" Demingju snorts and takes the girl next to him to walk in first. However, the unconcealable smile on his face revealed his true feelings. The other people of the Xiaoyao school didn't notice it, but they felt lucky that the entrance of the beauty cave was opened. Only Chumoli, who was sitting in a wheelchair and being pushed by Qingjiu, couldn't help but shake his head. He thought to himself, so even the polar domain sovereign monarch will be as competitive as a male peacock in front of the woman he loves. How childish. After entering the beauty cave, the relaxed and cheerful atmosphere vanished into thin air. If Fusang City was said to be a hell where demons tortured women. As for the beauty cave, it was an abyss of despair where even the 7 emotions and 6 desires were gradually worn away. There were only a few women imprisoned in the beauty cave, only a dozen in total. But at this moment, there were less than 5 who could maintain their consciousness and speak. Wang Miao's face was full of sorrow as he said, "Those bastards rarely lock up women in the beauty denver. Even if they do, it's only for a few days at most. That's because women who are locked up here for a long time will eventually become puppets who have lost their minds and senses. Those bastards think that torturing such women is too boring. Only those who don't have any value, or those who resist too fiercely, and can't be tamed, would be sent here. Being locked up here for more than 10 days is tantamount to being completely crippled. No matter how resolute that person's mind was, or how high their cultivation was, the end result would be the same." End of this chapter. What exactly did her mother go through? 2. Asking for votes, Ling Yuma gritted her teeth and forced back the tears that welled up in her eyes. She tried to walk into one of the caves in the beauty cave. In a split second, all of her senses were completely emptied. It was as if she was in a boundless black hole, isolated from everything around her. Darkness and loneliness were endless and followed him wherever he went. She had only felt it for a moment, but it was already so unbearable. How long had her mother experienced this feeling? What kind of torment did she endure to finally have a mental breakdown and become like this? Why? Why did her mother have to endure this? Who caused her to be sent to Fusang City? Who caused her to be sent to Fusang City? Raging anger and hatred gushed out from the depths of her body. The most important part of the beauty cave's formation was destroyed by Demingju. The originally unbreakable shackles also began to loosen. Ling Yuma's aura surged. She released the raging flame domain, and a ball of flame sprang up from behind her. In an instant, it turned into a blazing red lotus, blooming layer by layer. Has 4th junior sister's cultivation improved? What's that red lotus behind her? I don't think I've seen it before. Chumoli slightly narrowed his eyes, revealing a thoughtful expression. This red lotus seemed somewhat familiar. When the last petal of the red lotus bloomed, suddenly, the dark cave suddenly lit up with a sparkling white light. A soft and low voice slowly echoed in the void. I know that I can no longer hold on, and have no intention of continuing to live. I will leave this message at the risk of my soul dispersing and never being able to reincarnate, just to pray that one day, someone will be able to save my young miss from this purgatory on earth. My name is Hong Mian, the personal maid of the eldest miss of the Yunlingling family, Ling Ruolin. If one day, someone hears my words, I only ask you to send the news that the young miss is imprisoned in Fusang City back to the Ling family. Ling Yuma raised her head. She saw a faintly discernible figure in the void. She knew Hong Mian. She was her mother's personal maid, and also the person who raised her and accompanied her when she was young. She could no longer hold back her tears and they rolled down her cheeks. Ling Yuma called out softly, Auntie Hong. Auntie Hong, don't worry. I will bring my mother away from here. I will never let anyone hurt her again. However, it was obvious that the people in the void could not hear her. Hong Mian's figure grew fainter and fainter, and her voice grew softer and softer. That was the sign of her soul being completely exhausted. Suddenly, Hong Mian seemed to have recalled something, and she shrieked loudly. Tell the patriarch that it was Lung Shuqin. It was that vicious woman, Lung Shuqin, who harmed young Miss. In order to marry into the Lian family, she bribed young Mrs. Steward, Lung Gang, and placed the heart lock on young Miss, framing young Miss and Willow Guching for adultery. Lian Xing. Lianxing is so ruthless. Back then, young lady treated him so wholeheartedly, and he already had an affair with Lin Xuqin. He even watched as that bastard Willow Valley City took young lady away. At this point, Hong Mian's voice trembled and sounded distant, as if it was on the verge of dissipating. You're the eldest miss of the Lin clan. Why are you being humiliated and tortured here? God is unfair. God is unfair. Finally, Hong Mian's figure completely dissipated. However, Ling Yuma completely allowed the blood to stain her eyes. She gritted her teeth tightly, and her voice was like that of an azure from hell. Lin Xuqin, what a Lin Xuqin. The debt you owe my mother, I will definitely make you pay 1,000 times over. It's the beginning of the month, Ozzy is here to ask for monthly votes. La la la, end of this chapter, ungrateful brute, get out of the Lian family, 1, boom. The red lotus that was blooming on Ling Yuma's back soars into the sky, suddenly turning into a glaring light and exploding in the beauty cave. As soon as the red mist dissipates, Mayan has already thought that it's not good. She wants to rush up, but is stopped by Di Mingju. Di Mingju casually releases a protective cover, enclosing the people in the cave. He lightly says, the power of the bloodline is a good thing, there is no need to interfere. The power of the bloodline, as Mayan stares blankly, the entire beauty cave has already collapsed. A red light soars into the sky, blooming like a red lotus in the sky. When the smoke and fire dissipates, Ling Yuma's face is deathly pale. She can no longer hold on, her body swaying slightly, and she falls down. Fourth sister. Mayan and the others quickly rush over to catch her. After diagnosing that she's just exhausted spiritual power and divine sense, and is too weak, they are relieved. Did you hear? That Lian family's matriarch was caught having an affair with someone. She was on the bed, not even wearing clothes. Oh, it's really embarrassing. Heavens? Is this true or false? Isn't the matriarch of the Lian family Ruo Lin Fairy? I heard that she was born in a prestigious family. When the Lian family's master married Ruo Lin Fairy, I don't know how many people said that he climbed up the social ladder. Hee, what bullshit fairy, she's just a fickle woman. After being caught having an affair, the Lian family's master couldn't bear to divorce her, and wanted her to go to the ancestral hall to reflect. I didn't expect that this heartless woman would abandon her husband and daughter, and run away with the adulterer. TSK, wouldn't that Miss Lian be very miserable? In the future, who would want to marry the daughter of an adulterer? Ling Yuma tightly closes her eyes, her face showing a pained and resentful expression. She sees the people in her dream surrounding her, constantly mocking her and insulting her mother. Your mother is a shameless slut, and you're a little slut. No wonder the Liang family doesn't want her. Who knows if she will have an affair like her mother in the future? Ling Yuma sees that her younger self can no longer bear it. She throws a punch and sends the speaker flying. The scene changed, and he arrived at the Lin clan's main hall. The tall, dignified man sent a heavy slap over. Ling Yuma, who was only a teenager at that time, had blood seeping out of her mouth. She could not get up for a long time. Her father, Lian Sheng, the patriarch of the Lian family, looked down at her like a towering mountain, pressing down on her until she couldn't breathe. However, Ling Yuma did not retreat at all. She only stared at him with hatred in her eyes. Evil girl, what kind of expression is that? Lian Sheng was infuriated by the look in her eyes. He slapped her again in the air. Am I wrong to discipline you? Who asked you to stir up trouble outside? A gloating laughter came from the side. It's true that the kind of mother raises the kind of daughter. How good can Ling Roland's upbringing be? In my opinion, we should expel her from the Lian family and let her fend for herself. Yeah. Yun Xiang is much more obedient. Even though they are about the same age, the little bastard raised by that shameless woman can't be seen in public. You're not allowed to slander my mother. Ling Yuma roared and clawed at the man who spoke. That person was caught off guard and was scratched by Ling Yuma until his face was covered in blood. Lianxing was completely infuriated, and he kicked the girl away fiercely. Ling Yuma spat out a mouthful of blood and was unable to get up for a long time. End of this chapter, ungrateful bastard, get out of the Lian family. 2. Lianxing gritted his teeth and said, look at what you are now. That is your uncle, how dare you make a move on an elder? Is this what Ling Wolin taught you? Ling Yuma said loudly, what kind of elder is he? What right does he have to slander my mother? Lianxing was so angry that his face turned ashen. Ling Wolin and Willow Guqing had an affair, everyone in the Lian family saw it with their own eyes. Did I wrongly accuse her? What did your uncle say wrong? You said my mother had an affair, then what about you? Ling Yuma suddenly stood up and pointed at a weak woman with a delicate and pitiful appearance. She roared hysterically, you and this bitch's daughter is only a few months younger than me. Didn't you already have an affair with someone else? You even let this woman enter the house. What right do you have to criticize my mother? You are the fickle, shameless, and ungrateful one. Lianxing's face turned green and white. He was so angry that his whole body was trembling. You evil girl. You bastard, I will kill you today so that you won't lose the face of the Lian family one day. With that, Lianxing pulled out his long sword and was about to stab Ling Yuma. However, very quickly, the weak woman rushed forward and grabbed Lianxing's arm. She said softly, Brother Xing, calm down. Don't be angry. After all, Yuma is my sister's only flesh and blood. My sister did such a thing, I am also very sad. However, the Ling family has been kind to me. Brother Xing, can you let Yuma go? With that, she looked at Ling Yuma with a gentle gaze. Her words were filled with the intention of teaching. Yuma, you've gone too far with your words today. Brother Xing is a man and the head of the Lian family. It is only right that he has 3 wives and 4 concubines. How can you speak to Brother Xing like this because of these things? After all, he is your father. The man whose face was scratched by Ling Yuma immediately said, on the road of cultivation, which powerful man doesn't have 3 wives and 4 concubines? My big brother is a tribulation-passing cultivator and the Lian clan's patriarch. So what if he has a few women? What's more, Ling Wolin has been married into our Lian family for so many years, but she hasn't even given birth to a son. She only has you, a waste of money. My big brother didn't divorce her, that's already not letting her down. In the main hall, the members of the Lian clan echoed in unison, mocking him incessantly. This caused Ling Yuma's heart to sink into an icy valley. She suddenly threw her head back and laughed out loud. A young girl's voice was supposed to be clear and melodious, but at this moment, it was stained with the hoarseness of a cuckoo crying blood. Lianxing, do you remember the promise you made to my mother when you fell in love with her? You said that you would be with her for the rest of your life. You said that she gave you the chance to be reborn. Without my mother, you would still be a cripple. You wouldn't even be able to break through the stage of fasting. You said that you would never disappoint my mother. So, this is your oath. It's cheaper, dirtier, and more disgusting than the mud in the sewers. Lianxing's expression at this time could no longer be described as ugly. He looked at Ling Yuma with a crazed rage and killing intent. The Lian clan's patriarch relied on Ling Wolin, the eldest daughter of the Ling clan, to prosper. This fact was an eternal pain and stain in Lianxing's heart. And now, this stain was exposed by Ling Yuma in front of everyone. End of this chapter. Ungrateful bastard, get out of the Lian family. 3. Lianxing couldn't hold it in any longer. He mobilized the spiritual power in his body and blasted it towards Ling Yuma's chest. Ling Yuma flew out and landed on the cold blue stone floor of the Lian family's courtyard. She only felt as if the veins in her body were breaking apart inch by inch. It was as if there was a hand in her dantian, turning all the results of her cultivation over the years into nothing. Pain and coldness seized all her senses, and blood blurred her vision. She could only vaguely see Lianxing's tall figure walking in front of her. What do you think you have left without the identity of the eldest daughter of the Lian family? You were raised by me, I gave you a supreme identity, and gave you the best cultivation resources. You ungrateful bastard, is this how you repay me? Lianxing sneered, since you're so powerful, why don't you get out of the Lian family now? From now on, don't use the Lian family's name to swindle people, and don't say that you're my daughter, Yuma, quickly say that you know you're wrong. Your father did it for your own good, you can't be so ungrateful. Ling Yuma opened her eyes with difficulty. In a blur of blood, she saw Lianxing high above and Ling Shuqin who had a gentle face but couldn't hide the smile in her eyes. Then, the scarred girl got up from the ground without hesitation, dragged the blood all over the ground, and walked out of the Lian family's gate step by step. From now on, she was no longer Lian Yuma. From now on, she had nothing to do with the Lian family, even if she had no father, no mother, no family, no relatives, she could still live, she would definitely continue to live on, Fourth senior sister, wake up. Ling Yuma slowly opened her eyes. Great, fourth senior sister is awake. Yuma, how do you feel? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Little junior sister, fourth senior sister's fever has gone down, is she going to recover soon? Ling Yuma blinked her eyes and met pairs of concerned and nervous eyes. The coldness, anger, and despair in the dream slowly left her. Only the warmth of reality remained. Very quickly, a porcelain white hand was placed on her forehead, and her wrist was clasped to feel her pulse. Congratulations, fourth senior sister, for activating the power of your bloodline. Your strength has reached a new level. Ling Yuma blinked her eyes. Bloodline power? Her voice was dry and hoarse, as if something had burned her body. Mu Yan promptly feeds her a pill. The pill melted as soon as it entered his mouth, like a clear spring slowly flowing between his tongue and mouth. His originally dried-up body was instantly injected with vitality. Ling Yuma sat up from the bed and smacked her lips. This is a 10th grade, young returning pill. If I were to sell it in the #1 shop in the world, I wonder how many spar I could sell it for. It's not like I'm terminally ill. Why are you giving me this, junior sister? Mayan touches her nose. Really? I originally wanted to take the water spirit pill, but there were too many pills in the space, so I took the wrong one. Ilanqin and Zhuwan, who had just walked into the room with the prepared food, almost fell to the ground when they heard this. A 10th grade, young returning pill. That's a 10th grade, young returning pill. How could this thing be taken out by mistake, Ling Yuma? Oh. Wait a minute, you casually ate a 10th grade, young returning pill, why is there this kind of reaction? End of this chapter. Worthless jelly beans. 1. Was it because they had been locked up in Fusang City for too long that they misunderstood the current elixir market of the Shoshan continent? Ling Yuma smacked her lips again. The taste is really good, it's a little sweet, my whole body and mind feel comfortable. It's really worthy of being a top-notch elixir. Luo Yu said, the Snow Soul elixir tastes good too. If you get injured during cultivation, just one would make your whole body feel comfortable. There's also a fragrance. It's just that the taste is too good, I accidentally ate it all. Ling Yuxing, the foundation pill tastes just so. Although the effect is also good, it's too bitter, not tasty at all. Mu Yan casually threw a bottle of elixir to each of the 6, take it and eat as much as you like, I'll give you more when you're done. In any case, she couldn't sell these elixirs even if she wanted to. Recently, Lousy #1 Under Heaven Store and Liang Chen's army have been handed over to Chu Tianyu to manage. This guy's brain is surprisingly good in this aspect. After Lousy #1 Under Heaven Store took over, the monthly income of crystals didn't change much from before. But in fact, Mu Yan also received countless treasures for alchemy. It turns out that Lousy #1 Under Heaven Store's preferential treatment for Liang Chen's army hasn't changed. However, those ordinary cultivators who want to buy Liang Chen's elixirs always have to queue for months. After Chu Tianyu took office, he immediately made an announcement. Every month, Lousy #1 Under Heaven Store would publish a list of elixirs to purchase. Whoever could gather all the elixirs on the list the fastest would be able to purchase them much earlier. Even if they couldn't gather all of them, they could also advance the order of purchase accordingly. In this way, the people in Tianguang ruins would either break their heads to join Liang Chen's army, or desperately gather elixirs in exchange for their own priority to purchase. In this way, Mu Yan doesn't have to pay any cost, and can just sit and wait for the crystals to be collected every month. One must know that in the King of Medicine's inheritance space, 1 day is equivalent to 12 days. With sufficient elixirs, the number of elixirs she could refine every day is immeasurable. Especially after her alchemy skills gradually improved, it wouldn't be a problem for her to refine a batch of Quasi-King elixirs every day. But Chu Tianyu insisted that she only provide a certain amount of 10th and 9th elixirs every day. Quasi-King pills were refused to be sold to outsiders and were only awarded to those who had made outstanding contributions in Liang Chen's army. Chu Tianyu called it hunger sales. In short, the result was that more and more people wanted to buy Yi Liangchen's pills and join his army. Every elixir was sold at a sky-high price in the Tianguang ruins. Yi Liangchen's reputation was like the sun in the sky, and no one in the Tianguang ruins could rival him. But at the same time, Mu Yan has accumulated a large pile of elixirs in her hands, and she can't use them. The people of the Carefree sect always ate rank 9 and rank 10 medicinal pills like they were candy, but they couldn't eat enough. Fortunately, Zhu Wan and the others had joined them. In addition, the strength of the Nether Flame army was getting stronger and stronger. Mu Yan believes that the pills that she has accumulated in her hands will eventually be used up, right? If the other practitioners of the Xiozhen continent knew of Mayan's thoughts, they would definitely want to drown her with their saliva. Ordinary cultivators would have to pay a hefty price to obtain a Tier 7 pill. Unless one was a nascent soul cultivator, they might not even have seen a rank 8 or rank 9 medicinal pill. Needless to say, Tier 10 medicinal pills were exclusively enjoyed by cultivators at the peak of leaving body stage or passing tribulation stage. But now, Mu Yan thinks that there are too many of these medicinal pills, and she has nowhere to use them? Are you living in the same Xiozhen continent as us? End of this chapter. Worthless jelly beans. 2. Asking for tickets. At this time, Zhu Wan and Yi Liangchen, who are listening on the side, are having such shock and self-doubt in their hearts. When was a 10th grade elixir not a treasure that everyone would scramble for? Instead, they were jelly beans that could be picked and chosen. When was it that 10th grade elixirs weren't auctioned at a sky-high price, but could be casually given out in bottles? The point is that Great God Jun just casually gave them away. The people of the Xiaoyao sect aren't shocked at all. They casually take them, and then stuff one into their mouths. Mayan turns her head and sees them staring at the porcelain bottles. She thinks for a moment, and hands them a few bottles of elixir. Your spiritual roots and physical bodies are too weak, and can't withstand too strong a potency. First take the 9th grade consolidating pill to recuperate. As for the others, their cultivations are even weaker. At most, they can only withstand the 8th grade consolidating pill. Take it and let them take it. Then, Yi Liangchen and Zhu Wan leave together in a trance. When they reach the door, the two suddenly turn around, and their eyes are already red. Yi Liangchen chokes with sobs. Miss, I said before that I hate you for dragging me back to hell. I want to take back what I said. The luckiest thing that happened to me in this life is to meet you. Zhu Wan, I have nothing else to ask for in this life. I only hope to be able to accompany Miss, never to separate. Before Zhu Wan could say the last word separate, the door has already slammed shut in front of their eyes. Di Mingju embraces her in his arms, and says through gritted teeth, if they stay by your side, then what is Ben Jun? Mayan bursts out laughing, Jun Shangdaran, how can you eat this kind of vinegar? If they stay by my side, I will only stay by yours, okay? No. Di Mingju grits his teeth, it's enough for you to have Ben Jun and Xiaobao by your side. Hearing Xiaobao's name, Mayan is shaken, and the smile on her face slowly fades. She really misses Xiaobao. However, she knows that no matter how much she misses him, no matter how reluctant she is, she can't stop Xiaobao from growing stronger. Otherwise, one day, she would be the one who would regret it the most. Di Mingju naturally sees what she's thinking. He reaches out and gently caresses her cheek, softly saying, Ben Jun said that our family will always be together. Xiaobao is doing very well, and his speed of growth is astonishing. I won't allow you to feel sad for that little bastard, do you hear me? Mayan smiles, Di Mingju, do you know how to comfort people or not? Di Mingju sneers. With a wave of his hand, a door of light appeared in the room. He said slowly, a monarch does not go back on his words. It's time for you to receive your punishment. It was a portal to a small world. The Xiaoyao 7 sons trembled as they looked at their teacher Mo. Sob. Teacher Mo was even stricter and scarier than their little martial uncle. Di Mingju ruthlessly says, do you want Ben Jun to throw you in? The 7 of them shuddered and plunged into the portal without hesitation. Mu Yan was the last one to walk towards the portal. She stops at the door of light and turns to look at Di Mingju. Her peach blossom eyes are like limpid autumn waters, as if something is about to overflow. Di Mingju, will I still be able to see you after I come out? The coldness in Di Mingju's eyes slowly dissipates, turning into a bone-piercing gentleness. "Of course, I will wait here for you to come out." The girl in front of the door smiles, and without hesitation, she walks in. Thus, she didn't hear the man's soft words behind her. "Yen Yen, wait for you to come out, Ben Jun will have a surprise for you." Did you notice, Aussie has added more chapters? My dears, where are your tickets for the beginning of the month? End of this chapter. Their baby is back. 1. Mu Yan's group of 7 entered the small world almost one after the other, but the places they appeared in were completely different. The dizziness caused by the teleportation had just disappeared. Mu Yan felt the sword chi assaulting her. Without hesitation, she took out the 7 absolute sword and blocked the whistling attack. Tens of thousands of sword chis came in an endless stream. Mu Yan doesn't even have a moment to rest. His spiritual power was exhausted again and again. When she couldn't block it, the sword chi cut her body, and the pain went deep into her bones. Fresh blood sprayed in the air and landed on the sword chi. Once the sword chi had absorbed a certain amount of HP, it would slowly retreat. But as long as Mayan recovers more than 70% of her spiritual power, the next wave of attacks will come again. But what's worse is that Mu Yan has managed to grasp the trajectory of the countless swords with great difficulty. However, the second wave of attacks changed. She could only see the densely packed light spots in the sky smashing towards her like meteors. Poochie, Mu Yan's body was hit by the speck of light. The wound wasn't very deep, but it was a heart-wrenching pain. She wields the 7 supreme swordplay airtight, but there are too many light spots. If this goes on, her arms won't be able to support it before she runs out of Wakan. In order to block the attack of these light dots, the only way was to use group attacks against Qinggong. Without the slightest hesitation, Mayan calls out the Tian Mo Qin. Her 10 fingers pluck the strings, and the music flows. Musical blade, activated. In this small world, Mu Yan has finally experienced what is called a hellish level of abnormal cultivation. Compared to this small world, youngest uncle's blood slaughter sword formation did not seem so difficult to endure. Mu Yan doesn't know how much time has passed. She only knew that in the small world, her life was only fighting, fighting, and fighting. She had to endure pain, exhaustion, and loneliness. Day after day, moment after moment, that kind of torture was not something that ordinary physical injuries could compare to. While fighting, Mu Yan ridicules Di Mingju. Who would torture his fiancée to death like that? This bastard couldn't be thinking of killing him so he could find a new lover, right? However, amidst this torment, Mu Yan suddenly discovered that she had broken through. As early as a month ago, Mu Yan had just advanced to the nascent soul stage. Because she cultivated a perfect nascent soul cultivation technique, each realm only contained 2 small realms. First rank and peak rank. Mu Yan doesn't know how long she has stayed in Di Mingju's small world. But definitely not more than a month, and the flow of time in the small world and the real world was different. In reality, only 3 days had passed. So, in less than 2 months, she advanced from the first level of nascent soul to the peak of nascent soul, and was only 1 step away from the astral projection? In reality, it had only taken Mu Yan less than 2 years to reach the leaving body realm from the time she started cultivating in the cultivation continent to the point where she was about to reach the leaving body realm. This kind of advancement speed, this kind of shocking talent, if this news were to spread, it would definitely make everyone's heart explode. A ray of light slowly rises from Mayan's body. The attack in the sky dissipated instantly after sensing this light. A door of light appeared behind her. This was the passage that would send her out of the small world. Mu Yan takes a deep breath and is about to step into the door of light when she suddenly stops in her tracks. She slowly turned around and looked at the sword gleam floating in the sky. Her heart skipped a beat. Something suddenly became clear in his heart. In Fusang City, Zhu Wan and Enchantress were anxiously waiting outside the room. The miss and the others had been locked up in the room for 3 days, and there was no news at all. End of this chapter. Their baby is back, too. Elan wanted to check it out. But as soon as she thinks of that noble and indifferent godlike man, she can't muster up the courage. That man's aura is really too astonishing. It's as if he was born to be respected and aloof. Even if the women from Fusang City hate men, they can't feel even the slightest bit of resentment when they see this person, only full of awe and submission. Enchantress says with a calm face, "Why doesn't that man let us see Miss Does he want to lock Miss up and use her as a prison? Zhuan sneers, those dog men in high positions, which one of them isn't so selfish, cowardly, and narrow-minded? Miss's appearance is so outstanding, and her talent is so amazing, which man doesn't want to confine her by his side? The other female cultivator's eyes are also boiling with tears and anger. Those men like to say, I love you too much, so I don't want other men to look at you, I don't want you to leave me, so I confine you by my side. Bullshit. Breaking my wings, cutting off all my escape routes, forcing me to rely on him. If this is love, then I'd rather be alone for the rest of my life. Enchantress suddenly stands up from her seat. Could it be that that man also wants to imprison Miss in the name of love? Even those people from the Xiaoyao school, because they resisted, they were killed? No. The Xiaoyao 7 sons are our saviors, and Miss is like our second parent. We can't just sit by and watch that man imprison Miss, letting Miss follow in our footsteps. That's right, Miss is destined to make great contributions. How can she be confined in a small backyard, wasting away and dying of old age? I absolutely won't allow it, even if I have to give up my life, I won't hesitate. Hundreds of female cultivators, who haven't fully recovered from their injuries, recklessly rush to the house where Mayan and the others are temporarily staying. Even if their hearts are filled with fear, even if their hands are trembling, they still pluck up their courage and fiercely knock on the door. There's a creaking sound, and the door is slowly opened. However, Enchantress, who knocks on the door, finds that there's no one on the other side. Wait, how did the door open? She clearly heard footsteps just now. Who are you looking for? A crisp and tender voice rings out. Enchantress suddenly came back to her senses and slowly lowered her head. The next moment, her eyes widened in shock. Her lips opened and closed for a long time, but she couldn't say a single word. The first thing he saw was a little doll that looked like it was carved out of jade, so beautiful that it didn't seem like a real person. He was clearly only 5 or 6 years old, but his little face was tense and his blue eyes were calm. His whole body exuded an innate noble and cold temperament. However, this was not the main point. The main point was, why did this little doll look 70% to 80% similar to their young miss? Did they go to the wrong place? What about that godlike, terrifying man? Xianxia's lips trembled for a long time before she finally asked intermittently, Miss. Miss, she. As soon as he said that, a loud rumble came from inside the house. This hall was originally the worry-free hall, where the 100-flower feast was held. All the rooms were constructed with excellent materials. But in this loud noise, all the glazed windows in the entire worry-free palace were shattered. Then, cracks appeared on the surrounding walls. In the end, it couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed. Enchantress and the others were stunned by this unforeseen event. End of this chapter. Their baby is back. 3. Enchantress and the others were dumbstruck by this turn of events. When they reacted to what happened, their expressions changed and they cried out, young miss is still inside, and the Xiaoyao sex. Before she could finish her sentence, she saw the huge rubble that had collapsed suddenly explode. Then, a familiar voice came, pa pa pa. What the hell, are the houses in Fusang City this bad? Just a simple energy shock and it exploded, I was almost blown to death. Enchantress opened her eyes wide and looked at Ling Yuma who crawled out of the rubble. Lung. Young Miss Ling, are you okay? No. How is it just okay? Apart from looking a bit battered, Ling Yuma was completely unharmed and her cultivation had even advanced. Now, her cultivation had already advanced from the peak of gold core to the 5th level of nascent soul. If they remembered correctly, this was only 3 days, a short 3 days. How could a person advance so much in 3 days? After Ling Yuma crawled out of the rubble, she didn't even have time to look in this direction before she looked behind her and laughed. 2nd senior brother, 3rd senior brother, 5th junior brother, I am now at the 5th level of nascent soul. How was your harvest in Instructor Mo's small world? Enchantress was startled when she heard this and immediately looked towards the rubble. She saw Xianxia carrying Chumoli and his wheelchair as he crawled out. Xianxia's cultivation was already at the 7th level of nascent soul. And Chumoli had also reached the 3rd level of nascent soul. After Xianxia and Chumoli crawled out, everyone only saw a figure flash before their eyes. A refreshing young man was already standing in front of everyone. Ling Yuxing. His current speed was already so fast that even the naked eye couldn't catch his movements. His cultivation was the same as Ling Yuma's, also at the 5th level of nascent soul. Ling Yuxing's gaze turned and suddenly saw the little boy at the side. His eyes suddenly widened, Xiao Bao. Before he finished his sentence, his figure had already disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, he hugged the little boy in his arms and said excitedly, Xiao Bao, you really came back. Xiao Bao's delicate little face was slightly red. He tried his best to keep a straight face, but his big eyes were bright. 5th martial uncle. Little treasure. Ling Yuma and Xianxia regained their senses and rushed over. Ling Yuma took Xiao Bao from Ling Yuxing's embrace and kissed him heavily on his face. Ah, it's really our obedient Xiao Bao. I really missed 4th martial uncle to death. Xianxia smiled foolishly. Xiao Bao, you're back. Good. Xiao Bao blushed and pushed Ling Yuma away. He said seriously, men and women should not touch each other. 4th martial uncle, you should respect yourself. It had been a long time since Ling Yuma heard Xiao Bao speak like an old pedant with a straight face. He was so amused that he started to laugh. After pushing Ling Yuma away, Xiao Bao obediently shouted, Xiao Bao greets 2nd martial uncle, 3rd martial uncle, 4th martial uncle and 5th martial uncle. Ling Yuma said with a smile, Xiao Bao, we all missed you to death. Do you miss martial uncle and martial uncle? Xiao Bao pursed his lips and lowered his long eyelashes. After a long while, he finally squeezed out a word, yes. This time, not to mention Ling Yuma, even the other 3 were amused by his little appearance. What are you all laughing at? A calm voice sounded. Yun Ruhan's figure sprang out of the ruins, and a powerful aura instantly spread out. The palace, which had been mostly destroyed, didn't even have a single piece of rubble left. End of this chapter. Their baby is back. 4. Begging for votes, eldest senior brother. Ling Yuma and the others exclaimed happily, you broke through to level 9 nascent soul. Yun Ruhan put away the ice soul sword, but she didn't have time to be happy about her cultivation advancing by leaps and bounds. Instead, she flew to Xiao Bao and smiled. Xiao Bao, you're back? Xiao Bao raised his head and greeted obediently, eldest senior uncle. The childish voice was soft, but it could melt a person's heart. Yun Ruhan looked at Xiao Bao and felt like she was looking at the distant past. Her heart softened. He took out all kinds of treasures from his pocket. Xiao Bao, eldest senior uncle bought these for you. See if you like them? Ling Yuma said, damn, eldest senior brother is actually this playful on the inside? His way of fighting for favor in front of Xiao Bao has completely surpassed us. Ling Yuxing said gloomily, why didn't I think of saving gifts? That way, I can give them to Xiao Bao when he comes. Xiao Bao met Yun Ruhan's expectant gaze and didn't refuse. He used his short hands to collect the things and put them in his storage ring. He even said obediently, thank you, eldest senior uncle. Yun Ruhan smiled and looked at the ruins again. Only little junior sister and Xiaoqi haven't come out yet? Xiao Bao also looked at the ruins. He clenched his fists tightly. Mother. Mother, Xiao Bao really wants to see you soon. Mother, can you come out quickly? Xiao Bao really misses you. As if to respond to Xiao Bao's thoughts, a melodious zither sound came from the ruins and reverberated between heaven and earth. A dazzling rainbow light blossomed from the ruins along with the zither sound. Xiao Bao's eyes suddenly opened wide, and he couldn't be bothered about anything else as he charged towards the ruins with large strides. Boom, powerful energy exploded, and rocks flew everywhere. Yun Ruhan and the others were startled and quickly shouted, Xiao Bao, come back. It's dangerous there. The small world was filled with energy turbulence because of the attack. That was why there was such a powerful explosion when they came out. Although this kind of energy explosion wouldn't kill a golden core cultivator. However, it was inevitable that he would be heavily injured. Moreover, little Bao was still so small. What if he was swallowed by the energy vortex? Ling Yuxing took a step forward and instantly dashed dozens of meters away. He was about to embrace Xiao Bao. However, the next moment, something that made the 7 of them dumbfounded happened. When the energy turbulence approached Xiao Bao, his body emitted a faint blue light. Soon after, the energy turbulence that could destroy a palace was completely devoured and destroyed. The little handsome boy was still clean, not even a strand of his hair was out of place. Ling Yuxing couldn't help but swallow. How strong is Xiaobao now? Could it be that he was stronger than them? Ling Yuma, who was at the back, could not help but wail, as martial uncles, it can't be that we can't beat little martial nephew, right? How are we going to show our faces in the future? At this moment, little Bao couldn't be bothered about all of that. His eyes were fixed in the direction of the seven-colored light. The pile of rubble seemed to be pulled by some kind of force and floated in the air, revealing a passage. A snow-white figure with fluttering clothes slowly appeared from the passageway. "Mother!" Xiaobao shouted. His whole body soared into the air and crashed into that familiar embrace. "The Xiaobao that you've been longing for is here. End of this chapter. I owe you too much, so I'll use everything I have to pay it back." 1. The longing and loneliness can no longer be suppressed, turning into a low sob that wets her snow-white clothes. "Niangqin, can you hug me? Xiaobao misses you so much." Mayan's figure suddenly freezes, and she slowly lowers her head. Her trembling eyes meet the little face that she's yearning for day and night. In those big ice-blue eyes, big drops of sparkling and translucent tears roll down, falling onto her hands, bringing a scorching heat. It also makes her finally convinced that everything she's seen and heard is true. "Xiaobao." Mayan suddenly reaches out and pulls the person into her arms, asking over and over again in a choked voice, "Xiaobao, Xiaobao, is it really you? Is it because Niangqin misses you so much that she's hallucinating?" Xiaobao tightly hugs Mayan's neck, big drops of tears rolling down, and his little body also sobs. "Niangqin, I'm Xiaobao, it's true. Niangqin, Xiaobao misses you so much, every day, I think of you." Mayan opens her mouth, wanting to say, "Niangqin too, I think of you every day." But when the words are at the tip of her tongue, she can no longer hold them back, and tears pour down in majestic waves. She can only hold the little person in her arms tightly with trembling hands, only hoping that they'll never be separated again. The scene of the mother and son hugging and crying made everyone's eyes redden. Elanqin and the others don't understand why the Miss would have a son at such a young age. But it doesn't prevent them from crying over this beautiful and moving scene. However, just as everyone's emotions are stirred suddenly, a large hand with distinct joints stretched out from the side, grabbed Xiaobao's collar, and lifted him up. Xiaobao's big bright red eyes from crying quickly meet a pair of deep blue eyes. "Jun Machan, do you still remember what you promised me before you came to the Shozhen continent?" Di Mingju slightly narrows his eyes, looking at the crying and twitching little brat in front of him. Xiaobao wipes his eyes and hangs his head in shame, mumbling, "Don't make Niangqin cry." Di Mingju snorts coldly, "Then did you do it?" Xiaobao is about to speak when Mayan takes him away. At this time, the tear stains on the girl's face had already disappeared, but her eyes were still a little red. A brilliant smile blossomed on her face as she kissed Xiaobao's face heavily. How can tears of joy be considered as tears? "Xiaobao, don't you think so?" Xiaobao immediately nodded vigorously. His little face was flushed, and his eyes were sparkling. His short little hands are tightly wrapped around Mayan's neck, and the brilliance in his eyes is like he has the whole world. Seeing him like this, Di Mingju's heart can't help but be moved. In the Shoshan continent, no matter how sensible and mature Xiaobao was, his eyes never had this kind of brilliance. Although he was thinking this in his heart, he snorted coldly on the surface. "Ben Jun has been separated from you for so long, but why haven't I seen you cry tears of joy?" Mayan chuckles, suddenly sending Xiaobao from her bosom to Di Mingju's. Di Mingju promptly reaches out to catch it. As soon as he firmly holds Xiaobao, he feels that he and Xiaobao are being embraced by a fragrant embrace. The girl's hands aren't enough to hug his tall figure, but she strives to get closer to them, to hold them in her arms. A low and soft voice rings in his ear, "Di Mingju, thank you. I like this surprise." Di Mingju's complexion softens, and he could no longer maintain his tsundere demeanor. He pulls the girl into his arms. End of this chapter. I owe you too much, so I'll pay you back with everything I have. Soon after, he once again heard Mu Yan's soft voice, like a feather plucking at his heartstrings. "Di Mingju, I saw everything you did for me in the small world." The moment she's about to step out of the small world, Mu Yan suddenly reacts. Every sword chi, every dot of light, every attack that complements her Shin musician skills is tailor-made for her. She didn't know what kind of trials the other disciples had gone through. But in her small world, it's filled with Di Mingju's love and care for her. He was afraid that she wasn't strong enough, so he personally slashed down one sword after another, condensing attack after attack, to temper her, to forge her, to help her grow. He was so afraid that she would get hurt, but he was willing to let her go. He knew that she missed Xiaobao, so he had to bring Xiaobao to see her even if he had to expend too much of his divine power. Endless gratitude and excitement transformed into a sweet feeling that soaked his heart. This man never said anything, but he always did so much for her behind her back. Hearing this, Di Mingju stares blankly at first. Then, the look in his eyes deepens. He lowers his head and says in a soft voice, "Only your small world was personally forged by Ben Jun Yan. What you owe Ben Jun isn't just this. In the future, when you get married, Ben Jun will want both principal and interest." Yes. Jun Mian owes Di Mingju too much. Mu Yan interrupts him, a gentle and bright smile blooming on her face. "So, I'll use the next half of my life, the next life after that to pay it back." After Mu Yan and Xiaobao have finished reminiscing about the past, they realize something. Where's Xiaoqi? Has he not come out of the small world yet? Yun Ruhan revealed a worried expression. Could it be that this brat wants to break through so badly that he refuses to come out? Ling Yuma burst out laughing. Xiaoqi must be angry because his cultivation has always been at the bottom, so this time he is going all out to be stronger than us. Thinking of Luo Yu's behavior outside the sword furnace, everyone could not help but laugh. However, time passed slowly. By the time the sun set in the west and darkness enveloped the land, Luo Yu still had not come out of the small world. This time even Mu Yan can't remain calm. But now, Di Mingju's consciousness has returned to the Xiaoxian continent to deal with matters. Before he left, he only said that Luo Yu had nothing to do in the small world and left. But why didn't he come out until now? Yun Ruhan paced back and forth among the ruins. If not for the fact that everyone had a different entrance to the small world, Yun Ruhan would have gone in and dragged him out. "Senior brother, don't worry," Ling Yuma said. "Since Teacher Mo said that Xiaoqi is fine, then he must be fine. Perhaps it's because this fellow has comprehended the deepest and gained the most inside, which is why he hasn't come out yet." Yun Ruhan forced a smile. Just as he said the word the ground suddenly shook violently. Mu Yan's expression changed. She hugged Xiaobao and shouted, "Everyone, retreat." The members of the Xiaoyao sect reacted quickly. Ling Yushin grabs Chu Moli and rushes to Mayan's side. The others also leaped to the side. Just as they finished moving, they heard a loud boom coming from below. Countless rubble flew everywhere. The buildings in Fusang City that were originally half destroyed were all smashed into powder. A white light soared up from the ground and stopped above the clouds. End of this chapter. Divine Beast Bays 1, soaring into the sky, then it suddenly exploded. Roar. An earth-shattering beast roar resounded through the clouds. Yun Ruhan suddenly pushed away the rubble on her body and looked up. Her pupils contracted violently. She saw that in the night sky, a dazzling, snow-white beast was raising its proud head among the stars. It looked down at the ground from high above, like it was looking down at an ant-like inferior creature. Mu Yan looked up at this scene and couldn't help but cry out, "Divine Beast by Zhe? Xiaoqi, he." Qi Huang's voice suddenly came to her ears. Bai Zhe has condensed into a physical body. It seems that Lan Luoyu has truly activated the soul orb. It's just a divine beast, and it dares to look down on this sage. If this sage can get out, I'll definitely beat it. Mu Yan ignored Qi Huang's complaints and looked worriedly at Bai Zhe in the sky. Then she looked at Yun Ruhan, whose face was deathly pale and eyes filled with fear. From the moment they entered the purple cloud realm, eldest senior brother had always wanted them to keep a low profile. He had also repeatedly told Xiaoqi that they must not reveal the divine beast Bai Zhe in front of others. What was eldest senior brother afraid of? Azure Cloud Realm, Xiaoyao sect. Shi Qing abruptly woke up from his dream. He didn't even have time to put on his shoes as he stumbled out of the house. In the distant horizon, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. It seemed no different from the previous nights. But Shi Qing stared fixedly in the direction of the purple cloud realm. His expression was one of shock and fear, between crying and laughing. What will come in the end, what will come in the end will come in the end. On an unremarkable mountain peak in the heavenly Phoenix mountain range. The moonlight fell on top of the wind, appearing quiet and desolate. Suddenly, a huge rock on the mountain peak exploded, blasting a large hole in the ground. The smoke and dust dissipated, and soon a figure slowly floated out of the hole. He wore a blue robe and his hair was meticulously combed. He looked towards the west. A pair of brown vertical pupils appeared cold and shiny under the moonlight. He's here, finally, he's here, the hoarse voice sounded especially treacherous and cold in the quiet night. The man raised his head and took a deep breath, as if he was trying very hard to suppress his surging emotions. Even his voice was trembling with excitement. My 15 years of waiting in this cultivation land was not in vain. I've finally caught you, my dear, little prince. Fusang City. Baizei's beast form appeared in the air for a quarter of an hour before it finally dissipated. Pull. Cough, 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 which one of you? Cough, cough. Someone help me. The familiar yet weak voice pulled everyone back from their thoughts. Yunruhan abruptly recovered from her shock and rushed to the ruins. She reached out and pulled out the youth whose head and face were covered in dust. Cough, cough, cough. Thank you, eldest senior brother. Luo Yu said gloomily as he dusted himself off. What the hell is this? It almost blew me up. Why did you use the Bei's soul orb? Luo Yu's muttering was suddenly interrupted by Yunruhan's angry roar. Didn't I tell you not to use the Bei's soul pearl unless you had no other choice? Luo Yu was stunned by the scolding. Although eldest senior brother was usually strict with him, he had never scolded him so fiercely before. He said with some grievance, no, it's not that I wanted to use the Bei's soul pearl. When I broke through to the nascent soul stage, a lot of spiritual energy suddenly surged around me, and some special energy. The Bei's soul pearl floated out by itself and started to devour energy. End of this chapter. Divine Beast by Zay, 2, asking for votes. In fact, Luo Yu spent so much time in the small world. That's because his trial wasn't as smooth as Muyan's. This was because after he entered the small world, the two soul orbs on his body started to absorb the energy around him non-stop. Or rather, it was the power of the small world. So much so that Luo Yu couldn't break through to the nascent soul stage. He passed the trial very quickly. But thinking about it, his senior brothers and sisters had higher cultivation than him. Now that he's in the small world, they must have advanced by leaps and bounds. If he was still at the peak of Jindan, wouldn't he be laughed at? That was absolutely impossible. Thus, Luo Yu could only desperately cultivate in the small world, desperately fighting for spiritual power and power from his soul orbs. Fortunately, Di Mingju's small world was so powerful that there was an endless source of power inside. So, after spending twice as much time as Mu Yan and the others, Luo Yu finally broke through to the nascent soul stage. But at the same time, his two soul orbs also broke through. Bai Feng broke through, it was still quietly nesting on him. But Bai Zai seemed to have been suppressed for a long time. Once it broke through, it didn't wait for its master's order and directly rushed out of the small world. Luo Yu cautiously looked at Yunruhan and reached out to grab his sleeve. Senior brother, don't be angry, okay? Anyway, there's no one else here, we're all from the Xiaoyao sect. It doesn't matter if Bai Zai was seen. That's right, senior brother. We already knew that Xiaoqi could summon the divine beast Bai Zai. Don't worry, everyone will keep their mouths shut. Because it's been too long, and they knew that everyone was fine. Ilanqin and the others had already been sent back to rest by Mu Yan. So, only the Xiaoyao 7 and Xiaobao were present. But the divine beast Bai Zai that just soared into the sky and spread out in all directions, or rather, the pressure of a divine beast, Yunruhan raised his head and stared at the youth in front of him. Fear, pain, and sorrow churned in the depths of his eyes, but he eventually suppressed them. Maybe no one really found out. Maybe those people had already left the Xiozhen continent. Even if someone sensed Bai Zai's beast god aura, at least, no one would know that it was coming from Xiaoqi. Yunruhan closed her eyes. Seeing Luo Yu's uneasy expression, her heart ached. He stretched out his hand and knocked on his head. In the future, you are not allowed to summon Bai Zai even in front of us. Do you hear me? Luo Yu cried out in pain, but she couldn't help but smile. I know. Eldest senior brother, you're not angry anymore, right? Under the moonlight, the handsome young man had two cute dimples that were faintly discernible. Yunruhan couldn't help but shake her head and poke his head. When Lang Yuma saw that the alarm was lifted, she immediately came forward with a smile. Xiaoqi is not bad, you are actually at the third rank of nascent soul. This time, you are not the only one at the bottom, right? Luo Yu was originally still smiling, but when she looked around, she discovered that aside from Chu Emoli, everyone else was at least in the fifth level of the nascent soul realm. Mu Yan directly reached the peak of the nascent soul stage, and her vision suddenly went dark. He had worked hard for half a day and spent twice the time of others, but in the end, he was still at the bottom. Just as she was depressed for 2 seconds, Luo Yu's gaze suddenly fell on Xiaobao. Xiaobao baby, you're back. Seventh Martial Uncle missed you so much, quickly let Martial Uncle hug you. In a split second, what Baizhe, what cultivation at the bottom, everything was thrown to the back of her mind. I'm a bit late, I hope I didn't affect your reading. End of this chapter. Growth of the Nether Flame Army. 1. In the next few days, the injuries of the female cultivators in Fusang City gradually improved. Bai Yichen and Ru Yan, who had come to receive them into the Nether Flame Army, had also received the order and rushed over. After not seeing each other for a long time, Bai Yichen and Ru Yan's cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. Under the cleansing of Mu Yan's Shin musician, rebirth, skill, coupled with the support of elixirs at all costs, Yan Haoyan, Ru Yan, Feng Haitang and Bai Yichen, the 4 leaders, had already broken through the gold core stage. Bai Yichen and Yan Haoyan had already reached the 5th stage golden core. Compared to the people of the Xiaoyao sect, their cultivation speed was a bit slow. But for the entire cultivation world, it was already unimaginably fast. Not to mention that they originally came from the Yanwu continent. They should have been forever stuck at the stage of fasting, unable to advance even an inch. Seeing Mayan, Bai Yichen and Ru Yan are wild with joy. Ru Yan rushes over and hugs Mu Yan. Miss, we all missed you. Not long after she hugged him, she glanced at the expressionless handsome man beside her. She immediately shrank her neck and hurriedly took a few steps back. He shows a fawning smile towards Di Mingju. Greetings, son-in-law. Bai Yichen also slowly knelt down on one knee and bowed. Greetings, Mississippi greetings, young master. Mu Yan looks at the two people kneeling on one knee with a clenched fist on their chest. For a moment, she is somewhat absent-minded. In the past, the people of Hellfire Valley knelt in front of her, calling her miss, calling Di Mingju son-in-law. Only 2 years have passed, but it seems like the blue sea has turned into mulberry fields. A very, very long time has passed. However, no matter how much time had passed, these people still stayed by her side and never left. Mu Yan couldn't help but reach out to hold Di Mingju's hand, showing him a gentle and loving smile. Di Mingju seems to understand the meaning in her eyes. He turns his hand around and holds her small, soft hand in the hollow of his palm, gazing deeply at her. The heavens let them meet, but they always created difficulties to prevent them from being together. In the Yanwu continent, he wanted to marry Mayan, but in the end, they were almost separated by life and death. On the road of cultivation, they finally met again. He thought that the two of them could finally tie the knot, but there was a marriage contract on the 3-life stone between the two of them. But no matter how much heaven doesn't want him and Mayan to be together, no matter how many difficulties and dangers awaited them in front of him, he would never let go of the girl's hand. If the Yanwu continent can't do it, then wait for the Shoshan continent. If the Shoshan continent can't do it, then wait for the Shoshan continent. Even if it's to the ends of the earth, to the depths of hell, as long as he, Di Mingju, is still alive, he will definitely make Mayan his wife. If a Buddha stood in his way, he would kill a Buddha. If a god stood in his way, he would slaughter a god. Mu Yan felt her hands tighten as she was pulled into the man's arms and hugged tightly. The scene in front of them reminded them of the past. But she doesn't know that the direction of Di Mingju's thinking is the complete opposite of hers. However, when he saw Ru Yan's smiling ambiguous eyes, and then looked at Zhu Wan, Yi Lanqin and the others on the side, he couldn't help but push her away in embarrassment. Mayan coughs lightly and pretends to be calm. Get up, tell me about the recent development of the Nether Flame Army. Ru Yan and Bai Chen immediately stood up and reported the situation. Back then, when the Nether Flame Army was only active in the Azure Sky domain and the Azure Blue domain due to their lack of strength, they had developed very well. During this period of time, because of Mu Yan's all-round support and the assistance of the Rebirth skill, the overall strength of the Nether Flame Army must be getting stronger and stronger. However, after listening to Ru Yan's narration, Mayan is still a little shocked. The strength of the Nether Flame Army has somewhat exceeded her imagination. End of this chapter. The growth of the Nether Flame Army. 2. You mean you have taken over the Jiuxian Pavilion? Mayan asked incredulously. Hearing this exclamation, the people of the Xiaoyao sect could not help but gather. Is it the Jiuxian Pavilion that held the spiritual chef competition in the Tianguang ruins? That is the most famous restaurant in the whole Cultivation continent. It is also famous in the Azure Blue realm and the Purple Cloud realm. Many people want to go there. Ru Yan raised her chin proudly and then looked at Mayan with a smile. Hee, it is all thanks to the bottleneck-breaking pill that you gave us. The only son of the owner of the Jiuxian Pavilion is extremely talented and the only disciple of the Xianxian sect. The Xianxian sect is a first-class sect in the southern land of the Purple Cloud realm. Its strength is not weaker than the Mu family and the Shui family. It is the sect that all sword cultivators in the Cultivation continent yearn to join. However, that son was seriously injured some time ago and almost died. Although the injury was healed, a demon appeared in his heart and his cultivation stagnated at the peak of the Gold Core realm, unable to break through. The owner of the Jiuxian Pavilion is very anxious. He invited all the doctors he could and bought all the elixirs he could, but no one could cure his son. In other words, his son is not sick at all. No matter how powerful the doctors are, they can't cure the demon. He even spent a lot of money to buy all kinds of elixirs sold in the Old Man is #1 in the world shop. Although they were effective, they could not help his son break through. Ru Yan blinked and smiled slyly. After I heard about it, I took the king-level bottleneck-breaking pill that you gave me to find the owner of the Jiuxian Pavilion. Hearing this, the people of the Xiaoyao sect immediately understood. The Jiuxian Pavilion sells the elixirs that Mayan refined, but they are by no means the best elixirs that she refined. At least, Chu Tianyu did not allow Mayan to sell king elixirs and quasi-king elixirs. After thinking about it, Mayan did not intend to sell them in the shop. Although they are both bottleneck-breaking pills, the 10th grade and king elixirs are completely different. The son of the owner of the Jiuxian Pavilion is unable to break through the demon in his heart. It is as if he is trapped in a cage made by an illusion and cannot get out. Most of the pills were to help him clear his mind and break through the illusion. But the king-level bottleneck-breaking pill directly broke the illusion and forcibly dragged him out of the cage. Ru Yan looks at Mayan with a face full of worship. The owner of Jiuxian Pavilion kept his word. After his son broke through, he gave up Jiuxian Pavilion with both hands. Using the Immortal Gathering Pavilion and the Dragon Soaring Academy as a springboard, we also entered the pill and mercenary markets of the eastern and southern lands of the Purple Cloud realm. Listening to Ru Yan speak with confidence and composure, Mu Yan couldn't help but sigh. The Nether Flame Army had grown much faster than she had imagined. This made her feel indescribably gratified. She was always afraid that these people who risked everything to follow her would not live a good life, which would make her regret leaving the spirit-molding pill to them. But now, it seemed that they had made the right choice. Mayan slowly said, "You have done very well, I am proud of you." Ru Yan once again giggled and said, "We have no choice but to work hard. Miss, your other two groups of followers, the Liangchen Army and the Devastating City Army, are developing like a raging fire, becoming more and more prosperous with each passing day. If we, the Nether Flame Army, do not work hard enough, how can we be qualified to be the sharpest sword in the hands of Miss and Little Master?" Mayan laughed in spite of herself. Just as she was about to speak, she heard Xiaobao's small face at the side, saying coldly, "It's not a sword, it's family. The Nether Flame Army is Xiaobao's and Mother's family." End of this chapter. No one is allowed to suspect him. 1. To Xiaobao, the Liangchen Army and the Toppling City Army were things he did not understand, nor did he dare to be interested in. However, the Nether Flame Army was different. These people have been accompanying him since the beginning of the Yanwu continent, protecting him. She called him Little Master and risked her life to save him time and time again. Even if she had to cross time and space, she still wanted to follow him and his mother. How could these people be swords? How could they be subordinates? They were Xiaobao and his mother's loved ones, and they could never be abandoned. Both Ru Yan and Bai Chen shuddered, their widened eyes bursting with a dazzling light. The heat dyed Ru Yan's eyes red. She quickly turned around to wipe them before saying, "Little master, to be able to follow you and miss is the greatest honor of our Nether Flame army." Mu Yan rubbed Xiaobao's head and gave him a look of approval. Then, she said, "I called you here today because I have something to tell you." "Miss, please speak." Mu Yan briefly recounted everything she had encountered in Fusang City, as well as the experiences of Zhu Wan, Yi Lanqing, and the others. "Make arrangements for these women." Regardless of whether they were accepted into the Nether Flame army or not, both sides could do as they wished. There was no need to force it. "But I hope that they can live a peaceful and happy life for the rest of their lives. They don't have to pay any price for the suffering they've suffered in the past." Ru Yan's Divine Secret Battalion had many women who had been through life and death. They had long been accustomed to the hypocrisy and ugliness of the world. But what happened to the women in Fusang City still made her dumbfounded, and she gritted her teeth in hatred. Ru Yan looked at Zhu Wan, Yi Lanqing, and the others. "Although our Tianji unit is an intelligence unit, we will never use women to carry out those lowly honey traps. Bah, isn't it just asking women to be sacrificed? Our Nether Fire army is disdainful. If you join the Heavenly Secret Battalion, I guarantee that you will be able to bring out your true strengths. Of course, if you don't like intelligence work, the Everlasting Camp is also a good choice." Ru Yan's clear and melodious voice and chatterbox blabbered on and on, causing the female cultivators' originally tense expressions to slowly relax. They could feel that this beautiful woman did not look down on them at all. There was pity in his eyes, as well as a common enemy, but there was no cheap sympathy. Soon, more than half of the female cultivators chose to join the Heavenly Secret Battalion, while the rest yearned for the peaceful and tranquil Longevity Battalion. Only Zhu Wan and Yi Lanqing walk before Mayan and slowly kneel down. "Miss, we want to stay by your side." Just as Mu Yan is about to speak, Di Mingju suddenly releases his pressure. This pressure isn't even a millionth of Di Mingju's strength. But to Zhu Wan and Yi Lanqing, it was like a mountain pressing down on them, causing them to suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood and fall to the ground. Di Mingju condescendingly looks down at the two of them. There isn't a shred of pity in his eyes. "You should be glad that you're weak. I have no interest in bickering with two ants. But next time, if Ben Jun hears you try in vain to provoke Yan Yan again, then don't blame Ben Jun for being ruthless." Zhu Wan and Yi Lanqing's faces were pale. It was as if their souls were being squeezed crazily and were on the verge of shattering. His body trembled uncontrollably. But Mayan, who had always been incomparably lenient towards these pitiful women, doesn't say anything this time. Instead, she calmly watches Di Mingju's movements. When Di Mingju withdraws his pressure, she coldly says, "Zhu Wan, Yi Lanqing, even if Di Mingju didn't make a move today, I would still flare up all the same." End of this chapter. Not allowing anyone's suspicions. 2. Asking for votes. "I know that you've just crawled back from hell, and can no longer trust any man. I won't interfere with your choices, but please, don't try in vain to interfere with my feelings. It's not that after seeing the darkness, there's only darkness left in the world. It's not that the men of Fusang City are beasts, but that all men in the world are not good things. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if I've truly given my heart wrongly, and been betrayed and abandoned, that's still my choice." And at this very moment, Mayan's gaze sweeps over the shivering Zhu Wan and Yi Lanqing, then slowly turns to all the female cultivators. Her voice is clear and firm, pleasing to the ears, as if every word and sentence hits everyone's soul. "At this very moment, I will not allow anyone to suspect my fiancé for no reason, to slander the man I love. If any of you do it again, then please get lost from my side, and never let me see you again. Do you understand?" Those female cultivators tremble from head to toe, and suddenly come back to their senses. They kneel on the ground. "Understood. We will never do it again." Yi Lanqing and Zhu Wan raise their heads, their somewhat reddened eyes looking at Mayan. There's still a trace of unwillingness in their eyes. But when they see Di Mingju, they suddenly freeze. At this time, the man is intently looking at the girl beside him. His ice-blue eyes are always covered with a frosty coldness. But at this very moment, there's a kind of bone-deep gentleness. It's as if he doesn't put anything in the world in his eyes, and only the girl in front of him is the most precious treasure that he cherishes and loves. Enchantress and Zhuan feel as if they've been ruthlessly hit on their souls. They suddenly realize how precious such a man, such deep affection, is. And how wrong they are. The two struggle to get up from the ground, crouch on the ground, and hoarsely say, "Miss, please forgive us, we were blinded by greed. In the future, we will never dare to slander the son-in-law again, and we hope that Miss will not drive us away." Enchantress anxiously says, "We are willing to join the Nether Flame army, but please, Miss, don't dare to drive us away." Zhuan wipes the tears on her face, and says with difficulty, "If we leave Miss, we really don't know, where else in this world would we find shelter?" Mayan sighs softly and looks at Di Mingju. Di Mingju snorts coldly, "Do you think that Ben Jun would bother with two women?" He kept a straight face and said some unpleasant words, but the corners of his mouth unconsciously curled up. This was the first time the Polar Domain's sovereign lord was protected like this. Moreover, that sentence, "I won't allow anyone to be suspicious of my fiancé for no reason, to slander the man I love," makes Jun Shangdaran simply burst with joy. How could he still have the interest to haggle with Enchantress and the others, seeing that Di Mingju really doesn't care? Mu Yan looks at Bai Yichen. Both Zhuan and Enchantress are meticulous and powerful people. The Taishu camp still lacks powerful deputy generals. "Yichen, I'll leave these two people to you." Bai Yichen nodded and bowed. "Yes, Mississippi," because it was rare to see Mu Yan and Xiao Bao. Bai Yichen and Ru Yan did not leave immediately. Instead, they planned to set off tomorrow morning. Bai Yichen intends to first experience the strength of Zhuan and Enchantress. Ru Yan looks at his tall and straight back from the side. She sighs softly, and half chuckles, and half sighs, "Miss, why do you always arrange girls for Yichen's side-ah? If these two also fall into the same trap as Shui Yan, what should we do?" End of this chapter. The affairs of the heart are beyond human control. Mayan stares blankly and looks at Ru Yan. "What do you mean by that?" Her voice pauses, and she suddenly says with uncertainty, "Does Shui Yan like Yichen?" Shui Yan could be said to be the second in command of the Great Void Camp. His performance in the Yanwu continent was excellent. After arriving at the Cultivation continent, he accidentally discovered that she was the long-lost granddaughter of the richest man in the Azure Blue Realm, Zhu Fugue. The reason why the Nether Flame army was able to develop so well at the beginning was definitely related to the financial support of the Zhu family. Ru Yan nodded, then could not help but let out a soft sigh. Ru Yan, can be considered to have seen countless men, but someone as infatuated as Bai Yichen is really too rare. His fiancée has already been killed by that slut Gong Qianxue for so many years, but young Master Bai has never thought of finding another woman to spend the rest of his life with. Every year on the anniversary of Miss Lin's death, we would see him holding their jade pendant and drinking himself into oblivion. As early as in the Yanwu continent, Shui Yan had already fallen in love with him, openly and secretly confessing to him many times. But they were all rejected by Master Bai without hesitation. I think that if you didn't give him the Grand Void Battalion and give him trust and hope, he might have already left with Miss Lin. Mu Yan sighs softly. In this life, Lin Sidong could be said to have died in the hands of Gong Qianxue in her place. She had always felt guilty towards Bai Yichen, this pair of ill-fated lovebirds, but there was nothing she could do. He could only try his best to keep Bai Yichen alive. That was also Lin Sitong's greatest wish before she died. As for Shui Yan, Mu Yan knows even more than Yan. Shui Yan's life was originally saved by Bai Yichen and brought back to the Ziyang sect. It was also because of Bai Yichen that she joined the Nether Flame army. A long, long time ago, Shui Yan had a special feeling for Bai Yichen. It was only because Bai Yichen's heart belonged to someone else that he kept it hidden in the depths of his heart. However, after so many years of Lin Sitong's death, she might not be able to suppress her feelings anymore. If possible, of course, she hoped that Bai Yichen could walk out of the heartache of the past. However, matters of the heart were beyond human control. Sometimes, love was love, even if they were separated forever. If you don't love her, then you don't love her, even if she's always by your side. Not being decisive would only bring pain to both sides. Mu Yan took a deep breath and made a decision. "Pass my order, transfer Shui Yan to the Tianju Battalion, and transfer a mature and steady male cultivator from the Grand Void Battalion to assist Yi Chen. Zhu Wan and Yi Lanqin will start from the bottom of the Grand Void Battalion. Ru Yan slightly widens her eyes and looks at Mayan, but she quickly comes back to her senses. She lowers her head and says, "As you bid, Mississippi." Snow Goose would definitely be heartbroken by this order. But this was the best result for everyone. Reunions are always short. Dimingju is the emperor of the polar domain. Now that the Nether Realm and the demon race are getting restless, he can't leave the Xiaoxian continent for a long time no matter what. On the other hand, Xiaobao's cultivation was far from over. If he wanted to make rapid progress in a short period of time, he would have to return to his small world to continue studying and training diligently. Xiaobao nestles tightly in Mayan's arms, rubbing against her reluctantly. "Nyangqin, Xiaobao will be a little faster, a little stronger, and then return to Nyangqin's side to protect you." Mayan's heart is also full of reluctance. But it's not like when Xiaobao left her for the first time. End of this chapter. Come, let's go abuse the dregs. 1. Mu Yan reaches out and gently rubs Xiaobao's head. Her voice is slightly hoarse, but there's an unspeakable tenderness in it. Nyangqin will also work hard. Hurry and come to your side. Xiaobao hugs Mu Yan more tightly, his little hands tightly holding her waist, unwilling to let go. Suddenly, he thinks of something. He pulls Mu Yan's sleeve and whispers in her ear, "Nyangqin, Brother Qi Huang said that if you want the rabbit's poop, I have a lot of it in my space. How about I give it all to you?" Xiaobao knows that Brother Qi Huang's existence is his mother's biggest secret. Even if it's his father and his martial uncles, he can't say it. Although Xiaobao doesn't understand why, he always listens to his mother's words the most. Mu Yan's eyes brighten, and she kisses Xiaobao on the cheek. Sure enough, she knows that Xiaobao is her greatest luck. The fat rabbit's poop is an attributeless substance. With what Xiaobao gives her, she can upgrade her Shin musician skills without any scruples. However, it turns out that Mu Yan is thinking too much. Last time, she sent the fat rabbit's poop into the Tian Mo Qin and directly obtained 1,000 rounds of god power. But this time, there are only 100 or even a few dozen rounds of god power in one poop. How could this be? Qi Huang sneers, "Idiot, do you think that the Shin musician skills are so easy to upgrade? If it was so easy to cheat, the Shin musician sect has been passed down for thousands of years, and no one has ever reached the top. The same attributeless substance can only be used once. This fat rabbit is quite special. Each poop actually contains a few different types of attributeless substances, which allows you to obtain 100 rounds of god power from time to time. But even 100 rounds of god power can't last long." As Qi Huang said, after feeding the Tian Mo Qin 10 fat rabbit poop, the Tian Mo Qin directly refuses to swallow the fat rabbit's poop. Mu Yan is disappointed, but she soon gets over it. It's already a pleasant surprise that the fat rabbit's discrimination can provide her with so much god power. As a matter of fact, the Tian Mo Qin is once again filled to the brim, and she can choose to upgrade her skills. Mu Yan thinks for a long time, and finally lights up the 2 stars after rebirth. She hopes to help everyone in Mingyan Valley to cleanse their marrows as soon as possible, so that they can find a broader sky in their cultivation journey. We've stayed in Fusang City long enough. It's time to set off for our next destination. Yun Ruhan looked at her 6 juniors and said slowly, "Next, we're going to the Lian family in the western continent of the Purple Cloud Realm. Does anyone have any objections?" Ling Yuma suddenly stood up, "Eldest senior brother, you don't have to do it for me anymore." Yun Ruhan smiled warmly at Ling Yuma, then turned her head. Her face was cold and her eyes were bloodshot. No one who bullies the carefree sect doesn't have to pay the price. "Yuma, we didn't know what you went through in the past. Now that we know, how can we not accompany you to seek justice?" Ling Yuma did not tell him everything that she had experienced, but the words that Hong Mian said before she died. The people of the Xiaoyao sect had already guessed what was going on. Luo Yu clenched her fists and said indignantly, "Fourth senior sister, I remember Master said that when you were picked up, you were half dead. Your mother suffered such torture here. Now that you know who the culprit is, can you still endure it?" End of chapter. Let's go abuse the dregs. 1. Mu Yan suddenly follows Luo Yu's words, "Or do you want to take revenge behind our backs?" fourth sister, this won't do. We've already agreed that the Xiaoyao 7 will advance and retreat together. Ling Yuma clenches her fists tightly. She doesn't want revenge? How is that possible? Even in her dreams, she wants to tear Ling Shuqin into pieces. But, she closes her eyes and says hoarsely, Lianxing is a crossing tribulation cultivator. Even if the 7 of us work together, we're not his match. After all, I'm his daughter. Even if he hates me, he won't really kill me for the sake of fame and other people's comments. At most, he'll cripple her again like that year. However, if the other people of the Xiaoyao sect stand up for her, then Lianxing won't be merciful. That ungrateful, selfish, and merciless man, Ling Yuma doesn't even want to call him father anymore. Mayan smiles, and with a flip of her hand, she suddenly takes out a talisman. Gently shaking it, she smirks and says, before Di Mingju left, he gave me a talisman treasure. In a critical moment, if I exhaust all my spiritual power, I can defeat a crossing tribulation stage cultivator. Ling Yuma stares blankly at the talisman in her hand. She knows that after Xiao Bao and Mu Yan bid farewell, Di Mingju took Mu Yan away. The two of them hid somewhere and chatted for an hour before returning. However, she didn't expect that Di Mingju would prepare such a talisman for her junior sister. One must know that in the Shoshan continent, almost everyone uses immortal power. No one has spiritual power. Unfortunately, things with immortal power cannot be brought to the Shoshan continent through the space barrier. One can imagine how much effort Di Mingju had to put in to complete such a small talisman that could be said to be trash in his eyes. In order to protect his fiancée, Jun Shangdaran is going all out. Chu Emoli says with a smile that isn't a smile, Junior sister, why do I feel that you don't want to appease Xiaoxi, but rather can't wait to show off to us? Mu Yan raises her eyebrows and smiles like a flower. Her peach blossom eyes are as bright as the stars, my man is perfect and treats me well. Is there a problem with me showing off? This time even Chumoli choked. The crowd had rarely seen the abnormal third senior brother suffer such a setback, and they couldn't help but laugh out loud. Mu Yan carefully kept the talisman treasure back into her space, then winked at Ling Yuma, fourth senior sister, can we go to the Lian family castle now? If you still don't agree, then don't you want to see us beat you to the ground? Beat him up. Ling Yuma did not hesitate to clench her fists and roar, F***ck, even in my dreams, I want to beat up this scumbag couple until their parents don't recognize them. She held the red lotus soul-stealing saber on her waist and turned to look at Ling Ruolin, who was expressionless and ignorant. With Mayan's medical skills, she can treat any ordinary illness. However, Ling Ruolin's situation was different. Her soul seemed to have dissipated. Only a small remnant soul was left, barely supporting the operation of the body's functions. Mayan uses the calm soul and settle soul function to try to recall her soul, and then discovers a strange thing. Ling Ruolin's soul didn't disperse and disappear. Instead, it hid in the depths of her knowledge sea and entered into a dormant state, unwilling to wake up. Mayan tried countless times to use the sound of the zither to recall her soul, but the results were minimal. This is a human self-protection mechanism. Because it's too painful and unbearable, she can only seal her emotions forever. End of this chapter. Let's go abuse the scum. 2. Begging for votes. One could imagine how much suffering Ling Ruolin had gone through in those years for her to end up like this. Ling Yuma walked to Ling Ruolin's side and slowly squatted down. She held Ling Ruolin's ice-cold hands and her eyes were filled with tears. Mother, your suffering will not be in vain. I will definitely clear up your injustice. I want everyone in the world to know that it wasn't you who cheated on the Lian family, it was the Lian family's bastards who let you down. Yun Ruhan waves her hand, let's go now. As soon as the 7 people walk out of Fusang City, they are shocked by the scene in front of them. They see that there are dozens of fresh corpses lying in disorder at the city gate. That's right, those are fresh corpses. The male cultivators of Fusang City have long been burned clean by Ilanqin and the others. Mu Yan quickly sees a familiar face among these corpses. Wei Baolin, seeing the man's twisted and painful death, Mu Yan's eyes slightly narrow. They had almost forgotten about this man. At first, because Wei Baolin was a member of the Murong family, even if he was born in Fusang City, Mu Yan and the others never suspected him. As for Gufaping, who even Wei Baolin praised and trusted, they naturally had less suspicion. But they didn't expect that Wei Baolin was the person who hid the deepest. From the beginning, he knew what would happen to the female cultivators who entered Fusang City, and what kind of person Gufaping was, but he tricked them into entering. For the first time in her life, Mu Yan almost failed miserably. But this Wei Baolin disappeared without a trace, and there was no news of him. Mu Yan thought that he had died in the hands of the furious female cultivators of Fusang City. She didn't expect that this person actually escaped. Luo Yu steps forward and fiercely kicks Wei Baolin. She grits her teeth and says, "This bastard actually died like this, it's too easy on him. In a while, I will write a letter to Murong Shui and tell her that this Wei is not a good person at all. I heard that he also has a cousin who is also helping the Murong family. The dogmen of Fusang City are not good people, I must let Murong Shui." UMO, Little 7, look, isn't that Wei Baolin's cousin? Wei Baolin's cousin, Mu Yan, and the others had only seen him once from afar, but they quickly recognized him. Could these be the people from Fusang City who were training outside? Damn, did someone kill all the male cultivators in Fusang City? Are they trying to end the entire Fusang City's bloodline? Who do you think did this? It can't be Junior Martial Uncle, right? Chumoli shook his head. Little Martial Uncle doesn't have the time to do that. Let's find these people one by one, and then go kill them. Yes, killing these people was not difficult. The difficult part was finding these cultivators from Mulberry City. He even managed to kill someone in a short period of time. Yun Ruhan suddenly thought of a possibility. She looked at Ling Yuma and slowly said, "Could it be? Could it be done by the Yunlinglin clan?" The Yunlinglin clan was a well-known clan in the entire cultivation continent. Other than special existences like Luo Yunxiao and Young Master Suicide, the Azure Sky Proclamation represented the highest level of power in the cultivation continent. And the Yunlinglin clan occupied 3 of the top 20 positions in the Azure Sky Proclamation. 3 tribulations for one clan. The old man of the Lin clan, Ling Yaoshan, had occupied the first position of the Azure Sky Proclamation for dozens of years and had never fallen. It could be said that in the entire cultivation continent, no clan or sect could compare to him. End of this chapter. If there was someone who could silently kill all the male cultivators in Fusang City in a short time, who would have a reason to do so? The Yunlinglin family is definitely the most likely. Ling Yuma is stunned at first, then shows a self-mocking smile. It can't be them. She pauses, then grits her teeth and says, "That year, my mother insisted on marrying Lian Sheng." It can be said that she broke off all relations with the Ling family. Moreover, Master Ling even announced to the whole Shozhen continent that he doesn't have a daughter called Ling Ruolin. Later, my mother was taken away by Willow Valley City. I was desperate and went to the Yunlinglin family to seek help. However, I was driven away at the foot of the mountain. She will never forget that maid who drove her away looked at her with contempt and sneered. When eldest miss left the Ling family and made the old madam vomit blood and anger, didn't you say that you were no longer a member of the Ling family? Why? Now that you can't go on, you come back to beg for help? What does she think the Ling family is? Does she think that the old madam and the old madam will still recognize her as their daughter? This is also the reason why after so many years, even when she was at her lowest and most miserable time, she never thought of looking for the Lin family again. Mu Yan and the group quickly arrive at 4 Division City, which is close to Fusang City. At that time, they met Elanqin and Gufaping here. And the reason why Gufaping came and brought Elanqin back to Fusang City is precisely because of the guards of 4 Division City who are greedy for money. In fact, as a neighboring city, 4 Division City is absolutely clear about the shady business in Fusang City. However, after knowing about it, not only did they not help those pitiful female cultivators. On the contrary, they helped the evildoers to do evil, and sent those female cultivators who had escaped from the devil's claws with great difficulty to the vicinity of 4 Division City back to hell. Therefore, when the 7 people enter the city, they are once again asked to pay crystals by the guards of 4 Division City and are searched. Ling Yuma flips out on the spot. In the blink of an eye, all the guards of 4 Division City are chopped to the ground. The originally noisy street was now littered with dozens of guards lying on the ground. It was unknown if they were dead or alive. 4 Division City is in a mess. All the cultivators look at the 7 people who slowly walk in like azuras. Who are these people? Why did you start a massacre the moment you entered Four Symbol City? I recognize them. They are the unfettered 7 devils. Heavens, why are these 7 fiends here? Have you heard? Fusang City, one of the largest cities in the Violet Cloud Realm's western continent, was burned to the ground a few days ago. Do you know who did this? Who did it? It's the unfettered 7 demons. No, it should be the beautiful killing god, Jun Mayan. I heard from the cultivators who went to Fusang City to scout for information that Jun Mayan alone massacred all the male cultivators in Fusang City. Not even a single corpse was left. One person massacring an entire city. My god, what kind of cruel demoness is she? What are they doing here? He wouldn't be thinking of slaughtering Four Symbol City, right? Luo Yu could not help but burst into laughter as she listened to the horrified discussions of the people around her. 6th senior sister, looks like you can never get rid of the title of she-devil. Mayan touches her nose, feeling very helpless. Not everyone in Four Symbol City is afraid of him. There are also some people who have long known about Fusang City's evil deeds, and hate them bitterly. It's only because they are not strong enough that they are unable to lend a helping hand. Alluring Enchantress, Heaven-Defying Baby's black-bellied father, 1, currently typing. Please wait a moment, after the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. I don't know if the 7 young heroes are satisfied with this way of handling it. Ling Yuma suddenly unsheathed her long blade and coldly said, if you dare to obey, don't blame this old lady's blade for taking your dog heads. I dare not. The city lord bitterly smiled, if I can, I also don't want to help the evildoer. Please rest assured, if this matter cannot be handled properly, this one will bring my own head to see you. After saying that, the city lord left with his people. The guards who had fainted in the pool of blood were also carried away. The whole street was once again restored to peace. Mu Yan and the others were about to enter an inn to rest and buy some clothes. Tomorrow, they will set off for the Lian family. Suddenly, a figure rushed out from the side and threw himself in front of her. He hugged her feet and wailed. My stall, my treasures, these are all this old man's possessions. You destroyed them for me, how can I live in the future? Compensate, you must compensate me. The 7 of them were startled and looked down at the same time. Only then did they discover that the one who was hugging Ling Yuma was an old man with an unkempt beard and a sloppy appearance. They saw that there were a lot of bloodstains and vegetable leaves on his clothes. He was crying with snot and tears, very sad. Ling Yuma doubtfully said, I destroyed your stall? Don't tell me you want to act shamelessly? The old man twitched his beard, raised his eyebrows and glared. He pointed behind him and shouted, look for yourself, my treasured spirit grass, weren't they all destroyed by you? Ling Yuma looked in the direction of the old man's finger. Sure enough, she found that a stall had collapsed, stained with bloodstains. The basket placed on it, along with the things inside, were all crushed to pieces. Ling Yushin quickly walked to the basket, lowered his head to pick up a rotten vegetable leaf and sniffed it. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. 4th sister, this is 3rd grade. 3rd grade black orchid grass is the lowest grade of spirit grass, it doesn't contain much spiritual power. This kind of low-grade spirit grass, generally, only mortals and body refinement stage cultivators would pick it and sell it for money. Even in the Azure Cloud Realm and Azure Blue Realm, few people would look at it, not to mention in the Purple Cloud Realm. When the old man heard this, he immediately shouted, what's wrong with the 3rd grade black orchid grass? The 3rd grade black orchid grass is also my treasure. Can you not pay for it if you break it? Ling Yuma frowned and took out 2 high-grade crystal stones from her storage ring. He squatted down and handed it to the old man. These crystals are for you. The amount of crow orchid grass he could buy with 2 high-grade crystals was enough to cover the entire 4 divisions city. The old man grabbed the crystal stones and put them in his sleeves. He continued to shout, no, how can we just compensate with crystal stones? This crow orchid grass was something that this old man, had to go through mountains and rivers to collect with great effort. Do you think that it was only the crystal that was crushed? No, this is this old man's painstaking effort. How can you just compensate me with crystal stones? You must compensate me with the crow orchid grass. The veins on Ling Yuma's forehead bulged as she pressed her fingers on the hilt of the red lotus soul-stealing blade. She sneered coldly and said, "Old man, you even dare to blackmail me. Do you really think that I can't deal with you?" The old man was so scared that he shrunk his neck back and looked at Ling Yuma with his muddy eyes. Just when Ling Yuma thought that he would be scared away, she saw a scene that made her dumbstruck. Oh my god! How can a little girl like you do this? Bullying an old man like me? Pingxi? 2. Asking for votes. Tell me, did you crush my black orchid grass? Did you smash my stall? What? Do you think you can get rid of me with just a few crystals? Do you think I'm that kind of person? Hey, hey, hey. Everyone, come and judge for me. A bunch of youngsters bullying a lonely old man like me. I'd rather die than be humiliated. Wah, I don't want to live anymore. Ling Yuma was dumbfounded. She had never seen anyone so shameless before. Seeing that the surrounding people were looking at her, and that the stall was indeed smashed by her, Lin Mingya's eyes widened. Ling Yuma's face turned green and white. She gritted her teeth and said, "That you do what? Want? What? What? What?" The old man wiped away his tears and said, "You've destroyed my stall and the utensils I use to eat. From now on, you'll have to be responsible for my food and lodging." What? Ling Yuma dug her ears. The old man glared at her. Did I say anything wrong? Look at you, little girl. You're so young and pretty. Could it be that you're trying to act shamelessly? Oh, by the way, when you threw him over just now, he hit my leg. Ouch, my leg hurts. Ling Yuma was going crazy. When the old man pounced on her, his legs were very agile. But now, he looked as if his leg was broken. He was playing with her like a monkey. Ling Yuma turned to look at her fellow apprentices. She found that the other 6 were watching the show with great interest. Luo Yu was holding melon seeds and eating them with Ling Yuxing. TSK TSK TSK. Is this what Bai Xia meant by Pingxi? 4th senior sister is so unlucky. Ling Yuxing was more obedient. He said hesitantly, but it was indeed 4th senior sister who smashed the old grandpa's stall. It's natural for her to ask for compensation. Yun Rohan looked at Ling Yuxing and nodded. The Xiaoyao sect doesn't offend those who don't offend us. It's our fault and we should take responsibility. Yuma was too impulsive just now. She shouldn't have started a fight on the street and hurt the innocent. Ling Yuma was so angry that she fell backwards, and promptly turned her gaze towards Mu Yan and Chumoli. She knew that these 2 were the smartest people in the entire Xiaoyao school. She was at her wit's end with this old man. Mu Yan takes a deep look at the old man rolling on the ground, then turns her head to meet Chumoli's gaze. They both saw the deep meaning in each other's eyes. Mu Yan coughed lightly and turned to look at Ling Yuma. Just as he was about to speak, the old man lying on the ground suddenly shouted. All right. Little girl, I won't ask you to take care of me for the rest of my life. I just want you to send me safely to Changyang City. Is that enough? Ling Yuma was stunned and looked down at the old man. You want to go to Changyang City? That's right. This old man has a relative in Changyang City. As long as you take this old man there to find my relative, then we'll call it even. Is that fine? Ling Yuma hesitated for a moment, then finally gritted her teeth. All right, I promise you. Because the old man said that his leg was injured, Ling Yuma squatted down and helped him up. Hey, little girl, wait, this old man's body is covered in mud. Ling Yuma unhappily glared at him. When you rushed over to extort me earlier, why weren't you afraid of dirtying my feet? Saying that, without waiting for the old man to speak again, she directly carried him to a luxurious carriage and helped him into it. End of this chapter. I have no family. 1. The curtain of the carriage is lifted, revealing 2 pretty girls dressed as maids. Seeing Ling Yuma, both of them show a shallow smile. What's the matter, 4th miss? Ling Yuma, how is my mother? Please rest assured, 4th miss, Madam Ling is very well. She has just eaten and is now taking a nap. Saying that, she also lifts the curtain a little to facilitate Ling Yuma's inspection. These 2 maids are called Chui Lu and Bai Lu. Their appearance is ordinary and unremarkable, but they are very astute and capable. They are also one of the Nether Flame army that followed Mayan all the way from the Yanwu continent. This time, because they have to bring Ling Wolin with soulless syndrome back to Changyang City, they need people to take care of her at all times. Mayan specially transferred these two people from the Tianji battalion. The curtain of the carriage is lifted, and Ling Yuma sees the woman sleeping with her eyes closed. Her bright complexion is the same as yesterday. The glimmer of light outside the carriage shines in, setting off the woman's peaceful and beautiful sleeping appearance. It's as if Ling Wolin is still that fairy Wolin of the past, peerless in style, proud and unrestrained. Ling Yuma lowers her eyes and presses down the sourness in her heart. She doesn't see that the pupils of the old man standing behind her suddenly contract when he sees the sleeping Ling Wolin. The hand that is holding the crystal is tightly clenched. After a low crackling sound, the crystal in the palm of his hand doesn't even leave a bit of powder. Ling Yuma stabilizes her mood, then nods and smiles towards Cui Lu and Bai Lu. I've troubled you. This? She looks back at the old man. By the way, what's your name? The old man lowers his head, not knowing what he's doing. Ling Yuma urges him again, then says with a mischievous smile, little girl, you are a junior, how can you ask this old man's name? I think you should call me grandpa? At your age, I think you're too young to be my granddaughter? Dream on. Ling Yuma rolls her eyes. It's not enough that you blackmailed me, now you also want to take advantage of me? The old man, if you can't call me Grandpa, you can also call me Grandpa. No matter what, I'm your elder. Ling Yuma directly turns her head and ignores him. This old man is injured and is resting outside the carriage. You don't need to pay attention to him. After resting in 4 Division City for a day, Mu Yan's group changed to an airship and headed to Changyang City early the next morning. However, it was different from when they thought they could reach Changyang City in 3 to 5 days. After the flying boat flew into the sky, Ling Wolin's face would turn pale and her body would shiver at night. In the end, the 7 of them decided to travel during the day and rest at night. Mother, don't be afraid. Ling Yumo used a cloth to gently wipe the corner of Ling Wolin's mouth. Her voice was gentle as if she was coaxing a child. From now on, Yumo will protect you. I will never let anyone take you away from me again. Girl. An old voice suddenly came from the side. Who took your mother away from your eyes? Ling Yuma was shocked and looked at the old man in bewilderment. Why don't you make a sound when you walk? No, what shocked her even more was, the old man was already so close to her, but she didn't notice at all. The old man chuckled and said, isn't it because you're too focused, little girl? This old man paced back and forth for a long time, but you didn't react at all. Little girl, you haven't answered what I just said yet. Ling Yuma originally didn't want to answer, but when she met the old man's gaze, her heart seemed to be inexplicably stirred by something. She didn't know if it was because the moonlight was too bright, but the old man's originally turbid eyes became so bright. End of chapter. I have no family, too, especially when she glanced at Ling Wolin, there seemed to be something sparkling in her eyes. But when Ling Yuma wanted to take a closer look, there was nothing there. Girl, if you always keep your words in your heart, be careful not to choke yourself. Ling Yuma was silent for a while, then slowly said, my mother was once taken away by force. It was, on a dark night like this, I chased her under the flying boat and desperately shouted for her, but I could only watch her leave. Ling Wolin was now so afraid of riding the flying boat at night, perhaps it was the scene of being taken away by Willow Valley City that was deeply engraved in her mind. Even if she was now a walking corpse, she still couldn't erase the fear that was engraved in the depths of her soul. Ling Yuma heard the slightly hoarse voice of the old man after a long time, Don't you have any other family? Why? Why don't you ask them for help? I have no family. Ling Yuma sneered and whispered, those who think my mother is shameful and watch her fall into hell, I don't recognize them as my family. Purple Cloud Realm, Yunlingling family. In the quaint and elegant long corridor, a man dressed in luxurious purple clothes suddenly flashed and appeared. The man looked to be in his 30s. His skin was fair and his facial features were delicate and refined. But the pressure that overflowed from his body made the people around him tremble. The attendants on both sides hurriedly knelt down and bowed, fourth young master. The man ignored them, just stepped in front of the man in the middle of the hall, and hurriedly said, Big brother, did you just say that there is news of Roland? Is it true? You're not lying to me? Xishuan, calm down. It's not that there is news of my little sister, it's just that the Cloud Essence Beast sensed the activation of the Ru Blood Meridians nearby. Ru Blood Meridians was the unique cultivation talent of the Yunling Lung family. Except for those who had the direct bloodline of the Lung family, no one could activate it. And this time, the Ru Blood Meridians, sensed by the Cloud Essence Beast, was different from everyone in the Lung family. The biggest possibility was their little sister Lung Roland, who had been away for decades. Or, Big Brother, tell me, where did the Cloud Essence Beast sense the activation of the Ru Blood Meridians? I'll go look for it now. Leng Yue could not help but sigh inwardly as he looked at the usually gentle and elegant young man panicking to the point where he was in a panic. In fact, Leng Zhishuan was not a member of the Leng clan, but was picked up by the old ancestor Leng Yaoshan from the God Refining Abyss. In terms of talent, Leng Zhishuan was far stronger than all the direct descendants of the Leng family. The Leng clan of the Yunling Mountains had undergone 3 tribulations. One was the Leng clan's ancestor, Leng Yaoshan. One was Leng Yue, the head of the Leng clan. The third one was the adopted son of the Leng family, Leng Zhishuan, who was less than 100 years old but had already entered the tribulation stage. When Leng Zhishuan entered the Leng family, he was only 10 years old and had no cultivation at all. At that time, Leng Roland was already 18 years old. Leng Zhishuan always liked to follow behind Leng Roland. If anyone hurt Leng Roland, he would fight it out with them. Leng Zhishuan always called them big brother, second brother, and third brother, but was never willing to call Leng Roland sister. Almost everyone in the Leng family knew what kind of feelings he was hiding in his heart, except for Leng Roland. Later on, winning streaks appeared. Leng Yaoshan firmly disagreed with Leng Roland being with him. There were many sons in the Leng family, and Leng Roland was the only daughter, so she was spoiled since she was a child. End of this chapter. The eldest daughter of the Lian family came back. 1. The opposition of the Leng family aroused her rebellious mentality. No matter what, she had to be with Lian Sheng. At that time, Leng Yaoshan was also angry and directly said, Leng Roland, if you dare to be with this man, don't recognize me as your father anymore. If you have the ability to leave, don't ever come back. I will pretend that my Leng Yaoshan doesn't have a daughter like you, and the Yunling Leng family doesn't have an eldest daughter. The stubborn little sister left without hesitation and never set foot in the Yunling again. This parting lasted for many, many years. It wasn't that Leng Zhishuan didn't go to Chongyang City to secretly visit, but what he saw was the loving scene of Leng Roland and Lian Sheng. From then on, he only knew how to cultivate in seclusion. When they heard the news of their little sister, it turned out to be the adopted daughter of the Leng family, Leng Shuqin, who came to visit as the mistress of the Lian family. At that time, they knew that their little sister, Leng Roland, left Lian Sheng and ran away with her young daughter because of the discord between her and Lian Sheng. Leng Shuqin knelt in front of Leng Yue and cried, the Leng family has done me a great favor. I don't want to take my sister's place, but Yuma is still so young. If I don't stay in the Leng family to take care of her, what will she do? Big brother, Yuma was raised by my sister. She hates the Leng family to the bone. Now that she was abandoned by her mother, Yuma, she won't want to see you. Because of Leng Shuqin's words and the fact that Leng Roland had left, Lian Yuma was hated by the Leng family after all. So in the following years, no one from the Leng family visited the Lian family. But now that the Cloud Essence Beast had sensed the Ru bloodline, the first person Leng Yue thought of was not his little sister, but the rebellious little girl he had seen from afar. That was his niece. Big brother? Leng Zhishuan's voice suddenly brought Leng Yue back to reality. He said in a deep voice, the aura should be coming from the western land. I will go with you. Just as the two were about to walk out of the hall, suddenly a young woman in a white dress, embroidered with orchids, walked over quickly. A pair of beautiful eyes looked at Leng Zhishuan's face and said with concern, Fourth young master, you just came out of seclusion, why are you going out again? I've cooked spirit swallow 100 fragrant porridge for you. It's most suitable for replenishing your qi. Out of the way. However, before she could finish speaking, the person in front of her had already disappeared after a cold shout. The woman's complexion alternated between green and white, and she tightly clenched the handkerchief in her hand. Haha, Xiqin, don't be sad. Fourth young master didn't mean to treat you badly. He and eldest young master must have received a piece of great news, so they couldn't wait to hurry on their way. Great news? What news? Let me tell you, you definitely won't be able to guess it. It's the first Mississippi. They have found the first Mrs. whereabouts and are rushing over to bring her back. That's great. After so many years, First Miss is finally going to return to our Yunling Mountains. Xiqin suddenly opened her eyes wide. Her face first turned pale, and then suddenly twisted. The western continent of the Purple Cloud Realm, Chongyang City, Lian Family Castle. Then it's settled. The marriage between our two families will be set in March next year. In the center of the hall, gift boxes wrapped in red happiness characters were all over the floor. When all the people who came to deliver the engagement gifts had left, Lian Yunxiang walked quickly to Lian Xing, squatted down on his knees and said coquettishly, "Daddy, I don't want to get married. I can't bear to leave you and mother." End of this chapter. The young lady of the Lian family is back, too. Lian Xing looked at his charming daughter with tenderness in his eyes, but he scolded her, "What a child. I think Liang Rue is a talented man. He has reached the peak of the Golden Core realm at such a young age. His future is limitless." What's more, the marriage between the Liang family and the Lian family was set many years ago. Lian Xing's voice paused, because he suddenly remembered that when the marriage was set, it wasn't Lian Yunxiang, but Leng Shuqin's eyes darkened when she saw this. As he spoke, a tall and handsome young man walked in from outside. Lian Yunxiang saw him and immediately rushed over happily. "Brother Rue, didn't you go back with uncle and aunt?" Liang Rue reached out and scratched the tip of her nose. "Didn't I promise to take you to Jushian Pavilion for dinner?" Lian Yunxiang immediately smiled charmingly. "Brother Rue is the best." Leng Shuqin said, "I don't know who said she couldn't bear to leave her parents and didn't want to get married, mother." Lian Yunxiang stamped her feet. Okay, I won't say it. Girls are really extroverted." While talking and laughing, he suddenly saw a subordinate stumble in. The expression on his face was as if he had seen a ghost. Master. Lian Xing frowned and shouted sternly, "Why are you so flustered in front of a guest?" He hated people who didn't follow the rules the most, especially in front of outsiders. This was tantamount to a disgrace to the Lian family and his Lian Xing. But the housekeeper didn't seem to understand his expression at all. He just said anxiously, "Master, it's young lady. Young lady is back." As soon as he said this, everyone in the room was stunned. Liang Rue suddenly let go of Lian Yunxiang's hand and couldn't help but exclaim, "Yuma?" Lian Yunxiang's face suddenly darkened, and her eyes flashed with jealousy. Lian Xing's face was livid. His figure flashed and suddenly appeared in the outer yard. Lian Xing's pupils constricted slightly when he saw the beautiful girl dressed in red and dressed like a young man. He unconsciously clenched his fists. His memory seemed to have returned to the distant past. When he fell into the quagmire, he saw that beautiful girl who was as beautiful as a god. However, his expression was quickly replaced by anger. "You still have the face to appear here?" Ling Yuma sneered, "Do you think I want to come to this damned place again?" Lian Xing threw a slap across the air. "Evil creature, is this the attitude you should have when speaking to your father?" Ling Yuma's face was slapped to the side, and blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. "Umo!" Liang Rue cried out in alarm. He couldn't help but rush over to support her. His face was full of heartache. "Umo, are you all right?" Ling Yuma waved her hand and pushed him away. She said impatiently, "Who are you?" Liang Rue's face paled. He gritted his teeth and said, "I'm Liang Rue. We've been engaged since we were young. Have you forgotten?" Lian Yunxiang was so angry that her eyes were red. She glared at Ling Yuma, wishing that she could rush over and tear her apart. Leng Shuqin's face was also completely gloomy. However, it was only for a moment. It immediately turned into a caring and loving expression. "Brother Xing, what are you doing? Umo is your daughter. This time, she came back because she knows she was wrong. That's why she wants to apologize to you." There's no overnight hatred between father and daughter. Can you both just take a step back? Lianxing's expression eased up a little. Dear readers, the Enchantress of Medicine will usually update after midnight, usually after midnight. It may also be between midnight and 2 o'clock. It's rather late, so it's still recommended that everyone read it the next morning. If something unexpected happens and you can't make it in time for the update, Ozzy will post a notice in the comments section to delay the update. End of this chapter. Don't you know what kind of person my mother is? However, before Lianxing could speak again, Ling Yuma's next sentence immediately made him furious. Who said I'm here to apologize? Ling Yuma's lips curled into a cold smile. She glanced at Ling Xuqin and slowly said, I'm here to seek justice for my mother. Lianxing, what justice? When are you going to accept reality? Your mother. Winning streak. Ling Yuma shouted sternly, interrupting Lianxing's words. Do you still remember the oath you swore when you were with my mother? If she doesn't leave, you won't abandon her. As her husband, you'll protect her forever and won't let anyone hurt her. Otherwise, one would succumb to inner demons, and from then on, one's cultivation would no longer advance. Do you still remember these words? Lianxing's expression changed at first, then he became even more furious. It was your mother, it was Ling Wolin who betrayed me first. She abandoned her status as the mistress of the Lian family and eloped with another man. I have never broken an oath. Ling Yuma glanced at Ling Xuqin and sneered, I came to the Lian clan castle today to prove to you that my mother didn't have an affair. She didn't abandon her husband and daughter. Someone framed her. I want to use my identity as Ling Wolin's daughter to clear my mother's name and find the bastard who framed her. At that time, don't forget, to fulfill your promise. Ling Xuqin shuddered when she was stared at by those eyes that burned with the flames of hatred. She forced a smile. Yuma, I know you've suffered a lot from what happened back then. But everyone in the Lian family castle saw it with their own eyes. Besides, your mother has already left the Lian family for so many years. How are you going to find out the truth? How are you going to make Brother Sheng fulfill his promise? Before Ling Xuqin could finish her words, a figure hurriedly ran over from the west courtyard. Seeing Ling Yuma, the man immediately shouted, just now, I heard them shouting that the young miss had returned from the courtyard. I didn't believe it. I never thought that this little bastard would actually have the face to come back. Big brother and sister-in-law, your tempers are too good. When this little bastard left, he was already expelled from the Lian family. What? Now that she couldn't go on, she wanted to come back and continue being the young miss of the Lian family? How can there be such a good thing in this world? The person reeked of alcohol. Her neck was stained with rouge, and her clothes were messy. He was clearly a golden core cultivator, but there were bruises under his eyes, and the flesh on his cheeks was drooping. He looked like he had indulged in debauchery. This person was Lianxing's younger brother, Lianing. He was also Ling Yuma's second uncle. Seeing him, Ling Yuma's expression turned completely cold. In fact, the Lian family was originally just a destitute family. Lianxing's father was just a rogue cultivator at the stage of fasting, and Lianxing's mother was just a mortal. However, the Lian family produced a freak with extraordinary talent, Lianxing. His cultivation had already surpassed his father's even though he was still a minor. After he married Ling Wolin, his cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. Now, he was only 100 years old, but he had already reached the tribulation stage. After Lianxing became rich, he brought his mother and only brother Lianing to his side and fed them with a large amount of pills. However, Lianxing's mother was a mortal after all. Not long after, her lifespan was exhausted and she passed away. Lianing had become a golden core cultivator because of Lianxing's pills. However, even though he had become a golden core cultivator, he couldn't change his vulgar, greedy, and lazy nature. Back then, when Ling Wolin was still the mistress of the Lian family, she had disciplined him many times, hoping that he would become better. End of this chapter. Don't you know what kind of person my mother is? 2. She even found all kinds of treasures for him to cleanse his muscles and marrow. Who knew that not only was Lianing not grateful, but he also hated Ling Wolin in his heart. Ling Xuqin and Lianing hooked up because of Lianying's younger brother. Later, Ling Wolin was framed and taken away by Willow Valley Qing. It was also Lianing who caused Ling Wulan's reputation to be ruined in Changyang City. When Lianing met Ling Yuma's gaze, he unconsciously shivered. All these years, as the younger brother of the Lian family fort's master, he had always enjoyed flattery. Ling Yuma, a junior who had been kicked out of the Lian family fort, dared to treat him like this. Lianing flew into a rage. At this time, Ling Shuqin said, Yuma said she came to clear her mother's grievances. Brother Ing, you know what happened that year, almost everyone in the Lian family saw it. But Yuma seems to be unable to accept it. Clear her grievances? Lianing heard this and laughed, ha ha ha, Lian Yuma, are you kidding me? Do you know how many people saw the scene of Ling Wulan rolling on the bed with Willow Valley Ching naked? Do you think we're all blind? The veins on Lian Ying's forehead throbbed and he glared at him, Lianing, shut up. For a proud person like Lianing, it was a great shame for his wife to have an affair with another man. All these years, what he hated the most was people mentioning the name Ling Wulan in front of him. Even when Ling Yuma, the daughter he once loved, was wandering outside, he never thought of finding her. Because as long as he saw Ling Yuma, he would remember the scene of Ling Wulan betraying him. Ling Yuma took a deep breath and looked up at Lianing. Do you really believe that my mother would do such a thing? You and my mother have been together for so many years, don't you know what kind of person my mother is? Have you ever thought that my mother might have been framed? When she said the last sentence, Ling Yuma's voice couldn't help but become hoarse, and a layer of tears appeared in her eyes. It made Lianing in her eyes distant and blurred. She suddenly remembered that not so long ago, Lianxing wasn't like this, and the Lian family wasn't like this. She remembered that her father had been strict with her since she was young and raised her like a boy, hoping that she would not bring shame to the Lian family. Moreover, after she was injured while cultivating, her father would secretly visit her in the middle of the night with a straight face. Not so long ago, Lianxing also held her and held his mother's hand, and the family of three wandered about in the Lantern Festival. At that time, the Lian clan was far from its current glory. Lianxing's cultivation was only at the leaving aperture realm, making it impossible for the Lian clan fortress to become one of the top clans in the Ziyun world. But at that time, Ling Yuma felt so blessed. When did everything start to change? Lianxing's eyes were red and he stared at Ling Wulan. He was so angry that his lips were trembling. Do you think I don't want to believe her? But I saw it with my own eyes. I saw it with my own eyes. Your mother, she slept with another man in our bed. How can I trust her? Say it. Lian Yuma. Speaking until the end, Lianxing's voice was almost hoarse. Do you know what the greatest humiliation to a man is? It was an accident that Shuqin and I were together. It's not that I don't feel guilty towards your mother. But she used this method to retaliate against me. Did she think about my feelings, or your feelings? End of this chapter. The truth that makes people regret. 1. Lian Yuma, you only know how to blame me, and treat me, your father, as your enemy. But have you ever thought that the one who was really hurt was not your mother, but me? Ling Yuma closed her eyes, hot tears flowing down her cheeks. Mother was such a proud person, but she was controlled by the heart lock, framed by Ling Shuqin, and questioned and humiliated by her husband, who should have been ashamed of her. What kind of humiliation and despair was that? When she opened her eyes again, there was only determination left in her eyes. I will ask again, if I can prove that my mother was framed, can you fulfill your promise? Can you tell everyone in the Lian family castle, tell everyone in Changyang City, that you wronged her that year? Lianing laughed loudly. Are you dreaming? You saw the truth with your own eyes, how could there be any framing? Are you going to say that my big brother saw wrongly? Haha, unfortunately, there was not only one person who saw your mother's ugly state, but everyone in the Lian family castle. Before Lianing finished speaking, suddenly, a sword light fell in the Lian family courtyard. Liang Rui's father, Liang Jinrong, rushed in. Father, why are you back again? Liang Jinrong did not care about his son, and directly rushed in front of Lianxing. Brother Lian, did you get the explosive news? What news? Fusang City was massacred. Liang Jinrong took a breath, and then threw out a heavy bomb. Lianxing thought he was hearing things. What did you say? Massacred where? Fusang City. It's the impregnable Fusang City that even tribulation passing stage cultivators can't break in. There was one more sentence that Liang Jinrong did not say. Everyone in Changyang City knew that the former mistress of the Lian family castle had cheated. But very few people knew that the person who took Madame Lian away was Fusong City Lord Lu Guqing. First, Lu Guqing rarely appeared in public these years, so not many people knew him. Second, there were not many people who had seen Lin Wulan's so-called adulterer. Coincidentally, Liang Jinrong was one of them. Lian Xing naturally knew about it. The hatred of stealing his wife was unforgettable. Of course, Lian Xing had thought of going to Fusong City for revenge. However, the rumors about Fusong City made him stop in his tracks. It was a sealed and dangerous place enveloped by a terrifying array. Even though he had already ascended to the transcending tribulation stage, he would most likely die if he entered it. When he heard the news that the entire Fusong City had been massacred, he was momentarily stunned. Who did it? After a long while, Lian Xing finally squeezed out his voice. A place that even he didn't dare to step into was actually massacred by someone. Liang Jinrong said slowly, "Have you heard of the unfettered 7 devils?" The 7 unfettered devils were famous throughout the entire cultivation continent. Everyone knew about them. Lian Xing frowned. A few little guys? You want to say that they massacred Fusong City? That's impossible. The name of the unfettered 7 devils had naturally spread to Changyang City. Especially the beautiful city-killing god, Jun Mayan. There were many people in Changyang City who were her supporters. But Lian Xing had also heard the news that these 7 people were only in their early 20s. For Lian Xing, who had already lived for 100 years in the transcending tribulation stage, what unfettered 7 devils? They were just greenhorns. How could he put them in his eyes? Liang Jinrong, brother Lian, this news came from the Killing Luo sect. You also know that the Killing Luo sect is near Fusong City. I heard that the sect master of the Killing Luo sect personally went to Fusong City to take a look. End of this chapter. The truth that makes people regret, too, asking for votes. It was Fusong City that captured the unfettered 7 devils, but in the end, the female devil Jun Mayan broke the formation, and the whole city was destroyed. When the Lord of Rakshasa sect arrived, the whole city was left in ruins, and the ground was full of corpses. This news is absolutely true. It is spread throughout the entire Ziyun West continent, but our Changyang City is at the border of the West continent, so we didn't receive the news. Lian Xing inhales a breath of cold air, and his face turns green, red, white, and purple. On one hand, he is very happy that Fusong City was massacred. But on the other hand, a place that even he, a crossing tribulation stage expert, doesn't dare to set foot in, was actually massacred by a few little guys. This is tantamount to slapping his face, showing his incompetence. Liang Jinrong is silent for a while. He looks at his son Liang Rui next to him, and then at Ling Xuqin and Lian Yunxiang. His face shows hesitation. But in the end, he still opens his mouth and says, "Brother Lian, there is something that I don't know if I should say." Ling Xuqin suddenly realizes something, and her eyes reveal a look of horror. The hands hanging by her side also unconsciously start to tremble. At this time, Lian Xing's mind is a mess. How could he notice the abnormality of the woman next to him? Hearing this, he can't help but frown. What can't be said between us? Liang Jinrong whispers, after Fusong City was destroyed, some news about it came out. What news? Almost all of the women in Fusong City are outsiders. Some of them are talented, some are beautiful, and some are married. However, these women are all married to Fusong City's male cultivators, who are not very good-looking and have average cultivations. In the past, everyone thought that these women were willing, but this time, the news that came back said what? Lian Xing's eyebrows jump heavily. As soon as the words come out, he finds that his voice is sharp. The male cultivators of Fusong City use their great formation that even a crossing tribulation stage cultivator can't break, and refine a powerful magic weapon. Once they wear that magic weapon, the female cultivators will obey the words of the male cultivators of Fusong City, and can't resist at all. Brother Lian, that Willow Valley City is the city lord of Fusong City. Back then, sister-in-law. Fairy Rualin, could it be that she was also? When Lian Xing heard this, he could no longer maintain the calmness on the surface. His leg swayed and he suddenly sat down on the chair. His face turned pale. Brother Sheng, are you okay? Lung Xuqin supported Lian Xing, but her own eyes were full of shock. Fusang City was actually massacred? The secret of Fusang City had actually been leaked. Damn Willow Valley City, how could it be so useless? He was actually killed by 7 brats, but soon, she calmed down. She looked at Lian Xing with concern, tears welling up in her eyes. Brother Sheng, that's great. Does this mean that big sister was wronged back then? Lian Xing's pale face showed a look of grief and remorse. His hands were tightly gripping the armrests of the chair, trembling slightly. Lung Xuqin cried sincerely, Big Sister didn't take the initiative to hook up with Willow Valley City. It was Willow Valley City who used despicable means to forcibly occupy Big Sister's body. I knew Big Sister wasn't that kind of person. She was certainly not taken away by Willow Valley City voluntarily. Hearing this, the sorrowful expression on Lian Xing's face stiffened. Lian Yingyi recovered from the shock and immediately snorted, what the hell? Fusang City's strength is ranked in the top in the entire purple cloud boundary. How could it be destroyed by a few little brats? End of this chapter. What bullshit news, it can't be a rumor, right? Back then, everyone saw how Lung Wolin enjoyed herself in bed. Who would believe that she was controlled by Willow Valley City? Besides, so what if she was controlled? Her body was already occupied by Willow Valley City. In Fusang City, who knows how many men had played with her? My brother is the head of the Lian family fortress, how can he have such a dirty, broken flower? Before Lianing could finish his words, a blood-red saber light suddenly slashed towards him. This saber light was too fast. It was so fast that Liang Jinrong, who was at the peak of leaving body realm, couldn't even react. Boom! Lianing was flipped over and slammed into a pillar. His body couldn't help but tremble. After a long time, he spat out a mouthful of blood and a few teeth fell out. Ling Yuma held the red lotus soul-seizing saber in her hand and walked towards Lianing step by step. If you have the guts, say it again. Lianing looked into her crimson eyes and felt the burning pain in his internal organs. He was scared out of his wits. Big brother, help, help. This bastard is going to kill me, quickly save me. Lianing suddenly came back to his senses. He jumped in front of Lianing and shouted at Ling Yuma, Lian Yuma, what are you doing? Is he your uncle, your elder? Elder? Ling Yuma sneered, what kind of elder is he? A bastard who repeatedly slandered my mother, I just want to chop him into pieces. A bone-chilling gaze with thick killing intent swept across Lianing, causing him to shiver and almost wet his pants. He didn't understand. This Ling Yuma was just a little girl in her early 20s. Back then, he also saw her miserable state with his own eyes. How could she have such a terrifying power now? Lianing suppressed his anger and said, this matter hasn't been investigated clearly. Lianing isn't talking nonsense. Haven't been investigated clearly? Then how do you want to investigate clearly? Ling Yuma sneered and gritted her teeth. The method of abusing women in Fusang City is now spread throughout the Western land. My mother was framed. You're the one who broke your promise. Shut up. Lian Xing shouted. I will naturally investigate this matter. If it is proven that your mother was framed, I will send someone to bring her back. Lung Xuqin's eyebrows twitched when she heard that. Lian Yunxiang's expression changed drastically. However, Lung Yumo's expression remained indifferent, and after I bring him back? Will you chase this woman out and let my mother continue to be the mistress of the Lian family fort? Lian Xing frowned and didn't have time to speak. Lian Yunxiang couldn't bear it anymore and screamed, are you kidding me? My mother is the rightful madam of the Lian family castle. She was the real miss of the Lian family fort. How many people have seen Lung Wolin being defiled? Why did you bring him back? Is this a disgrace to the Lian family? Lung Xuqin quickly stopped her, Yunxiang, don't be rude to your aunt. Saying that, she looked at Ling Yumo sincerely, her eyes flashing with tears, Umo, I know you hate me. If my sister can come back, so what if I ask to leave the Lian family fort? You don't know how much I've longed to see my sister all these years. She wiped her tears with a handkerchief and made a gesture before continuing, it's just that this news is too strange. Bookmark for easier reading, although Brother Ying's words are harsh, there is some truth to them. Although there are no tribulation stage cultivators in Fusang City, their status in the entire Purple Cloud realm is higher than our Lian family. Why is that? It's because Fusang City's formation is recognized as the strongest formation in the past 1,000 years. Think about it, Fusang City has been unbreakable for thousands of years. How could it suddenly be broken by 7 young people with only gold core and nascent soul cultivation? Leng Shuqin said and turned to Liang Jinrong, Master Liang, I know you think that the source of the news is reliable. But don't you think it's still a bit strange? It just so happened that Yuma came home today and said that she wanted to investigate her sister's affair. It just so happened that you received the news of Fusang City being broken, and even more coincidentally, the truth of the so-called Fusang City female cultivators being controlled. Could it be that all of this is just a coincidence? These words were reasonable, and Liang Jinrong immediately revealed a look of hesitation. Lianxing's expression changed and he glared at Ling Yuma, evil creature. In order to clear your mother's name, you actually did such a thing? Ling Yuma did not look at Lianxing but looked at Ling Shuqin with a faint smile. You mean, the news about Fusang City is all fake? Ling Shuqin looked like she wanted to say something but stopped. Her eyes were filled with pity and regret. Yuma, I know you want to reverse the verdict for your mother. You want your mother to return to the Lian family castle in glory so that you can become the eldest daughter of the Lian family again. But you shouldn't have used this method. And you shouldn't have told such a clumsy lie. I said it, I said that this little bastard is lying. Lianing covered his swollen cheek and said indignantly, Big brother, this little bastard wants to return to the Lian family and continue to be the eldest daughter of the Lian family. How could she think of such a dirty method? She even dared to play with you, her father. How evil is her heart? Who in the Lian family is as shameless as her? Humph, I even suspect that this Lian Yuma is really a child of the Lian family. Lianxing's face became more and more livid. He looked at Ling Yuma coldly, and even the last trace of warmth was frozen. Ling Shuqin said, Little brother Ing, Yuma is just too young, so she made a mistake. Big sister also loves brother Sheng. She got together with Lu Guqing only because she was jealous that I got together with brother Sheng. But before that, she must have loved brother Sheng wholeheartedly. How can you suspect that Yuma isn't a child of the Lian family? If Ling Shuqin was panicking for a moment just now, she had completely calmed down now. Thinking about it carefully, this matter was indeed a strange coincidence. Why was there news of Fusang City being massacred the moment Ling Yuma arrived? How could the entire Fusang City be annihilated by 7 youngsters? Even if it was true that Fusang City had been destroyed, how could a little girl like Ling Yuma know the secret? How could he swear that he would expose the truth of the past? This must be a trick that Ling Yuma came up with. She deliberately let the Killing Luo sect spread the news, wanting to trick her side into a mess. After not seeing her for so many years, this little slut had really learned to be obedient. He had almost fallen into her trap. Thinking of this, Ling Shuqin became more and more calm. In the midst of Lian Ying's clamor, tie this little bastard up, she looked at Ling Yuma with a tolerant face. Yuma, I know you are not the bad child that little brothering said. Bookmark, easy to read, White Lotus Flower, 3, with excellent singing and composition. You're lying because you want us to bring your mother back from Fusang City, right? Is sister not having a good time in Fusang City? Is she regretting betraying brother Sheng? It doesn't matter, as long as sister regrets, we can bring her back. The Lian family castle is so big, there will be a place for her to stay. Lianing spat and shouted, Sister-in-law, you're too kind-hearted. How did that woman scold you back then, and you still want to bring her back? Also, this little bastard is full of lies, and with that kind of attitude towards you, why are you still talking nicely to her? Ling Shuqin shook her head firmly. When I married into the Lian family, I swore that I would take good care of Yuma. Yuma, don't be stubborn, okay? As long as you apologize to your father, we will be a family in the future. Little aunt will definitely take good care of you. Ling Yuma, who had been watching their performance coldly from the side, was so disgusted that she wanted to vomit at this moment. And looking at Lian Ying's performance, the last bit of affection in her heart also disappeared. Apologize? Ling Yuma sneered, I didn't do anything wrong, what do I have to apologize for? There was no anger from embarrassment on her face, no flustered and exasperated, only contempt and ridicule. Are you so sure that the news about Fusang City is fake? Heh, what if I can prove that all the news is true? Her gaze turned to Lianing, and she questioned again, if Fusang City is really massacred, and those female cultivators in Fusang City are really controlled and persecuted. Will you fulfill your promise? Ha 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 ha. Without waiting for Lianing to get angry, Lianing already laughed. Stupid girl, you've lied so much that you believe it yourself, right? You say you can prove it, then tell me, how do you prove it? Let Big Brother fly to Fusang City now to see if it was destroyed? But even if Fusang City is really destroyed, and there's nothing left, who can prove that Ling Wolin was framed? The so-called unfettered seven devils? Ha ha ha, that depends on your ability to find them to the Lian family castle. Lian Yunxiang sneered and said, I heard that the unfettered seven devils have always been secretive about their whereabouts. No one can easily find them. Lian Yuma, the proof you're talking about, don't tell me you're going to stay in the Lian family for 3 to 5 years to find him? Hee hee, you should have said so earlier that you couldn't live on if you were too down and out on the outside. The position of the Lian family's eldest young miss may not be yours, but the Lian family still has some leftovers for you. These words were harsh and unpleasant to hear. Liang Rui couldn't help but turn to look at her and frown. The fiancé that he thought was gentle and demure seemed to be a little different from what he had imagined. As for his original fiancé, Liang Rui's gaze turned towards Ling Yuma. His eyes were filled with tenderness, but he could not help but gently shake his head. Even Umo was more to his liking. However, if he were to marry her, he would become a laughingstock. She had a mother who could not be seen by others. Lian Yunxiang naturally saw Liang Rui looking at Ling Yuma with deep affection and pity. Her face instantly contorted. She took a step forward and was about to humiliate Ling Yuma. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside the gate of the Lian family fortress. Screams rose and fell outside the gate of the Lian family fortress. Oh my god, am I seeing things? Why are they here? Ah. I can see the real person, I'm going to faint from happiness. This noise made Lianxing frown. End of this chapter. Who is Raging Flame Mad Blade, Ling Yuma? Begging for tickets, Lianing was already shouting loudly, those outside, what's with all the noise? This is the Lian family fortress, outsiders. Before he could finish his words, the Lian family fortress's door was kicked open. Following that, 6 figures swaggered in from the open door. No, it wasn't just these 6 figures that entered the Lian family fortress's door, there were also the densely packed Changyang city commoners that followed from the outside. These 6 people, 5 men and 1 woman, each had their own merits. They were clearly squeezed in the crowd, but just based on their elegant demeanor, the Lian family unconsciously cast their gazes on them. Especially the girl in the snow-white dress who walked at the back. Her skin was as delicate as porcelain, sparkling and translucent like ice jade under the sunlight. Her exquisite facial features were as if they had been carved by the heavens with their exquisite craftsmanship. There was not a single part of her that was imperfect, and there was not a single part of her that was not beautiful. Especially that pair of watery, almond-shaped eyes. Just one look at them would cause one to be intoxicated. For a moment, Lianing, who was originally shouting, stopped shouting and looked at the girl in white in a daze. Even Leng Shuqin and Lianing looked at the newcomers in astonishment, unable to recover for a long time. While they were still in a daze, the 6 people had already walked to Ling Yuma's side. 3 on the left, 3 on the right, stood on either side of Ling Yuma. There were 7 people in a row, men and women, some holding swords and some holding knives, 6 standing, 1 in a wheelchair. Although they were all different and had random postures, when they appeared together, it was as if they had instantly merged into one. Lianing suddenly came back to his senses. Who are you? However, before he could finish his words, the commoners that rushed in from behind suddenly let out a tsunami-like roar. Ah, the Xiaoya 7 have merged. To be able to see this scene in my lifetime, it's worth it even if I die. I was wondering why, Raging Flame Mad Blade, Ling Yuma was missing, so she was here. Woo-woo, sure enough, only when the Xiaoyao 7 stand together is the most beautiful scene. God June, I love you, please take a look at me. Xiaoyao, if not me, who else? Be free and unfettered, dominate the world. Lianxing's questioning voice stopped abruptly, and the dignified expression on his face froze at that moment. The other members of the Lian family looked as if they had seen a ghost. All of them widened their eyes in disbelief at the scene before them. No. Impossible, what were those people shouting outside? Xiaoya 7? Who? Who were the Xiaoya 7? Who is the raging flame blade? Ling Yuma, Lung Shuqin's gaze stiffly swept past Yun Ruhan and Mu Yan's faces, and finally landed on the woman in red who was holding the red lotus soul-stealing blade. You are. No, this is impossible. How is this possible? Ling Yuma looked at Ling Shuqin with a face full of ridicule. This woman had been wearing a mask since she came back, and at this moment, she could no longer hold it in. Her gaze turned to Lian Yingying, who was completely dumbfounded. You just said that if we want to prove that the news from Fusong City is true, we have to find the unfettered 7 devils? Now that the 7 of us are all here, do you want us to personally describe the news from Fusong City? Or, do you want to personally take a look at the photographic talisman in my hand? Lian Yingying's body suddenly trembled, his gaze fell on Ling Yuma's face, and he screamed, unfettered 7 devils? You, how can a bastard like you be one of the unfettered 7 devils? Are you angry at this fake White Lotus stepmother? Don't worry, tearing the White Lotus is the best. As for how to tear it, please see the next chapter. Good night. End of this chapter. The last illusion shattered. 1. As soon as the shout ended, a puppet fell from the sky and smashed into Lian Ying's face. With a loud bang, Lian Ying's front teeth were smashed clean. Fresh blood gushed out of his mouth like a fountain. Lian Ying jumped up and down in pain. Just as he was about to shout, a fist smashed towards his nose. With a cracking sound, a piercing pain came from his nose. His head felt like it was smashed. Lian Ying couldn't hold on anymore. His eyes rolled back and he fainted. Luo Yu withdrew the puppet. You dare to call us the unfettered 7 devils in front of us? Do you really think we like this name? Xinjiao retracted his fist and said in a muffled voice, Scold 4th junior sister. You can't. You're a bad person. You have to be beaten. Lianxing couldn't care less about his younger brother. His eyes stared at the 7 excessively young men and women in front of him. These 7 people, including his daughter Lian Yuma, were all in their 20s. In the Xiaoshan continent, 25 years old was considered an adult. These people were really too young. But now, Lianxing used his divine sense to investigate carefully and found that these 7 people had all reached the nascent soul stage. Even his daughter had reached the 5th level of the nascent soul stage. How was this possible? When she left home, her cultivation was almost half crippled and she hadn't even reached the fasting stage. Over the years, when Lianxing thought of his daughter, it wasn't that he didn't feel heartache, but more of it was the anger of his authority being challenged. He believed that Lian Yuma's days outside must have been very miserable. Without the help of resources, her cultivation couldn't increase and she could only be bullied outside. Thinking that Lian Yuma must be hiding somewhere crying and regretting disobeying her father, Lianxing felt an indescribable sense of joy. However, the reality in front of him slapped him in the face. That unfilial daughter who disobeyed him left home for so many years. Not only did she not have a bad life, her strength increased by leaps and bounds. Lianxing took a while to suppress his surging emotions. He stared at Ling Yuma and said, You are the unfettered 7 devils? Ling Yuma didn't answer his question, but said indifferently, Master Lian, I asked you the question first. I've already proven that my mother is innocent. How are you going to fulfill your promise? Lianxing frowned. I'm your father. Is this how you talk to your father? Did you really destroy Fusong City? Ling Yuma sneered, seems like even Patriarch is unwilling to believe it. Little 7. All right. Luo Yu responded, nimbly taking out a photographic talisman and activating it. Soon, the scene of Fusong City turning into ruins appeared in front of everyone. Even though they were mentally prepared, some people still couldn't help but gasp. Lung Shuqin's face was deathly pale, her hands tightly gripping the embroidered handkerchief. Lianxing looked at the scene in the photographic talisman and was similarly shocked. After a long while, he suddenly turned his head to look at Ling Yuma. Fusong City was really massacred by you guys? How did you break the Great City Barrier Array? What about the formation disk? Lung Yuma's gaze became increasingly gloomy and cold, Is that all Patriarch Lian cares about? Lianxing's expression changed, as if he just remembered something at this time. He gritted his teeth and said after a while, "Where's your mother? Is she still alive?" Ling Yuma said, "I'm really sorry for troubling Patriarch Lian. Of course my mother is still alive." The veins on Ling Xuqing's forehead twitched violently, her eyes flashing with intense hatred. End of this chapter. The last illusion shattered, too. The current situation was really bad for her. She never thought that Lian Yuma, who had left the Lian family in a sorry state, would become one of the famous unfettered seven devils. Fusing City was slaughtered by them, and even that bitch, Leng Ruolin, was saved by them. If that bitch, Leng Ruolin, knew the truth, Ling Xuqing sucked in a breath of cold air, but she quickly adjusted her state of mind. The rims of her eyes reddened and tears rolled down her cheeks. She looked really sincere and joyful as she cried. At least, it looked much more real than Lianxing. "Yuma, is sister really still alive?" That's great, that's great." Ling Xuqing rushed over and wanted to hold Ling Yuma's hand. "Yuma, you child, since you've already saved your mother, why didn't you bring her back? If you brought your mother back, why would Brother Xing and I suspect you?" Ling Yuma took a step back to avoid her hand and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Bring my mother back and let you frame her and humiliate her? Yuma, why would you think that?" Ling Xuqing had a hurt expression and was about to cry. "I was raised by the Ling family. To me, the Ling family is my benefactor and my sister is the person I respect and love the most. I only hope that she is well. How could I frame her and humiliate her?" "The person you respect and love the most?" Ling Yuma's face was full of disgust. "The way you treat someone well is to steal her husband? Frame her for cheating? So that you can openly occupy her position?" Ling Xuqing's whole body was on the verge of collapse. Her face was pale as if she had suffered a great blow. "Brother Xing, I didn't. I'm not that kind of person." She cried and threw herself into Lianxing's arms. "I never thought of stealing my sister's husband. I just love you too much and can't help it. But I never thought of destroying your family. As long as I can look at you from afar and look up to you, that's enough. How could you ma say that about me?" Lianxing looked at the woman crying in his arms and felt his heart ache. Ripples that hadn't appeared in a long time surfaced in his heart. In fact, in terms of appearance, Ling Xuqing was inferior to Ling Ruolin. Her birth, temperament, and talent couldn't be compared to Ling Ruolin at all. But Ling Ruolin was too strong. Her cultivation was higher than his, her talent was better than his, and she had seen him at his worst. Lianxing always felt that he was inferior in front of her. What made Lianxing even more embarrassed was the Yunling Ling family. Back then, he had knelt down in front of the Ling family's old man and begged to marry Ling Ruolin, but he was chased out like a dog. Didn't the people from the Yunling Ling clan look down on him and despise him for being down and out in the past? At that time, although Lianxing didn't say anything, he swore in his heart that one day he would stand out. One day, he would make the Ling family beg him to go back and be their son-in-law. For the sake of the Yunling Ling family, he had quarreled with Ling Ruolin several times. Ling Ruolin was pampered by the Ling family since she was young. She had a stubborn and arrogant personality and would not give in to him at all. Sometimes, he would even say things like, "Lianxing, have you forgotten how you survived when all your bones and tendons were shattered? How did you continue to cultivate? I used the Ling family's treasure, the ice jade marrow bone, to replace your bones. Without the Ling family, how could you have the ice jade marrow bone? Without the ice jade marrow bone, how could you be where you are today?" End of this chapter. The last illusion shattered. 3. Now, what right do you have to look down on the Ling family? Lianxing was so angry that he stormed off. He felt that his dignity had been stepped on and he had lost all face. At this time, he saw Ling Xuqing, who had come to visit Ling Ruolin, in the backyard. It was different from Ling Ruolin's forcefulness. Ling Ruolin was gentle and considerate. When he mentioned the Ling family, Ling Xuqing did not show any signs of disapproval. Instead, she held his hand and said softly, "Brother Xing, in my eyes, you are the best man in the world. Whoever marries you is the luckiest person in this life. Father must not understand how outstanding you are, that's why he objected to my sister marrying you." As Ling Xuqing spoke, she moved closer to him and lifted her little face. Her limpid eyes were filled with tenderness and admiration. Big brother Sheng, don't blame big sister. She's been spoiled since she was young, so she's got the temperament of a spoiled young lady. Don't take her words to heart. Brother Sheng, you don't know how much Shuqin admires you. If I was the one who married you, I would have fainted from happiness. But very quickly, her face was filled with sadness and panic. She wanted to step back. What did I say? Brother Sheng, just pretend that I didn't say anything. I'm leaving. But just as she took a step, she suddenly slipped and fell into Lianxing's arms. With a warm and fragrant body in his arms and a pair of eyes full of tenderness, Lianxing could not help but hug her. Waking up from his memories, Lianxing looked at Ling Shuqin with even more pity. On the contrary, his eyes were filled with anger. Lian Yuma, why aren't you kneeling? How can you talk to your mother like that? The pressure of a tribulation passing cultivator spread out, causing the faces of those who came to watch to turn pale. Some of the weaker ones even fell to the ground. Those who originally wanted to pay their respects to their idol did not dare to stay in the Lian family and scattered. But the arrival of the 7 unfettered warriors in Changyang City and the fact that Ling Yuma was the daughter who was chased out by the Lian family spread like wildfire. Lianxing raised his hand, and the gates of the Lian family fortress slammed shut. He looked angrily at Lian Yuma, but was shocked to find that none of these little guys, who were only at the original infant stage, were deterred by his pressure. Ling Yuma looked at him with a sharp gaze and said word by word, "First, I have a mother. Who does she think she is? Is she worthy of me calling her mother? Secondly, my name is Ling Yuma, not Lian Yuma." Back then, the eldest daughter of the Lian family had already been personally announced by you to sever ties with her. Patriarch Lian, please don't call me by the wrong name again. Lianxing's complexion was ashen, but he thought of something and endured it. He took a deep breath and said, "Yuma, I know you have complaints in your heart, but even if there was something fishy about what happened in the past, it was the conspiracy of Willow Valley City. What does it have to do with Shuqin? After all, she is now the matriarch of the Lian family. Naturally, she is worthy of you calling her mother. Also, where is your mother? Since you've already rescued her from Fusong City, why don't you bring her back quickly?" Ling Yuma looked at him coldly. "Bring my mother back, how do you plan to settle her?" Lianxing was stunned, and his face turned a little green. He gritted his teeth and said after a long while, "The little cold bamboo garden has always been empty. Bring your mother to live there first. I will send someone to serve her." End of this chapter. Third senior brother's plan, asking for votes. Hearing this, Ling Yuma's whole body trembled with anger. "So, you mean, you know that she didn't do anything wrong, and you know that she was framed, but you still want to lock her up in the cold bamboo garden without a name, and let this vicious woman continue to be the mistress of the Lian family? What do you think my mother is?" Lianxing felt a little guilty, but being questioned by his own daughter like this, his complexion didn't look good. "Lian Yuma, what kind of attitude is this? Am I not doing this for the reputation of the Lian family? Even if your mother was framed, it is a fact that she has been in Willow Valley City all these years. I am the dignified master of the Lian family, a cultivator at the tribulation stage. If I let a woman who has lost her innocence become the mistress of the Lian family, have you ever thought about where I would put my face? What's more, all these years, Shuqin has done her best for this family." Ha 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 ha. Before Lianxing could finish his words, he was interrupted by Ling Yuma's laughter. Lianxing angrily said, "Evil creature, what are you laughing at?" As she laughed, her voice became more and more hoarse, and crystal-clear tears flowed down from the corners of her eyes. She was really stupid, really, she actually had a glimmer of hope for this so-called father, Lianxing. She actually had a glimmer of hope for this fickle, ungrateful, and selfish man. How stupid was she? Fourth senior sister, are you okay? Luo Yu worriedly pulled her hand. "You still have us?" Chu Moli chuckled and said, "I've said it before. Just follow my plan." Mu Yan also pursed her lips and chuckled. "Although third senior brother's method has always been a bit abnormal, this time, I also agree." The voices of the few people were transmitted secretly. If Lianxing didn't deliberately expand his divine sense to listen, he wouldn't be able to hear them. Ling Yuma closed her eyes. When she opened them again, there was no longer anger, disappointment, or pain in her eyes. The fiery red-clothed girl once again returned to the unrestrained, raging flames blade, who hated evil as if it was her enemy. She curled her lips and indifferently said, "Since you don't intend to chase this woman away, my mother will definitely not return to the Lian clan. As for the cold bamboo garden, since my mother doesn't live there, my martial brothers and I will live there. Is that all right?" Lianxing frowned. "After all, your mother is a woman of the Lian family. How can we let her stay outside? What would we say if word got out? Tell me where she is, and I'll bring her back now." Ling Yuma didn't even bother with him. Instead, she stretched her body and slowly walked in front of Ling Xuqin. "Don't you like to show off your sisterly love with my mother? Didn't you say that you married into the Lian family to take care of me?" Ling Xuqin forced a smile and said, "Yuma, you really misunderstood." However, Ling Yuma did not wait for her to finish speaking and waved her hand. "All right, this time I will give you a chance to take care of me." The little cold bamboo garden had not been inhabited for a long time, so it must not be very clean, right? You will be in charge of the cleaning inside and the daily food and lodging of us 7 brothers. Remember? Ling Yuma hooked up the corners of her lips and shook her finger. With a smile that wasn't a smile, she said, "In order to show your sincerity, you must do these things by yourself. Don't delegate people. Otherwise, I will firmly believe that your words about sisterly love are all bullshit." The expression on Ling Xuqin's face could hardly be maintained. The muscles on her cheeks kept twitching. Recently, the server has been lagging quite a bit at night. In order to avoid errors during the upload process, the update has been pushed from midnight to morning. End of this chapter. Ling Yuma, the madwoman. 1. Ling Yuma has already turned to Mayan and the others. Let's go to the backyard to rest." "Oh, that's right, I remember that there are a lot of purple smoke fruits in the backyard. They taste very good, I'll treat you guys to some." Lian Yunxiang's expression changed when she heard that, and she screamed, "You're not allowed to eat, those purple smoke fruits are mine. Mother said that they are my dowry, none of you are allowed to touch them." Lian Yunxiang bared her fangs and brandished her claws at Ling Yuma, but before she could get close, she was already grabbed by the collar. Slap 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 slap, 4 consecutive slaps landed on her face, and Lian Yunxiang was almost stunned. She stared blankly at Ling Yuma, almost not daring to believe what just happened. Until she felt a stinging pain on her face, her teeth loosened, and her entire face swelled up. She cried out, "You dare to hit me? You slut, you dare to hit?" Ling Yuma grabbed her collar and ruthlessly slammed it on the ground. She stepped on her chest and looked down at her, unhurriedly saying, "Not only do I dare to hit you, I also dare to kill you. Do you believe it?" Lian Yunxiang saw the sly smile on her face, and the surging killing intent in her eyes. She was scared out of her wits. "Mother, father, save me. Save me. This madwoman, she wants to kill me, she wants to kill me." Ling Xuqin's complexion changed, and she was about to rush over. "Yunxiang. Xingji, quickly save Yunxiang." The anger in Lianxing's eyes has accumulated to a certain extent. He raised his palm, condensing a spiritual storm in his palm, and was about to smash it towards Ling Yuma. He heard a clear and sweet female voice, like the sounds of nature, "Master Lian, whether you want to smash it or not, you have to think clearly. Have you already forgotten the promise you made to 4th senior sister's mother? For a lifetime I won't leave her, and I won't allow anyone to hurt her. If I violate the oath, I will be haunted by my inner demon, and I will never be able to advance. Before, Master Lian didn't fulfill the oath, so you can pretend that you didn't know the truth and were deceived. But now, the truth is clear. If Patriarch Lian were to go back on his oath, what would the consequences be? Have you thought about it?" Lianxing's pupils shrank, and the spirit storm ball in his hand that he was about to throw out also stopped in midair. Mu Yan continues, "For a mother, hurting her child is 100 times more painful than hurting herself. Patriarch Lian, have you really thought about the consequences of attacking my 4th senior sister?" Lianxing's face turned green and white. Whether it was Lian Yunxiang, Ling Xuqin, or even the entire Lian family, no one was as important as his Tao of Ascension. Ling Xuqin sees that he has actually been coaxed by Mayan's few words to not make a move. Her heart is filled with anger and hatred, her eyes are surging with killing intent. Even Yuma, that little bitch, had stirred up trouble the moment she came back. She should not have been careless and let this little slut go. Just when Ling Shuqing couldn't hold it in any longer and wanted to reveal her true nature, Ling Yuma let go of Lian Yunxiang and even dragged her up from the ground. Hee, it's just a joke. Sister Yunxiang, why do you look so frightened? Lian Yunxiang couldn't stop trembling. At this moment, in her eyes, Lian Yunxiang is a lunatic. That's right, she was originally one of the unfettered 7 demons. She heard that the unfettered 7 demons kill without batting an eye. They could even kill all the men in Fusang City, let alone her. This woman is a lunatic. Thinking of this, Lian Yunxiang trembles even more fiercely. End of chapter. Ling Yuma, this lunatic, too. Ling Yuma's smile grew brighter. She approached Lian Yunxiang and said slowly, Sister Yunxiang, do you remember what you said to me while stepping on my chest before I left the Lian clan? Ha ha ha, your mother was defeated by my mother, and so are you. The Lin clan and everything is mine. I still remember every single word of what I said back then. Don't worry, we have a long way to go. I will return it to you slowly, little by little. Without waiting for Lian Yunxiang's response, the Xiaoyao 7 left for the backyard of the Lian clan fortress. When the 7 of them were far away, Lian Yunxiang suddenly screamed and fell into Ling Shuqing's arms. Lunatic! Lunatic! Mother, that woman is a lunatic. Chase her away from me, hurry up and chase her away from me. I don't want to see her again for even a day. Ling Shuqing's expression was extremely ugly. Because she saw Liang Rui and Liang Jinrong looking at Lian Yunxiang with an indescribable expression. She stood up and forced a smile, wanting to say something. Liang Jinrong cupped his hands at Lian Xing and said, Brother Lian, it seems like your family is in troubled times. I think we should postpone the marriage between Ruier and Yunxiang. Lian Xing was stunned. What do you mean, Brother Liang? Liang Jinrong hesitated for a moment before saying, in fact, Ruier's marriage was arranged by Yuma. It was only because of what happened to Fairy Rua Lin and Yuma's disappearance that it was changed to Yunxiang. But now that Yuma is back, the marriage should be considered at length. Hearing Liang Jinrong's words, Ling Shuqing's expression darkened. Lian Yunxiang was completely dumbfounded. She looked at Liang Rui in disbelief. Brother Rui, didn't you say that you would marry me soon? Brother Rui, hurry up and tell me, will our wedding date change? Hurry up and tell me, okay? Liang Rui looked embarrassed. He did not answer Lian Yunxiang's question, but cupped his hands at Lian Xing. Uncle Lian, my father and I will be leaving first. Brother Lian, goodbye. No, Brother Rui, don't go. Lian Yunxiang cried and threw herself in front of Lian Xing. Dad, quickly tell the Liang family not to break off the engagement. I like Brother Rui. Who does Lian Yuma think she is? Why did she steal my fiancé as soon as she came back? Father, you. That's enough. Lian Xing impatiently waved her hand away. Look at you now, what do you look like? If you can't keep Liang Rui's heart, you can only blame yourself for being incompetent. As he spoke, he ignored Lian Yunxiang and left with a flick of his sleeves. Although Lian Xing was infuriated by Ling Yuma's unruly attitude, however, Ling Yuma was his daughter after all. With a famous daughter, he naturally had face when he walked out. So he didn't care at all which daughter of his the Liang clan wanted to unite by marriage with. When Lian Yunxiang saw that Lian Xing had left her behind, she collapsed to the ground and burst into tears. All right, stop crying, Ling Shuqing said sternly. Is that all you've got? What did I teach you? Lian Yunxiang looked at Ling Shuqing with red eyes. She sobbed and said while trembling, Mom, that Ling Yuma is really crazy. She will kill me. She will really kill me. Mom, can you drive this little bitch away? Ling Shuqing sneered. The light in her eyes was sinister and treacherous. Her low voice echoed in the empty room. How is it enough to drive her away? I was too soft-hearted in the past, which gave this little bitch a chance to turn the tables. End of this chapter. Loyal servant Lin Gang. 1. This time, since this little slut has delivered herself to the door, then don't blame me for being impolite. Since Fusang City didn't bury this mother and daughter, then I, Ling Shuqing, will personally send them on their way. When Mu Yan's group almost finished eating all the purple smoke fruits in the backyard of the Lian family, the little cold bamboo park was finally cleaned. Lung Xuqing's hair was a bit messy at this time, and her clothes were stained with dust. She didn't look as graceful and imposing as the mistress of the Lian family. Instead, she looked a bit embarrassed. Yuma, the little cold bamboo park has been cleaned, you can bring your fellow apprentices in to live. She looked at Ling Yuma with loving and gentle eyes. I haven't touched any of the things that big sister left in the little cold bamboo park. Believe me, I really hope that big sister can come back safely. After Ling Xuqing left, Ling Yuma sneered, she's really putting on an act for 10 years, being flexible. No wonder my mother was deceived by her pitiful appearance. Chu Moli suddenly chuckled, just now in the hall, you almost completely shed all pretense of cordiality with her, and even hit her daughter. But then, she really cleaned your mother's house herself, really, a bit interesting. Fourth sister, don't underestimate this woman. Mu Yan continued Chu Moli's words and slowly said, her cultivation is very high, and she has a magic treasure that conceals her aura. I can't detect it clearly, but she's definitely not just at the nascent soul stage. Ling Yuma gritted her teeth, if she didn't have a bit of ability, how could she hook up with my father, how could she get involved with Willow Valley City, and finally make my mother beyond redemption while she herself escaped unscathed? Thinking of Ling Roland's suffering in Fusang City all these years, Ling Yuma went crazy with hatred. If she could, she really wanted to directly dismember Ling Xuqing, that slut's body into 10,000 pieces. Mu Yan patted Ling Yuma's shoulder, fourth sister, don't worry. Although this woman is good, she's still far from our abnormal third brother. That's right, I haven't seen third brother make a move, and he didn't make people live a life worse than death. Chu Moli. I'll take it as you guys praising me, hee hee. Just then, the sound of footsteps and noise came from outside the house. Miss, are you really back? Ling Yuma walked out of the house and saw 3 people entering the courtyard. The one in the lead was an old nanny who was the fastest to rush over. The moment she entered the door, she pounced over and grabbed Ling Yuma's hand. Her tears could no longer stop falling. It's young miss. It's really young miss who's back. Little miss, how have you been all these years? Have you suffered? Ling Yuma's eyes were also slightly red. She reached out to wipe away the tears on her face and said softly, Nurse Liu, I'm sorry for making you worry. I've had a good life these years. Mississippi behind Nurse Liu was a young woman dressed in an emerald green dress. Her eyes were also red, but she did not pounce over like Nurse Liu. Instead, she slowly bent her body and bowed to Ling Yuma. This servant Kai Lu greets young miss. Miss, to be able to see you again, this servant's heart is at ease. Beside the young woman stood an ordinary-looking man with a tall stature. His expression wasn't as excited as Nurse Liu and Kai Lu, but his eyes were also filled with a sparkling excitement as he looked at Ling Yuma. After Kai Lu finished paying her respects, the man knelt down on one knee and deeply kowtowed. He said in a hoarse voice, this servant Ling Gang greets young miss. End of chapter. Loyal servant Ling Gang, 2, asking for votes. Ling Yuma's pupils constricted. At this moment, Lu Momo was already touching Ling Yuma's face and hands, nagging nonstop, young miss has lost weight. Have you had a hard time these past few years? It's all Lu Momo's fault, I didn't even know you left. I should have followed you to take care of you. Ling Yuma grabbed Lu Momo's hand and changed the topic, the 3 of you are, she didn't finish her words, but senior servant Lu understood. She sighed softly, that year, after young miss Madam's incident, more than half of Madam's servants ran away. Only those of us who were with Madam all the time suspected that something was amiss. After that, even young miss left. Madam's direct descendants had a hard time in the Ling family. A large number of servants ran to Ling Xuqing, and in the end, only the 3 of us were left. Ling Yuma's gaze sharpened, did Ling Xuqing make things difficult for you? Not at all. Lu Momo shook her head and said disdainfully, that woman is very good at pretending. If she mistreated the 3 of us, wouldn't it give others an excuse? She didn't even care about the 3 of us, so naturally, she wouldn't purposely deal with us. Kai Lu said angrily, although she didn't purposely deal with us, she allowed those servants to embezzle our food and cultivation resources. When Brother Lung was injured, I asked someone to get some pills, but those snobbish servants refused to give them to me. Lung Gang hugged Kai Lu and patted her lightly. I'm fine, as long as young miss is back. Ling Yuma squinted her eyes and glanced at Lung Gang and Kai Lu. Looking at Kai Lu's attire, these two were obviously married. Then, did Kai Lu know what Ling Gang did that year? Looking at Ling Gang, if not for Hong Mian's testimony, Ling Yuma almost believed that he was a loyal servant to her mother. In reality, how could she doubt it? Lu Momo, Ling Gang, and Hong Mian were the only three people her mother brought out from the Yunling Lung family. They were willing to follow her and never return to the Yunling Lung family. In the entire Lian family fort, Lung Wolin trusted not Lian Xing but the three of them. But who would have thought that Ling Gang, who looked like a loyal servant, would actually plot against her mother behind her back and put the heart lock on her mother's hand, ultimately consigning her to eternal damnation? Thinking to this point, Ling Yuma's eyes turned cold, the killing intent around her unconsciously overflowed. Kai Lu, who was originally close to her, jumped in fright and staggered a step back. Miss, what's wrong? Ling Yuma comes back to her senses and turns to look at Mu Yan and Chumoli. He quickly adjusted his emotions. She grabbed Nanny Lu's hand and said hoarsely, Nanny Lu, I've already rescued my mother from Fusang City. My mother was framed back then. Today, I returned to the Lian family castle to seek justice for my mother. Nanny Lu was stunned at first, then she was wild with joy. Madam is back? Where is she? How has she been all these years? Ling Yuma's heart ached like it was on fire, and she could not help but tear up. She described the scene she had seen in Fusang City. In order to protect my mother, Aunt Hong had already died many years ago. Ling Yuma choked with sobs. My mother had suffered too much shock these past few years. She lost all her cultivation and her mind was muddled. She didn't even recognize me. Do you know how to cure the water inverse? End of this chapter. Loyal servant Ling Gang. 3. What? How could this be? My poor miss, in the end, who's the one that dares to do this to miss? Lu Momo wails, forgetting to call Ling Wolin foreign, and calls her by her old title. Ling Yuma pacifies her, Momo, don't worry. Although my mother's injury is serious, my junior sister's medical skills are also very good. My mother has been treated along the way, and she has already begun to show signs of recovery. She even recognized me some time ago? As long as she's given a little more time, she'll definitely recover completely. As she says this, Ling Yuma turns to look at Ling Gang. But this man is still expressionless, not letting out the slightest trace. Really shrewd. Good acting. Lu Momo is overjoyed. Really? Can Miss really cure it? Which genius doctor is your junior sister? We must properly reward her with a lot of money. Mayan slowly steps forward, revealing a shallow smile on her face. Lu Momo is treating me like an outsider. My fourth sister's mother is equal to my family, how could I ask for any reward? However, Lu Momo stares blankly when she sees her, and her face shows a suspicious expression. Such a young girl, she looks even more tender and beautiful than her little miss, like a delicate flower. Does she really have superb medical skills? Mayan seems to have seen through her suspicions. With a turn of her hand, the Tian Mo Chin appears in her hand. Her slender fingers, as white as jade, lightly pluck the strings. Art of Qi Huang activates. Invisible threads penetrate into Lu Momo's body, cleansing her whole body. Lu Momo immediately lets out a comfortable sigh. Her eyes are half closed, and her face is filled with enjoyment, muddle-headed. When the sound of the qin disappears, she slowly comes back to her senses. When she uses her spiritual power to inspect her body, she suddenly turns pale with fright. The damaged meridians in my body are all healed, my joints don't hurt anymore. How could there be such a magical medical skill in this world? Just playing the qin a few times, and she's actually cured her old illness. Lu Momo suddenly thinks of something. Could it be that you're from Mulu Pavilion? Mulu Pavilion? What is that place? Mu Yan was puzzled, but she only lightly shook her head on the surface. She gently smiled and said, I am responsible for treating fourth senior sister's mother. The injury on her divine soul is difficult to cure, but it is not impossible. I believe that Madame Lung will wake up soon. At this moment, Nanny Lu had no doubts. A divine doctor who could cure her by playing the zither would naturally be able to cure her young miss. God bless us, God bless us. Nurse Lu grabbed Ling Yuma's hand, crying and laughing at the same time. Young miss is a good person, young miss is also a good person, good people will definitely be rewarded. By the way, where's miss? Quickly bring this old servant to see her. Ling Yuma shook her head. Grandma Lu, don't be anxious. Back then, my mother was taken away by Willow Valley City because someone from the Lian family castle framed her. As long as this person isn't found, I can't bring my mother back to the Lian family. Otherwise, what if she gets framed again? Mu Yan smiled and said, fourth senior sister, why bother? Your mother's mind will wake up soon. At that time, the person who put on the bracelet in Fusang City for her will naturally be clear. Don't you think so? When Mu Yan finished speaking, Lin Gang's brows finally twitched. But it was only for a moment before he returned to normal. End of this chapter. Lian Yunxiang rushing to be abused. 1. Madam, the people you asked me to arrange have been sent to Cold Bamboo Garden. Leng Shuqi narrowed her eyes. Even Yuma and the others didn't suspect anything? These are the old people who followed Leng Ruolin back then. What's more, the three of them have been ostracized by the Lian family for the past few years. Even if Yuma suspects anyone, she wouldn't suspect them. However, I don't understand why you need to mobilize so many people just to deal with that little bitch Yuma. Back then, with Leng Ruolin's cultivation and background, didn't she still lose to you, madam? What kind of storm can Yuma cause? That chess piece was prepared by you just in case to deal with the Leng family. Isn't it too much of a pity to use it now? Leng Shuqin looked at her indifferently. Shuanghuan, don't play with your little tricks in front of me. If I remember correctly, your daughter, Ling Yuyao, was ruined by the unfettered seven devils and disappeared in the end, right? I can understand your desire for revenge, but these seven brats are definitely not as simple as you think. If you dare to ruin my plans, don't blame me for being impolite. Leng Shuanghuan hurriedly bowed and knelt down under Leng Shuqin's gaze. I don't dare. I don't dare. Leng Shuanghuan walked out of the room in fear and then heaved a sigh of relief. Then, her face twisted, revealing a resentful expression. Her daughter Ling Yuyao was her only flesh and blood. All these years, Leng Shuanghuan had thought of ways to purify her daughter's spirit root with the best elixirs, finally making her the proud disciple of the Flow Moon Sect's sect master. She even entered the outer sect of the Dragon Ascension Academy. Such a daughter was supposed to have a meteoric rise in her career, bringing her along with her to live a good life. Who knew that she would suddenly receive news that the Flow Moon sect was defeated and her daughter Ling Yuyao was ruined in the Tianguang ruins? Leng Shuanghuan hurried to the east continent, but there was no trace of Ling Yuyao. Even her sister-in-law Feng Yu was nowhere to be found. All of a sudden, Leng Shuanghuan lost her daughter, and all her efforts over the years were for naught. How could she not hate? How could she not hate? Who was to blame for all this? Naturally, she had to blame the unfettered seven devils who had caused the Flowing Moon sect to fall apart and caused her daughter's reputation to be ruined, especially that female devil, Jun Mayan. But unfortunately, after the Deer Cry banquet ended, these seven people disappeared without a trace. Even if Leng Shuanghuan wanted to take revenge, she couldn't find anyone. Now, these seven people actually came looking for him. Leng Shuanghuan wanted nothing more than to tear them into pieces. Shuanghuan, stop right there. Just as she was lost in thought, a tender voice interrupted her thoughts. Leng Shuanghuan turned around and saw Lian Yunxiang, whose face was still swollen. She immediately bowed and said, "Greetings, young Mississippi." Lian Yunxiang said, "I heard everything you said to Mom in the room just now." His mother was too cautious and careful when she did things. Right now, I just want to tear that bitch Lian Yuma apart. Leng Shuanghuan, don't you want to join hands with me and let those seven bitches die miserably? Leng Shuanghuan was stunned. Did she want to? Of course I do. Even in his dreams. But, Madam had just warned us that if we spoil her good deed, tch, as long as we get things done, Mom will only praise you and me. Lian Yunxiang snorted disdainfully, then her face twisted. The Liang family sent back the marriage certificate this morning, but Brother Rui actually wants to break off the engagement with me for that bitch Lian Yuma. Why? How am I not comparable to that bitch? End of this chapter. Lian Yunxiang who was looking for abuse, too. Lian Yunxiang gritted her teeth, and the hatred in her eyes surged like stormy waves. Mother's method can kill that bitch, but how can I ruin her reputation? I want Brother Rui to see how shameless this bitch is, just like her mother, Lung Ruolin. Ha ha ha, this way, I can get rid of the hatred in my heart. Lung Shuanghuan, I remember that you were the main reason why we were able to plot against Lung Ruolin. Plus, you can even use the chess piece by Yuma's side. As long as the two of us work together, we won't have to worry about the unfettered seven devils. Lian Yunxiang stared at Lung Shuanghuan and tried her best to incite, what's more, I'm my mother's biological daughter. With me as your guarantor, are you really afraid that my mother will blame us? Lung Shuanghuan's expression changed. Miss, please tell me how to deal with the seven bitches first. Late at night, outside the cold bamboo garden, two black shadows met silently under the moonlight. You just need to pour this bottle of medicine into their food and you'll complete the task. Is this really the madam's order? Oh, are you questioning me? I'm warning you, if you don't complete this task, you should know very well what will happen to you. The shadow hesitated for a moment, but finally took the porcelain bottle and entered the door. Lung Shuanghuan quietly waited in the bushes, anxiously looking into the cold bamboo garden. Finally, there was a goo-goo-goo sound. She was overjoyed, it was a success, haha, the madam's chess piece was really useful. Now she could only look forward to the dirty and messy scene of the whole room tomorrow, when they were all in each other's arms. At that time, the entire Chongyang city would know just what a bunch of disgusting bastards the so-called unfettered seven were. Lung Shuanghuan slowly left in silent laughter. Early the next morning, Liang Rui hurriedly landed at the back door of the Lian house. Seeing Lung Shuanghuan waiting outside, he immediately asked, "Where's Yuma? Did she really ask me to meet her?" Lung Shuanghuan smiled, "Young Master Liang, please follow me. Miss Yuma has been waiting for you at the cold bamboo garden for a long time." Liang Rui's face lit up with joy. His pace couldn't even be described as walking, but rather as galloping. When they arrived at the entrance of the small cold bamboo garden, they saw that it was crowded with people, and it was noisy. Kai Lu stood at the door, her face pale as she kept pushing people out. "You can't go in. Miss and the others are still resting inside, none of you are allowed to go in. I just heard a strange sound coming from inside. Why are you stopping us?" "That's right, aren't we just concerned about Miss Yuma? What on earth happened for it to make such a sound?" Heh, this voice sounds familiar. I still can't forget that erotic scene in the master bedroom back then. Shut up, do you want to die? You even dare to mention this matter? Aren't you afraid of Master? Master! Master! A shrill scream interrupted the discussion. Everyone turned their heads to look and immediately fell silent. They saw Lianxing and Ling Shuqin, who was holding his arm, walking towards them quickly. Lianxing walked in front of Kai Lu with a sullen face and said sternly, "What happened?" Kai Lu glanced at the house behind her, and her body trembled. No, nothing happened. Ah. End of this chapter. Lian Yunxiang, 3, begging for votes. Just as Kai Lu finished her sentence, they heard a sound that made people blush and their hearts beat faster. Lianxing's expression changed. His anger made the muscles on his face tremble. He kicked Kai Lu's abdomen. "Get lost." Kai Lu rolled on the ground, but refused to move away. Master, you can't go in. You can't go in. Lung Shuqin frowned, a puzzled look on her face. Kai Lu, what are you doing? What's going on inside? That's right. Lung Shuanghuan hid the smugness in her eyes and said loudly, Miss Yuma had an appointment with young Master Liang in the morning, but young Master Liang came a bit late and only arrived now. Why didn't Miss Yuma come out to greet him? Saying that, she turned to look at Liang Rui apologetically. Young Master Liang, please wait a moment, I'll go and invite Miss Yuma out. Liang Rui's expression was a bit ugly, his eyes staring at the closed door, the veins on his forehead throbbing. At this moment, Lianxing was enraged to the extreme. He sent Kai Lu flying with a vicious kick. Following that, he struck out with his palm. With a loud bang, the wooden door shattered into pieces and turned into fine powder. As the wooden door broke and the dust dissipated, the sound and scene in the room appeared in front of everyone. Lung Shuanghuan turned around with a smug look. However, when she saw the scene inside, her eyes suddenly widened. The resentment on her face turned into disbelief and horror. How could this be? Yunxiang! Leng Shuqin screamed and rushed over to hug her daughter. Beside Lian Yunxiang was a man. Everyone in the Lian family fort knew this man. It was Lian Xing's younger brother, Lian Ying. Everyone who saw this scene was dumbfounded. From the sound they heard and the scene they saw after the wooden door broke, even a fool knew what happened inside the room. However, it was precisely because they knew what had happened that the entire cold bamboo garden was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone couldn't help but secretly look at Lian Xing. His expression couldn't be described as ugly. The spiritual energy around him surged like a storm, forming a whirlpool. His red eyes stared at Lian Yunxiang and Lian Yingying, who were still unconscious. Vile creatures, vile creatures. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. No one could ruin the reputation of the Lian family, no one could stop his 1,000-year hegemony, there was no one. Master! Master, don't do it! Leng Shuqin screamed and threw herself at Lian Xing, wailing, Master, Yunxiang is your biological daughter. How could you kill her? She was set up. Yes, she must have been set up. Leng Shuqin hugged her unconscious daughter and roared in rage, on the verge of breaking down. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something and came back to her senses. She screamed, Lian Yuma, yes, it must be that bitch Lian Yuma who harmed my daughter. Lian Yuma, get out here. I'll say it again, my name is not Lian Yuma. A leisurely female voice came from behind the crowd. 7 neatly dressed boys and girls slowly walked over. Leng Yuma, who was dressed in red, raised the corner of her mouth and looked at the hysterical Leng Shuqin. Her smile was full of ridicule. Hey, Leng Shuqin, you finally stopped acting like a kind stepmother? Look, isn't this shrewish look good now? Real, it suits you. Evil will have evil retribution, it's not that there won't be retribution, it's just that the time hasn't come. End of this chapter. It was ordered by First Miss 1, Leng Shuqin, was it you? Did you harm my Yunxiang? What did you do to my Yunxiang? Master. Believe me. Yunxiang must have been framed. It was Lian Yuma who harmed her. She always thought that I was the one who killed her mother and hated me in her heart, so she took revenge on my daughter. Otherwise, why would Yunxiang appear here when she was in her own room? Lian Xing's sharp eyes looked at Leng Yuma. Did you really do such a thing? Leng Yuma sneered, Master Lian, you should at least have some evidence to slander us. The 7 of us left early in the morning, and this cold bamboo garden is just a temporary residence, so we couldn't lock the door, so we only let Kai Lu guard the yard. Why would Yunxiang be here, and why would she do such a thing in our yard? How would I know? If you want to know what happened, why don't you ask Kai Lu who was guarding the door? Everyone's gazes immediately focused on Kai Lu. When the door opened and she saw the scene inside, Kai Lu's face turned pale. Her whole body trembled uncontrollably. When she saw everyone looking at her, her legs went soft, and she knelt down. I didn't do it, I don't know anything. At this moment, Lian Xing recalled how Kai Lu had desperately tried to stop him from entering, and he was instantly enraged. He abruptly raised his hand and fiercely swung his palm through the air. When he entered the door, Lian Xing kicked Kai Lu, but he didn't use any spiritual energy. So Kai Lu rolled around awkwardly, but in fact, she wasn't injured. But at this moment, this slap directly hit her face so quickly that the bones in her face emitted a cracking sound. Her teeth loosened and fell. Kai Lu let out a mournful scream and fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Slut, why aren't you telling me what's going on? Lian Xing glared at her angrily and said sternly, was it you, the audacious lowly slave, who framed Miss and Second Master? I wouldn't dare. How could the servant dare? Kai Lu wailed loudly, ignoring the blood and pain on her face as she knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Tell me, what's going on? Kai Lv's eyes were red, and her body was trembling nonstop. Her gaze swept over Leng Shuqin, who had a gloomy expression and was glaring at her, and she shivered all over. Finally, his gaze landed on Leng Yuma. When Lian Xing saw that Kai Lu didn't speak, he was even more infuriated. A terrifying pressure was emitted from his body as he attacked Kai Lu. Slut, are you still not going to say it? Kai Lu vomited a mouthful of blood and did not dare to stop. She cried loudly, "I'll speak, I'll speak. It was eldest miss ordered me to do this." Senior servant Lu, who had just heard the commotion and rushed to the little cold bamboo garden, pounced on Kai Lv when she heard this. "What nonsense are you talking about? How could Miss instigate you? Why would you accuse Miss? Tell me, why did you wrongly accuse little Miss?" Kai Lv cried and revealed a frightened expression. "Senior servant Lu, I didn't want to betray eldest Mississippi. I did what eldest Miss ordered me to do, but I don't want to die. I still want to live a good life with brother Lung. Eldest Miss, I'm sorry, Kai Lv is afraid of death. Kai Lv let you down." End of this chapter. It's eldest Miss's instigation, too. I knew it was you. Lung Shuqin screams, tightly hugging the unconscious Lian Yunxiang in her arms. Her tears fall like rain, her liver and intestines are cut into pieces. "Lian Yuma, you're so cruel. No matter how much Yunxiang offended you, she's still your sister. How can you treat her like this? Don't you think that I harmed your mother? Come and kill me, come and find me if you want revenge. Why did you harm my Yunxiang? Boo-hoo, my poor Yunxiang. Xingji, you must seek justice for our Yunxiang. She was framed and ended up in this state. How will she live in the future?" Lung Shuqin's weeping was truly sincere, filled with anger and heartache. Especially when she sees Liang Rui frowning at this farce, she gnashes her teeth in hatred. Today, this scene was seen by so many people. Even if she shreds that slut Lian Yuma, her daughter Yunxiang can only be crippled. She had an affair with her own uncle, so what if she proves that she was framed? Will the Liang family still want her? Will she still be able to marry into a big family in the future? Thinking of this, the hatred in Lung Shuqin's eyes surges like magma. She forcefully suppresses the resentment on her face, making the crying expression on her face even more miserable and sorrowful, making people feel pity for her. Sure enough, Lian Xing's suppressed anger erupted in an instant. "Evil creature, did you come back to the Lian family just to stir up trouble? You won't even let your own sister off. Are you even human?" The pressure around Lian Xing is like an avalanche, pressing down on Ling Yuma. Ling Yuma's complexion is slightly pale, fine beads of sweat appear on her forehead. But her face doesn't reveal the slightest bit of panic or fear. Instead, she withstands the pressure of a crossing tribulation cultivator and walks towards Lian Xing. Mayan and the others stand behind her, neither helping her resist, nor showing a worried expression. It's as if they believe that their fourth senior sister will never be defeated by this mere pressure. When Ling Yuma arrives in front of Lian Xing, his face finally shows shock. He's a crossing tribulation cultivator. Even though it's not enough, he has the bonus of the ice jade marrow bone. However, he was a tribulation transcendence cultivator after all. The pressure emitted by a tribulation transcendence expert could cause a leaving aperture realm cultivator to kneel on the ground in fear. But his daughter was only in her 20s at the nascent soul stage. Under his pressure, his body did not even shake, and he even walked in front of him. Ling Yuma looked at Lian Xing's shocked face, then looked at Lung Shuqin. Finally, his gaze landed on Kai Lv, who was in a sorry state. "Kai Lv, you're saying that I ordered you to do this? Then tell me, what did I order you to do?" Kai Lu looked to the side and shrunk her shoulders as if she was afraid of Ling Yuma's threat. She said with a trembling voice, "Eldest young miss, you asked me to lure second young miss and second master to the cold bamboo garden separately and then drug them. This servant originally didn't dare, but miss, you said that they went too far, humiliating you on the day you returned to the Lian family, and even humiliating the former madam. This servant also served the former madam, and my heart couldn't bear it, so I agreed to help Mississippi. But this servant didn't expect that Mrs. methods were actually so insidious, and also attracted so many people, including young Master Liang. This servant felt that this was too much, and my heart was really scared." End of this chapter. The truth will come to light. Does it feel good? Boo-hoo, eldest miss, this servant really didn't want to betray you. When the onlookers heard Kai Lu's words, almost all of them believed what she said. At this moment, everyone looks at Ling Yuma with eyes full of fear and disgust. They had long heard that the unfettered seven devils were vicious and merciless, but they didn't expect that they would be this ruthless. Many people heard Lian Yunxiang and Lian Ying insulting Ling Yuma a few days ago. But at that time, Ling Yuma ruthlessly retaliated against them. Even if she really couldn't take it, she shouldn't have used such a sinister scheme, right? In this way, Lian Yunxiang was directly destroyed, and the reputation of the Lian family fort was directly destroyed. Under everyone's criticism, Ling Shuqin and Lian Xing's murderous gazes, Ling Yuma's expression was still the same as usual. She lightly smiled, "Kai Lu, my mother, and I really underestimated you. In such a short time, you can think of a way to deal with it. The logic of the whole line is so clear. Isn't being a servant burying you too much? Eldest miss, this servant doesn't know what you're talking about. This servant didn't say a single lie. If you feel wronged, you can say it and confront this servant one by one." Ling Yuma sinisterly smiled. "What this old lady hates the most is to reason with a group of people with a belly full of evil tricks like you. According to this old lady's opinion, I will directly cut you down with a knife. But this is clearly not in line with my third senior brother and little junior sister's aesthetics of a tooth for a tooth, an eye for an eye." Everyone was stunned by what she said. They didn't understand what Ling Yuma was trying to say. Only the 6 people of the unfettered sect behind her had a leisurely expression, showing an expression of watching a good show. Luo Yu even took out some fruits and sent them to Mayan. The two ate while watching, feeling very uncomfortable. Kai Lu frowned. "Eldest miss, I don't know what you're talking about. Don't quibble anymore." Ling Yuma didn't wait for her to finish speaking and grabbed the air. The next moment, several yellow talismans flew into her hand. Ling Yuma pinched the talisman and shook it, making a slight cracking sound. "Do you recognize this thing?" Kai Lu's pupils suddenly shrank. There should be no one who doesn't recognize the photographic talisman, right? Ling Yuma chuckled and turned around with the talisman paper in her hand. "My third senior brother is a very insecure person. Every time he goes to an unfamiliar place, he likes to have comprehensive protection and surveillance. As for my junior sister, drawing talismans is as easy as doodling. Therefore, from the day we entered the small cold bamboo garden, the entire courtyard was covered with photographic talismans. Everything that happened inside and outside the small cold bamboo garden these past few days was clearly recorded by these talismans. Kai Lu, do you want to take a look? The plot inside is very exciting." Kai Lu's eyes widened, and all the blood drained from her face. She fell to the ground, her body trembling uncontrollably. He couldn't help but look at Ling Wushuang and Ling Shuqin, who were not far from him. Ling Yuma smiled faintly and activated the first talisman. The scene was of the two of them meeting in the middle of the night to discuss how to drug Ling Yuma and the others. How to attract all the people of the Lian family fort in the early hours of the morning, and how to let Liang Rui witness a wonderful scene. The bright moonlight shone on the two people's faces. They were Ling Wushuang and Kai Lu. End of this chapter. The truth will come to light. 2. Asking for votes, the entire cold bamboo garden fell into a dead silence. Ling Shuqin's crying expression froze on her face. She turned to her most trusted personal maid, Ling Wushuang, with a murderous look. Ling Wushuang was scared out of her wits when she realized that things were out of her expectation. She couldn't hold it anymore and knelt on the ground. "Madam, I didn't." Before she finished, Ling Yuma activated the second photo talisman. This time, it was Lian Yunxiang and Lian Yingying. The night was getting darker, and the sky in the east was getting brighter. Lian Yunxiang led the drunken Lian Yingying to the cold bamboo garden. "Second uncle, even that bitching ma humiliated you like that, and the unfettered 7 devils beat you like that. They even knocked out so many of your teeth. Can you bear this?" "No. No." Lian Yingying shouted with a red face, "I want those little bastards to die a horrible death." He, second uncle, you saw the alluring killing god of the unfettered 7 devils. She's really beautiful. Second uncle, you played with so many women, but have you ever seen such a beauty? Don't you want to have a taste? Lian Yingying thought of the beautiful and peerless girl who walked in slowly. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva. His eyes were filled with greed and excitement. "Second uncle, don't worry and come in with me. As your niece, I will definitely fulfill your wish." The two walked into the east room of the cold bamboo garden. Then, there was a scream. "Where is she? How could this be? Didn't Ling Wushuang say it was a success?" Second uncle, what are you doing? Let me go, Brother Rue, Yunxiang likes you so much. Can you hold me tight? Pucci, Ling Yuma withdrew her spiritual power, and the image slowly disappeared. She looked down at Ling Wushuang and Kai Lu, who were pale with fright. How is it? Is this plot interesting enough? How could this be? How could this be? Kai Lu couldn't bear it anymore and screamed, I clearly saw you eat it with my own eyes. Ling Yuemo sneered, you want to make us delirious with just a little hallucinogen? Why don't you go and find out who my junior sister is? The so-called strongest support master could increase one's combat strength and remove negative statuses. The sound of the zither could clear one's mind and clear one's heart. Of course, if the effects of the hallucinogen were strong enough, just relying on support skills would definitely not be enough. But the problem was that Mu Yan still had another identity. He was the best talisman maker and the best alchemist in the cultivation world, Yap Liang Chen. Bringing a mere hallucinogen in front of the medicine king's disciple, if it wasn't displaying one's slight skill in front of an expert, then what was? You already knew, you already suspected me. Kai Lu's face was filled with despair as she screamed hysterically, Why? Why? I've been following Madam. Why would you suspect me? This time, Ling Yuma did not even bother to reply. A person who could play tricks in front of her perverted third senior brother hasn't been born yet. Everything finally came to light. The rage in Lianxing's heart was simply indescribable. He waved his hand and sternly said, Come, take these two bitches away. I don't want them to die so easily, do you hear me? Master, spare me, spare me. Madam, save me, save me. I'm doing things for Miss Madam. Slapped in the face, shamelessly asking for a vote, end of chapter, asking her to marry Ancestor Hashan. 1. You already knew, you already suspected me. Kai Lu screamed hysterically, her face full of despair. Why? Why? I've been following Madam, why would you suspect me? Ling Yuma didn't even bother to answer this time. Someone who could play tricks in front of her perverted third senior brother had yet to be born. Everything finally came to light. The rage in Lianxing's heart couldn't be described with words. He waved his hand and said sternly, Someone, take these two bitches away. I don't want them to die easily, do you hear me? Master, spare me, spare me. Madam, save me, save me. I'm doing things for Miss Madam. Lung Shuqin bit her lips tightly as she watched her two trusted subordinates being dragged away. Traces of blood seeped out from between her teeth. Ling Yuma slowly walked to her side and whispered in her ear. What? Are you angry, desperate, and want to tear me into pieces? But what you've endured today is not even a tenth of what my mother went through in the past. So, Lung Shuqin, don't worry. My revenge has just begun. Back then, you owed my mother and everything you owed me. I will take them all back one by one until you have nothing left and are beyond redemption. Lianxing strictly ordered everyone not to spread the news of what happened in Cold Bamboo Garden. However, on the second day, the erotic story of Lian family fort's second master Lianing and Miss Lian Yunxiang was still spreading throughout Changyang City. For a moment, the entire Lian family fort became the laughingstock of Changyang City. Daddy, I don't want to marry Ancestor Hashan as a concubine. Daddy, I beg you, I like Brother Rue, I want to marry into the Liang family. Sob. Lian Yunxiang hugged Lianxing's thigh, crying her heart out. However, her father, who usually doted on her, mercilessly kicked her away and glared at her angrily. You don't want to marry? You did such a shameless thing and lost the face of our Lian family. What right do you have to not want to marry her? There's no need to say any more. Although Ancestor Crane Mountain is old, his background is deep, and he treats his concubines generously. Marry him and make up for your mistakes, and fight for the benefits of our Lian family. After saying that, he turned around and left, completely ignoring Lian Yunxiang's cries. Mother. Even Yunxiang's eyes were red from crying, Mother, can you save me? I'm the eldest daughter of the Lian family fort. How can I be the concubine of an old man? Lung Shuqin's face darkened as she looked at her coldly. What did I warn you before? Told you not to act blindly without thinking, told you not to ruin my plans? But what about you? He had tried to scheme against Lian Yuma without any skill, but in the end, he had been schemed against. Or with that trash Lian Ying. I, Lung Shuqin, have lost all face because of you. Lian Yunxiang was trembling all over and could only cry incessantly. Mother, I was wrong, I was wrong. Can you please save your daughter? I beg you, please save me. Lung Shuqin took a deep breath, and the anger in her eyes was gradually replaced by coldness. I underestimated those 7 little bastards. They were able to achieve what they have today and destroy Fusang City, so they must have some ability. Yes, it's all Lian Yuma's fault. Lian Yunxiang's eyes were about to pop out, and she screamed, that bitch is so cruel. She actually used such a sinister scheme against me, and she did it in front of Brother Rue. My whole life was ruined by that bitch. End of this chapter. Let her marry Ancestor Hashan in your place, too. Lian Yunxiang didn't think that if she didn't scheme against Ling Yuma, she wouldn't have suffered the consequences. Mother, your daughter's suffering can't be in vain. You must seek justice for your daughter. Woo-woo. Lung Shuqin took out a talisman from her storage device and slowly lit it. Mother, what is this? Lung Shuqin squinted her eyes and didn't speak. After a long time, she said, isn't Lian Yuma ruthless? Isn't she sinister? I want to see if Yuma can still be so arrogant when that bitch Lung Wolin falls into my hands. At that time, if I want her to live, she will live. If I want her to die, she will die. If I want her to marry Ancestor Hashan as a concubine, do you think she will agree? Lian Yunxiang's eyes widened and showed an ecstatic expression. Yes, let Lian Yuma marry Ancestor Hashan. Brother Rue is mine, ha ha ha, mother, you're the best. Lung Shuqin looked at Lian Yunxiang with disgust and said coldly, if you weren't my daughter, I wouldn't care about a trash like you. If you ruin my business again, don't blame me for being impolite. Cold bamboo garden. Lung Gang knelt in front of Ling Yuma, his face ashen. Miss, kill me. I have let you and Madam down. I actually did not discover that Kai Lu was a spy hidden by Madam's side. Ling Yuma smiled, you're saying that you and Kai Lu are husband and wife, but you didn't know she was Lung Shuqin's woman? Lung Gang's eyes turned red. He lowered his head and kowtowed, I really didn't know. All these years, Madam and Miss were missing, and we didn't dare to leave. In the end, all the people who followed Madam changed their allegiance to Lung Shuqin, only Kai Lu stayed. She told her subordinates that it was because of the affection she had for her subordinates that she had never left them. That's why I married her, but I didn't expect that it was all her plot. It's all because of my negligence that Miss almost fell into danger. If Miss suspects this subordinate, please kill me. Nurse Lu's face was filled with pain as she looked at Ling Gang, then looked at Ling Yuma, and finally could not help but say, young miss, Ling Gang risked his life to save Madam many times, he cannot be a traitor. Please make a wise decision. Ling Yuma nodded and said, you followed my mother from the Yunling Lin clan. It can be said that you are the people my mother trusts the most in this world. If I don't trust you, who can I trust? Uncle Ling, get up quickly. Ling Gang revealed a joyous expression and stood up with Ling Yuma's support. Thank you for your trust, miss. Ling Yuma said, tomorrow, I will quietly leave the Lian family fortress to visit my mother. You must guard the cold bamboo garden for me. Don't let anyone discover our whereabouts. Yes, miss. The next morning, Mu Yan's group of 7 left the Lian family castle silently, arriving at a remote courtyard on the outskirts of Changyang City. This was where Ling Yuma had placed her mother, Lung Wolin. Before leaving, Mu Yan arranged a powerful formation around the small courtyard, and left Shui Lu and Bai Lu to take care of it. Just as they entered the courtyard, they heard a flustered and exasperated voice. Aya, this is really delicious. If you don't want to eat, I'll eat it. Ling Yuma was startled and jumped into the courtyard. End of this chapter. Then we will raise the Lian family. 1. Seeing the old man sitting in front of her mother, snatching her mother's food, Ling Yuma is so angry that she's about to ascend to heaven. Why are you here again? Didn't you say that it's enough to send you to Changyang City to look for relatives? That's not right. How did you find this place? This person is the old man who blackmailed her all the way in 4 Symbols City, the one who sold elixirs. The old man eats the delicacies on his plate while grinning. This old man's relatives are too bored. It's still the girl's place that's fun, so I came to nag again. Oh, girl, why are you so fierce? This old man is very timid. If I get scared and get sick, you'll have to support me for a lifetime. Ling Yuma doesn't pay any attention to his unreasonable pestering this time. She says with a calm face, I don't care how you found this place, but please leave immediately. Saying that, she's going to grab the old man and throw him out. However, just as her hand touches the old man's collar, the old man quivers and falls to the ground. His whole body keeps twitching as he intermittently shouts, ouch, it hurts so much, my heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys all hurt. Girl, you're so cruel, how could you hit an old man like me? Are you driving me out to make me sleep on the streets? Boo-hoo-hoo, this old man's life is bitter. I'm already so old, but my daughter doesn't care for me, my son doesn't love me, and my granddaughter doesn't care for me. Ling Yuma's hand freezes in midair, and a corner of her mouth twitches. Who did she hit? She didn't even touch the corner of this old man's clothes, okay? Ling Yuma finds out that her fiery temper really has no way to deal with this old man who's acting like a scoundrel. She can only turn to look at Mayan, junior sister, use the array to throw him out. Mayan smiles, fourth sister, forget it. Your mother is bored staying here alone. I think she's a little happier with the old man accompanying her. Ling Yuma stares blankly and turns to look. Only then does she find that her mother is still dull and wooden. But her line of sight was always on the old man's body. When the old man fell to the ground, sparkling and translucent tears actually gathered in her eyes. He was clearly still unconscious, but there seemed to be some sort of instinct surging in the depths of his soul. It was just like how his mother had risked everything to save him in Fusang City. The old man obviously saw the tears in Lung Wolan's eyes. He hurriedly got up from the ground and said with a smile, it's fine, it's fine. As long as you don't drive me away, this old man will be fine. Here, this dessert tastes good. Try it. As he spoke, the old man fed Lung Wolan a piece of dessert. He didn't expect that Lung Wolan would actually open her mouth and swallow the dessert. The crystal in her eyes had already disappeared and was replaced by a glimmer of brilliance. This time, it was the old man's turn to have tears in his eyes. However, it was only for a moment. He immediately lowered his eyes to hide his gaffe. He grabbed 2 pastries in his hands and threw them into his mouth. He shouted, delicious, so delicious. Ling Yuma was just careless and not good at scheming, but that did not mean that she was stupid. At this time, she also saw that something was wrong. Her gaze was deeply fixed on the old man. The old man jumps up and casually wipes the crumbs on his face. He says with a hollow laugh, since you don't welcome me, this old man will leave first. However, just as the old man was about to leave, his sleeve was pulled. End of chapter. Let's raise the Lien family to the ground, too. The wooden-looking woman did not have any emotional fluctuations, but her slender fingers tightly grabbed onto his sleeves, like a little girl grabbing onto her father's sleeves to seek a sense of security. The old man's eyes reddened, and after a while, he squeezed out a sentence, tomorrow, I'll come and see you again tomorrow. As soon as he said this, Lung Wolan's fingers loosened. The old man rushed out of the door as if he was escaping, and his figure disappeared without a trace. Ling Yuma stared blankly at the direction where he disappeared, and did not come back to her senses for a long time. After the old man left the small courtyard, his figure disappeared in a flash, and when he appeared again, he was already in a desolate valley. His face was still stained with food scraps, and his clothes were tattered. But at this time, he put away the mischievous smile he had in front of Ling Yuma, and his whole body instantly emitted a terrifying pressure. Come out. Why are you still hiding? The deep voice carried an undefiable majesty. The empty valley should have no signs of human habitation. However, as soon as the old man's voice fell, 2 figures appeared out of thin air. Greetings, father. Ling Yiwei and Ling Zhishuan bowed one after another. Ling Yaoshan squinted his eyes, and said sternly, what are you guys doing here instead of staying in Yunling? Ling Yiwei coughed lightly, father, I'm here to do what you're doing. Little sister, she. Thinking of the expressionless, puppet-like woman in the small courtyard, and then thinking of the news he heard about Fusang City. Leng Yui's nose turned sour, and he could no longer suppress the pain and killing intent in his heart. His little sister was once so lively, so proud. Fairy Wolin, whose name shook the world, was the marriage partner of many young talents. But now, she was actually harmed to such a state. Leng Yue choked with sobs. It's all our fault, I shouldn't have listened to Leng Shuqin. If I had come to see little sister earlier, she wouldn't have suffered so much. Father, I'll go and raise the Lian family now. Shut up. Leng Yaoshan said coldly, you have no right to interfere in this matter. He closed his eyes and slowly suppressed the regret in his eyes. That child left the Lian family for her mother and went deep into the tiger's den. She did so much just to get justice for Lin. We old fellows have done nothing. We didn't appear when Lin needed us the most. What right do we have to stand up for her now? Leng Yue hung his head dejectedly. Leng Zhishuan clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were red, but he didn't say a word. Leng Yaoshan glanced at the two of them. Instead of comforting them, a trace of pride appeared on his face. That child Yuma is too outstanding. I believe that she will definitely be able to avenge her mother. The only thing we can do is to stand behind the child and back her up. If that bastard Lianxing dares to bully my daughter, bully my precious granddaughter. Leng Yue gritted his teeth and continued, then we will raise the Lian family to the ground. This time, Leng Yaoshan did not refute. Leng Yuma accompanied Leng Wolin in the side courtyard for most of the day. She could clearly feel that when she was with Leng Wolin, there would be light in Leng Wolin's dull eyes, just like when she saw that old man. Before leaving, Leng Yuma hugged Leng Wolin reluctantly and said softly, Mother, don't worry. Soon, I will make those who framed you pay a painful price. End of this chapter. Selfish and perverted possessiveness. 1. However, at this moment, a cold voice sounded from behind him. Leng Gang, what did my mother do to you that you would betray her? The man in black was shocked and turned around. Under the moonlight, Leng Yuma, dressed in red and holding a long saber, slowly walked towards him. The sharpness in her eyes was like a sharp knife that fell on him. The man in black didn't think and turned to run. Leng Yuma suddenly raised the red lotus soul-stealing saber and fiercely slashed. The scarlet flames rolled towards the black-clothed man like a raging wave. The man in black quickly waved his hand to block. The red flames were dispersed by him, but his black coat and the cloth covering his face were burned by the flames, revealing a familiar simple and honest face. Who else could it be but Leng Gang? Leng Gang gritted his teeth. When did Miss find out? I don't think I've done anything. Why does Miss suspect me? Leng Yuma stared at him coldly. Who said I suspected you? From the beginning, I knew that the person who betrayed my mother was you, Leng Gang. Kai Lu, on the other hand, was implicated by you and exposed in front of us. Leng Gang frowned. Do you want to know why I know that you were the one who betrayed my mother? Leng Yuma said slowly. Because Willow Guching said it himself and Auntie Hong heard it with her own ears. Now, do you still want to deny it? Hearing the two words Auntie Hong, Leng Gang's pupils suddenly contracted. He asked almost urgently, Hong Mian is still alive? Leng Yuma's eyes surged with deep hatred. Do you think Auntie Hong can still be alive after falling into a place like Fusang City? Even if she's alive, it's a fate worse than death? Leng Gang, I'm not surprised that Kai Lu would betray my mother, but what about you? You've been by my mother's side since you were young, and you followed my mother willingly when she left Yunling these past years. My mother has treated you well and Auntie Hong has even regarded you as her own big brother. Just what benefits did Willow Guching and Leng Shuqin give you that you would do something so ungrateful and worse than a pig or dog? Treated me well? Leng Gang roared. If she really treated me well, why didn't she betroth Hongmian to me when she knew that I liked her? Why did she marry her to some young master of the Jiang family instead? Leng Yuma revealed a stunned expression. Back then, Auntie Hong and the Jiang family's young master were in love with each other. Even I, who was young at that time, could see this. The Jiang family was a third-rate family in Changyang City, so they naturally could not be compared to the Lian family. However, Leng Wolin did not care about these things at all. She only hoped that Hong Mian could marry the person she loved. Later, Leng Wolin met with a mishap, and Hong Mian insisted on following Leng Wolin to Fusang City. The young master of the Jiang family was heartbroken for a long time. It was only a few years ago that he was forced to marry because of his parents' orders. Although their love had not reached the point where they would die together, at the very least, Hong Mian had wanted to marry the young master of the Jiang family with all her heart. She clearly didn't have any romantic feelings for Lin Gang. Lin Gang's face was twisted, and his eyes were about to split open. Lin Ruolin is our master. As long as she gives the order, Hong Mian can only marry me. If she truly treated me well and treated me as one of her own, why would she not care about my feelings and betroth Hong Mian to the Jiang family's young master? To put it bluntly, in Lin Ruolin's heart, I'm just a dog by her side. She looks down on me and doesn't care about my feelings at all. If that's the case, why should I still be loyal to her? I suggest that you reread the contents of the previous chapter. There are some updates. End of this chapter. Selfish and perverted possessiveness. 2. Ling Yuma stared at Lin Gang in disbelief. Just because of this? Just because my mother didn't agree to let Hong Mian marry you, you did that to my mother? The ferocious expression on Lin Gang's face slowly disappeared and became cold. Since she treated me like a dog, I'll let her taste a life worse than being a dog. As for Hong Mian, since I can't have her, I'd rather destroy her. No one can have her. Ling Yuma's eyes gradually turned red. She stared at Lin Gang, the hatred in her chest surging like lava. How could she have thought that the root of all the tragedies was a man's selfish and perverted love? No, that wasn't love at all. It was just a disgusting possessiveness. Lin Gang looked at her furious expression and laughed out loud. Since you've already found out, I don't need to hide anymore. As long as you and Lin Ruolin die here silently, no one will be able to find out the truth of the past. Lianxing can't, and the Yunling Lin family can't either. All these years, Lin Gang had been hiding in the Lian family, not daring to reveal that he had betrayed Lin Ruolin. What he was most afraid of was that Lin Ruolin and Lian Yuma were still alive, and the Yunling Lin family would come looking for him because of their friendship. If he was wanted by the Yunling Lin family, even if he escaped to the ends of the earth, he would probably end up in a miserable state. However, the situation was different now. The incident in Fusang City was so big, but the Lin family did not react at all. That meant that the Lin family had really cut off their relationship with Lin Ruolin and did not care about her life or death. In addition, Lin Ruolin and Lian Yuma had come looking for him. As long as he killed the two of them, he would run away. From then on, there would be no proof. He would no longer have to be afraid of the Lin family seeking revenge on him, and he would no longer have to be a slave to others. Ling Yuma looked at him coldly. You want to kill me? Lin Gang sneered and suddenly roared towards the sky. The clothes on his body suddenly burst open. The muscles on his body expanded inch by inch, and his entire body seemed to be inflated. His skin seemed to be plated with a layer of golden light. Ling Yuma's red lotus soul stealing blade slashed forward, but it actually made a dang sound and was directly repelled. Even the flames couldn't hurt his skin at all. Ha 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 ha. Lin Gang laughed heartily. Missy, I'm returning your words to you now. You want to break my Vajra invincible body? Could it be that you don't know that your mother, Fairy Ruo Lin, was famous all over the world and had astonishing strength? But in terms of solid defense and close combat, even your mother needed my protection? It's a pity that all my efforts to protect him have all been fed to dogs in the end. Lin Gang's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He raised his fist and smashed it towards Ling Yuma. Let me smash you into meat paste in front of your mother. Then, I'll let you two meet in the underworld. Boom. A loud noise exploded in the night sky. Ling Ruolin's hair and clothes fluttered in the wind. Her eyes were wide open, reflecting Ling Yuma's figure. But Ling Yuma, who was about to suffer Lin Gang's full-force attack, was not injured at all. She stood motionless in the same place. In front of her was a tall and sturdy figure. The huge fist and Lin Gang's fist collided, causing an earth-shattering wave of air. Lin Gang staggered a step back and looked at the person in shock and anger. End of this chapter. The evidence is in hand. 1. Lin Gang stumbled back a step and looked at the person in shock and anger. You, who are you? How could you block my Vajra fist? Qingjiu slowly retracted her hand and turned to look at Ling Yuma. After confirming that she was fine, he turned around and glared at Lin Gang with his bell-like eyes. Anyone who wants to hit fourth junior sister should be killed. As he spoke, he leaped up. The rain-like fists mercilessly greeted Lung Gang's body. Lung Gang dodged with all his might and fought back with all his might. However, he discovered that when his attacks landed on Xianxia's body, it was just like tickling him. Xianxia's fists, on the other hand, caused his internal organs to tremble, and he nearly vomited blood. Moreover, the more he attacked, the more Lung Gang felt the powerlessness of his attacks and the fierceness of Xianxia's attacks. It was only now that he realized it. Domain. You've actually awakened the second domain? How is this possible? Pfft. Lung Gang's mind was shaken, and he could no longer maintain the invincible Vajra body. Wine Qin punched out, and in a split second, his sternum shattered. He fiercely spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground, unable to crawl back up. Only then did Xianxia retract his fist. Somewhat foolishly, he looked at his fellow disciples standing behind him. Mu Yan immediately gave him a thumbs up. Second senior brother, good job, you're really amazing. Ling Yuma also came back to her senses, her face full of gratitude. Second senior brother, thank you. Lung Gang's cultivation was at the 5th level astral projection. With the current strength of the unfettered 7, it was not impossible for Ling Yuma to defeat a middle stage leaving body cultivator. But Lung Gang was a pure strength type and defense type cultivator. Ling Yuma and Yun Ruhan were the ones who were best at close combat, and they were the ones who countered him the most. On the contrary, Xianxia and Lung Gang walked the same path. Unfortunately, Xianxia's talent was 1,000 times stronger than Lung Gang's. Under the buff of the second layer, power territory, Lung Gang's so-called indestructible body was like a vase that looked good but was useless. After being beaten a few times, it no longer had the strength to defend itself. Ka-la-la, it shattered. Ever since second senior brother came out of the small world, he has become more and more powerful. Even we wouldn't be able to withstand his fists. Hee, second senior brother didn't even have to fully activate his domain power, and he's already beaten this trash to a pulp. Listening to the chatter of the fellow disciples, Xianxia was like a child who was being praised. Her face immediately turned red. However, there was a simple and honest smile on his face. He scratched his head and chuckled, but he didn't know what to say. Xianxia had always been afraid that he would be a burden to his fellow disciples. Now that he could be of help, he was really happy. After laughing, Ling Yuma slowly walked in front of Lung Gang and looked down at him. Tell me, how did you conspire with Lung Shuqin and frame my mother? Lung Gang turned his face away and sneered, when I made up my mind to destroy Lung Wolin, I never thought of turning back. Lian Yuma, if you have the ability, then kill me. If you even frown, consider it my loss. He turned his head to look at the sluggish Lung Wolin, and suddenly laughed out loud. My life was able to drag the high and mighty Yunling Lin family's eldest daughter down into a quagmire, become a complete object for a man for such a long time, and let Lianxing wear a green hat for a lifetime. My life is really worth it, ha 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 ha. Ling Yuma was so angry that her whole body trembled, and the red lotus soul-stealing saber in her hand was about to be unsheathed. However, a hand gently rested on her shoulder and comforted her. Fourth senior sister, if you cut him down, wouldn't that be exactly what he wanted? End of this chapter. Evidence obtained. 2. Mu Yan winks at Ling Yuma. I like this kind of hard bone the most. Fourth senior sister, why don't you give him to me? Third senior brother, don't fight with me. Chuemoli innocently sits in the wheelchair, his expression gentle. Little junior sister is joking. I have a lot of leaving aperture corpses, so I don't have any thoughts of studying them for the time being. Mu Yan slowly walks to Lung Gang, revealing a sweet smile at him. Lung Gang is momentarily absent-minded. Under the moonlight, the girl in white is so beautiful and moving. Like a fairy from the 9th heaven who has mistakenly entered the mortal world, or like the most beautiful snow lotus in the world, slowly blooming in the night. Just a frown and a smile can even hook people's souls away. The god of death, Jun Mu Yan. She is also the most famous among the 7 demons of unfettered freedom, with the most titles, the most feared demon king. It is said that Fusang City, which has stood tall in the Xiozhan continent for thousands of years, was completely annihilated by her. But how could such a delicate, beautiful, and moving girl be a demon who kills without batting an eye? There must be some falsehood in the rumors. As he is thinking about this, the girl in front of him turns her wrist, and the Tian Mo Qin appears in her palm. She leisurely sits cross-legged in front of Lin Gang. Her white and slender fingers gently pluck on the black zither, playing the most lingering and beautiful music. You must do what you say. Hold on for a while before you speak. Otherwise, I will be very bored if my mood is interrupted. The melodious and sweet voice fills his ears. Lin Gang is intoxicated and snorts disdainfully at the same time. You want to torture the prisoner to force me to speak? Heh, it's just a dream. He used to be a death warrior of the Yunlingling family. From the beginning, he had undergone professional prisoner training, guaranteeing that he would not betray his master. And he betrayed Lin Ruolin, not because he was coerced, but purely because his own heart's devil made him crazy. After half an hour. The night is still quiet and serene, the bright moonlight shines on the man who is twisting and convulsing. The entire side courtyard echoed with the howls of ghosts and howls of wolves. Don't play anymore, don't play anymore, I beg you, don't let me enter the dream anymore, I'm willing to tell you, I'm really willing to tell you. Under the moonlight, the beautiful girl frowned slightly. She seemed to want to continue. It's only been an hour, and you've only experienced 5 reincarnations. That's a bit too little. Why don't we do it 2 more times? Only then can we be sure that you're telling the truth. Let me think, what should I let you reincarnate into this time? Wasn't it a little boring to be a spirit pet that was enslaved by others in his previous life? I think we should continue to let you be a human this time. What about female slaves in Wanrenku who were only responsible for giving birth to children? This kind of life like a sow will definitely make you satisfied. Cold Steel finally broke down completely. His hair had long since fallen out in clumps, and the originally smooth and firm skin on his face was now covered with wrinkles. When he opened his mouth, his loose teeth would fall out with blood if he was not careful. But the most frightening thing was still his body. Originally, his tall body could achieve the diamond body, but at this time, every inch of his meridians and muscles began to wither. His whole person was actually like a small, stooped old man. The torture that was greater than physical pain was always the destruction of the spirit and soul. For the 7 carefree disciples, it was only half an hour now. For Cold Steel, who was trapped in, floating like a dream, he had already experienced hundreds of years, 5 reincarnations. He would rather die, he would rather be cut into pieces than experience the 6th reincarnation. End of this chapter. Evidence obtained. 3. Asking for votes, Lin Gang crawled in front of Ling Yuma on all 4s and cried loudly, Ling Shuqin has been involved with Willow Valley City for a long time. I have evidence of her cheating and framing. I also have many other useful things. Eldest Miss, as long as you can let me die a quick death, I'm willing to give you anything. I beg you to let me die a quick death. Woo woo woo. 15 minutes later, Ling Yuma looked at the evidence that Lin Gang had handed over. Lin Gang had too many things in his hands. This man did not betray Ling Ruolin after she refused to marry Hong Mian to him at all, just as he had said. It turned out that when Lianxing and Ling Shuqin hooked up, he already knew it clearly. He even secretly used a photographic talisman to record the scene of the 2 of them hooking up. However, as Ling Ruolin's confidant, he did not report these things. He wanted to leave behind this evidence so that after he successfully married Hong Mian, Lianxing would give him a large sum of assets. With these assets and the support of the Lian family fort, he would be able to rise above the masses and would no longer need to be a slave to others. Ling Yuma looked at the image of Lianxing and Ling Shuqin rolling together in the photographic talisman. She gritted her teeth in hatred. Lianxing said that he and Ling Shuqin had unintentionally messed around after getting drunk. In the end, Ling Shuqin was pregnant, so he had no choice but to marry her. He had always insisted that he did not violate his vows with Ling Ruolin. It was Ling Ruolin who seduced Willow Valley Qing and betrayed their marriage. But the truth was that Lianxing and Ling Shuqin had already hooked up a long time ago. They had even been plotting how to let Ling Shuqin replace Ling Ruolin as the matriarch of the Lian family. Because Lianxing had already had enough of being suppressed by Ling Ruolin. Ling Yuma looked at the lifeless and soulless Ling Ruolin and her eyes reddened. Did Lianxing understand what his mother had given up for him and how much she had sacrificed for the Lian family fort? But in Lianxing's eyes, all of this was not as important as his face. Tears flowed down from her eyes. She felt injustice for her mother. Why did she have to sacrifice everything for such a scumbag? She also felt injustice for herself. How could this bastard be her biological father? Fourth sister. Mu Yan reached out and held her in her arms, softly saying, people can't choose their own birth, but they can choose the path they want to walk in the future. Winning streaks are winning streaks. You are you. Ling Yuma is our fourth senior sister. It has nothing to do with whose blood flows in your body. The others also comforted Ling Yuma. Only Chumoli smiled faintly, and said indifferently, isn't it better this way? With these things, it will be much more interesting to carry out our plan. Lung Shuqin waited for an entire night, but Lung Gang did not return. Her heart was burning with anxiety, but she couldn't help but rejoice. Fortunately, she had tampered with the communication talisman to contact Lung Gang. During the 2 hours that the communication talisman on Lung Gang's hand burned, Lung Shuqin would be able to detect his whereabouts. Lung Shuqin put on a suitable attire, brought along her personal maid, and headed in the direction of the remnant aura of the communication talisman. However, Lung Shuqin noticed that something was wrong when she arrived at the noisy street. The citizens of Chongyang City were already used to seeing her on the streets. Although there would be some people who would cast envious glances at her from time to time, it would never be like today. Almost everyone's gaze fell on her, and they even gathered in groups of 2s and 3s, pointing at her. I can't believe that despite her dignified and virtuous appearance, she's actually so. Xiao. Hope to get everyone's vote support, moi. End of chapter. Comic strip Lien Family Castle Mystery. 1. The most unexpected thing is the head of the Lien family. Normally, he's a sanctimonious person. Everyone in Chongyang City knows that the head of the Lien family only loves his wife, Fairy Ruolin. It wasn't until Fairy Ruolin betrayed him that he married a new wife, and this new wife is Fairy Ruolin's younger sister, a concubine that Fairy Ruolin took in for him. Who knew the truth was that he had already hooked up with Lung Shuqin. From what I can see, Fairy Ruolin's affair back then was a trap set up by Lian Xing and Lung Shuqin. Tsk, I was wondering why Lian Yunxiang would do such a thing with her uncle. So it's all inherited from her mother, no wonder. The comic strip said that the following plot will be even more exciting, but it won't come out until noon tomorrow. This is really annoying. That's right, I never knew that drawing could create such an exciting story. It's almost like it's happening right in front of our eyes. Lung Shuqin listened to the undisguised discussions around her and finally couldn't take it anymore. She pulled over a woman who was discussing to the side and sternly said, "What nonsense are you talking about? Do you know what the consequences are for slandering Master Lian and Mistress?" Lung Shuqin's harsh words and stern expression startled the woman. But then she thought of something and immediately raised her eyebrows and shouted, "Pa, you dare to do it but don't dare to admit it?" Lung Shuqin, What did I do? The woman pulled out a picture book from her Cosmos pouch and tossed it in front of Lung Shuqin. The contents of this picture book are known by everyone in Chongyang City. Do you still want to deny it? What a shameless slut. You've clearly received so many favors from the Ling family and Fairy Ruolin, yet you still bite the hand that feeds you and seduce someone else's husband. Pa. The woman fiercely spat on Lung Shuqin. Lung Shuqin didn't care about reprimanding her for revenge. Her hands trembled as she flipped open the picture book. This album wasn't thick, but every single drawing inside was vivid and lifelike. Each sheet of paper was divided into 4 squares. Each grid had a character, an action, and a small bubble showing the content of the character's conversation. When the 4 grids were put together, it was easy to see what the person in the painting was doing and what was happening. As Lung Shuqin flipped through the album page by page, her fingers trembled even more violently. The shock and astonishment that surged in her heart simply caused her to be unable to stand steadily. The main characters in the painting were a man and a woman, and these paintings were too realistic. Everyone could tell at a glance that the man was the Lian clan lord, Lian Xing, and the woman was Lung Shuqin. What made Lung Shuqin's hair stand on end was that the words and actions of the man and woman in the painting were exactly the same as what she had done before. It was as if there was a pair of eyes in the unseen world that had seen through everything she had done, leaving her with nowhere to hide. "Brother Xing, I'm pregnant with your flesh and blood again." I have a feeling that this will be a son. The woman in the painting cried pitifully as she nestled in the arms of the bare-chested man. I don't care if I follow you without a title for the rest of my life. I don't care if my daughter can't see the light of day. But, our son, we finally got our son with great difficulty. Are we going to let him be a nameless illegitimate child for the rest of his life? End of this chapter. Comic strip Lien Family Fort Mystery. 2. The man in the painting frowned, but his eyes shone with determination. Xuqin, don't worry. I've had enough of that high and mighty Miss Leng Ruolin. All she did was give me an ice jade marrow bone and she wants to step on me for the rest of my life. What does she think I am, a dog? By Leng Ruolin sighed. As the saying goes, there are 3 ways to be unfilial, but having no descendants is the worst. The man gently looked down at the woman in his arms and promised, my mother has long been dissatisfied with Leng Ruolin's inability to give birth to a son. As long as you can give birth to a son for the Lien family, I promise I'll give you a status. Leng Ruolin won't have any reason to object. All these years, I've wronged you to be a concubine. But in my heart, only you, Leng Xuqin, are my wife. When my strength surpasses Leng Ruolin's, I promise you'll be the mistress of the Lien family. The woman hugged the man with a grateful expression. Brother Sheng, I know you treat me the best. As long as I can be with Brother Sheng, I won't feel wronged. However, when the man left and the woman was left alone in the room, her expression darkened. Wait until you give birth to a son? Wait. Until your strength surpasses Leng Ruolin? Don't tell me I have to wait for many years? Why? Leng Ruolin, aren't you just relying on your good birth? Apart from that, which part of him can be compared to me? Your man is mine, and your position as the mistress of the Lien family is also mine. But this isn't enough. If I don't see you beyond redemption and lose everything, how can I be satisfied? Leng Ruolin, just you wait, soon, very soon, ha ha ha. The woman in the painting had a ruthlessness in her eyes, more sinister and terrifying than a poisonous snake. Her smile was more twisted than a lunatic's. Just looking at this painting was enough to make one's hair stand on end. And at the end of the painting, there was a sentence, if you want to know what happens next, please wait for the next episode of Lien Family Fort Mystery, tomorrow afternoon. Bang! Leng Xuqin fiercely threw the album in her hand. Her eyes were red, but her face was deathly pale. She roared, fake, fake, everything is fake. Who was it? Who was the one who drew these things and spread lies? Was it you? Was it you? The woman was so frightened by her hysterical manner that she retreated again and again. After he stood still, he shouted at the top of his lungs, everyone, come and take a look. Previously, I only believed 70 to 80% of the contents of the painting, but look at this vicious woman. If this isn't a guilty conscience, then what is? TSK, TSK, TSK. Your face is pale with fright. I didn't believe it at first. I thought that this painting album was just like those legendary paintings, all made up. Now I believe it too. I also believe it. I didn't expect Patriarch Lien and his wife to be such disgusting people. When Fairy Ruolin was in charge of the Lien family fortress, she treated the citizens of Changyang City so well. At that time, I didn't believe that she was the kind of person who would do such a thing. Now that I look at it, it really was that dog couple who deliberately framed Fairy Ruolin. Leng Xuqin screamed, no, this isn't true. Someone is framing me. Heh, you say that the contents of the painting are framing you? Then swear to the heavens right now and make an oath with the heavenly Tao. If the contents of this painting are true, you will immediately be struck by lightning. End of this chapter. The strange story of the Lien family fortress. 1. Yes, since you said it's fake, swear. Swear. Leng Xuqin looked at the aggressive crowd and finally broke down. She took out her weapon and threw it at the people around her. After the crowd dispersed a little, she fled in a sorry state like a stray dog, no longer bothering to look for any traces of Lin Gang. In the distance, the 7 people of the Xiaoyao school looked at Leng Xuqin's fleeing figure and couldn't help but smile. The show has just begun. Ling Yuma's eyes were cold. She looked at the tall and luxurious buildings of the Lien family fortress and said, soon, I will make you pay back what you owe my mother. == Lien family fortress. Lianxing's face was livid, and he roared furiously, now, immediately destroy all the albums in Changyang City. Do you hear me? Master. The housekeeper said carefully, we have sent people to destroy them, but there are too many albums. Many of them were hidden in storage devices. We couldn't find them at all. Although the Lian family fortress is powerful, we can't offend all the forces in Changyang City. The big families in Changyang City, such as the Liang family, had their own resources even though their master was not as powerful as Liansheng. Liansheng's tribulation stage was not as powerful as the Lian family. Plus, the Lian family was a new rising star. Their real strength could not be compared to the big families that had thousands of years of history. Even if the Lian family fortress was the #1 family in Changyang City, they could not be like the Murong family, the Shui family, or the Dragon Soaring Academy. Liansheng was so angry that he slammed his palm to the side. With a loud bang, a pillar as thick as half a person was smashed into powder. The whole hall shook as if it was going to collapse. Who did it? Who dared to slander my reputation? Leng Shuqin's eyes were now red from crying. Hearing that, she sobbed loudly and said, Brother Sheng, don't you know who did these things? This album will spread throughout Changyang City. Our reputations will be ruined. Who will benefit in the end? Liansheng was stunned at first, but then he immediately recovered. Lian Yuma. This evil creature, she really came to collect her debt. What about that evil creature? Tie her up and bring her here immediately. Tisk, TSK. Patriarch Lian, why are you so angry? A clear voice came from the door. Ling Yuma, who was dressed in red, slowly walked in from outside the door. Her fingers gently stroked the hilt of the red lotus soul-stealing blade. A man must admit to what he has done. Didn't you say or do what you did in the painting album? What? Even the patriarch feels that his actions are shameful? Liansheng was so angry that his whole face turned purple. He roared furiously, you really did it. Lian Yuma, you've ruined your father's reputation. You've ruined the reputation of the Lian family fort. What benefits do you get? Didn't I tell you about the benefits on the first day I returned to the Lian family? Ling Yuma sneered, I want to seek justice for my mother. I want you to clearly tell me, how are you going to receive the punishment for breaking the oath that Patriarch Lian made to my mother? Or could it be that when you and my mother made that vow of undying love, you never thought of keeping it? Or did you not let the heavens witness your oath? End of this chapter. The next episode of the Lian family fort mystery will be more exciting, too. Liansheng's eyes wandered for a moment, then he immediately rebuked, it's natural for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines, how is this considered harm? How is this considered violating the oath? If it wasn't for your mother being too domineering, I would have already taken Shuqin in, and my Lian family would already have a male heir. As a child, you didn't reflect on your mother's mistakes, and even dared to be so disobedient and unfilial to your father. Bah! I don't have such a shameless father like you. Ling Yuma mercilessly interrupted him, since you said you didn't violate the oath, then let's skip this part for now. She raised her head, and the corner of her mouth slowly curved into a mocking smile. Master Lian, do you want to see the next episode of the Lian family fort mystery, will you? I promise it will be 100 times more exciting than you can imagine. Saying that, her gaze swept across Leng Shuqin, revealing a meaningful expression. Leng Shuqin's heart thumped. Thinking of the scene in the picture book that was exactly the same, her heart surged with fear of being framed. How much did Lian Yuma, this slut, know about what happened back then? Leng Shuqin wiped her tears and sobbed loudly. Yuma, I don't know where you heard the rumor, so you added oil and vinegar to the story and spread it everywhere. I admit that I was wrong, and I also admit that I let my sister down, but you didn't have to be so vicious. It's fine if you destroyed me, but Brother Xing is your father, how could you not let him go? Hearing that, Liansheng became even more furious, and the spiritual power in his hand suddenly condensed. You evil creature, you still want to use this bullshit picture book to deceive and humiliate me? Fine, then I'll pretend that I never had a daughter like you, and I'll kill you with my own hands. The pressure of a tribulation stage cultivator filled the entire room, and the spiritual power crazily surged, mercilessly smashing towards Ling Yuma. But in the next moment, what appeared was not Ling Yuma falling to the ground and dying. Instead, it was the melodious sound of a zither, resounding between heaven and earth. A talisman paper that looked both real and illusory, dazzling yet transparent, was spinning gently in the air. Countless silver threads were emitted from the talisman paper and formed an invisible barrier around Ling Yuma. The barrier looked light and thin, without much spiritual energy fluctuations. However, when Lianxing's attack landed on the barrier, it was like a clay ox entering the sea. It was instantly swallowed up completely. 6 figures descended from the sky and landed beside Ling Yuma. Mu Yan took the talisman treasure and looked at Ling Yuma with concern. "Fourth senior sister, are you alright?" Ling Yuma laughed. "With you guys guarding and Teacher Mo's talisman protecting me, how could anything happen to me?" After she finished speaking, she took a step forward and looked coldly at Lianxing. Her eyes revealed a look of ridicule. "Even a vicious tiger will not eat its cubs. Lianxing, you abandoned your wife, violated the oath, and are ungrateful and selfish. You are worse than an animal." Lianxing was initially shocked by the talisman that could easily block his attack. When he heard Ling Yuma's words, his face contorted in anger. "Evil creature, you were the one who disrespected your parents first." Ling Yuma didn't argue with him. Instead, she turned her gaze to Ling Xuqin and sneered, "Aren't you afraid that I'll use the album to frame you? Since that's the case, I'll let you see what is called undeniable evidence." As soon as her voice fell, a mirage stone appeared in her hand, and she activated it with spiritual power. The moment she saw the mirage stone, Ling Xuqin's complexion turned deathly pale. "Dad is sick, the later updates may be a little unstable, I hope everyone can understand." End of chapter. The Lian family Fort's strange events. Next episode more exciting. 3. Mirage stone has the same effect as the photographic talisman. However, the photographic talisman can record more images. Moreover, the image in the photographic talisman has a very low chance of being tampered with and erased, but the mirage stone is absolutely impossible. Ling Xuqin's body could not help but tremble violently. She wanted to rush over to stop Ling Yuma, but found that her body was weak and could not move at all. Sure enough, Ling Xuqin and Ling Gang's figures appeared in the image. "This is Fusang City's lock buckle, you find a way to put it on Ling Ruolin. She must wear it willingly, and maintain it for at least an hour. In this way, her thoughts, actions, and even her soul will be completely controlled by Willow Valley City." Haha, doesn't Ling Ruolin think highly of herself? Wait until she becomes the perfect object of Willow Valley City, or even the perfect object of all the men in Fusang City. At that time, I want to see how she will put on the appearance of a high and mighty young lady. Ha ha ha. Lianxing, who was just shouting at Ling Yuma, saw the image displayed by the mirage stone and was stunned for a moment. He turned to look at Ling Xuqin in disbelief. This wife, who was virtuous and gentle in his mind, had such a hideous and ugly side. Ling Xuqin panicked at first, then immediately rushed over, hugged Lianxing's thigh, and cried hysterically, Brother Sheng, I did all this for you. I just love you too much. Every time I see my sister can stand by your side, you don't know how jealous I am." These words were sincere, sad and desperate, causing Lianxing's heart to gradually waver. Ling Xuqin was indeed different from what he imagined, and acted ruthlessly, but in the end, it was because she loved him too much, right? The change in Lianxing's expression naturally did not escape Ling Xuqin's eyes. She continued to cry, "I'm sorry, Brother Sheng, I know I was wrong, I shouldn't have framed my sister. But Fusang City's city lord has long taken a fancy to my sister. If I don't give my sister to him, I'm afraid he will harm you." At that time, the Lian family fort's power will not be able to compete with Fusang City. "Husband, you can beat me, scold me, or even kill me, but please don't drive me away, I really can't leave you." Sure enough, Lianxing's eyes were filled with pity. Ling Yuma, who was watching from the side, sneered, "Patriarch Lian, you heard it. This woman personally admitted that she was the one who harmed my mother. Back then, you swore that you would never allow anyone to harm my mother. Now, how do you intend to deal with her?" Lianxing's expression changed unpredictably. After a long while, he coughed lightly and said, "Xuqin is indeed in the wrong, but it is pardonable. You will be punished with confinement for a year. During this year, you must take good care of Ruo Lin and treat her as the real mistress of the Lian family. You must not slack off, do you hear me?" "How was this a punishment?" It was clear that he was completely siding with her. Leng Shuqin was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, husband. Shuqin knows her mistake. As long as big sister comes back, Shuqin will definitely treat her well. Lianxing nodded in satisfaction and looked at Ling Yuma. Alright, I have punished Shuqin and you have vented your anger. There is no overnight hatred in a family, and it is not a good thing for your mother to be wandering outside. You should bring her back as soon as possible. The position of mistress of the Lian family is still hers, and I promise I will not despise her impure body. In the future, I will treat her and Shuqin equally. End of this chapter. The Lian family fort's strange incident will be even more exciting in the next episode. 4. Ling Yuma had long since given up all hope of winning, so when she heard these shameless words, her heart could no longer feel the slightest ripple. She chuckled lightly and said in a seemingly casual manner, So, this woman who has harmed my mother's entire life, in the eyes of Patriarch Lian, is only making a small, forgivable mistake? 1 year of confinement is enough, right? Lianxing said unhappily. Shuqin is in the wrong, but she did it for the safety of the Lian family fort. Naturally, it's pardonable. This matter can only be blamed on your mother's restlessness. As a married woman, she couldn't bear a son, yet she didn't allow me to take a concubine. She even often showed her face outside. That's why he provoked the city lord of Fusang City. Now, I've let bygones be bygones and am willing to bring her back into the Lian family, allowing her to be on equal footing with Shuqin. What else do you want? The position of the eldest daughter of the Lian family is also yours. Are you still not satisfied? Before Ling Yuma could say anything, Luo Yu and the rest were already seething with anger. Damn it, I don't want to interfere with 4th senior sister's family matters, but this man is 2F** king inhumane. I can't take it anymore. How can there be such a disgusting and shameless man in this world? How could he be born in Changyang City? He should have died together with those bastards in Fusang City. As the patriarch of the Lian family, Lianxing had always been high and mighty and respected. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? Hearing this, he was instantly enraged. However, before he could react, Ling Yuma had already stopped them. Her expression was calmer and more indifferent than ever. Looking at Lianxing, there was not a trace of emotion in his eyes. What's the rush, Patriarch Lian? The next episode of the Lian family castle mysteries hasn't ended yet. Don't you want to continue watching? Saying that, he once again injected his spiritual power into the Mirage Light Stone. The Mirage Light Stone once again lit up, causing the image to appear once again. It was also a man and a woman, but the scene that appeared this time was a little different. This was because the two people in the video were not wearing any clothes. They were hugging each other and doing something indescribable. When the clouds dispersed and the rain stopped, the appearance of the two could be seen. The woman was Leng Shuqin, and the man was unexpectedly Willow Valley Qing. Willow Guqing said, Little Vixen, you really have the charm to captivate people. I'm a little reluctant to part with you. I want to take you back to Fusang City. Leng Shuqin knocked on the man's body. You're so annoying, I had to go through a lot of trouble to help you get Leng Ruolin. You haven't done what you promised me. Are you trying to act shamelessly? Willow Guqing smiled, took out a porcelain bottle from his storage ring, and handed it to Leng Shuqin. As long as Lianxing consumes the extinction powder, he will no longer be able to make women give birth to children. TSK, TSK, TSK. Why else would they say that a woman's heart was the most vicious? This man wants to make you his official wife, yet you still want to give him the extinction powder. Leng Shuqin's face revealed a ferocious expression as she gritted her teeth and said, Winning streak brought all of this upon us. He clearly said that when I gave birth to a son, he would get rid of Leng Ruolin and make me his official wife. Who knew that when I used the secret medicine and finally gave birth to a son, he would use the excuse that Ling Zixuan from the Yunling Lin clan had advanced to the crossing tribulation stage, and that he could not offend the Lin clan at this time. My son soon died, and the secret medicine also made me infertile. Since I can't give birth, why should he have another child? From now on, everything in the Lian family fort can only belong to me, Leng Shuqin, and my daughter, ha 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 ha. Spent the whole day in the hospital, writing 2 chapters. To T/end of this chapter. Forced Marriage. 1. The light on the Mirage Stone disappeared, and the conversation between the two people came to an abrupt end. Xianxia stiffly turned around like a wooden chicken, looking at Ling Yuma. Ling Yuma's whole body was trembling, her face was full of fear and despair, and she kept shouting, Big Brother Xing, you have to believe me, this is not true, this is a false accusation. Yes, it is a false accusation. Slap. A fierce slap landed on Ling Xuqing's face, causing her to roll several times on the ground. When she got up, her whole face was swollen like a pig's head. Xianxing's eyes were filled with deep hatred. You evil woman, you actually used extinction powder on me, you actually hooked up with Willow Guqing long ago. I doted on you for so many years, I trusted you so much, and let you be the mistress of the Lian clan. As he roared, he fiercely kicked Ling Xuqing's body. Xianxia did not use spiritual power, but used all the strength in his body. The physical strength of a crossing tribulation cultivator can be imagined. The bones in Ling Xuqing's body were broken one by one. She was also a nascent soul cultivator, such a trivial injury would not cause her to die or lose consciousness. She could only continue to bear the pain, and kept screaming. When she found that begging for mercy and wailing were completely useless, Ling Xuqing began to laugh hysterically. Xianxia, you dog thing, do you really think I like you? Only that blind fool, Ling Ruolin, would take a liking to a man like you who's all gold and jade on the outside. I seduced you, cough cough cough. I seduced you just to make Ling Ruolin suffer and go crazy. You really think I have a deep love for you, ha 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 ha. When I was with you, every day I hooked up with different men. Willow Guqing is just one of them, a waste like you deserve to die without descendants, you deserve to lose your reputation, ha 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 ha. Slut. Slut. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Xianxia was simply going crazy, his eyes were filled with ferocious killing intent. With a flick of his wrist, a steel saber appeared in his hand, and he ruthlessly chopped at Ling Xuqing's neck. However, before Ling Xuqing's neck could be chopped off, a clang was heard as the steel knife was deflected by a small stone. Ling Yuma looked at him coldly. I'm sorry, Patriarch Lian. Before this person pays off what he owes my mother, I don't intend to let him die so easily. As he said that, he threw the second stone under Ling Xuqing's terrified gaze, causing her to faint. Luo Yu immediately ran over happily, tied up the unconscious man, and dragged him to the side. At this time, Xianxia also recovered from his state of madness. Wiping his face, he gritted his teeth and said, You're right. This vicious woman, if we let her die so easily, it would be too easy for her. Yuma, you did the right thing this time. Dad will remember your contribution. Ling Yuma sneered and ignored him. She turned around and left. Where are you going? Xianxia asked quickly. Ling Yuma said, Patriarch Lian is really forgetful. I've already said that I came to the Lian family to seek justice for my mother. Now that the matter has been settled, we naturally have to leave. No, you can't leave. Xianxia anxiously said, You're my, Xianxing's, only bloodline, and the eldest daughter of the Lian family castle. How can you fool around with a group of shady people outside? End of this chapter. Forced Marriage. 2. Hearing Ling Xuqing's words, Xianxia hated this woman to the bone. He didn't believe that Lian Yunxiang was his own flesh and blood. In other words, the only one left of Lianxing's bloodline was Ling Yuma. Thinking of this, Xianxia slowed down his tone. Daddy knows that Daddy let you and your mother down, but Daddy was also deceived by scoundrels. Now that Daddy knows his wrongs, as long as you and your mother come back, I promise that no one in the Lian castle will dare to disrespect you and your mother. There's also the Liang family's marriage. The two families have been engaged since young, and Liang Rui likes you very much. I think the marriage should be set in March next year. At that time, the two biggest families in Chongyang City will join forces. I want to see who would dare to point fingers at my Lian castle and me. Xianxia said a bunch of things, but Ling Yuma looked at him as if he was an idiot. When he finished, she sneered, I'll say it again. My surname is not Lian, I'm Ling Yuma. From the day you cheated on Ling Xuqing, gave up on my mother, and kicked me out of the Lian castle, Lian Yuma was already dead. I don't have a father, only a mother. If you want to marry into the two families, then marry them yourself. It has nothing to do with me. Lianxing was furious. Stop, what kind of attitude is this? Do you know how many people dream of being the eldest daughter of the Lian family? What kind of honor is it to be the mistress of the Liang family? How can you not know what's good for you? Ling Yuma ignored him, carried the unconscious Lung Shuqin, and turned to leave. Someone come. Stop them for me. Lianxing flew into a rage. The spiritual power in his body surged and fiercely attacked the 7 people. His attack wasn't aimed at Ling Yuma, but at the 6 of them. Lianxing still remembered the hatred of the 6 people who slandered him. Now, they even wanted to abduct his only flesh and blood. New hatred and old hatred surged, and Lianxing decided to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. He wanted to let Ling Yuma know the consequences of resisting him. Boom, with a loud noise, the entire Lian castle collapsed, attracting the attention of all the people in Changyang City. 7 figures soared into the sky and hovered in midair. Then, Lianxing released a powerful pressure of the crossing calamity stage and led the guards of the Lian family into the sky. Lianxing's eyes were cold as he said word by word, Lian Yuma, I'll give you one more chance. Obediently follow me back and marry into the Liang family. Then, I'll let these 6 bastards live. Ling Yuma sneered, dream on. Lianxing's face was ashen, and a quasi-divine weapon, tiger-subduing saber, appeared in his hand. Good, good. You really were brought up by your mother. Disrespectful to your elders, arrogant and unruly. Back then, I wanted to teach you to be a virtuous lady, but your mother insisted on not allowing it. That's why you became like this. But now that your mother is gone, I want to see who can stop me from disciplining you. Today, in front of the people of Changyang City, I will let you know the price of disobeying your father. As he spoke, the tiger-subduing saber emitted a powerful killing intent and pressure. Lianxing's eyes were fixed on the 6 of them. He had already made up his mind to kill all of Ling Yuma's fellow apprentices in one strike. It was because of these bastards' instigation that his daughter became more and more daring to openly disobey her father's orders. There are still only 2 chapters, try to adjust as much as possible, and try to make it up for everyone tomorrow. End of chapter, Grandpa? 1. All the cultivators in Changyang City revealed expressions of fear and panic. They knew that the Xiaoyao 7 were strong. After reading the book, they hated Lianxing's sanctimonious attitude. But Lianxing was a tribulation-passing cultivator, and he had so many original infant guards. How could the Xiaoyao 7 be his match? Everyone held their breath. At this time, Mu Yan once again took out a treasure talisman. The talisman had enough energy to defeat a tribulation-passing cultivator. As long as the energy wasn't used up, the talisman could be used again. But before Mu Yan could activate the talisman with his spiritual power, countless dark clouds gathered in the sky above Changyang City. The originally clear and sunny sky suddenly became overcast. At the same time, the dignified voice boomed out, enveloping the entire city. Lianxing, you can't teach the children of the Yunlinglin clan a lesson. He did not purposefully raise his voice, but it was like a bell that struck the depths of the souls of every single person in Changyang City. Mu Yan stopped activating the talisman. Lianxing's tiger-subduing saber flew out of his hand and hovered above the heads of the Xiaoyao sect. It was a quasi-godly weapon that contained the full power of a tribulation-passing cultivator, and it emitted a destructive pressure. It seemed like it could fall down at any time and cut the ants into pieces. However, Lianxing, who was supposed to control the tiger-subduing saber, froze in the air. His face was full of disbelief. His lips moved slightly as he murmured, "No, it's impossible," the thought flashed through his mind. There was a crackling sound, and a bolt of lightning tore through the dark sky. The thunder and fire fell from the sky and hit the tiger-subduing saber. Boom! The violent explosion and the aftermath of the spiritual vortex exploded in the sky above Longyang City. All the people in Changyang City were affected by the explosion and fell to the ground. They hurried to use their spiritual power to protect themselves. Only the Xiaoyao 7 were protected by the lightning. Mu Yan had already activated the sound barrier of Divine Hands Weaver Heaven, easily blocking the aftermath of the whirlpool. Although the tiger-subduing saber was not Lianxing's natal dharma treasure, it was still connected to his soul. With the tiger-subduing saber destroyed, he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. However, this was not the end. Rumble, while everyone was still in a state of shock, the second bolt of lightning fell and struck Xianxia. Xianxia was already alerted when the tiger-subduing saber was destroyed. A huge cauldron flew out from the top of his head. It emitted a green radiance and firmly protected him. At the same time, he channeled all the spiritual energy in his body into the bell cauldron. This cauldron was called the Shrinking Turtle Cauldron. The name might not sound nice, but it was Lianxing's real trump card. If the tiger-subduing saber was a quasi-divine artifact, then this cauldron was a true divine artifact, the Turtle Shrinking Cauldron. When the lightning fell, the Turtle Shrinking Cauldron shook violently, and Lianxing's face turned pale because of the excessive consumption of spiritual power. But in the end, the protective shield of the Turtle Shrinking Cauldron was not broken. Lianxing's face showed that he had survived a disaster, and then he looked at the sky in horror. His hands, which were hanging by his side, trembled slightly. In the next moment, a figure appeared between Lianxing and Ling Yuma. It was an old man in ragged clothes. The dark clouds in the sky dispersed, and the sunlight fell on the old man's face, shining on his unshaven beard and wrinkles. End of this chapter. Grandfather. 2. However, he was just an ordinary old man who looked like a beggar. At this moment, it was hovering in the air, but it gave off a terrifying pressure that made it hard for people to breathe. Seeing this old man, Luo Yu exclaimed, isn't this the old man who blackmailed Fourth Senior Sister? Ling Yaoshan, who was feeling pressured earlier, turned around and smiled at Ling Yuma. Don't worry, with me here, no one can bully you. Ling Yuma's expression was complicated. She moved her lips, but did not say a word. Back in the side courtyard, when she noticed that Ling Ruolan's attitude towards the old man was different, she had already guessed his identity. The ancestor of the Yunlin family. The number 1 of the Green Sky list. Ling Yaoshan, who was known as the strongest cultivator in the Cultivation continent. He was also Ling Ruolan's father, her grandfather. When they first met, Ling Yuma felt strange. She was not the kind of person who would take pity on the weak. This old man kept pestering her, but she was not angry at all. The conditions proposed by the old man were so unreasonable that she finally compromised and agreed. She didn't even doubt his motives at all. So, it was because this person was her grandfather. The power of the bloodline was just that strange. Seeing Ling Yaoshan standing in front of her, telling her not to be afraid, Ling Yuma's heart was filled with a different kind of warmth. This was something that she had not felt for many years, the warmth of being cared for and loved by her elders and relatives. But very quickly, the scene of her being chased out of the Yunling appeared in her mind. All these thoughts flashed past in an instant. At this moment, Lianxing finally recovered from his shock. The shrinking tortoise cauldron above his head was still there. Gritting his teeth, he looked at Ling Yaoshan, trying his best to keep his voice from trembling. Father-in-law, why are you here in Changyang City? Pfft, who is your father-in-law? Ling Yaoshan did not hesitate to denounce him. You are a piece of sh*t with no morals, no capabilities, and no talents. You don't even deserve to clean the toilets of the Ling family of Yunling. The few of them were talking in the sky. However, Ling Yaoshan's voice was loud and clear. It was filled with energy, directly reaching the ears of the citizens below. Everyone was used to seeing the arrogant faces of the Lian family fort members. This was especially true for consecutive victories. He was a mighty figure in the tribulation passing stage who could not be disobeyed. Now that he saw Ling Yaoshan scolding him like a dog but not daring to say anything, he felt an indescribable sense of schadenfreude. Some people couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lianxing's face alternated between green and white. After a long while, he finally said, Ling Senior, didn't you already expel Ruo Lin from the Ling family? You said in front of everyone that from now on, my Lian family's matters have nothing to do with your Ling family. Why are you meddling in my Lian family's matters now? Ling Yaoshan's face darkened as he said darkly, it's because I'm too stubborn about what I've said that I allowed trash like you to harm my daughter to this state. Now, it's not enough that you've harmed my daughter, you want to harm my granddaughter as well? Do you really think my Yunling Ling family is just a decoration? Lianxing, I did all this for the good of you, Ma. Before he could finish, Ling Yaoshan slapped him in the face. Do you think I will listen to a dog's quibble? I will first pull out your tendons, peel off your skin, and then I will settle the score with you for the past few years. Continue to write, it may be late. Read it when you wake up. End of this chapter. Lianxing was so frightened by the anger that he took a step back. I was also deceived by that vicious woman. I admit that I was wrong. But in the end, wasn't it because the Ling family refused to accept me and looked down on me, which led to today's tragedy? Just because you're from the Yunling Ling clan, you can look down on us? Thinking of the anger and hatred he felt when he was humiliated, Lianxing's voice became louder and louder. Now you want to take advantage of your power to bully the weak? Leng Yiwei was completely disgusted by his shamelessness. However, before he could react, the refined man on the right side of Ling Yaoshan had already walked forward and said slowly, "Who said the one who wants to fight with you is my big brother? Lianxing, didn't you want to be a peer? Then, how about I be your opponent?" Lianxing looked at the handsome man in front of him with a surprised expression. "You, who are you?" The man raised the corner of his lips, revealing a cold and sinister smile. "Leng Zhixuan." Lianxing sucked in a breath of cold air. The young man in front of him looked much younger than him, but his cultivation was also at the crossing calamity stage. All these years, he had been stuck at the first stage of the tribulation, but this young man was already at the third stage. If one were to say that Lianxing was just surprised and jealous when he first saw this young man, then Lianxing would definitely not be a match for him. Now, all that was left was shock. Leng Zhixuan? He was the young man who followed behind Ruo Lin without making a sound or speaking a word back then. How old was he? When they first met in the Yunling, what was his cultivation level? He didn't even seem to be at the nascent soul stage. Now he had reached the third stage of tribulation. Lianxing's lips trembled for a long time. "You. How could you be Leng Zhixuan? How did you reach the crossing calamity stage so quickly?" The fact that the Yunling Lin clan had undergone 3 tribulations was something that many clans and sects in the cultivation world knew about. However, many people had always thought that the third tribulation passing cultivator of the Lin clan would be Ling Yaoshan's younger brother or the old madam. Who would have thought that it would be Leng Zhixuan, the young adopted son? Leng Zhixuan slowly unsheathed his long sword and pointed it at Lianxing. "Lianxing, now, do you still want to say that the Yunling Lin family is a bully? A battle between 2 tribulation-passing cultivators should be earth-shattering and earth-shattering." However, the truth was that the battle between Leng Zhixuan and Lianxing only lasted for a quarter of an hour. The citizens of Changyang City, who were originally considering whether or not to hide in their houses, were all shocked. Just as he regained his footing, he saw a crushing humiliation that was sure to unfold before him. Yes, Leng Zhixuan had openly humiliated Lianxing. Like a monkey, he played with him for a quarter of an hour. All of the attacks landed on the Lian family head's handsome face. She beat him until his face was unrecognizable, and his clothes were cut into pieces. Only then did she kick the naked man to the ground. Lianxing lay on the ruins of the Lian family fortress, which had been affected by the aftermath of the battle. He couldn't get up for a long time. The self-healing ability of a tribulation-transcending cultivator was extremely strong. The superficial wounds on his face were slowly healed by the circulation of his spiritual power. However, everything that had happened in the last quarter of an hour was a great humiliation to Lianxing. It was more painful than letting him die. Lianxing was originally a person with an extremely strong ego. When he wasn't accepted by the Yunling Lin clan, he hated the Lin clan. So much so that he later vented his anger on his wife, Leng Ruolin, who had given him a new lease of life. Bookmark for easier reading at this time. Being tortured by Leng Zhixuan, he hated the Ling family to the extreme. He raised his head and gritted his teeth as he looked at Leng Zhixuan, who landed in front of him. He thought that one day, when he made a comeback and had enough power, he would definitely slaughter the entire Yunling Ling family. Just as he was fantasizing, Leng Zhixuan had already bent down slightly and was very close to him. A cold and slender hand slowly pressed against Lianxing's naked back. In a split second, a bone-chilling energy passed through the surface of his body and poured into Lianxing's back. It quickly traveled along his spine. Lianxing was terrified. "You, what are you doing? At first, he was just puzzled, but then the cold energy in his body suddenly turned into a scorching fire. That scorching heat was so terrifying that Xianxia could almost hear the sizzling sound of his flesh being roasted around his bones. However, his spine was completely unscathed. Because his spine was forged from the Ling family's treasure, the ice jade marrow bone. Ah! Xianxia couldn't help but howl like a pig being slaughtered. What are you doing? Stop, stop, help, help ah! Amidst the shrill screams, Ling Zhishuan pulled out Lianxing's spine. Lianxing instantly fell to the ground like mud, struggling at death's door, but he could no longer get up. No, no, no. This is my spine, this is my ice jade marrow bone, you return the ice jade marrow bone to me, return it to me. Ling Zhishuan looked down at him coldly. The ice jade marrow bone belongs to the Yunlingling family, Ruolin. Back then, she treated you with absolute sincerity and used this ice jade marrow bone to save your life. Who knew that not only are you not grateful, you even connived with Ling Shuqin to harm her like that? Lianxing, what qualifications do you have to continue to have this ice jade marrow bone? Lianxing desperately wanted to get up, but without his spine, even if he had a strong spiritual power stored in his dantian, he couldn't stand up at all, and couldn't even circulate it into his meridians. In other words, he became the only trash in the tribulation stage in the world. No, I'm the master of the Lian family. I'm a tribulation passing stage cultivator. UMO, hurry up and get daddy's ice jade essence bone back. Yuma, I beg you. Lianxing wailed mournfully and implored. Ling Yuma looked at the ice jade marrow bone in Ling Zhishuan's hand, then looked at Lianxing and slowly said, Patriarch Lian, do you remember what I asked you on the first day I returned to the Lian family castle? Lianxing was taken aback. Soon after, his own voice resounded in his mind, I, Lianxing, wish to marry Ling clan's Ruolin. If I can get what I want in this life, I will cherish and love her. I will never let anyone hurt her, bully her. For the rest of my life, I will never leave or abandon you. If I go back on my vow, I will be haunted by my inner demons and never be able to advance. At that time, he wanted to make an oath to the heavenly Tao, but he hesitated for a moment and secretly turned an oath into a sweet promise that he could go back on at any time. Many years later, when he was having an affair with Ling Shuqin, he rejoiced in his decision countless times. Ling Yumo sneered, back then, you didn't even make an oath to the heavens, right? It's just that in this world, the heavenly Tao reincarnates. If you don't believe me, look up, the heavens will forgive you. After that, she didn't say any more superfluous words and turned to leave. The six of them naturally left together without the slightest hesitation. Bookmark for easier reading at this time, being tortured by Ling Zhishuan, he hated the Ling family to the extreme. He raised his head and gritted his teeth as he looked at Ling Zhishuan who landed in front of him. He thought that one day, when he made a comeback and had enough power, he would definitely slaughter the entire Yunlingling family. Just as he was fantasizing, Ling Zhishuan had already bent down slightly and was very close to him. A cold and slender hand slowly pressed against Lianxing's naked back. In a split second, a bone-chilling energy passed through the surface of his body and poured into Lianxing's back. It quickly traveled along his spine. Lianxing was terrified. What are you doing? At first, he was just puzzled, but then the cold energy in his body suddenly turned into a scorching fire. That scorching heat was so terrifying that Lianxing could almost hear the sizzling sound of his flesh being roasted around his bones. However, his spine was completely unscathed. Because his spine was forged from the Ling family's treasure, the ice jade marrow bone. Ah! Lianxing couldn't help but howl like a pig being slaughtered. What are you doing? Stop, stop, help, help ah! Amidst the shrill screams, Ling Zhishuan pulled out Lianxing's spine. Lianxing instantly fell to the ground like mud, struggling at death's door, but he could no longer get up. No, no, no. This is my spine, this is my ice jade marrow bone, you return the ice jade marrow bone to me, return it to me. Ling Zhishuan looked down at him coldly. The ice jade marrow bone belongs to the Yunlingling family, Ruolin. Back then, she treated you with absolute sincerity and used this ice jade marrow bone to save your life. Who knew that not only are you not grateful, you even connived with Ling Shuqin to harm her like that? Lianxing, what qualifications do you have to continue to have this ice jade marrow bone? Lianxing desperately wanted to get up, but without his spine, even if he had a strong spiritual power stored in his dantian, he couldn't stand up at all, and couldn't even circulate it into his meridians. In other words, he became the only trash in the tribulation stage in the world. No, I'm the master of the Lian family. I'm a tribulation passing stage cultivator. UMO, hurry up and get daddy's ice jade essence bone back. Yuma, I beg you. Lianxing wailed mournfully and implored. Ling Yuma looked at the ice jade marrow bone in Ling Zhishuan's hand, then looked at Lianxing and slowly said, Patriarch Lian, do you remember what I asked you on the first day I returned to the Lian family castle? Lianxing was taken aback. Soon after, his own voice resounded in his mind, I, Lianxing, wish to marry Ling clan's Ruo Lin. If I can get what I want in this life, I will cherish and love her. I will never let anyone hurt her, bully her. For the rest of my life, I will never leave or abandon you. If I go back on my vow, I will be haunted by my inner demons and never be able to advance. At that time, he wanted to make an oath to the heavenly Tao, but he hesitated for a moment and secretly turned an oath into a sweet promise that he could go back on at any time. Many years later, when he was having an affair with Ling Shuqin, he rejoiced in his decision countless times. Ling Yumo sneered, back then, you didn't even make an oath to the heavens, right? It's just that in this world, the heavenly Tao reincarnates. If you don't believe me, look up, the heavens will forgive you. After that, she didn't say any more superfluous words and turned to leave. Of course, the six of them left together without hesitation. Ling Zhishuan was still calm on the surface, but if one looked closely at his eyes, the anger and murderous intent in them made the Xiaoyao Seven frightened. Yuma, do you still remember that girl's appearance? Ling Yuma nodded, then shook her head, I can't remember her appearance, but if I see her again, I can recognize her. Are you willing to go back to Yunling with us? Ling Zhishuan's eyes showed a pleading look, only in Yunling can Roland get the best treatment. I will never allow anyone who hurts Roland and you to live in Yunling. Ling Yuma's eyes met three pairs of eyes full of ardent expectation, then she turned to look at the dull Ling Roland. Finally, she gritted her teeth and nodded. She didn't want to go back to the Yunling Lin family, but she wouldn't let go of anyone who hurt her mother. The luxurious flying boat went to the Yunling Lin family. Along the way, Ling Yaoshan had changed into a black robe, and his face was dignified. He didn't look like the old beggar at all. However, it was precisely because of the change in his attire and demeanor that made him look extremely comical when he came to curry favor with Ling Yuma with a straight face. I don't want to eat these things, I didn't specially send them to you. Girl, you can have a taste, if you don't like it, then throw it away. As soon as Ling Yaoshan left, the people of the Xiaoyao sect couldn't help but laugh. Fourth sister, I think the Yunling Lin family should still be very concerned about you and your mother, there might have been some misunderstanding before. Hearing Ling Yuxing's words, Luo Yu nodded as she ate the snacks left behind by Ling Yaoshan. I think so too. These few days, not to mention the precious treasures they've given us, just the care they've given to Aunt Ling is unbelievable. Mu Yan saw that Ling Yuma was in a trance and patted her shoulder. People's eyes don't lie, they look at Aunt Ling with guilt, regret, and heartache. Especially, that Ling Zhishuan. These days, Ling Roland's daily life was almost all taken care of by Ling Zhishuan. Some secret things that men couldn't intervene in, he always quietly guarded outside the door, not willing to leave even for a moment. A tribulation passing stage powerhouse did the work of a servant, but he didn't feel the slightest bit out of place. This kind of relationship was no longer something that could be explained by the love between siblings. Moreover, if she remembered correctly, Ling Zhishuan seemed to be an adopted son of the Ling family, but he grew up with fourth sister's mother, Ling Ruolin. Ling Yuma smiled, and the depression in her eyes slowly turned into a carefree one. These few days, with the people of the Lin clan accompanying her, I feel that mother's condition has improved a lot, and her eyes have become more lively. If she stays in the Ling family and is taken care of by mother's relatives, I won't stop her. But... She rolled her eyes and laughed, my mother will stay in the Yunling mountains, but that doesn't mean I will. I'm a member of the Xiaoyao school when I'm alive, and I'll be a ghost of the Xiaoyao school when I die. Don't even think about leaving me behind. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. Fourth senior sister, what if you find someone you like in the future? Ling Yuma raised her hand and said, of course, let him marry into the Xiaoyao sect, just like Xiao Wu's brother Qing. In order to recapture Ling Yuxing, Ouyang Qing didn't hesitate to choose to marry into the Xiaoyao sect. Now, she stayed in the Netherworld Flame Valley to take care of Ling Yuxing's parents and assist Bai Yichen in managing the Netherworld Flame Valley, but she didn't have any complaints. Was Ouyang Qing not proud? Not outstanding? How was that possible? He was the current clan leader of the Ouyang clan and was once one of the top talents in the Starry School. But no matter how proud he was, his love and guilt for Ling Yuxing couldn't compare. Therefore, even if he had to give up everything, he was willing to do it. He was even willing to stay behind and let Ling Yuxing soar higher and higher into the sky. Ling Yuxing blushed at the mention of Ouyang Qing, but his eyes were gentle. The Xiaoyao sect members also laughed. After this, I want to go back to the Hellfire Valley, Ling Yuxing said. Yun Ruhan nodded lightly. The Xiaoyao sect and the Starry School are our true homes. As the seven were talking and laughing, the spaceship suddenly shook and descended. Soon, it landed on the platform. They had arrived at the Yunlinglin clan. Oh my god! Luo Yu exclaimed as soon as he landed. This is the Yunlinglin clan? Before them was a huge platform for spaceships. There was a flight of steps below the platform, and behind the steps was a long path that led to the palace. What made people speechless was that whether it was the platform, the stairs, or the path, they were all paved with crystal stones. On both sides of the crystal path were countless spiritual herbs and flowers. The air was filled with dense spiritual energy, causing one to be intoxicated to the point of fainting with just a breath. Fourth sister. Luo Yu grabbed onto Ling Yuma's hand. So you are the real Ms. Perfect, woo-woo, please take care of me, please feed me. Ling Yuma slapped his head away and turned her head to think carefully. Do you think I should go back and be the young lady of the Yunlinglin clan for a few days? I'll dig some treasures for the Xiaoyao sect first. Luo Yu nodded frantically. These ordinary crystals and spiritual herbs are not good enough. If we're going to dig, we'll dig them well. My treasure can't keep up with my speed anymore. It'll be great if I can change to a new set, Ling Yuxing said. Spiritual herbs. Fourth sister, remember to find some rare spiritual herbs. Mu Yan said. It'll be great if there's a tribulation cultivator's corpse for me to study, Chu Moli said. Yun Ruhan face-bombed. All of you shut up. Don't you find it embarrassing? Lin is it really my Lin At this moment, a scream came from afar. Then, dozens of figures emerged from the hall in the distance and soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, these people were right in front of him. The originally spacious crystal platform was now packed to the brim. Seeing these people, even with Mu Yan's composure, she can't help but slightly change her expression. There were dozens of them, and all of them were leading aperture cultivators. Moreover, more than half of them were above the 5th level of astral projection. The Yunlinglin clan was indeed worthy of being the #1 clan in the cultivation continent. As soon as they stood still, this group of people knelt down. Greetings, old ancestor. Welcome, patriarch. Among the crowd, only a middle-aged woman with some white hair on her temples and an extremely beautiful appearance did not have the intention to kneel at all. She suddenly rushed to the front of Ling Ruolin, who was supported by Ling Zhishuan. Looking at her silly and soulless appearance, the middle-aged woman could no longer bear it. She threw herself at her and cried, Lin my poor Lin how did you become like this? Mother shouldn't have let you go. No, mother should have left with you. Ling Ruolin was still expressionless, but sparkling tears slowly flowed down from her eyes. Bookmark for easier reading. Cough. Alright, don't cry, Lin is tired and needs rest. As soon as Ling Yaoshan opened his mouth, the middle-aged woman turned around and glared at him fiercely. Ling Yaoshan, how dare you speak? If it wasn't for you, how would Lin end up like this? If you didn't chase them away and let Lin see the true colors of the winning streak, Lin wouldn't have to suffer like this. The #1 expert on the green sky list was scolded by his wife to the point that he couldn't even lift his head. All these years, he was also vexed. Ling Yaoshan had a bad temper back then, and no one dared to disobey him in Yunling. When Ling Ruolin resisted, he got angry and wanted to sever all ties with her. But she didn't expect Ling Ruolin to be so stubborn. She really left without any reluctance. All these years, no matter how bitter and regretful she was, she never returned to Yunling. And this stubbornness of the father and daughter caused irreparable regret and tragedy. Seeing her husband's drooping eyebrows and red eyes, Madame Ling couldn't help but feel sad. Is there really no way to cure Ruolin? Ling Yaoshan didn't answer, but Ling Yue sighed softly. Before returning to Yunling, we went to Bright Moon City to find Dr. Lu, but Dr. Lu said that little sister's 3 souls and 7 mortal forms have been scattered, and she shouldn't live for more than a few months. It's already very fortunate that she is still like this. As Ling Yue spoke, he couldn't help but steal a glance at Mu Yan. There were still some words that he didn't say. Dr. Lu Mingguang of Bright Moon City was a disciple of Purple Cloud Realm's Mu Lu Pavilion, and was one of the best doctors in the entire Shoujian continent. Basically, there was almost no one in the world who could cure Lu Mingguang except for Mu Lu Pavilion. But Lu Mingguang shook his head after taking Ling Ruolin's pulse. Her 3 souls and 7 mortal forms have been scattered, and she is barely surviving by the power of the formation. She's just a walking corpse, struggling at death's door. If you really care about your sister, why don't you set her free as soon as possible? Ling Yue was shocked at first, then furious. Are you kidding me? I'm here to ask you to cure my sister, not to curse her. He grabbed Lu Mingguang's collar and was about to beat him up, but a pair of slender, soft, and white hands gently pressed down on his shoulder. Mu Yan slowly stepped forward and said to Lu Mingguang with a slight smile, Dr. Lu, it's better to be a little more careful in taking the pulse. Why don't you take a closer look? Has the 3 souls and 7 spirits really been completely dispersed within Antling's body? Lu Mingguang was disdainful at first. A little girl dared to criticize his medical skills. But when he carefully examined it, he was shocked. 1 soul and 1 spirit, how is this possible? The Tai Ching Yang Qi had already dissipated, so how did the soul and spirit remain in the body without dissipating? Even in the Cleansing Joy Pavilion, no one can do it. Ling Yuma pulled the enraged Ling Yue and said impatiently, I already said that no one in the Cultivation continent can cure an illness that my junior sister can't cure. My junior sister said that my mother will be cured by her in the future, so she will definitely be cured. What's the point of finding such a quack? Only then did Ling Yue realize. His niece, this slender and beautiful junior sister, actually had better medical skills than Lu Mingguang. No, it's more than better. Lu Mingguang said that even the people of Mu Lu Pavilion couldn't do it when 1 soul and 1 spirit that should have dissipated. But this little girl was able to do it. Bookmark for easier reading. Moreover, what was even more frightening was that this young lady was not only skilled in medicine. The city-toppling killer, the #1 assistant musician in the Cultivation continent, slaughtering Fusang City all by herself. It was hard to imagine that all of this had been done by a little girl in her 20s. Ling Yue's words caused the expression on Madame Ling's face to become even more miserable and despairing. She hugged Ling Ruolin and burst into tears. Father, mother. At this moment, Ling Zhishuan suddenly said, I want to take Ruo Lin to the floating island soul-nurturing pool for treatment. Ling Yaoshan and Ling Yue suddenly turned their heads to look at Ling Zhishuan with shock written all over their faces. Even Madame Ling stopped crying and turned to look at Ling Zhishuan in disbelief. Take Lin to the floating island? Ling Yaoshan raised his voice slightly. Do you know what you're saying? Do you know that even a cultivator at the peak of the tribulation passing stage would have a slim chance of survival if he wanted to go to the sky-floating island? Ling Zhishuan withdrew his gaze from Ling Ruolin. His voice was calm, but his tone was indescribably resolute. I've already considered it very clearly. Even if I die, I will not allow Roland to suffer like a walking corpse. Before Ling Yaoshan could speak, Ling Yuma had already stepped forward. The floating island soul nurturing pool? What is that place? Can my mother be cured there? Mu Yan and the others couldn't help but step forward. This is not the first time Mu Yan has heard of the floating island. Back when Fusang City was facing the Myriad Caves formation, Qi Huang had said that the formation disk came from the floating island. It was not something from the Cultivation continent. Mayan only knows that this world is divided into 3 continents, Yanwu, Shoujian, and Shouxian. Separated by the space barrier, there was no way to communicate except for ascension, but he had never heard of the floating island. At that time, she also had doubts in her heart, but after a series of unforeseen events, she had forgotten about this matter. Ling Zhishuan nodded. I once read in an ancient book that all soul-related injuries, even if the 3 souls and 7 spirits really collapsed, as long as they recuperate in the soul cultivation pool for a few years, they will definitely recover. Ling Yuma said excitedly, where's the soul-nurturing pond of the floating island? I'll bring my mother over right now. Ling Zhishuan shook his head. You guys can't go to that place yet. Only I can take Roland there. Ling Yuma frowned. But before she could ask, Madame Ling had already pulled Ling Umo and said excitedly, Umo? Are you my granddaughter Umo? Quick, let grandmother take a good look at you. Ling Yuma recalled what the maidservant had said before, and her body stiffened as she wanted to retreat. However, when she saw the unconcealable concern in Madame Ling's reddened eyes, her heart couldn't help but soften. Child, good child, you have suffered. Madame Ling hugged her and cried non-stop, if it wasn't for you, I don't know how much hardship your mother would have to suffer in Fusong City. Back then, if I had known earlier. Ling Yuma looked at the woman's sorrowful expression and suddenly said, back then, I came to the Cloud Ridge to ask to see you. I beg you to save my mother. However, he was chased out. Madame Ling was stunned. Her eyes widened in disbelief. What did you say? How could I kick you out? I didn't even know you were looking for me. Ling Yaoshan's face darkened. Alright, the girl and Roland are tired. Let's go back first. This extremely daring maidservant, even if I have to turn the entire Cloud Ridge upside down, I will definitely dig her out. Bookmark for easier reading, Yuma, come. This is a gift from second uncle. Take it, don't let those stinky brats cheat you. Let me tell you, if those stinky brats bully you, tell second uncle. I will definitely teach them a lesson. Ling Roland's second brother, Ling Yihai. Different from the rest of the Ling clan, he was not good at cultivating and liked to forge. His cultivation was only at the original soul stage, but he already had 5 children. Moreover, all of them were talented. The strongest one was already at the 5th level of astral body realm. In the Yunling Ling clan, if Ling Yaoshan was the pillar and Ling Yiwei was the successor, then Ling Yihai was the one in charge of spreading the clan's glory. Father, what are you saying? We finally have a precious little sister, how can we bully her? Yuma, look, these are the gifts we prepared for you. See if you like them. The Bodhi fruit in the back mountain has ripened. We didn't pick it, so we prepared it for you. Yuma, I'm your 5th brother. It's fine if you don't remember the others, but you must remember me. Move aside, Yuma, I'm your 2nd brother. I have the highest cultivation. If anyone bullies you in the future, tell me and I'll beat them up for you. At this moment, 5 adult men with extraordinary cultivation were squeezing beside Ling Yuma, holding on to their storage rings and showing off their treasures. The scene was comical. However, Ling Yuma felt a warm current flowing through her heart. It was an indescribable warmth. So this was the feeling of being loved by family, so these were her real blood relatives? That's enough. Why are you so rash? Ling Yiwei shouted, if you scare your cousin, I'll punish you to face the wall. The 5 of them were not afraid of their father, Ling Yihai, but they were afraid of their uncle and grandfather. Hearing this, they didn't dare to say anything and retreated to the side. But their eyes would glance at Ling Yuma from time to time, as if having a girl was like having a rare treasure. This made the people of the Xiaoyao sect laugh and feel happy for their 4th senior sister, especially Yun Ruhan. Yun Ruhan, in particular, remembered clearly how Shirqing had looked when he'd picked up Ling Yuma. His body was riddled with scars, and his cultivation was half crippled. His entire body was filled with hatred and sorrow. She was completely different from the heroic, carefree, and warm woman in front of him. While they were talking, the servants of the Lin family came in with plates in their hands. The leader was a beautiful woman in a green dress. She didn't carry a plate in her hand, but only a wine pot. She walked to Madame Ling with a sweet smile and pouted, Madam, you're finally back. You don't know how much Xiqin missed you. As she spoke, her eyes reddened. Xiqin always wanted to go to the snowy mountains to serve you, but she thought that there was no one to take care of 4th master. She looked at Ling Zhishuan shyly and timidly. But when he saw Ling Zixuan taking good care of Ling Ruolin, his face suddenly stiffened. Madame Ling's attitude towards her was obviously more gentle, as she patted her hand. "Come and greet our Ling family's new young miss." Xiqin's gaze turned towards Ling Yuma. When she saw her face clearly, her pupils suddenly shrank. Ling Yuma's mouth slowly raised as she stood up from her seat. "Xiqin? What an elegant name. It's such a pity that I didn't hear this name when I first met you." Bookmark for easier reading. Xiqin's eyes flashed with panic. "Eldest young miss, this is our first time meeting. Xiqin does not understand what you are talking about," Madame Ling revealed. A puzzled look. "You have met before." Before she finished her sentence, Ling Zixuan suddenly stood up and shot a sharp gaze at Xiqin. "Back then, it was you who blocked Yuma's call for help." Xiqin was frightened by Ling Zixuan's expression and her knees went soft as she knelt on the ground. I do not know what you were talking about." "Eldest young miss, why are you slandering me? What do you mean I blocked you from asking for help? I have never done that." Old madam, Xiqin has followed you for so many years, you must know Xiqin's character, right?" Xiqin cried as she crawled in front of Madame Ling. "This is really Xiqin's first time meeting eldest young miss. Ah." Ling Yuma sneered and did not speak. She knew that back then, that servant girl had the guts to chase her away. She must have someone to rely on in the Lin clan and was deeply trusted. Sure enough, Ling Yihai could not help but said, "Yuma, could you have recognized the wrong person? Xiqin has been by mother's side since young, her character is trustworthy." Ling Yuma's eyes were cold and did not speak. Of course she would not recognize the wrong person. She could still clearly remember the scene when this maidservant had arrogantly chased her out of the Cloud Ridge. But if Lin clan wanted to protect someone, then so be it. At most, she would go back with her junior sister and third senior brother and think of a way to secretly kill that person. However, it was out of Ling Yuma's expectation. Ling Yaoshan suddenly said in a deep voice, "Lass, was she the one who stopped you from going to the Yun Ridge?" "As long as you say it, grandfather will believe you." Ling Yuma was stunned as she looked at Ling Yaoshan blankly. Madame Ling also shook off Xiqin's hand, her face was pale and she was trembling with anger. "Yuma, tell me, was it really Xiqin who dared to block your way? Don't be afraid, grandmother will definitely help you with your grievance." Leng Yue sneered at Xiqin, "Don't think that I don't know your dirty thoughts. Don't you like Zixuan, but Zixuan loves little sister? So when you knew that little sister was in trouble, Yuma went to the Lin clan to beg for help, you still dared to hide it. Who gave you the guts to do that?" The coercion of a cultivator at the crossing calamity stage is released, and Xiqin's face turns pale. Her internal organs tremble, and she almost vomits blood. She raised her head and met the eyes of the Ling family. Only then did she realize that everyone present was looking at her with eyes filled with anger. No one believed her. She had been in the Ling family for so many years and had served the old madam with all her heart. She was obedient, sensible, and hardworking. However, at the last moment, all the members of the Ling family would rather believe a little girl who had never lived in the Ling family than her, only fourth young master, yes, only the fourth young master. She adored him so much, so he would definitely believe her. Fourth young master. Fourth young master, you must believe in Xiqin. I didn't do anything. Xiqin cried and crawled to Ling Zixuan, trying to grab his hand. However, in the next moment, she felt a pain in her neck, and her whole body was lifted into the air. There was no emotion on Ling Zixuan's gentle and handsome face, but his eyes were burning with flames of anger. "I will ask again, was it you who blocked Yuma's way of asking for help? If you dare to tell a lie, I will throw you as food." Xiqin's eyes flashed with panic. "Eldest young miss, this is our first time meeting. Xiqin does not understand what you are talking about?" Madame Ling revealed a puzzled look. "You have met before." Before she finished her sentence, Ling Zixuan suddenly stood up and shot a sharp gaze at Xiqin. "Back then, it was you who blocked Yuma's call for help." Xiqin was frightened by Ling Zixuan's expression and her knees went soft as she knelt on the ground. I do not know what you are talking about. Eldest young miss, why are you slandering me? What do you mean I blocked you from asking for help? I have never done that." Old madam, Xiqin has followed you for so many years, you must know Xiqin's character, right?" Xiqin cried as she crawled in front of Madame Ling. "This is really Xiqin's first time meeting eldest young miss. Ah." Ling Yuma sneered and did not speak. She knew that back then, that servant girl had the guts to chase her away. She must have someone to rely on in the Lin clan and was deeply trusted. Sure enough, Ling Yihai could not help but said, Yuma, could you have recognized the wrong person? Xiqin has been by mother's side since young, her character is trustworthy. Ling Yuma's eyes turned cold and did not speak. Of course she would not recognize the wrong person. She could still clearly remember the scene when this maidservant had arrogantly chased her out of the Cloud Ridge. But if Lin clan wanted to protect someone, then so be it. At most, she would go back with little junior sister and third senior brother and think of a way to secretly kill that person. However, it was out of Ling Yuma's expectation. Ling Yaoshan suddenly said in a deep voice, Lass, was she the one who stopped you from going to the Yun Ridge? As long as you say it, grandfather will believe you. Ling Yuma was stunned as she looked at Ling Yaoshan blankly. Madame Ling also shook off Xiqin's hand, her face was pale as she trembled with anger. Yuma, tell me, was it really Xiqin who dared to block your way? Don't be afraid, grandmother will definitely help you with your grievances. Leng Yue sneered at Xiqin, don't think that I don't know your dirty thoughts. Don't you like Jixuan, but Jixuan loves little sister? So when you knew that little sister was in trouble, Yuma had already begged Lin clan, you dared to hide it. Who gave you the guts to do that? The coercion of a cultivator at the crossing calamity stage is released, and Xiqin's face turns pale. Her internal organs tremble, and she almost vomits blood. She raised her head and met the eyes of the Ling family. Only then did she realize that everyone present was looking at her with eyes filled with anger. No one believed her, she had been in the Ling family for so many years and had served the old madam with all her heart. She was obedient, sensible, and hardworking. However, at the last moment, all the members of the Ling family would rather believe a little girl who had never lived in the Ling family than her, only fourth young master, yes, only the fourth young master. She adored him so much, so he would definitely believe her. Fourth young master. Fourth young master, you must believe in Xiqin. I didn't do anything. Xiqin cried and crawled to Ling Jixuan, trying to grab his hand. However, in the next moment, she felt a pain in her neck, and her whole body was lifted into the air. There was no emotion on Ling Jixuan's gentle and handsome face, but his eyes were burning with flames of anger. I will ask again, was it you who blocked Yuma's way of asking for help? If you dare to lie, I will throw you to the Cloud Essence Beast as rations. Enchantress of the Enchantress, heaven-defying baby black-bellied dad, please collect. Enchantress of the Enchantress, heaven-defying baby black-bellied dad, please collect. But in this Shozhen continent, where the strong are as numerous as the clouds, this person is still invincible, no one can match him. I remember that you have a legendary story in your pagoda, it's about him. It says that this person was besieged by dozens of crossing tribulation cultivators. In the end, he was alone, but he led a group of summoned beasts, killing them until their blood flowed like a river, and finally swaggered away. Mayan stares blankly, this almighty was a summoner? Qi Huang, it seems so. I was bored and saw it in the pagoda. I thought that this person was a bit interesting, so I barely remembered him. What does this person have to do with the floating island? Qi Huang, before this summoner stepped onto the path of immortal cultivation, he had already married a mortal. But he loved his wife very much, and never married another. Although the two were mortals, they never had children. Until after he stepped onto the path of immortal cultivation, his wife unexpectedly got pregnant and gave birth to a son. This person's son was just like him, with an amazing talent as a summoner. In less than 50 years, he became a crossing tribulation cultivator. But when the stairway to heaven was broken, even if his talent was stronger, what use would it be? This summoner was unwilling that his son could only wait for death on the road of immortal cultivation, so he finally came up with a way to defy the heavens and change his fate. Defy the heavens and change his fate? How? Qi Huang tosses the spirit-peering chess as he unhurriedly says, ordinary cultivators can't break through the space barrier, but that doesn't mean that it's really indestructible. For example, Di Mingju, if he didn't care about the stability of the three realms and the punishment of the heavenly Tao, it's not impossible to forcibly tear open the space barrier. But that's also the case for an almighty like Di Mingju, who has divine power. For the people of the Xiozhan continent to hold a so-called divine weapon that's like scrap copper and iron, to achieve it, it's nothing more than a lunatic's ravings. So this summoner used his summoned beast as a spark, and used his own body as a vessel to refine a heavenly holy object. Mayan inhales a breath of cold air, a heavenly holy object? If she remembers correctly, even in the Xiozhan continent, there are very few heavenly holy objects. And in a land lacking in immortal qi like the Xiozhan continent, refining a heavenly holy object is simply unimaginable. Seven Brilliance nodded. In his usual arrogant attitude, he finally managed to force out a bit of admiration. This summoner is quite a character. If the stairway to heaven wasn't broken, he would have easily ascended to the Xiozhan continent and become a big shot. But then again, the things he has done are unprecedented. He's not necessarily inferior to the big boss. Mu Yan, he used his own body to transform into a sacred object to create the floating island? Seven Brilliance nodded. The specific scene wasn't recorded in the ancient book. In any case, he had his son use the heaven-soaring holy artifact that he had transformed into to tear apart the spatial barrier and poke a hole in the sky. A large piece of land on the Xiozhan continent collapsed and floated between the two continents. That is the floating island. Mu Yan looked pensive. In that case, the floating island does exist, and the soul-nurturing pool that can treat Antling must also exist. Seven Brilliance snorted. It's only now that the stairway to heaven has been restored, and there are fewer and fewer cultivators going to the floating island. Only then would these people doubt the existence of the floating island. These idiots simply don't know that the difference between going to the Xiozhan continent via the floating island and going to the Xiozhan continent via the stairway to heaven is like heaven and earth. Bookmark for easier reading. Mu Yan looked at Qi Huang doubtfully. What's the difference? Qi Huang's expression changed slightly. His eyes seemed to be at a loss and irritated. In the end, he simply turns over and directly lies on the grass with his back facing Mayan. He snappily says, if you're so interested, why don't you go to the floating island and see for yourself? Seeing him throwing a tantrum like a child, Mu Yan couldn't help but smile. She was indeed curious about the floating island, but she had no intention of exploring it. No matter what's on the floating island, what she wants the most right now is to ascend to the Xiozhan continent as soon as possible, and meet up with Di Mingju and Xiao Bao. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the godly speed flying ship, the direct descendants of the Lin clan, together with the unfettered Seven Sons, were all silently looking at the rapidly retreating mountains and rivers below. Ling Yuma snuggled into Ling Ruolan's embrace and hugged her gently without saying a word. Ling Ruolan's expression was still lifeless, but her hands unconsciously clenched onto Ling Yuma's sleeves. Ling Yaoshan stared unblinkingly at Madame Ling, who had white hair on her temples. He opened his mouth a few times as if he wanted to say something, but he couldn't utter a single word. The sorrow of parting spread throughout the entire flying ship. That's enough. Why do you look so sad? Madame Ling patted Ling Yaoshan's shoulder and said, it's not like we won't see each other again. Even if we really can't see each other again, for Lin it's worth it. Ling Yaoshan grabbed Madame Ling's hand and said with a hoarse voice, Ingrong, as long as Lin is cured, I will definitely return. Madame Ling's eyes reddened at this simple sentence. Actually, she had always known. She had always known. With Ling Yaoshan's talent and strength, he could have long ascended the heavenly stairway and ascended to the immortal Cultivation continent. He had been unwilling to leave the Cultivation world. It wasn't because of the glory of the Lin family, but he just couldn't bear to abandon her, who hadn't been able to advance. Madame Ling couldn't bear it anymore. She threw herself into Ling Yaoshan's arms and cried, Idiot, why are you here? The Xiozhan continent is where you should be. Ling Yaoshan didn't say anything, he just hugged Madame Ling tightly. After a long while, he looked at Ling Yue and said, Take good care of your mother and don't let anyone bully the little girl and the others. Ling Yue nodded with reddened eyes. Dad, I will. You and Jixuan must also protect yourselves. The flying boat slowly landed outside a forest. This is the Snow Demon Forest, on the outskirts of the Horton tribe. The purple cloud realm of the Cultivation continent was divided into the north, south, east, and west continents. The most mysterious and isolated place was the northern continent. Many people had lived their entire lives in the purple cloud realm, but they had never set foot in the northern land. They did not know what the northern land was like. This was because there was only one power in the entire northern continent, the Horton tribe. This tribe was extremely xenophobic and powerful. The tribe was centered around the Cleansing Music Pavilion, which was an expert in medicine and auxiliary musician skills. It surrounded several villages and eventually formed a small world in the Purple Cloud realm. Even the masters of the major clans, sects, and dynasties would have to go through a lot of trouble to enter the Horton Plains. According to the ancient records, there is only one way for a cultivator who has yet to reach the tribulation stage to reach the floating island. That is to forcefully enter a spatial crack in the depths of the Snow Demon Forest. But the Snow Demon Forest is in the Horton tribe. Outsiders are not allowed to enter easily. The previous master of the Ling family helped Elder Cleansing Music Pavilion with a small favor, so he received a melody token that allowed him to enter and lead the Horton tribe. Otherwise, he would have to go through a lot of trouble to enter. Bookmark for easier reading. As Leng Yue speaks, he walks to the edge of the jungle and lightly knocks in the air. The next moment, a miraculous scene happens. The void, which was supposed to be empty, began to ripple like water. Immediately after, a door of light slowly appears where Leng Yue knocks. Mayan's pupils shrink, and she murmurs, "What an exquisite array." After lighting up 2 stars of the Shin musician skill, Star's Curtain, Mayan's attainments in arrays can no longer be compared to before. So, even before Leng Yue knocks in the air, she had already discovered the existence of an array. Although the array outside the Horton tribe is not as powerful as the Myriad Caves formation, it is also extremely ingenious and exquisite. In the entire Shozhen continent, this kind of array is rarely seen. After the door of light appears, Leng Yue says in a clear voice, "The Yunlinglin family requests to pass through the Snow Demon jungle to deal with private matters. I hope that Pavilion Mulu can accommodate us." As soon as his voice falls, the door of light flashes, and 2 figures slowly walk out. They are 2 tall and well-built men. Their bodies are wrapped in a cloth that looks like fur or spiritual armor. They don't wear pants, but a leather skirt. They are dressed like savages. But they have exquisite and luxurious musical instruments on their bodies. The man on the left has 2 small drums hanging from his waist, and the man on the right has a huqin on his back. Whether it's the waist drum or the huqin, they are all carved out of the best materials, and the edges are inlaid with gems. The extravagant and gorgeous appearance is in sharp contrast with the vulgar clothes of the savages. As soon as the 2 come out of the door of light, they immediately bow to Leng Yue and Ling Yaoshan. "We didn't know that the Yunling ancestor and the master would grace us with your presence. Please forgive us for not going out to greet you. We have come under the orders of the master to ask the 2 seniors, what is the purpose of your visit to my Horton tribe?" Ling Yaoshan waves his hand, and says impatiently, "This old man has no time to go to Mulu Pavilion. Go and inform your master that my Ling family is only passing through the Snow Demon jungle, and will not disturb the peace of your Horton tribe." This. The 2 show hesitation. Ling Yaoshan swung his hand, and a dark green jade tablet flew out from his sleeve. It floated in the air and slowly rotated. The patterns on the top of the jade token were faintly discernible as they rotated, flashing with light. It was hard to see them clearly, but it had a mysterious sense of ritual. The moment he saw the jade tablet, Mu Yan was stunned at first, then he suddenly opened his eyes wide, revealing a serious expression. When the 2 men carrying musical instruments saw the jade token, they immediately bowed and knelt on the ground. They trembled and said, "It turns out that the old ancestor of the Ling family has the music token. Please come in." However, just as Leng Yue, Mu Yan, and the others were about to enter, they were stopped. The 2 looked hesitant. "Ancestor, you also know the rules of the Horton tribe, even the music song token can only bring 2 people in at most." Ling Yaoshan waved his hand at Leng Yue, who had an anxious expression on his face. "Alright, even if you send a gentleman 1,000 miles away, you still have to part ways. What's the difference between parting here and parting in the Snow Demon Forest? All of you can go back now." He paused, his eyes tightly staring at Madame Leng, and his voice gradually softened. "Rather than watching us disappear inside, it's better to part here." Madame Leng held back her tears and lightly nodded, as if she wanted to throw herself into his arms, but in the end she held back, and only said one sentence, "I will wait for you to come back." Bookmark easier to read to provide you with exciting reading. As Leng Yue spoke, he walked to the side of the forest and lightly clasped his fingers in the air. In the next moment, a miraculous scene occurred. The void, which was supposed to be empty, began to ripple like water. Then, at the place where Leng Yue knocked, a door of light slowly appeared. Mu Yan's pupils shrank as she muttered softly, "What an exquisite array." After lighting up 2 stars of the Shin musicians, star curtain, skill, Mayan's attainments in the field of arrays can no longer be compared to the past. Therefore, even before Leng Yue knocked on the air, she had already discovered the existence of an array formation. The formation outside the Horton tribe might not be as powerful as the 10 ultimate case formation, but it was still exquisite. In the entire cultivation continent, such a formation was rare. After the light door appeared, Leng Yue said in a clear voice, "The Yunlinglan family requests to pass through the snow demon forest to deal with some private matters. I hope Pavilion Mula can accommodate us." As soon as he finished speaking, the door of light flashed and 2 figures slowly walked out. They were 2 tall and muscular men. She was only wrapped in a cloth that looked like fur or spirit armor. She didn't wear pants, but a leather skirt. He was dressed like a savage. However, each of them had an exquisite and luxurious musical instrument on them. The man on the left had 2 small drums hanging from his waist, and the man on the right had a huqin on his back. Whether it was the waist drum or the huqin, they were both carved with the best materials and were surrounded by gemstones. The extravagant and gorgeous appearance formed a sharp contrast with the vulgar clothes of the barbarians. The moment the 2 of them walked out of the light door, they immediately bowed to Leng Yue and Ling Yaoshan. "We didn't know that Yunling ancestor and patriarch would be gracing us with your presence. Please forgive us for not going out to welcome you. We've come under the orders of the patriarch to inquire about the 2 seniors. May I know why you've come to my Horton tribe?" Ling Yaoshan waved his hand and said impatiently, "I don't have time to go to the Cleansing Joy Pavilion. Go and tell your pavilion master that my Lin clan is only passing through the snow enchantment forest and will not disturb the peace of your Horton tribe." This? The 2 of them hesitated. Ling Yaoshan swung his hand, and a dark green jade tablet flew out from his sleeve. It floated in the air and slowly rotated. The patterns on the top of the jade token were faintly discernible as they rotated, flashing with light. It was hard to see them clearly, but it had a mysterious sense of ritual. The moment he saw the jade tablet, Mu Yan was stunned at first, then he suddenly opened his eyes wide, revealing a serious expression. When the 2 men carrying musical instruments saw the jade token, they immediately bowed and knelt on the ground. They trembled and said, "It turns out that the old ancestor of the Ling family has the music token. Please come in." However, just as Leng Yue, Mu Yan, and the others were about to enter, they were stopped. The 2 looked hesitant. "Ancestor, you also know the rules of the Horton tribe. Even the music song token can only bring 2 people in at most." Ling Yaoshan waved his hand at Leng Yue, who had an anxious expression on his face. "All right, even if you send a gentleman 1,000 miles away, you still have to part ways. What's the difference between parting here and parting in the snow demon forest? All of you can go back now." He paused, his eyes tightly staring at Madame Leng. His voice gradually softened, "Rather than watching us disappear inside, it's better to part here." Madame Leng held back her tears and lightly nodded. She seemed to want to throw herself into his arms, but in the end, she held herself back and only said one sentence, "I will wait for you to come back, to provide you with exciting reading." Ling Yuma held Leng Ruolan's hand tightly and looked at Ling Zhishuan. "Little uncle, I'll have to trouble you with my mother." Ling Zhishuan shook his head gently and looked at Ling Ruolan beside him with a gentle and doting expression. Ling Yuma smiled and said, "Whether we meet again in the future on the floating island or the Xianxia continent, I hope that when I see my mother again, there will be someone by her side." "Little uncle, you have to work hard." Ling Zhishuan was stunned. He stared blankly at the woman in front of him. Her face was similar to Ling Ruolan's, but more unrestrained than Ling Ruolan's. Ling Yuma gently stroked Ling Ruolan's hair and said softly, "When she wakes up, please tell her that her daughter respects all her decisions. I only hope that in her next life, there will be no pain or resentment, only happiness." Ling Zhishuan's eyes were slightly wet. After a long while, he said in a hoarse voice, "Thank you, Yuma. I have a feeling. He glanced at the people of the Xiaoyao sect behind Ling Yuma and said slowly, the Yunlinglin clan is glorious, but I have a feeling that the Xiaoyao sect and you, Ling Yuma, will create a future that is 100 times more glorious than the Yunlinglin clan. I look forward to the day we meet again. The figures of Ling Yaoshan, Ling Zhishuan and Ling Wolin disappeared behind the light door. The snow demon forest regained its tranquility. But as long as someone tried to enter, they would be bounced out by the barrier of the formation. Luo Yu tried a few times and realized that she couldn't enter. She then retreated out of boredom. Just as he was about to comfort Ling Yuma, he realized that Mu Yan had been frowning with a strange expression. Sixth senior sister, what's wrong? Is there a problem? Hearing Luo Yu's voice, Mayan suddenly comes back to her senses. She frowned slightly and said softly, I seem to have seen the runes on Mulu Pavilion's token somewhere before, but I can't remember where. Huh? Leng Yiwei was puzzled. Has Miss June seen the music song token? The music song token of Cleansing Lu Pavilion is extremely precious in the entire Cultivation continent. It is not easy for anyone to see it. Mu Yan shook her head, no, I have never seen the music song token, but I seem to have seen the runes on it. Strange, where have I seen it before? Why can't I remember? Leng Yiwei smiled indifferently and said, the runes on the music song token evolved from the Cleansing Joy Pavilion's emblem. What you saw was probably the emblem of Mulu Pavilion, right? As he spoke, he broke off a branch and drew a few lines on the ground. A rune that was similar to the rune on the music song token but much simpler appeared in front of everyone. The moment he saw the pattern, Mu Yan's eyes suddenly widened, and he couldn't help but shout, I remember. Mayan has always been light and carefree, languid and calm. The people of the Xiaoyao school had never seen her lose her composure like this. Junior sister, what's wrong? What did you remember? Is there a problem with the emblem of Cleansing Joy Pavilion? Mu Yan didn't answer everyone's questions. Instead, she quickly sank her divine sense into the space and said anxiously, Qi Huang, quick, help me find a piece of swaddling cloth. Swaddling clothes? Qi Huang dusted off the grass on his clothes. What swaddling clothes? Xiaobao's? Ben Zun doesn't remember you, an unfeminine woman, using any kind of swaddling cloth for your son? Mu Yan took a deep breath, it's my swaddling cloth. Qi Huang stared blankly and turned to look at her. Mayan says with rapt attention, I finally remember where I've seen the runes on Mulu Pavilion before. It's the embroidery on my swaddling clothes. Mobile users, please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please visit the website. Mayan says with rapt attention, I finally remember where I've seen the runes on Mulu Pavilion. It's the embroidery on my swaddling clothes. Back then, when my adoptive father, Xianxia, told me about my past, he said that my father, Jun Shiyuan, didn't leave behind any clues or objects for me to identify or find. The only thing he left behind was the swaddling cloth that was wrapped around me when I was still a baby. Then it was passed on to me. Until now, Mayan still remembers what her adoptive father, Xianxia, had said. Jun Shiyuan was originally born in Yanwu continent. He ascended to the cultivation world before the age of 25. It wasn't until 10 years later that he returned to the Yanwu continent, carrying the still swaddled Mayan. At that time, Jun Shiyuan told Xianxia that he was going to find his wife and take her back. She also requested Xianxia to raise her daughter, Jun Mayan. From then on, Jun Shiyuan lost all news. The only thing that remained was the old swaddling cloth that Mu Yan was wrapped in at that time. It's been so many years since Mu Yan ascended to the Shozhen continent. It's not like she hasn't inquired about Jun Shiyuan. However, in the end, no one had ever heard of this name. Unfortunately, Qi Huang also says that he and Di Mingju are unable to make an oath of alliance in front of the Stone of Three Lives, because Jun Shiyuan has already arranged an engagement for him. This meant that Jun Shiyuan was still alive, and it was very likely that he wasn't even in the cultivation continent. But where could he be? Was his biological mother still well? In the end, what happened back then that made them abandon her in the Yanwu continent and ignore her? The truth of all this has always been troubling Mayan, but there is no way to find it. Until today, she had finally grasped a clue. Don't worry, beautiful sister. Qiu Qiu will help you find it too. Chirp chirp chirp. Huang Huang was also looking for it. Qi Huang, alright, it's just a piece of rag. I'll reluctantly help you look for it. The space was quickly turned upside down by the three little ones. In the end, the little chick held a piece of red cloth in its beak and excitedly dragged it in front of Mu Yan. Gee goo 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 goo. Mummy. This was found by Huang Huang. Isn't Huang Huang stronger than Phoenix and Brother Red Pants? Damn fat chicken, are you looking for a beating again? Do you think I won't roast you? Goo goo goo. Wah, mommy, save me. Brother Red Pants had gone crazy again. At this time, Mu Yan already has no time to care about the three little ones making a ruckus. Her divine sense quickly returns to her body. Sixth senior sister, don't scare me. Mayan opens her eyes and smiles at the worried members of the Xiaoyao school. Then, she looks at her hand. At this moment, there was a small piece of red cloth in her hand. It was a stretch to say that this red cloth was swaddling clothes. That was because it was not as tightly stitched as a real swaddle. On the contrary, it looked more like it had been casually ripped off from somewhere. The edges were already loose and bristling. However, this piece of red cloth was obviously of good quality. Even after so many years, there was still a faint surge of spiritual power. The red cloth was embroidered with exquisite cloud patterns, and in the center, there was a strange pattern. Eh? Luo Yu couldn't help but exclaim, this design looks exactly the same as the Mulu Pavilion's emblem that Master Ling just drew. Leng Yue came over to take a look and was shocked as well. Is that really Mulu Pavilion's emblem? This, where did you get this cloth? Mayan suddenly clenches the red cloth in her hand and takes a deep breath. She finally found a clue to find her father, Jun Shiyuan. Leng Yue was about to ask again when the earth shook violently. Then, a ray of light whizzed out of the forest and soared into the sky. Leng Yue looked up and said in a hoarse and trembling voice, "It's father," and the others succeeded. They went to the floating island. Ling Yuma's lips curled into a faint smile. She clasped her hands together and softly murmured, "Mother, you will definitely get better." The rest of the Ling family were excited. The spiritual energy in the cultivation world had been getting scarce and the immortal energy had dried up. As a result, there were very few cultivators on the continent who could advance to the Tribulation Transcendence stage, not to mention ascending to the peak of the Tribulation Transcendence stage. Although Ling Yaoshan and Ling Zhishuan couldn't ascend to the immortal cultivation continent, they were able to go to the floating island, which was enough for the cultivators on this continent to look up to them. As members of the Yunling Ling family, how could they not be proud? Leng Yue coughed. Well, it's not the time to be arrogant. Now that father and fourth brother have ascended to the floating island, the Yunling Ling family lacks the two strongest pillars. It will be much more difficult to gain a foothold in the Ziyun realm from now on. All of you, keep your spirits up and don't go out and cause trouble, do you hear me? The Ling family quickly bowed in response. Yuma, why don't you follow me back to the Yunling Ling family? Leng Yue looked at Ling Yuma with concern. You, the Unfettered Seven, massacred Fusong City and obtained Fusong City's city protecting formation. The news has already spread like wildfire across the entire cultivation continent. Who knows how many people have their eyes on you or can't stand the sight of you. But as long as you're in the Yunling, you'll be safe with the protection of the Cloud Essence beasts and the formation. Ling Yuma smiled. First uncle, we, the Xiaoyao Seven, have always been in this kind of situation. If we were afraid to retreat, how could we be targeted by others? Leng Yue looked at the others. The seven of them were all so young and inexperienced, but the light in their eyes was so dazzling. Their brilliance was unparalleled in the world. Leng Yue suddenly remembered what Ling Zhishuan said. The achievements and glory of the Xiaoyao Seven would far surpass the Yunling Ling family. At that time, Leng Yue had dismissed it with a smile, but now, a heartfelt acknowledgement rose in his heart. Raging flames blade Ling Yuma? My Ling family is proud of you, the descendant of our bloodline. When the flying boat left, Leng Yue left such a sentence. Only when the flying boat disappeared into the horizon did the seven of them look at each other and smile. Where are we going next? Do you even need to ask? Looking at junior sister's expression, she must want to enter the Horton tribe to find out what's going on. Of course, we can only risk our lives to accompany her. Hee hee, although I don't know what the Cleansing Joy Pavilion's emblem has to do with Junior's sister, I am very interested in the mysterious Horton tribe of the northern continent. When are we going to check it out? Wait, how can we enter the Horton tribe if we don't have one? Mu Yan looks at the chattering of her fellow apprentices. She can't help but curl up the corners of her mouth. There was a warm and joyful smile on his face. She didn't say anything about telling her fellow apprentices not to accompany her on this adventure. Instead, he raised his eyebrows and said lazily and arrogantly, even Fusang City's array can't stop me. Do you think the mirror ray of the Horton tribe can stop me? Give me a day, I'll take you around the Horton tribe. The eyes of the members of the Xiaoyao sect lit up. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Junior sister, is there really anything in this world that you can't do? A talisman to assist in alchemy, and her combat strength is ridiculously strong. Oh my god, an ordinary person wouldn't be able to achieve this even if they studied for a lifetime, but Junior sister easily grasped it. Is she even human? Chu Moli used his finger to lightly tap the armrest of his wheelchair, and said unhurriedly, what you've just mentioned, are all Junior Martial Sister's secondary duties. You seem to have forgotten what Junior Sister's main job is? Doctor. If Junior Martial Sister hadn't mentioned it, and if Chu Moli hadn't reminded them, they wouldn't have remembered it at all. Fortunately, Junior Sister is not good at cooking and needlework. Otherwise, I really wonder if there would still be a place for us mortals in this world. Mayan waves her hand, and says in a light and breezy manner, all right, stop howling. Do you want the Quasi-King Dan that was just successfully refined? It's specifically used to strengthen the body. Yes, yes, yes. Sixth senior sister, I just want you to be a little more powerful, a little more powerful, I want to hug your thigh. Junior sister, it would be great if you could learn how to refine weapons. Then we wouldn't have to worry about magic treasures anymore. Cheers and laughter could be heard outside the snow charm forest. After Mayan smiles, her line of sight can't help but fall on the depths of the snow demon jungle. Could she really find clues about her biological parents here? Mu Yan and the others were laughing and fooling around outside the Horton tribe, but they didn't know that the entire Purple Cloud realm had been set off by the massacre of Fusang City and the ascension of the Lin family's ancestor. North Settling Marquis Estate. Chu Xinyan, who had just come out of seclusion, looked at his subordinates kneeling on the ground. The veins on his face twitched violently. What did you say? He didn't get Yi Liangchen's identity or the chaotic tower, but Lu Yu and Chu Mingquan died? The faces of the servants of the north-ranking marquis who were kneeling on the ground were deathly pale, and they couldn't help but shiver. Chu Xinyan could no longer hold it in. He fiercely slapped the air, trash. Trash. All of them were trash. Why am I raising trash like you? All of you, die. The person on the ground rolled on the ground and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Seeing that Chu Xinyan was about to approach again, the subordinate who was kneeling hurriedly shouted, Marquis, please spare my life. Marquis, please spare my life. This subordinate has good news to report. Please spare my lowly life. Chu Xinyan looked at the person who spoke with a sinister gaze. Speak, if you can't give this Marquis good news, you should be very clear what will happen to you. The man who had escaped death wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and the sweat from his forehead. He knelt on the ground, trembling with fear. Reporting to Lord Marquis, just before you came out of seclusion, there was a phenomenon of cultivators ascending from the northern continent. When Chu Xinyan heard this, he flew into a rage. Are you mocking this Marquis? No, Marquis, please listen to me. In that strange phenomenon of ascension, there was a faintly discernible 9-leaf red lotus. That's the symbol of the Lin clan. Chu Xinyan's expression froze. The expression on his face kept changing. After a long time, he slowly said, You are saying that the person who ascended is that old man Ling Yaoshan? Yes. Yes. The subordinate nodded repeatedly, his face full of flattery. Other than Ling Yaoshan, who else in the Lin clan has reached the peak of the tribulation stage and is qualified to ascend? In the past many of Marquis' important matters were because of this old man. He was afraid that the Yunling clan would cause trouble. But now, this old man has left. In the Xiozhen continent, who else can stop Marquis' grand ambition? Chu Xinyan's eyes flickered, his left hand gently rubbing the skin on the back of his right hand. As early as 2 months ago, this hand was like dry bark. But now it is smooth and firm. But Xianxia knows that this kind of young, smooth, firm hand will not last long. He must think of every way to accumulate all the resources, so that he can obtain true longevity. Under the bright sunshine, the flowers and plants in Dingbei Ho's mansion are particularly lush, tender and alluring. A beautiful butterfly flaps its wings and lands on the back of Xianxia's hand, as if it is gently kissing him. However, the next moment, its wings are pinched and crushed into powder. Xianxia's palm soars with a purple-black flame, completely burning the traces left behind by the butterfly. He sneers, "Your so-called good news is only this?" Just one sentence, and the subordinate who had just breathed a sigh of relief is scared out of his wits. Xianxia's eyes soar with a strong killing intent. "Very good, since you are all trash, then become this Marquis's nourishment." Marquis, please wait a moment, this subordinate has another news." Xianxia narrows his eyes, the killing intent around him does not dissipate. Someone cured the Murong family's blood fiend." Xianxia is startled. As the most proficient in intelligence in the entire Shoujian continent, Marquis has the widest network of eyes. Xianxia certainly does not know what kind of disease the Murong family's blood fiend is. The Shui family's people? No, not the Shui family. The man kneeling on the ground says with a trembling voice, "The Shui family's auxiliary skills can only alleviate the blood fiend, but that person completely cured the Murong family's blood fiend." This news came from a spy this subordinate placed in the Murong family. These words caused Xianxia's pupils to suddenly shrink. Who is it? Who cured the Murong family's blood fiend? Someone from Mulu Pavilion? The subordinate shakes his head again and again. "Marquis, you should have some impression of this person. She is the strongest among the Xiaoyao 7 sons, the most famous god-killer Mu Yan. She is the one who cured the Murong family's blood fiend that no one could cure for 1,000 years." The corner of Xianxia's mouth slightly hooks up. The Xiaoyao 7 sons, Jun Mayan, his lips opened and closed as he murmured softly. His eyes shone with a determined light. "There's no rush. Wait for me to complete my grand plan. How could a mere female cultivator not be of use to me?" At the peak of the Phoenix Heaven mountain range, Ningsu impassively thrust the demon-slaying sword in his hand into a man's chest. The man spat out a mouthful of blood and slowly fell down. His blood-stained hands couldn't help but grab onto Ningsu's trousers and shout, Why, won't you let me go? I've already decided to abandon my cultivation and live the life of a mortal. Why, do you still want to kill me?" Ningsu pulled his hand back and looked coldly at the balls of black murderous aura dissipating from the man's chest. His eyes lost their light, and he said coldly, "Once one becomes a devil, one will be a devil for life." "Damn it. You're the devil, you're the cold-blooded and vicious devil. With a thud, the man fell to the ground and stopped breathing. Ningsu didn't even look at him and turned to leave. However, just at this moment, a dazzling light suddenly soared into the sky from the northern horizon. Faintly, there seemed to be a red staircase floating in the air, faintly discernible. Bookmark for easier reading. Ningsu stares blankly. Fly to the floating island? Who's forcibly tearing the barrier to go to the floating island? He mutters to himself for a while, then turns his gaze to the man on the ground. This demon's accomplice hasn't been completely slaughtered yet. After he's done here, he'll go to the northern continent to see who's so bold as to forcibly tear open the space-time gate to the floating island. As the sun sets, the entire snowy forest is dyed with a beautiful golden red. Suddenly, a door of light appears in the originally tranquil forest. The surrounding air gently ripples like water. Soon, 7 silhouettes enter the light door in a single file. Wow, we came in just like that? Luo Yu looks at the scene in the snowy forest and giggles. There's nothing strange about this mysterious Horton tribe. Yun Ruhan knocks him on the head with a straight face. Don't be so mischievous. There's obviously the aura of a powerful vicious beast in this snowy forest. Everyone be on high alert, do you hear me? Luo Yu bitterly touches his aching forehead and says gloomily, Eldest brother, you're biased. Why do you only lecture me every time? Yun Ruhan glares at him and is about to speak when his face suddenly changes and his whole body violently shakes. After Luo Yu is done complaining, he happily follows Mayan to study the rare spirit plants in the snowy forest. This is a blood python flower, it's priceless outside. I didn't expect there to be so many of them in the snowy forest. Mayan looks at the bright red flowers that are only the size of a fingernail, overjoyed. Priceless? Ling Yuma swallows her saliva. Does that mean they can be sold for a good price? Mayan smiles. Not only can they be sold for a good price, they can also be used to refine several rare elixirs. Luo Yu excitedly waves his hand. Then what are we waiting for? Brothers and sisters, how do we pick them? The snowy forest is filled with laughter and cheerful voices. The blood python flowers on the ground soon disappear without a trace under their robbery-like plucking, leaving only a barren land. Luo Yu excitedly says, "Sixth sister, quickly see if there's any valuable spirit grass or spirit fruit here. Let's take advantage of the fact that it's not dark yet and pick more." Before he can finish speaking, there's a sudden thud behind him. Everyone turns to look and see that Yunruhan has fallen to the ground. They don't know when, but her face is flushed and her eyes are closed. Eldest senior brother. The blood python flower in Luo Yu's hands fell to the ground. She threw herself at him. Eldest senior brother, what's wrong? Don't scare me. Mayan's figure leaps and arrives in front of the two. Xiaoqi, step aside, let me take a look first. Luo Yu hurriedly dodged, but her eyes were fixed on the unconscious Yunruhan. The worry in her eyes was overflowing. Sixth senior sister, what happened to eldest senior brother? Mu Yan took his pulse for a full quarter of an hour, her brows knitting tighter and tighter. The people of the Xiaoyao sect gathered around her. Their faces were filled with anxiety, but no one said anything to interrupt her. It wasn't until Mayan withdrew her hand that Luo Yu anxiously asked in a sobbing voice, "Sixth sister, eldest brother, what happened to eldest brother?" Mu Yan didn't reply to Luo Yu's words. Instead, she reached out and grabbed Yunruhan's clothes, giving it a tug. Seeing the wound on Yunruhan's chest, the people of the Xiaoyao sect all gasped. At the location of the heart, there was a dense mass of reddish-brown bugs crawling. What is this? Luo Yu screamed and reached out to grab those bugs. Did they make eldest senior brother unconscious? When he says this, Luo Yu grits his teeth. He grabs hundreds of small bugs and crushes them into powder. Ling Yuma and the rest quickly do the same. These bugs don't seem to be aggressive. In just a moment, they are completely crushed by Luo Yu and the rest. However, Yunruhan is still unconscious with a flushed face. There's no sign of him waking up. It likes to stick to people's wounds and devour rotten flesh, especially fresh corpses. But in fact, this kind of bug doesn't have any spiritual power or demon power. Even if it crawls on a mortal's body, it would at most make their skin itch. For cultivators with spiritual power and a strong body, it should be harmless. Mu Yan explains the origin of this bug in a low voice. She can't understand it even after much thought. When she felt Yunruhan's pulse just now, she didn't find anything wrong with his body. He wasn't poisoned, injured, or possessed by the devil. There's only a slight blockage in his heart meridian, and it seems to be mixed with a trace of evil energy. Maybe this is the reason why Yunruhan is unconscious. But when and where did Yunruhan get this evil energy? Is it because of these rotten ticks? But rotten ticks are not aggressive. Luo Yu and the rest could easily crush them to death just now, which proves this fact. Little junior sister, if it wasn't caused by these rotten ticks, why would eldest senior brother be unconscious? Luo Yu looks at Yunruhan's chest heaving up and down. His face is burning with pain, and his eyes turn red. He grabs Mu Yan's hand and looks up at her with pleading eyes. Sixth senior sister, you think of a way to save eldest senior brother. I don't want eldest senior brother to die. Mu Yan reaches out and rubs his head. What nonsense are you saying? How can I let eldest senior brother die? She frowns and barely calms her mind. You guys stay here and guard eldest senior brother. I'll go look around. Look for what? Ling Yushin quickly says, little junior sister, I'll help you look. I'll go too. Mu Yan shakes her head. I don't know what it is exactly. But everything in the world has its counterpart, and there must be a counter. Eldest senior brother might have been poisoned, but I've never seen this poison before, so I can't diagnose it. Since it's poison, there must be something within 100 meters that counters it. Looking at everyone's worried and expectant eyes, she smiled gently. Are you still worried about my safety? Don't worry, I will definitely find a solution. You guys stay here and guard eldest senior brother. After all, this is someone else's territory. You must be careful. Mayan holds a few rotten ticks in her hand as she walks towards the depths of the snow demon forest. She had a feeling that eldest senior brother's coma had something to do with these rotten ticks. Skill activated. Mu Yan releases the rotten ticks in her hand and finds that they are quickly crawling in one direction. The sky is already dark, so Mayan can only use the illumination crystal to explore the way. Soon, the rotten ticks stopped in front of a depression and circled around on the spot. Mu Yan looked around and didn't find any unique spirit plants. She takes a deep breath, and the Tian Mo Chin appears in her palm. The zither strings were plucked, and the sound of the zither was melodious and lingering. Activate. Soon, the surrounding spirit plants began to shake their branches and leaves in a frenzy. Bright moonlight sprinkles down on the jungle, and along with the music, it seems to transform into the essence of the moon, and is absorbed by these plants. The whole jungle is immersed in joy and longing. At the same time, countless information is fed back into Mu Yan's mind along with the sound of the zither. After a long time, the sound of the zither gradually stops. Mu Yan suddenly opens her eyes, leaps, and arrives in front of a big tree. This big tree is very inconspicuous in the dense snow demon jungle. The branches and leaves are sparse, there are no flowers or fruits, and the roots are densely crawling with many small insects. Mu Yan looks at the tree, and the corners of her mouth can't help but gently curve up. An hour later, Mu Yan returns to her original place with the big tree that has already been stuffed into her space. However, the scene in front of her makes the smile on her face suddenly vanish. They're gone. The fellow apprentices who should have been waiting here have all disappeared without a trace. There are a few traces of fighting in the surroundings. There are even traces of dragging on the ground, extending all the way to the north. Mu Yan's face darkens little by little. She starts again, but the strange thing is that the spiritual plants in this area are like inanimate objects. No matter how she plays the Tian Mo Chin, she doesn't get the slightest response. The worry, anxiety, and regret in Mu Yan's heart converge little by little. Qi Huang, alright, didn't you light their life lanterns in the book pagoda? Right now, their life lanterns are all lit up, what are you worried about? Mu Yan abruptly comes back to her senses, and promptly goes to look at the life lanterns in the book pagoda. There are a total of 9 life lanterns here. In addition to Yun Ruhan's group of 6, there are also Xiaobao's and Shurqing's. Mu Yan originally wanted to light little martial uncle Luo Yunxiao's, but she finds that he is the same as Di Mingju, his cultivation is too high, and he can't condense a life lantern in the Shoshan continent. Seeing that the 8 life lanterns in the book pagoda are all lit up, Mu Yan is relieved. Then, the worry in her heart turns into icy anger. I don't care what kind of ghost place this Horton tribe Mula Pavilion is. If you dare to hurt my fellow apprentices, then don't blame me for being ruthless. At dawn, Mu Yan follows the traces left behind, and finally walks out of the snow demon jungle. But all the traces completely disappear after reaching the outside of the jungle. She is at her wit's end, when suddenly a cold light flashes. A long sword mixed with a fierce killing intent attacks her. Mu Yan casually moved sideways to block. The 7 absolute swords appeared in her palm and she blocked it horizontally. A clang was heard. The sword-wielding figure let out a delicate cry and retreated a few meters, almost falling to the ground. This person steadied himself and was about to attack again. But when he raises his head and sees Mayan's face, he abruptly stops moving and exclaims, "Great God June." Mu Yan turns to look. The sword-wielder was a very young girl with fair skin and a beautiful appearance. He looked familiar, but she couldn't remember where she had seen him before. The little girl recovered from her shock, and rushed over excitedly. Her small face was brimming with smiles. God June, it's really you. I can't believe I actually met you here. I shouldn't have attacked you just now. Great God June, don't be angry with me. I'm really happy to see you again. Mayan hesitantly asks after a long while, you are? The little girl didn't get angry even though she hadn't been recognized. Instead, she smiled sweetly and sincerely. Great God June, my name is Lin Xiaomin. You've saved so many people, and I'm only one of them. It's normal that you don't remember me. But to me, you're my second parent. A thought flashes through Mayan's mind, and she blurts out, "You are Fusang City's." Lin Xiaomin's eyes revealed a trace of fear and pain, but it was quickly replaced by a bright and beautiful smile. She looks at Mayan with eyes brimming with gratitude and reverence. 3 years ago, I was playful and secretly left the Horton tribe, wanting to see the world in this Shozhen continent. Who knew that? I was tricked into entering Fusang City. I thought that I would be tortured to death in that hellish Fusang City, but great God June, you descended from the sky like a god, and rescued me from that nightmare. Lin Xiaomin's face revealed a trace of guilt as she spoke. I know that what we owe you is not something that can be repaid with just a word of thanks. Many sisters chose to follow you in order to repay your kindness, but I was so selfish, because I couldn't bear to leave my parents and brother. I was afraid that after 3 years, they would still be looking for me and worried about me, so I chose to return to the Horton tribe. The smile on Mu Yan's face becomes gentle and soft. You don't have to feel sorry. I did all that for myself, not to save you. You don't owe me anything. As for you, how have you been after returning here? Lin Xiaomin immediately shook her head heavily. The smile on her face was silly, but there was an indescribable warmth in it. My parents and my younger brother are very good to me. As long as she thought of the hardships and dangers she had gone through when she returned home, her parents and younger brother rushed over to hug her and cry. Lin Xiaomin felt that no matter what kind of hellish torture he had experienced, he could tolerate it and get over it. Because she still had such a good family waiting for her, watching over her, loving her. She lived her life for the people who loved her. She would never allow it to be destroyed by a group of animals. Lin Xiaomin stroked her hair and said softly, "When I first came home, I always woke up from nightmares. I didn't dare to see the sun, and I didn't dare to let any man near me, even my father and brother. Later, under my parents' persistent questioning, I finally told them what I had experienced in the past 3 years. But my father, my mother, and my younger brother didn't scold me or despise me. Instead, they hugged me and cried for the entire night. My father said that if I hate men, I can just stay unmarried for the rest of my life. My mother told me not to tell anyone about what happened in the past 3 years. My younger brother said that he has to quickly become stronger so that he can protect me, his elder sister." Tears fall from Lin Xiaomin's eyes. She looks at Mayan with tearful eyes. She can't help but reach out and grab her sleeve. She says in a hoarse voice, "Great God June, I'm really grateful to you for giving me the opportunity to go home. You have no idea how grateful I am to you." Mayan reaches out to wipe away the tears on her face, and her heart warms. She was not a good person in the purest sense, and she disdained to be the Virgin Mary who saved the world. But at this moment, he saw that his subsequent rescue had given a kind and beautiful girl a new life. That kind of surging satisfaction and peace of mind was absolutely incomparable to pure slaughter and venting. "By the way, God June, why have you come to the Horton tribe?" Lin Xiaomin wiped away her tears and regained her radiant smile. Her round little face looked particularly adorable. "June Xia, why have you come to the Horton tribe? This place has always been isolated from the rest of the world, and I rarely see outsiders throughout the year. Did you come to Mulu Pavilion to seek treatment?" When Mu Yan was treating the female cultivators in Fusang City, many of them were still in a coma and didn't know that Mu Yan had treated them. When they woke up and found that their injuries were healed, they thought that Mu Yan had fed them expensive elixirs. Their hearts were filled with gratitude towards the Xiaoyao school. But the ones who truly understood the truth were Zhu Wan, Yilan, and the other female cultivators who chose to follow Mu Yan. Lin Xiaomin thought of something and her face showed a trace of worry. These years, both inside and outside the tribe, there have been more and more people seeking medical help from Mulu Pavilion. But it's as difficult as ascending to heaven to get help from the saintesses of Mulu Pavilion. "God June, you." "Saintess?" Mu Yan thought for a moment and shook her head. "I'm not here to seek medical help. Do you know the nearest place to inquire about information?" "Inquire about information? That's for sure." Lin Xiaomin quickly said, "God June, are you looking for someone or something? I know where the Wangyin market is, I'll take you there." Mu Yan smiled, "Thank you." Lin Xiaomin's face suddenly turned red and she kept twisting her clothes. She looked up and peeked at Mu Yan. God June, how can you say thank you to me? I can't even repay what I owe you. God June looks so good when he smiles, and he looks younger than her, but he's already so powerful. Mu Yan, what about you? Why are you outside the snow forest? And as soon as he saw her, he launched a fierce attack. Lin Xiaomin's face turned even redder. She was at a loss as to what to do. I'm sorry, great God June. I thought that you were here to rob people on this road. I wanted to come to the Snow Demon Forest to collect some valuable spirit herbs as payment for my brother's medical fees. Mu Yan understood the ins and outs of the matter from Lin Xiaomin's narration. It turned out that Lin Xiaomin's brother had been talented since childhood, but he got a strange disease 6 months ago. His originally tough and wide meridians gradually began to wither, so that his cultivation stagnated. In the Horton tribe, there were many people who got this disease. Some people recovered after seeking medical help from Mulu Pavilion, while others gradually improved after taking elixirs. But there were also some people who were not lucky enough to be treated by Mulu Pavilion. After the medicine failed, their meridians gradually withered and became damaged, until they became disabled and even died. Lin Xiaomin's brother Lin Xiaozong was only slightly ill. Although his cultivation could not advance, his life was not in danger. However, a month after Lin Xiaomin's return, Lin Xiaozong's condition suddenly worsened. All the meridians in his body rapidly aged and withered. 3 days ago, a talented young man who had already reached the peak of Jindan stage could only lie in bed, unable to even walk. Lin Xiaomin's entire family was burning with anxiety. Coincidentally, the holy nuns of Mulu Pavilion were going to treat the commoners of the tribe for free. The saintesses of Cleansing Lu Pavilion said that it's a free medical consultation and they won't charge any fees. But in reality, if one wanted to obtain a spot to be treated, they could only buy it by bribing the saintess subordinates. The more skilled the sage nun is, the greater the price she has to pay to obtain a spot. Lin Xiaomin sighed softly. In order to treat my younger brother, our family sold everything of value, but it was still too little. That's why I wanted to try my luck in Snow Charm Jungle. There were frightening beasts in the Snow Phantom Forest, and there were often gangsters roaming outside the forest, robbing and robbing. Lin Xiaomin specially came over early in the morning and searched for the most remote place. With great difficulty, he found a fairly valuable one. Just as he was about to go back with trepidation, he suddenly noticed Mayan coming out of the forest and overreacted. Lin Xiaomin, Great God June, Wanging Bazaar is about to open. There's a place in the bazaar that sells all kinds of information. In fact, the Horton tribe is a bit xenophobic, and the rules are relatively strict. If outside cultivators casually inquire about it, they may be expelled. Lin Xiaomin carefully glanced at Mu Yan before continuing, but the Listening Sound Pavilion is different. The Listening Sound Pavilion belongs to the Ning family of the northern continent. Whether it's the Horton tribe or Mulu Pavilion, they have no right to intervene. In the Listening Sound Pavilion, as long as you can pay enough crystals, you can inquire about any information, and it won't be reported to Mulu Pavilion. Listening Sound Pavilion? The Ning family's strength? Mu Yan slightly narrowed her eyes. Okay, then I'll trouble you to take me to Wanging Bazaar. Wanging Bazaar is called a bazaar, but in fact, it's more like a city. Today is Wanging Bazaar, so there will be a lot of people. Great God June, it's just up ahead, please come with me. Mu Yan followed Lin Xiaomin's directions and curiously observed the cultivators of the Horton tribe. The people here, whether it's their clothing or their customs, are indeed very different from the other 3 continents of the Ziyun realm. The most striking difference is the musical instruments they are wearing. Whether they are wearing simple and crude clothes or gorgeous and exquisite clothes, almost 80% of the cultivators in this bazaar are wearing a musical instrument. Moreover, these musical instruments were not just ordinary playthings, but were meticulously refined spirit artifacts and magic treasures. It seems that the northern continent of the Ziyun realm is full of cultivators who love music. Lin Xiaomin pulled Mu Yan and quickly stood in front of a private room. The plaque on the main door reads in bold and vigorous calligraphy, Listening Sound Pavilion. Mu Yan didn't let Lin Xiaomin accompany her again, but walked into the pavilion alone. As soon as she entered the main door, the sound of decadent music hit her. A young man wearing a black robe embroidered with gold immediately greeted her. Welcome to my Listening Sound Pavilion, What kind of information would you like to purchase? Mu Yan looked around and found that there were fewer people than she had imagined. Moreover, everyone's expression was respectful and cautious. The young man in the pavilion clearly looked like he was still wet behind the ears, but these cultivators, as guests, didn't dare to show the slightest arrogance. It seemed like the power behind the listening sound pavilion was not small, Mu Yan thought in her heart, but her face was still indifferent. She casually tossed it in the direction of the manservant. The manservant casually caught it, but when he saw what it was in his hand, his expression immediately changed. Obsidian crystal. The value of a piece of obsidian crystal was equivalent to a few thousand high-grade crystal stones. Not to mention, if obsidian crystals were to be added into the forging of many magical equipment, the strength of the magical equipment could be increased by several times. The most important thing was that obsidian crystals were priceless. Even if you wanted to exchange 10,000 high-grade crystal stones, you might not be able to exchange for it. The formal smile on the manservant's face immediately turned into a warm and ingratiating one. Esteemed guest, please come to the private room on the second floor. I will let the shopkeeper entertain you. Don't worry, no matter what kind of information you want, my listening pavilion will definitely gather it for you. Mu Yan directly throws out the obsidian crystal that little martial uncle gave her. This is the effect she wants. The door to the private room is pushed open, and a middle-aged man with a gentle and refined appearance walks in, chuckling, spending 10,000 crystals to inquire about information in my listening sound pavilion. I haven't met such a generous guest in years. When the man's eyes meet Mu Yan's, his pupils suddenly shrink, revealing a shocked and incredulous expression. You are, Mu Yan raises her eyebrows. What? You know me? Hearing the girl's clear and sweet voice, the opposite person seems to wake up from a dream. A gentle smile hangs on his face, but the shock and doubt in his eyes still hasn't completely disappeared. The famous, devastatingly beautiful slaying god monarch, Mu Yan, who on the road of cultivation wouldn't know her. My listening sound pavilion has collected portraits of all the famous people in the Shozhen continent. Miss June and your fellow disciples are all among them. I just didn't expect. Mu Yan, didn't expect what? I didn't expect your true appearance to be. The man's expression is somewhat absent-minded, blurting out a reply, but halfway through, he suddenly stops. Sorry, I forgot myself. The man composes himself, and smiles apologetically. Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Yuan, the shopkeeper. Miss June has found this place, and even offered such a high price. I don't know what you are looking for. Mu Yan looks at him for a while, then casually takes a sip of tea, chuckling. My 7 fellow apprentices and I sneaked into the Horton tribe, but in the snow demon forest, the 6 of them suddenly disappeared without a trace. Looking at the traces left at the scene, they should have been taken away by force. I wonder if Listening Sound Pavilion can find out where the 6 of them went. When Yuan is clearly stunned, and only after a long time does he say meaningfully, Miss June should know that in the Horton tribe, those who sneak into the barrier without permission are sentenced to death. Miss June is so brazen that you can't say it. Aren't you afraid that I will report you to Mulu Pavilion and the Horton tribe? Mu Yan takes another sip of tea, her expression becoming more and more languid. So didn't I just pay a piece of obsidian crystal to shut your mouths? Or is the rule that Listening Sound Pavilion will accept orders as long as there are crystals to earn fake? In the northern land of the Purple Cloud world, the Ning family is afraid of the Cleansing Joy Pavilion? When Yuan laughed heartily, Miss June is really an interesting person. You're right, as long as you have enough crystal stones, no matter what kind of information, my Listening Sound Pavilion will definitely help you find out. As he said that, when Yuan stepped forward and respectfully handed over a red paper crane, I asked Miss June to be magnanimous for a few hours. This one guarantees that the news of your 6 fellow apprentices will reach your hands within a day at the latest. At that time, if Miss June feels that the information we provided is not worth the price, you are welcome to come and collect the reward at any time. The Listening Sound Pavilion was really confident. Mu Yan chuckles, takes the paper crane, and gets up to leave. Just as he reached the door, when Yuan's voice came from behind him. Miss June, may I take the liberty to ask you a question? Mu Yan turns around to look at him. When Yuan hesitated for a moment. May I ask, who are your parents? Mu Yan stares blankly, then the corner of her lips hooks up. I'm sorry, I'm an orphan. I've never met my biological parents. Great God June. Seeing Mu Yan coming out of the listening sound pavilion, Lin Xiaomin hurriedly greets her, Great God June, did you find out the information you wanted? Mayan chuckles and nods, I still have to thank you. A shy smile appears on Lin Xiaomin's face. Didn't you say that your brother is here for treatment? Let's go take a look. Mayan thinks that if Lin Xiaomin's brother gets a place to be treated by Mulu Pavilion, then it's fine. If he doesn't, then she will try to treat him. It can also be considered as repaying Lin Xiaomin for leading the way. Every year, Mulu Pavilion saintesses, who are good at medicine, will treat various diseases for the believers in Wangyin Bazaar. And there's no need to look for the location of Qingyi Hall. In the entire Wangyin Bazaar, the most magnificent building, the most lively and bustling palace. Father, mother, Xiaochong. Lin Xiaomin pulls Mayan, and with great difficulty, they squeeze through the crowd and see the Lin family waiting in line. Lin Xiaomin immediately takes out the wand she collected from the snow forest. Father, mother, look, this is the jade mussel flower I collected. The flower in the little girl's palm blooms layer by layer, its leaves pink and tender and alluring. Although it's not big, the quality of the flower is excellent. Lin Fu and Lin Mu are simply overjoyed, great. We were just worried that we wouldn't be able to get Mulu Pavilion's deacon to give us a place. By the way, Minner, this is? After their joy, they see the woman standing next to Lin Xiaomin, and for a moment, they are stunned. The girl is dressed in white, her face is covered with a veil, and her face can't be seen clearly. But just by standing there, she gives people a breathtaking feeling, as if she's carved and polished. At this time, Mayan's attention is focused on the center of the hall. There's a vacuum area in the bustling crowd. An isolation array has been set up around it, and there are several guards wearing the same clothes at the entrance of the array. The barrier blocks the crowd, but it doesn't block the line of sight. So Mayan can see that in the center of the array, there are 5 beautiful female cultivators floating around. These 5 female cultivators are dressed in the same gorgeous clothes, and their waists are embroidered with a pattern similar to Mulu Pavilion's emblem. Each of the 5 is holding a musical instrument, playing it from time to time. Because of the isolation array, the music doesn't reach Qingyi Hall. The female cultivator on the far left is playing the Chinese harp, while the ones on the right are jade flute, guzheng, yangqin, and pipa. Mu Yan thought to herself, it seems that Mu Leg treats people with music. That was interesting. Just as she was thinking about it, she heard Lin Papa and Lin Mu talking to her, and she came back to her senses. However, before she could reply, someone shouted from the side, the next batch of believers is here to have an audience with the saintess. Father Lin and Mother Lin shuddered and no longer bothered to curry favor with them. They helped Lin Xiaotsong, who was unable to walk, up and walked in the direction of the array. Mu Yan was very curious about Mu Leg's method of using music to treat and save people, so she slowly followed Lin Xiaomin. Jade mussel flower. When the guards beside the formation saw the pink flower in Lin Xiaomin's jade box, their eyes lit up. He had originally wanted to wave his hand impatiently to chase these poor old men away, but he also retracted his hand. This is a good item that can be used to refine the face-retaining pill. If we offer it to the sage nun, we will definitely be able to obtain a lot of benefits. Alright. You guys can go in. Remember the rules and don't offend the sage nun. The Lin family was overjoyed to hear this reply. They thanked him profusely and entered the spell formation. Mu Yan also leisurely follows them in. Lin Xiaomin's younger brother, Lin Xiaotsong, is a delicate youth with a baby face. Due to the torment of illness, his cheeks are sunken, his eyes are dark blue, and he looks pale and thin. As early as when Lin Xiaomin was talking to her parents, Mu Yan quietly grabbed the youth's hand to diagnose. Lin Xiaotsong is also interesting. He obviously doesn't know Mu Yan. His life gate on his wrist is grabbed, but he doesn't resist or cry out. He just opens his big eyes and looks curiously at the girl with a light veil in front of him. Mu Yan immediately realizes that Lin Xiaotsong's condition is not simple when she probes his pulse. On the surface, it seems to be meridian atrophy. But in fact, she can find that the root is in his dantian. In the center of Lin Xiaotsong's dantian, there are wisps of black gas circling around, forming a cyclone. Originally, this cyclone is still small, and Lin Xiaozong's influence is equivalent to nothing. But as the cyclone gets bigger and thicker, around the cyclone, countless black tentacle-like filaments float out and touch the wall of the dantian. From the dantian, it gradually spreads to the meridians. It is these black filaments that make Lin Xiaozong's meridians gradually become fragile and withered from tough and fresh. But if an ordinary doctor doesn't have a powerful divine sense like Mu Yan's, there is no way to probe a cultivator's dantian. After all, the dantian is the most important and most heavily guarded place for every cultivator. A little carelessness, and the spiritual energy in the dantian will cause a riot, it will backfire on the doctor, and both sides will suffer. Therefore, they can only diagnose that Lin Xiaozong's meridians are atrophied and broken. But they don't know that the real root is not in the meridians, but in the dantian. But even Mu Yan has no way to determine what the black cyclone that has occupied most of Lin Xiaozong's dantian is. It's not that there is no way to treat it, but it will take some effort. While thinking, the deacon of Mu Le Pavilion has already led a group of people to the first saintess who is playing the Chinese harp. Miss Yishuang, these people are from the Lin clan of the Horton tribe. They are willing to offer the 10th rank elixir, jade mussel flower, and ask you to save their son's life. The saintess called Yishuang casually glances at Lin Xiaozong, who is lying on the stretcher, and says lightly, "Meridian atrophy." Yes, yes. Lady Yishuang, you also know that meridian atrophy is not easy to treat. In our cleansing joy pavilion, other than the saintess and the elders, only you have the ability to treat it. Hearing the deacon's flattery, Yishuang revealed a pleased and proud expression. She took the jade mussel flower and waved to Mr. and Mrs. Lin. "Bring the patient over." Lin Xiaozong's father and mother nodded repeatedly. They bowed and were about to carry Lin Xiaozong to the Kongho. With just this bend, Lin Xiaomin and Mu Yan's figures were revealed. Yishuang's gaze swept over Mu Yan with some suspicion, but it didn't stop there. Instead, it directly fell on Lin Xiaomin. Her too thin eyebrows immediately furrowed. "You're from the tribe, why do you have such a strong aura from the outside world?" Lin Xiaomin was stunned. Holy nun, please calm down. My mentor went out to train for a period of time, hoping to increase his strength and contribute more to the tribe and the cleansing joy pavilion. I've only recently returned home, so there's still a lot of aura from the outside world on me. Hearing Lin Fan's parents' explanation, Yishuang sneered. She looked at Lin Xiaomin with disdain. An unmarried girl went out to train for a while and her body was stained with the aura of at least 3 different men. Our cleansing Le Pavilion doesn't want such a shameless girl to work for us. Yishuang's voice was neither soft nor loud. However, the people in the spell formation could hear it clearly. In an instant, everyone's eyes turned to look at him. Especially the male cultivators and cleansing Le Pavilion deacons. They smiled wretchedly and pointed at Lin Xiaomin. Vaguely, the sound of gossiping could be heard. Lin family's daughter looks so pure, how could she? Ah, Sage Nun Yishuang said that. She's best at judging people. How could she be wrongly accused? Lin Xiaomin felt all the blood in her body rush to her brain. Her entire face turned red. Her lips trembled as if she wanted to explain something, but before the words could come out of her mouth, tears had already rolled down her cheeks. Father Lin and Mother Lin's respectful and fawning expressions froze in an instant. Mother Lin's voice trembled. Sage Nun, you. How can you say that? My daughter isn't. I won't allow you to say that about my sister. Cough cough cough. Lin Xiaozong jumped up from the stretcher. His pale face turned red and the anger in his eyes was obvious. But he was too weak. Once he moved, his condition worsened. He coughed so badly he couldn't even speak. I don't want to. Cough cough cough. Sorry, it's my fault. Lin Xiaomin grabbed Lin Xiaozong, Lin Fu, and Lin Mu, who still wanted to speak. He knelt down in front of Yishuang and said, Sage Nun, it's me. I didn't know how to behave and brought shame to the tribe and Mu Le Pavilion. Sage Nun, please don't be calculated with a lowly person like me. Sage Nun, please save my brother's life. Lin Xiaomin pressed her head tightly against the cold bluestone ground. Her tears fell one by one, drenching her skirt. But her voice was very steady, and there was not even a bit of hoarseness in it. She knew that compared to her brother's recovery, this humiliation was nothing. Lin Xiaozong was so angry that his eyes turned red. Mother Lin also threw herself into Father Lin's arms, tears gushing out, but she didn't even dare to make a sound. Ye Shuang looked at Lin Xiaoming's humble appearance and heard the people around her pointing at her. A disdainful smile appeared on her face. "All right, get up. I didn't say I wouldn't treat your brother. Don't pretend to be wronged." The unmarried female cultivators of the northern continent have always been as pure as ice and as clean as jade, scrupulously abiding by the virtue of womanhood. "We don't allow you to come into contact with the outside world because we don't want you to be tainted by the bad customs of the outside world. Now that you have lost your chastity, you no longer have the right to worship in front of the shrine. Your Lin family will also be shamed because of you, and you will never be able to raise your head again. I exposed you in front of everyone because I hope that the female cultivators in the tribe will learn a lesson from this and not follow in your footsteps. What, are you still unconvinced?" When Lin Xiaomin heard Ye Shuang's aggressive and humiliating words, she held on to her brother's trembling hand tightly. She raised her head and smiled at Ye Shuang. "Sage Nun is right. Xiaomin reaped what she sowed and brought shame to the family. It is Xiaomin's fortune that Sage Nun is teaching me a lesson. I won't dare to be unconvinced." Ye Shuang smiled with satisfaction, and her hands gently stroked the Chinese harp in front of her. Her slender fingers gently plucked the strings, and a melodious sound flowed out. Soon, a faint purple light emitted from the Chinese harp and enveloped Lin Xiaozong. Lin Xiaomin wiped away her tears and knelt beside her brother, watching the scene nervously. Ye Shuang was playing an ancient song as beautiful and elegant as the setting sun. Wisps of spiritual power brushed past Lin Xiaoming's thin and fragile body like a gentle breeze. Then, Lin Xiaozong's pale face gradually began to turn red. His originally skinny limbs seemed to have been injected with fresh flesh and blood, becoming plump and strong little by little. Lin Xiaomin was overjoyed to see this scene. The humiliation that she had just suffered was completely forgotten. The cultivators who were waiting for the other saintesses to treat couldn't help but look over and exclaim in admiration. It's said that Mulu Pavilion's Frost, Snow, Wind, Moon, and Cloud is the best at treating internal injuries with music. I didn't believe it before, but now that I've seen it with my own eyes, I really can't help but be amazed. This is simply like bringing the dead back to life. Saintess Ye Shuang is indeed good at treating internal injuries, but the other 4 saintesses also have their own strengths. Especially Saintess Ye Yun's ability to assist on the battlefield. I heard that she is second only to the saintess in Mulu Pavilion, and even the elders praise her. Ding, however, just as everyone was talking about the melodious music in full swing, a sudden noise interrupted the smooth performance of the Chinese harp. What's going on? Why was Saintess Ye Shuang's performance interrupted? Ye Shuang suddenly raised her head and looked angrily in Mu Yan's direction. "Who are you? Did you eat a bear's heart or a leopard's gall? How dare you interrupt my performance?" Mu Yan grabbed a small stone in her hand and casually tossed it into the air. She chuckled, "Sorry, I didn't want to be rude to the saintess. But if I didn't interrupt your performance, this child would have been crippled by your treatment." Lin Xiaomin quickly got up and went to Mu Yan's side. She called out nervously, "God Jun?" She didn't understand. Her brother's meridian atrophy was about to be cured. Why did God Jun interrupt the saintess in this way? Didn't her previous efforts and forbearance go to waste? Mu Yan smiles and pats the little girl's shoulder, saying warmly, "Don't worry, I will save your brother." Lin Xiaomin was stunned. Her lips moved, but no words came out. Miss June was a powerful sword cultivator, but she did not know any medical skills. If little brother missed this opportunity, his cultivation career would most likely be over. But for some reason, when she heard Mu Yan say these words, her heart surged with an instinctive trust. Just like in Fusang City, everyone thought that the sky of this hellish cage was unbreakable, but a young girl told them that she could bring them to pierce through this sky, and then they really did. Ye Shuang didn't expect that there would be someone in the Horton tribe who dared to be so disrespectful to her and even question her medical skills. Instantly, he flew into a rage and stood up abruptly. "I dare you to say that again." Mu Yan slowly walks to Lin Xiaozong's side and crouches down, grabbing his wrist. Then she looks up at Ye Shuang. "Your treatment method is wrong. This child still has a chance to recover, but after being tormented by you, he can only be raised like a medicine jar, which is equivalent to a cripple. Even if you ask me to say it 100 times, the answer will be the same. Those who blaspheme the saintess will be sent to the unclean abyss, too. Preposterous. Where did this shrew come from? How dare she speak nonsense in front of the saintess? Is this person blind? If she didn't interrupt, the youngest son of the Lin family would have recovered. I think I saw this woman brought in by Lin Xiaomin. I don't see the aura of the Horton tribe's cultivation method on her. She should be an outside cultivator, right? Is Lin Xiaomin stupid? He actually brought a shrew to offend the saintess. This time, her brother's only chance of being saved is gone. Bah, even if he can't be saved, he deserves it. This woman is so arrogant. How dare she slander the saintess? If we don't punish her, won't people think that our Horton tribe is easy to bully? Someone who blasphemes the saintess like this should be sent to the unclean abyss. Right, send her to the unclean abyss. As the shouts of the surrounding people grew louder and louder, the deacons and guards of Clean Le Pavilion also surrounded Mu Yan with unkind expressions. Yishuang's face was as cold as ice. She stared at Mu Yan coldly. I, Yishuang, have treated countless patients. Just the meridian atrophy alone, I've cured dozens. How dare you question my medical skills today? Fine, tell me, how should I cripple this brat? If you can't give me a good reason, don't blame me for being merciless. A middle-aged man in the line of Saintess Yu, who was playing the dulcimer, suddenly walked up and said loudly, a few years ago, I also suffered from meridian atrophy. It was Saintess Yishuang who cured me. You lowly outsider woman, how dare you slander the saintess of Clean Le Pavilion in the clear night hall? What are your intentions? Mu Yan looked at the middle-aged man and sneered, do you really think that your illness has been cured? That's right, your meridians are no longer atrophied, but the spiritual qi in your body is starting to go out of control. It often attacks the feng qi, bai hui, and shinkai acupuncture points, making you unable to eat or sleep in peace. Isn't this the reason why you came to find the saintess of Clean Le Pavilion today? The middle-aged man was stunned and almost blurted out, how do you know? Mayan says indifferently, I also know that this isn't the first time you've fallen ill. A year ago, when your illness flared up, the spiritual qi only attacked the lesser yin and lesser yang meridians in your feet, making it difficult for you to walk. But this time, your life is in danger. However, you don't have to worry too much. This pain won't last for long. She chuckled softly, because when your illness acts up for the third time, you will die immediately and be completely free. When the middle-aged man heard this, his body trembled uncontrollably. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down. He wanted to roar at this girl for spouting nonsense and refute her loudly, but all his words were stuck in his throat and he couldn't make a single sound. Because he knew that this woman was right. Every symptom she mentioned was extremely accurate. It was as if she had seen his illness with her own eyes. Unknowingly, his mind had been completely gripped by the last sentence, when the third relapse occurs, he will die immediately. Even his reverence for Mu Leg had been thrown to the back of his head. Why did you, then what should I do, what should I do? Mu Yan's gaze turned towards Yishuang and she said in a low voice, on the surface, Lin Xiaozong's illness seems to be the atrophy of his meridians. But in fact, the root of the illness isn't in his meridians, but in his dantian. If it's only treated as an ordinary vein atrophy to strengthen his meridians, perhaps the root of the illness can be trapped in his dantian for several years, but it won't cure the root of the illness. End of this chapter. When it flares up again, my condition will only be worse than before, and I might not even be able to fully recover. If you don't believe me, you can ask all the patients with meridian atrophy that Mu Leg has treated. Is it true that other diseases will break out within a year or two, or even 3 to 5 years? The girl's voice was clear and sweet, like the sounds of nature, but no one in the spell formation was in the mood to listen. The expressions of everyone on the other hand seemed as if they'd seen a ghost, and they were filled with panic, terror, bewilderment, and uneasiness. Lin Xiaomin grabs Mu Yan's arm. God Jun, are you saying that my brother will die even if he's cured? How could this be? How could this be? Great God Jun, can you please save him? Mayan nods, and is about to take out the Tian Mo Chin. Suddenly, there was a sound that sounded like silk tearing. Young lady, you sure have a big mouth. A tender voice filled with anger rang out. The four saintesses, Yeshui, Yefeng, Yeyu, and Yeyun, who were still treating the patients, walked over with large strides. The one in the lead was Yeyun, who had the most ordinary appearance but an elegant and noble temperament. Holding the pipa, she slowly walks over to Mu Yan and coldly says, "Miss, are you questioning my Mulu Pavilion's medical skills?" Yashua said, our cleansing joy pavilion has been unrivaled in the fields of assisting musicians and doctors for thousands of years. You are just a little girl, so how dare you slander us? Mu Yan shakes her head. I have no enmity with your Mulu Pavilion, why would I question and slander you? Yeshuang said angrily, shameless be *tch, you still want to argue? I'm not questioning or slandering you. What were you doing just now? Mayan chuckles, of course I'm fulfilling the duties of a doctor. The Mulu Pavilion is unparalleled in the world and has been high and mighty for thousands of years. Do you really think that your medical skills are invincible and that you can disregard the life and death of your patients and only care about your own glory? Impudent! Yeyun shouted angrily. She could no longer conceal the anger in her eyes. Fine. Since you say that you're a physician, then I'll do as you say. I really want to see how you're going to cure this meridian atrophy. Mu Yan nodded and said, all right. It just so happens that I'm also a music doctor, and I don't have a suitable musical instrument with me. Why don't I borrow your Konghuang? As she spoke, she had already walked to the front of Yeshuang's phoenix head Chinese harp, and her slender jade-like fingers lightly plucked the strings. The smooth music immediately swept through the void, causing everyone's anxious spirit to be shaken. Yeshuang was about to go crazy. She reached out to grab the weapon in her cosmos sack, but was stopped by Yeyun. Don't worry, this Chinese harp recognizes you as its master. She can't even bring out 70% of the power of your phoenix head Chinese harp. I'd like to see how she's going to treat it. Hearing this, Yeshuang gritted her teeth and gave up. On the other side, Mu Yan gradually became familiar with playing the Kongho. The originally clumsy and harsh music became melodious and sweet. Soon, pure spiritual power flowed towards Lin Xiaozong like a gurgling stream. As the saying goes, a connoisseur who understands music will know the moment he makes a move. As soon as Mu Yan's smooth melody is played, Yeyun and the others' expressions all change. Such a powerful divine sense, such rich and mellow spiritual power. Yeshuang's phoenix head Chinese harp has no less than 72 strings. It's a rare 9th-grade spiritual tool in the world. The music played by each string can be attached to a cultivator's spiritual power, transforming it into auxiliary, offensive, or healing energy. End of this chapter. Normally, Yeshuang can only control 48 strings at most, even if she uses all of her cultivation. But this girl uses the harp that Yeshuang has recognized as its master, and actually attaches spiritual power to all 72 strings. Moreover, the healing spiritual power that envelopes Lin Xiaozong along with the music is so pure, slender, and endless. Even in the entire Cleansing Joy Pavilion, there are very few people who can do this. Yeshuang's complexion alternates between green and white, and her fists are cracking. The entire Clear Night Hall is completely silent. Everyone looked at the veiled young girl with shock and suspicion, not knowing who she was. However, this silence only lasts for a moment, before it is interrupted by a heart-wrenching cry. Xiaozong, Xiaozong, what's wrong with you? Everyone looks over at the sound, only to find that Lin Xiaozong, who has just been treated by Yeshuang, has a flushed face, and his body is trembling like a sieve. Bean-sized beads of sweat roll down from his forehead. Lin Xiaozong grits his teeth, even biting his lips until they bleed, but he refuses to make the slightest sound. This is also the reason why no one noticed his abnormal condition. But now, even a fool can see that Lin Xiaozong is in great pain, or it could be said that he is in so much pain that he wants to die. What's going on? Isn't that girl treating him? Why is the Lin family's boy's condition worsening instead? That goes without saying. It's definitely a quack doctor who's misleading people. Listening to what she said just now, I was almost fooled. Now it seems that not only can this person not be treated, he's going to die because of her. Lin Fu and Lin Mu also hear everyone's discussion, and for a moment, they are out of their wits and in a panic. Lin Xiaozong couldn't bear it any longer, and he lets out a mournful cry. His whole body curls up into a ball, and convulses violently. Xiaozong, don't scare me. Lin Mu cries, wanting to hug her son, but Lin Xiaozong, who has lost his mind from the pain, pushes her away. Stop playing. Do you want to kill my son? Lin Fu roars, and pounces towards Mu Yan. However, before he could get close to the harp, he was blocked by an invisible barrier. The young girl sitting in front of the Chinese harp had an indifferent expression on her face. She played her own piece as if she didn't hear Lin Xiaozong's painful howls or the angry roars of Lin Fu and Lin Mu. Sage Nun, please save my son. Mother Lin had no other choice. She could only pounce in front of Yishuang and kowtow. Please, holy nun, please save my son. Please. Yishuang sneered as arrogance and disdain reappeared on her face. What do you think I, the cleansing Lu Pavilion Saintess, am? Just now, when I wanted to save your son, you didn't believe me, but chose to believe a woman of unknown origin. Now you want me to save your son? She glanced at Lin Xiaomin, and a hint of malice flashed across her eyes. This woman is trying to defame the Mulu Pavilion's reputation and disturb the peace of the tribe. She must be a spy sent by the other 3 continents to the northern land. Your daughter has already committed a heinous crime by bringing such a sinister person into the Horton tribe. She has no right to receive the protection of the immortal Mu goddess. Mother Lin cried her heart out. She could only kowtow again and beg. Yishuang continued, it's not impossible for my Mulu Pavilion to save your son. But at least your daughter has to atone for her crimes, right? Lin Mu suddenly raised her head, and a hint of hope appeared in her eyes. How can I atone for my crimes? Holy nun, please tell me. End of this chapter. Mother Lin raised her head, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. How do you want me to atone for my sins? Saintess, please tell me. She pulled Lin Xiaomin over and made her kneel down. Saintess, we will do our best to fulfill your orders. Yishuang handed a dark purple dagger to Lin Xiaomin. Under her dazed gaze, he said in an extremely low voice, this dagger comes from the same source as the refining material of my phoenix head harp. You only need to take this dagger and pretend to get close to that woman, and then, Lin Xiaomin's eyes widened in horror and she shrank back. No, I won't hurt God Jun. I won't hurt God Jun. Yishuang was annoyed to see her acting as if she was avoiding a snake or scorpion. She kicked her away and sneered, this is the last chance I'm giving you. Since you're unwilling, then you can watch your brother die with your own eyes. Mother Lin grabbed Lin Xiaomin's clothes and wailed. Min'er, quickly agree to the saintess. Xiaozong is your only brother. Lin Xiaomin shook her head desperately and cried. No, absolutely not. I would have died if it wasn't for God Jun. How can I harm him? Mother, you want me to harm God Jun? Why don't you just kill me now? While the Lin family was in a gloomy mood, the cultivators watching from the side were all gloating and pointing at them. A clever deacon even turned on the soundproofing effect of the array so that the cultivators waiting outside could hear what was happening inside. Do you see that? This is the consequence of offending Mulu Pavilion. The Lin family found the jade mussel flower and was treated by the saintess. That was equivalent to dog shit luck. Unfortunately, they don't know what's good for them. The Lin family is finished. The sound from the array could be heard outside, so naturally, the sound from outside could also be heard. Mother Lin felt completely disheartened when she heard the people throwing stones at her while she was down. She couldn't take a breath and collapsed. Mother, don't scare me. Woo, mother, little brother. Mother Lin held Lin Xiaomin's hand tightly. Min'er, I beg you, listen to the saintess. Save your brother. Lin Xiaomin's heart is filled with despair. Her tears can't stop flowing, but no matter what, she can't say anything to hurt Mayan. Mother, don't cry, I'm fine. Amidst the cries of the 2 people, a hoarse voice that sounded like gossamer cut in. At first, Lin Xiaomin didn't even hear it clearly. When she realized who was speaking, she suddenly turned her head. Xiaozong. Little brother, why you're awake? Papa Lin and Mama Lin were in disbelief at first, then they pounced on him. Xiaozong, what do you think? Lin Xiaozong's face was pale and his aura was weak, but he still smiled gently at the 3 of them. A faint fluorescent light enveloped his body, and thin threads invisible to the naked eye moved in and out of his body along with the music floating in the air, as if they were cleansing something or repairing something. Father, mother, sister, don't worry, I'm much better now. Just now, my dantian was in so much pain, as if it had been forcefully crushed by a hand. But then, there was a warm flow that flowed in, and I felt that my dantian had been reshaped. Before my meridians had withered, I always felt that there was something in my dantian that made me unable to freely operate my spiritual power, but now, that heavy feeling of sediment, it's all gone. End of chapter. Lin Xiaomin wiped the tears off her face. Little brother, you're saying that you're fine now? Did Jun Moxia heal you? Lin Xiaozong nodded. When my dantian was being reconstructed, I knew I was recovering, but I couldn't speak because of the pain. Now that my meridians are being reconstructed, it's not that painful anymore. I finally have the strength to speak. Lin Xiaozong's parents were already in despair. They were overjoyed to hear their son speak. Lin Xiaozong's mother grabbed Lin Xiaozong's hand and couldn't help but cry. Son, you scared me to death. Lin Xiaozong hurriedly said, don't move. Didn't you hear Xiaozong say that your meridians haven't been reconstructed? Lin Xiaozong struggled to hold his parents' hands and said softly, Dad, Mom, don't blame sister. She believed that God Jun was right, that saintess humiliated sister. I didn't want her to heal me. Luckily God Jun is here. The people in Clear Night Hall didn't notice the changes in the Lin family. Everyone was immersed in worship and awe of Mulu Pavilion. With the Lin family as an example, Mulu Pavilion's reputation was pushed to the peak. Ye Shuang and the other four listened to the thousands of cultivators in Clear Night Hall shouting Long Live Mulu Pavilion in unison. However, at this moment, a high-pitched music soared into the sky. It was a performance of the Chinese harp. The sound of the Chinese harp was usually gentle and elegant, but not loud. But this music drowned out everyone's voices. Everyone's eyes were unconsciously drawn to it. In the next moment, they saw a young man with blood stains on his chest leap 3 feet into the air. It was unknown when a 3-foot-long sword had appeared in his hand, but it danced in the air like a flower with the sword. The young man's swordsmanship wasn't outstanding, but the spiritual energy radiating from his sword was indescribably pure and unrestrained. It was as if the sword had become a part of his body. Isn't that the kid from the Lin family? Didn't he die from the treatment? Did I sense wrongly? Why do I feel that his sword intent and spiritual energy are both stronger than before he got sick? Lin Xiaozong somersaulted in the air and landed in front of Mu Yan. He knelt down on one knee and said loudly, Thank you, great God Jun, for saving my life. Mu Yan's fingertips gently pluck the strings of the Chinese harp, and she says with a slight smile, It's also because of your perseverance that you can endure the pain of the dantian remodeling. Her control of the Chinese harp is far less smooth than that of the Tian Mo Qin. A 9th-grade spirit artifact was far inferior to an ancient divine artifact. So when she was saving Lin Xiaozong, she went through a lot of trouble and almost failed at the last moment. Fortunately, although Lin Xiaozong was young, his mind was extremely persevering. He actually relied on his willpower to endure the torment of his dantian's shattering and mending. It was no wonder that at such a young age, he was able to reach the peak of the Jiedan realm. Hearing Mu Yan's praise, Lin Xiaozong shows a silly smile. Mayan holds out her hand, Come here, I'll take your pulse. Lin Xiaozong hurried forward. Seeing the young girl's slender, jade-like fingers on his wheat-colored skin, his heart suddenly beats like a drum, and his face flushes red. Mu Yan didn't notice the young man's thoughts at all. She says with a warm smile, Your illness has been cured, and you can cultivate without worries in the future. Thank you, great God Jun. End of chapter. Face-slapping scene. 3. Mu Yan stands up from the Kongho and stretches. There were still tears on Lin Xiaomin's face, but her smile was brighter than the sun. She took 2 steps forward and knelt in front of Mu Yan. Her almond-shaped eyes were as bright as the stars. God Jun, how can you be so powerful? Is there anything in this world that you can't do? Father Lin and Mother Lin also stumbled over. They bent their knees and were about to kneel. Mu Yan promptly reaches out and gently brushes it away. Spiritual energy surged and turned into a stream of air, directly lifting Lin Fu, Lin Mu, and Lin Xiaomin up. She saw that Father Lin and Mother Lin's faces were full of guilt. Their faces were red and they couldn't say a word for a long time. She couldn't help but smile. You don't have to take it to heart. It's normal for you to be afraid in that kind of situation. Mother Lin's tears gushed out all of a sudden. She trembled as she asked, "My son, is he really cured?" "Mom, what are you talking about?" Lin Xiaozong grabbed Mother Lin and said anxiously, "Of course the great god Jun cured me. Who else knows my body better than I do? Didn't you notice that my cultivation has already reached the peak of the golden core stage and will soon break through to the nascent soul stage?" Whoosh! Before Mother Lin could react, the entire Clear Night Hall was in an uproar. In particular, the middle-aged man whose illness was exposed by Mayan before, is even more aghast, his legs trembling. This was because no one knew better than him that when the sage nun treated his meridians, his condition wasn't as good as Lin Xiaozong's. He could walk and use his spiritual power. However, his original cultivation had dropped by a large margin. At that time, he felt that he was already very lucky to be able to keep his life, so he thanked Cleansing Lu Pavilion profusely. But now, looking at Lin Xiaozong's carefree manner, his heart was filled with mixed feelings and an indescribable fear. Could it be? Could it be that it was really as the young lady had said, that he wasn't suffering from meridian atrophy, and that the next time it acted up, it would be the day of his death? The middle-aged man unconsciously staggers towards Mu Yan. Young lady, what you just said is true?" Mayan is surprised. "If you don't believe it, then just treat it as a fake." The more casual her attitude was, the more fear the middle-aged man felt. Will I really have another relapse? The next time the illness acts up, I will die? Mu Yan quietly looks at him, not saying a word. "Young lady, please save my life." The middle-aged man could no longer suppress the fear in his heart and fell to his knees. As he spoke, he pulled down the Qiankuan bag on his waist with a trembling hand and took out all the treasures inside. "As long as Miss can help me recover like Lin Xiaozong, no, as long as Miss can protect my life, these are all yours." Everyone who saw this scene could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. 1,000-year warm jade, 10,000-year mysterious wood, blood spirit grass. Hiss, each of them is worth more than 10,000 crystals. Who is this person? You don't know him? He's Enai Baichuan, the son of our tribe's elder Enai. The Enai family is famous for being wealthy in the entire Horton tribe. Every year, they offer cartloads of gifts to Cleansing Joy Pavilion and the chief. Now, does this young master and I want to give all the offerings that were originally given to the Cleansing Joy Pavilion to this foreign woman? Sigh, it's a matter of life and death after all. Even the sage nun of Mulu Pavilion couldn't cure it, but this woman did. Mu Yan didn't want to pay attention to Enai Baichuan. However, at this time, Qi Huang's voice reached her ears. "Promise him that there's no attribute substance inside the Qiankuan bag." End of this chapter. Face-slapping scene. 4. Mu Yan's eyes brighten, and she immediately coughs. "At most, I can only eliminate your illness and save your life. It's impossible for you to restore your cultivation like Lin Xiaozong. Are you sure you want to give me everything in the Qiankuan bag?" Enai Baichuan nods again and again. Yes. What do these worldly possessions count for? If Goddess Doctor thinks it's not enough, I can go home and get more. Mu Yan leisurely smiles and sits down cross-legged. The Tian Mo Qin slowly appears in front of her. The middle-aged man's injury is much more serious than Lin Xiaozong's. Using other people's spiritual tools may not be able to cure him. But Enai Baichuan is accustomed to the gorgeous and exquisite musical instruments of the Horton tribe. He is somewhat disdainful of the black Tian Mo Qin, which doesn't even have any decorative patterns or spiritual aura surging around it. "Goddess Doctor, don't you have a suitable musical instrument? Wouldn't the effect of the treatment be greatly reduced? How about I give you a guqin?" Mu Yan looks at him with a smile that isn't a smile. "Your illness has already entered your internal organs and bone marrow. Ordinary spiritual tools can't cure it. Rest assured, since I've accepted your treasure, the effect of the treatment will naturally be worthy of your investment." Enai Baichuan secretly says, "Could your broken guqin be more powerful than Mulu Pavilion's phoenix head harp?" But before he can continue to persuade her, the sound of the guqin is suddenly heard. Aya! Enai Baichuan's whole body quivers, and he opens his mouth to let out a series of miserable howls like a pig being slaughtered. The onlookers originally wanted to ridicule a few words like Enai Baichuan, what kind of broken Guqin would dare to compare with Mulu Pavilion's phoenix head harp, but as soon as the Guqin sounds, they are all dumbfounded. What kind of vigorous and powerful spiritual power is this? The overflowing energy falls into their bodies like little stars, even bringing them an unparalleled sense of comfort. Heavens, my injury, the injury that I originally wanted to ask the sage nun to treat is healed. What kind of musical instrument is this? What kind of terrifying medical instrument is this? No wonder she just said that the phoenix head harp is just an ordinary spiritual tool. That Guqin must be a divine tool, right? In the entire Mulu Pavilion, apart from the sage nun's solitary snow zither, what other instrument can compare to it? Crack! Yeyun couldn't help but break the finger glove she was wearing into pieces. Gnashing her teeth, she growled, "How can such a lowly woman be compared to the saintess?" Ye Shuang said fiercely, "This B*TCH is clearly here to trample on the reputation of the cleansing Lu Pavilion. If we let her go today, news of this will spread throughout the entire northern continent. Where will the cleansing Lu Pavilion hide its face?" Yeyun slowly clenched her fists as dense killing intent flashed in her eyes. This time, the treatment lasted for 2 long hours. However, not a single person in the clear night hall left in advance. Finally, the zither music came to an end, and Enai Baichuan's humming became softer. His whole body has already changed from sitting cross-legged with Mayan to curled up on the ground. "Hey, young master Enai, are you still alive?" Someone approached Enai Baichuan, wanting to pull him over to check on the situation. He didn't expect that Enai Baichuan would suddenly jump up and directly hit his head on the man's chin, causing him to cry out in pain. However, Enai Baichuan moved his body and let out a hearty laugh. "I've finally endured it, ha 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 ha, this feeling is too comfortable. Ever since the meridian atrophy flared up, I haven't felt this relaxed in a long time." End of this chapter. Don't block my way to the unclean abyss. 1. Lady Godly Doctor, thank you for saving my life. Enai Baichuan's smiling face is full of wrinkles as he bows to Mayan. Mayan puts away the Tian Mochin and tosses the Chankuan bag in her hand into the air. In a good mood, she says, "No need to thank me, you've paid me enough. It's only natural that I treat you. We each take what we need, we don't owe each other anything." As soon as she finished speaking, everyone in Clear Night Hall rushed over with a whoosh. "Lady Godly Doctor, I also have a treasure here, please take a look at me." "Lady Godly Doctor, look at me, I have a 10th grade good fortune pill here. I'm willing to give it as a reward, I only ask you to save me." In a split second, Mayan is completely surrounded by people. Listening to the noise, she has a headache. She pulls Lin Xiaomin and says, "Let's get out of here first." She still hasn't found her fellow apprentices, so she doesn't have the patience to treat everyone here one by one. Just then, an ear-piercing sound of a flute suddenly rings out. Immediately after, countless cold lights swiftly stab towards Mayan. A stern shout rang out, silencing the noisy Clear Night Hall in an instant. "Who said you can leave?" Led by the 5 saintesses in fluttering fairy dresses, everyone from Mulu Pavilion has a frosty expression as they approach Mayan step by step. A young deacon standing next to Yeyun glanced at all the cultivators present with a sharp gaze and said coldly, "Today, anyone who has been healed by this woman will not be allowed to step into the territory of the Mulu Pavilion, and don't expect to receive any treatment or blessing from the Mulu Pavilion. You'd better think about it carefully. Can you bear the consequences of offending the Mulu Pavilion for a woman of dubious origins who is pretending to be a ghost?" As soon as these words come out, many people's faces turn pale. They originally planned to rush towards Mayan and ask for her treatment, but their footsteps also stop. Yeyun looks at Mayan coldly and says, "Miss, you used our Mulu Pavilion as a stepping stone to build your own reputation, and now you want to leave so easily? Stepping stone?" Mayan chuckles, "Only if you're not strong enough can I step on you." "You. Impudent. What an arrogant woman." The killing intent in Yeyun's eyes is like raging waves. Good. Good. It's been a long time since someone as shameless and arrogant as you has appeared in the northern continent. Mu Yan pinched a piece of jade that she took out from Enai Baichuan's Chankuan bag. She flipped it between her fingers and absent-mindedly said, "Thanks for the compliment. In the next few days, I will continue to disturb the northern continent. As the sage nun wishes, I will become even more arrogant and let your cleansing Lu Pavilion adapt. Mayan's temperament has always been that if people respect me, I will respect them tenfold." In the beginning, she didn't want to become enemies with Mu Leg. But now that they had come to bully her, if she just accepted it, she wouldn't be the demoness who made the entire cultivation land tremble in fear. Ye Yun was so angry that his face turned pale, and his chest heaved up and down. However, a ferocious smile appeared on his face. "How arrogant. Do you know the consequences of offending the cleansing joy pavilion in the northern continent? Guards." Ye Yun waved her hand. "Send her to the unclean abyss." "No." Lin Xiaomin screamed, "Sage nun, have mercy. Great God, June didn't do anything wrong, how can you send her to the unclean abyss? That's a land of death, there's no return." Ye Shuang sneered, "Since you're so concerned about this foreign woman, why don't you accompany her to the unclean abyss?" "No, I don't think it's just you." End of this chapter. Don't block my way to the unclean abyss. 2. Asking for votes, Ye Shuang's venomous gaze swept over Lin Fu, Lin Mu, and Lin Xiaozong, and she said faintly, "I now suspect that all of you in the Lin family are blasphemers and should be sent to the unclean abyss." Lin Xiaomin felt a loud bang in his head, and all the blood in his body seemed to rush to his head. Father Lin and Mother Lin were so frightened that they fell to their knees and wailed loudly, "Sage nun, please spare me, Sage nun. We sincerely believe in the Fairy Mu goddess, we are not blasphemers, please forgive our family." Lin Xiaomin and Lin Xiaozong still wanted to speak, but Lin Fu and Lin Mu firmly held them back. Hot tears fell on their hands, making the siblings unable to say a word. Ye Yun closed her eyes, her hands made a complicated gesture, and she muttered something. Soon, a portal of light appeared in the clear night hall. Everyone in the hall was scared out of their wits when they saw the portal of light, and they retreated one by one. It was even to the extent that some cowardly people had already knelt on the ground with a thump, and they shivered while remaining silent like cicadas in the winter. 2 deacons of the leaving body stage came forward, their eyes flashing, and they blocked Mayan's way. "The door to the unclean abyss has been opened for you, young lady, please." Mayan raised her hand, and the 7 absolute sword appeared in her hand. There was no fear in the girl's moving voice, only arrogance and disdain. "I'm sorry, there is no one in this world that can force me." Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly, a rhythmic voice came from the outside of the hall. Mayan froze, stopped talking, and looked up. She saw a red paper crane flying quickly towards her. This was a message from the listening sound pavilion. Mayan's heart warmed up, and she quickly reached out to grab the paper crane and opened it. "The person you are looking for has been sent to the unclean abyss as a blasphemer." Clap, Mayan crumpled the paper crane into a ball, and the corners of her mouth hooked up into a cold arc. "Excuse me." The 7 absolute sword patted the deacon's face, "Don't block my way." The deacon didn't care about this little girl at all. Who knew? Before he could clearly see how Mu Yan moved, he felt a bone-chilling cold slap his face a few times in a humiliating manner. The deacon's eyes widened as he tried to draw his sword. However, his body seemed to be firmly restrained by an invisible pressure, and he couldn't even move his hands. A look of shock finally appeared on his face. "You, who exactly are you? What do you want?" Mayan sneered. With another slap, she pushed the deacon 3 to 5 steps away, revealing the teleportation array that led to the unclean abyss. She slowly walked towards the teleportation array until her figure gradually disappeared into the light gate. An indifferent and lazy voice came from the clear night hall, "Of course, I'm going to the unclean abyss." "Great God, June!" Lin Xiaomin cried out. She no longer cared about her parents, and rushed towards the transmission array. However, just as she approached, the teleportation light door had already slowly disappeared. Only Lin Xiaomin was left sitting on the spot with a pale face. She could no longer hold back her tears. Ye Yun flicked her sleeve. "You overestimate yourself." "Pfft, is that woman crazy? Does she know what kind of place the unclean abyss is? She thinks she's very powerful, so she's so arrogant, right? But she doesn't know that the unclean abyss isn't a place where strong people can survive. Hee hee, she wants to court death, so isn't that just right? It Also saves us a lot of trouble. Let's go, we'll go back to the pavilion and report what happened today to the Saintess. It's August, and the goddess list is about to begin. In order to earn a spot on the list, Az will work hard to add updates from time to time, so I hope that everyone can support and vote for me. Thank you. End of this chapter. Young Master Yunjiao's admirers. 1. Cleansing Lu Pavilion was called a pavilion, but it occupied 1/3 of the northern lands of Purple Cloud Realm. Towering palaces, solemn temples, mountains surrounding the main building, and a rippling Lansong Lake in the south formed the graceful and beautiful scenery of Cleansing Lu Pavilion. And in the center of Cleansing Lu Pavilion, there was a tower that reached into the clouds. The tower enshrined the gods of Cleansing Lu Pavilion and the Horton tribe for generations. So, this tower was also called God-Praying Tower. Within thousands of meters of the God-Praying Tower, there were only flags embroidered with the emblem of Cleansing Lu Pavilion fluttering in the wind, and 2 deacons of Cleansing Lu Pavilion stood guard beside the flags. All the flags formed a formation, surrounding and protecting the God-Praying Tower, and no one could approach it at will. 1,000 meters east of the God-Praying Tower was the center of Cleansing Lu Pavilion. This was the most beautiful building complex in the entire Cleansing Lu Pavilion. Pavilions, terraces, carved beams and painted pillars, every detail exuded luxury and exquisiteness. But there was not the slightest bit of vulgarity, only an enviable feeling of floating in the air. This was the Supreme Saintess Temple of the entire Cleansing Lu Pavilion. The Tinglan Waterside Pavilion, to the west of the Saintess Temple, was like spring all year round. Beside the Waterside Pavilion was a 10,000-year-old mysterious willow. When the breeze blew, willow catkins flew and floated around. But these willow catkins not only did not hinder breathing, but when they landed on a cultivator, they would silently integrate into their body, cleansing the impurities in their meridians. Under the Waterside Pavilion, the water from Lansong Lake was sparkling, as clear as a mirror, reflecting every stone and scenery. It was beautiful. At this time in the Waterside Pavilion, a woman in a purple dress was leaning against the railing, looking down at a picture scroll in her hand, lost in thought. 2 strands of hair fell down, sticking to the side of her face, accentuating her skin as white as snow and her beautiful appearance. "Saintess, why are you hiding here alone again? Let us look for you." Hearing the voice, the woman hurriedly closed the picture scroll in her hand and hid it in her sleeve. She forced herself to calm down and said, "What's the matter?" The one who just spoke was a little girl who looked to be in her 20s. She was wearing a pink dress and looked pretty and cute. Hearing this, he looked at the woman's somewhat messy sleeves and giggled, "Saintess, don't hide it. Are you looking at young Master Yunjiao's painting again?" The current Holy Maiden of Cleansing Joy Pavilion was called by Lan. Ji was the surname of the pavilion master and saintess of Cleansing Joy Pavilion. It could also be called the royal surname of the Horton tribe. The waves were the waves of the Lansong Lake. To the people of the Horton tribe, Lansong Lake and the Spirit Praying Tower were the 2 most mysterious, revered, and grateful sacred places in the tribe. The Azure Billow Lake looked inconspicuous, but it contained a powerful spiritual vein. Most of the spirit plants growing on Lake Ilansong were flourishing, and most of the cultivators growing on Lake Ilansong were progressing rapidly in their cultivation. Those who suffered light injuries, as long as they jumped into the Lansong Lake, their injuries would rapidly recover. Therefore, many people of the Horton tribe called Lansong Lake the Mother Lake. Since the establishment of the Cleansing Joy Pavilion, Ban Lan was the first saintess to be crowned with the name Lan. It was probably because she was also the only musician in thousands of years who could play the divine instrument of Cleansing Joy Pavilion, Solitary Snow and Snow. Hearing the servant girl Dong Ling's teasing, Ban Lan blushed and glared at her. "You, what nonsense are you talking about?" "Hee hee." Dong Ling was not the least bit afraid and said with a smile, "Saintess, ever since you went out to train and were saved by young Master Yun Xiao, you've been secretly looking at his painting scrolls ever since you came back. You've even asked us to inquire about him from time to time." End of this chapter. Yun Zhao's admirers. 2. The fact that you are in love with Mr. Yun Xiao, the people of our Saint Lady Temple have long known about it. Hong Lan said angrily, "If you talk nonsense again, I will throw you into the unclean abyss. Tell me why you are looking for me." Dong Ling shrunk her neck and said with a smile, "Saint Lady Yun and the others want to see you. They said they have something important to report." Hong Lan nodded and walked towards the main hall. Dong Ling followed behind her and couldn't help but say, although Yun Xiao is a cultivator from the outside world, he is one of the best in the world in terms of appearance and character. Even the cultivators from the outside world are somewhat arrogant. I wonder if he is willing to marry into Mulu Pavilion. When Bailan heard this, her footsteps paused and her brows furrowed slightly. She remembered the scene in the deep mountain relic where the gentle and elegant but also indifferent man turned and left. She unconsciously clenched her fists. Hong Lan's status in Mulu Pavilion was extremely noble. Coupled with her fairy-like appearance, there was no male cultivator who wasn't mesmerized by her. But only that man, the first man she had fallen in love with in her life, had saved her, treated her like air, and left her without hesitation. Saint Lady, don't be sad. Dong Ling saw her strange expression and quickly said, Saint Lady, with your appearance and identity, it is a great blessing for a man in the world to be liked by you. This young master Yun Xiao doesn't know your intentions and doesn't know your identity and background. If he knew, not to mention marrying into Mulu Pavilion, even if you want him to be your servant for the rest of his life, I'm sure he would be happy to do so. Hong Lan burst out laughing, then lowered her eyelids and softly said, if he is really willing to marry into Mulu Gu, how can I bear to let him be subservient and follow me everywhere? The man's figure appeared in front of her and she seemed to be in a trance for a moment. Greetings, Saint Lady. Seeing Hong Lan enter the hall, Ye Yun and the others immediately knelt down respectfully. Hong Lan said, 5 ants, no need to be so polite. Dong Ling said you have something urgent to report, what is it? Ye Yun took a step forward and told them what happened in Qingyi Hall today with a frown. Guqin? Hong Lan's eyes were a bit solemn. What kind of zither can have such power? Didn't you bring it back? The 5 of them lowered their heads in shame. Previously, they were so angry with Mayan that they just wanted this woman to be consigned to eternal damnation. In addition, the direct disciples of Cleansing Joy Pavilion usually had a musical instrument. They had been nurtured since they were young and had signed a contract with them. No matter how powerful other people's instruments were, they were of little use to them. But Hong Lan was different. She was the most talented musician in the history of Cleansing Joy Pavilion. Except for the Snow Solitude, she could play all the other musical instruments at will. Later on, Ye Yun thought of this and wanted to snatch Mayan's zither and hand it over to Hong Lan. But the problem was that Mu Yan did not wait for them to catch her at all. She ran into the portal to the unclean abyss. Ye Yun wanted to snatch the zither, but it was too late. Hong Lan shook her head and said with some regret, you said that the girl is very young, so her medical skills must have something to do with that zither. If we could get that zither, forget it, she has already gone to the unclean abyss, there's no point in saying more. End of this chapter. The Little Thief, Qi Wen, 1. Although today's matter has been resolved, it has tarnished the reputation of Cleansing Joy Pavilion. You are still not good enough at music medicine, and that's why a foreign woman managed to take advantage of you. You should work harder in the future. The 5 of them were ashamed and quickly knelt down again. Ye Yun even wanted to say that she was willing to go to the abyss of uncleansing to retrieve the zither. But the abyss of uncleansing was a place of no return, and the fear in her heart made her words stuck in her throat. Just as she was hesitating, an earth-shattering roar came from outside. Where did this beast come from? How dare he steal from Cleansing Joy Pavilion? Ye Yun and the others who were kneeling on the ground suddenly stood up and exclaimed in unison, it's Grand Elder Xian Yuan. What happened? And Lan leaped onto the roof. Under the scorching sun, a fierce beast shrouded in black energy was confronting Xian Yuan, the Grand Elder of Cleansing Joy Pavilion. Xian Yuan raised his hand, and a bell frame flew out of his sleeve. It gradually expanded until it was the size of a half-story building. There were 3 layers of the bell frame, and each layer had 8 bronze bells. The bells on each layer were much larger than the ones on the previous layer, so they looked like towers. This set of bells was the second divine artifact of Cleansing Joy Pavilion, called the Sky Delusion Bells. Xian Yuan raised his hand, and the 8 bells in the first row made a deafening sound and flew toward the huge beast. Dong! 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 All the cultivators near the Saint Lady Temple felt their blood boil when they heard the bell ring, and their chests were so tight that they wanted to vomit. But the beast was not afraid. It raised its huge front claws and slammed them toward the incoming bells. The beast was knocked back dozens of meters, but the 8 small bells flew towards Xianyuan and attached themselves to the bell frame. Xianyuan's expression changed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. What a powerful beast! Xianyuan's eyes were bloodshot, and he was about to attack the second row of bells. Just then, a purple figure flew from the roof and stood in front of Xianyuan. Grand Elder, let me do it. After saying that, a giant harp grew larger and larger in the air, towering in front of Military Billow. The design of this harp was not fancy, but its entire body seemed to be carved out of ice, sparkling and translucent. Under the sunlight, it emitted a sparkling radiance. It was too beautiful to behold. This was the sacred item that only the Saintess of Cleansing Joy Pavilion could play, Solitude of Ice and Snow. Seeing the appearance of Ice and Snow Solitude, the pupils of the giant beast on the opposite side shrank, and it turned around to run. Stop! Hong Lan shouted. At the same time, her fingers plucked the strings of her zither. You want to leave after stealing from my Mulu Pavilion? What kind of place do you think my Cleansing Joy Pavilion is? Can you come and go as you please? As soon as he finished speaking, the melodious sound of a zither rang out at the same time. In an instant, it was as if an inescapable net of ice and snow had descended from the sky, firmly trapping the vicious beast. Immediately afterward, the upper half of the strings of Snow and Snow Solitude turned into sword light and flew toward the beast. The ferocious beast wanted to dodge, but the giant net firmly bound its movements. It revealed an anxious and manic expression, and it let out a series of roars. Its large bell-like eyes were gradually dyed red, and it seemed like it was about to explode. However, it showed a hint of hesitation, and it forcibly restrained itself. At this moment of hesitation, the strings of the Ice and Snow Solitude hit the body of the vicious beast. Roar! It let out a blood-curdling scream, and blood splattered all over its body. The black gas surrounding its body also dissipated. Then, the giant figure rapidly shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye, and shrank again and again. End of this chapter. Little Thief, Chi Wen, 2, asking for tickets. In the end, it turned into a strange spirit beast that looks like a dog but not a dog, like a dragon but not a dragon. Seeing the spirit beast, Captain Yu paused and exclaimed, "You, aren't you?" She stopped playing, and the inescapable net and zither string attack disappeared without a trace. The strange spirit beast didn't dare to stay and fled into the distance. Its grotesque face was almost distorted because of the pain. As it flew, it murmured, "What a great loss, what a great loss. This time, I came to Cleansing Lu Pavilion to steal things for Master, and I almost lost my life. When I go back, I will give Master a surprise. I must make him compensate me for this loss." They're going to catch up again. Why are these bastards so persistent? Master, save me. Mei Yan, save me, Saintess, how could you let it run away? Xianyuan rushed up in exasperation and waved behind him, "Quickly chase after it, we must not let that beast run away, we must get it back." Captain Yu listened to Elder Xianyuan's roar, but her heart was in a mess. This was because she had recognized the beast when it had shrunk. It was the spirit beast that Luo Yunxiao had always been by her side, Chi Wen. Chi Wen was here. Did that mean that Master Yunxiao was also here? Captain Yu couldn't help but clench her fists and looked at Xianyuan. "Elder, this beast, what did it steal?" Xianyuan's face darkened. "It's the holy stone." What? At this time, Captain Yu couldn't care less about her shyness and expectation. "It's really the holy stone?" Xianyuan nodded and said eagerly, "I will order a blockade of the entire northern continent and personally hunt it down. We must not let this beast escape." Captain Yu took a deep breath. "Elder, why don't I be in charge of the pursuit?" Xianyuan was startled. "You'll be in charge?" The Saintess was the supreme existence of Cleansing Lu Pavilion. Although the holy stone was important, it really wasn't enough for the Saintess to personally hunt it down. Captain Yu nodded heavily. "Rest assured, Elder, no matter what, I will bring the holy stone back." After stepping into the portal of light, Mayan only feels that her head is heavy and her feet light. When the dizziness disappeared, a putrid stench immediately assaulted his nostrils. Mu Yan frowns, holds back her sense of smell, and opens her eyes. However, upon taking a closer look, she discovered that this place was filled with black fog. She couldn't even see her fingers in front of her. Even though she gathered her spiritual energy in her eyes, she couldn't see anything. Hey! Hey! Save me, save me! Give me something to eat, I beg you. Suddenly, a cold and slippery hand grabbed her ankle, and a hoarse voice that sounded like the wailing of a malicious spirit rang out. Even though she's wearing shoes and socks, Mu Yan feels as if there's some kind of sticky, rancid liquid eroding her skin bit by bit. Mayan raises her hand and an illuminating crystal appears in her hand. She squatted down, only to find that it was a bony, blood-stained hand that was grabbing her ankle. The illumination crystal was pushed forward a little, and the next thing that came into view was a face that was scarier than a malicious ghost. The flesh and blood of this person's whole body seemed to have been sucked dry, leaving only a thin layer of skin attached to the skeleton. But it was that layer of skin that had been corroded and gnawed by something, becoming riddled with holes. Only one of the wide-open eyes still had a body, while the other had long become a hole, and there was an unknown worm slowly crawling in and out. In August, a new beginning. Those who have guaranteed monthly votes, please take a look. In order to thank everyone for their monthly votes, Azzy will strive to increase monthly votes from time to time, and pray that there will be enough monthly votes this month to successfully climb up the goddess list. Suddenly, I'm very jealous of Mayan, the person who slaughters the list. End of this chapter. Piles of the Living Dead. 1. Even though Mayan is used to seeing big scenes, she can't help but feel her scalp tingle when she sees this person. Save me! I beg you, save me! As he cries, black tears flow out of one of his eyes, while blood tears come out of the other as the bug rushes out. The scene becomes more and more gloomy and terrifying. Mayan takes out an elixir and feeds it to him. She grabs his hand and is about to feel his pulse. Suddenly, she hears a low, hoarse voice from her side. Don't do anything stupid. If you want to save someone, it won't be enough to save this one. The rest of them will swallow you alive. Mayan stares blankly, following the voice. However, there's a thick black fog here, and the illumination crystal can't illuminate very far. She can't see who's speaking at all. Just then, a flame suddenly flies up from the ground, and then explodes in the air. This time, it's like sunlight piercing through the clouds and dispersing the thick fog. In a split second, the surrounding scene is completely illuminated. Hiss! Seeing the scene in front of her, Mayan suddenly sucks in a mouthful of cold air. She doesn't even have time to observe the place in front of her. All she can see are densely packed living corpses, similar to the ones grabbing her ankles. Yes, in Mayan's view, these people who don't look like humans or ghosts can only be called living corpses. They don't even have consciousness anymore. They only know how to instinctively squirm their bodies, making low, strange sounds. But when the flame lights up, the living corpses lying on the ground suddenly jump up, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, letting out ghostly wails and wolf-like howls. In an instant, this gloomy place seems to have turned into a hellish azure field where evil spirits roam. Do you see? These people have already lost their minds, and only have a trace of survival instinct left. If you take out the elixir and let them feel the pure spiritual power, they will recklessly snatch it. If you use spiritual power to treat people, they will smell the spiritual power on your body, and they will rush over to bite off pieces of your flesh. The flame in the sky slowly dissipates, and the surroundings return to darkness. It was a thin middle-aged man with sunken eyes, messy hair, and a face full of stubble. It was obvious that he did not have a good time here, but compared to those living corpses, he still retained a bit of consciousness. Mayan pulls down the hands that are grabbing her ankle. She doesn't use spiritual power, only internal force, and the two hands that are baring their fangs and brandishing their claws are twisted together. Then, like dragging a sack, he dragged it to the front of the middle-aged man. May I know who you are? The middle-aged man let out a bitter laugh and said, in this unclean abyss, sooner or later, we will become living corpses like them. What's the point of not reporting our names? The illumination crystal shines in front of the two people, and Mu Yan can see the despair on the middle-aged man's face. The middle-aged man also inadvertently looked over. Who knew that with this glance, his eyes would suddenly widen, revealing a trace of astonishment. Little girl, what's your name? Mu Yan raises her eyebrows. Before asking someone else's name, why don't you first introduce yourself? The middle-aged man stared blankly for a long time before saying, I am Wen Huang Lang. Surnamed Wen, Mu Yan's mind unconsciously thinks of the shopkeeper of the Listening Sound Pavilion, Wen Qingyuan. Little girl, can you tell me your name? Mu Yan thinks for a moment, then says, June Mu Yan. Your surname is June? When Huang Lang's voice almost suddenly rises, and that originally lifeless face suddenly becomes very lively. End of this chapter. Pile of the Living Dead. 2. Mu Yan, what's wrong? Is there a problem with the surname June? When Huang Lang shakes his head again and again, no, girl, can you tell me who your parents are? Mu Yan slightly narrows her eyes, looking at Wen Huang Lang. Her intuition tells her that this person should be related to the clues she's looking for about her parents. But before she could ask, the living corpse that she's grabbing by both hands suddenly lets out a mournful howl, its whole body trembling violently. Mu Yan flips her wrist, and the Tian Mo Qin appears in her palm. Prison drawing activates, an invisible barrier envelopes the living corpse that's baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. But because she's using spiritual power, all the living corpses in the entire call are howling, using their hands and feet to crawl towards her. Damn it! When Huang Lang growls, are you crazy? Didn't I tell you not to use spiritual power? Mu Yan doesn't pay attention to him, instead, she quickly plucks the strings in her hands. The range of control of prison drawing is getting bigger and bigger, bigger and bigger. In the end, it actually shrouds all the hundreds of living corpses in the Colonel Mu Yan's figure floats in the air, her fingers lightly and slowly twirling, changing the tune of the tune. The Tian Mo Qin emits a faint light, illuminating the entire Colonel when Huang Lang blankly looks up at this scene, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. The next moment, he suddenly widens his eyes. He sees that in the bloody and rotten hell-like unclean abyss, the girl's clothes are as white as snow, untainted by even a speck of dust. Then, the figure and the zither slowly split into two, standing opposite each other, their movements the same, but they're playing a completely different tune. Heavy Phantom activates, the Mu Yan on the left continues to maintain, prison drawing, while the Mu Yan on the right changes the tune, launching, Arts Essence Yellow, instead. Strands of silvery energy overflow from the Tian Mo Qin on the right, shooting towards the living corpse that's grabbing Mu Yan and begging for help. Launching 3 Shin musician skills at the same time like this is also a huge burden for Mu Yan. Fine beads of sweat ooze from her forehead, and her sweaty hair sticks to her face, but she doesn't have the leisure to comb it. The activation of the 3 skills lasted for half an hour. As for Wen Huang Lang, he could only watch in disbelief as the emaciated living corpse slowly regained its flesh and blood. It slowly recovered a trace of spirit power, and the only eye that was still intact slowly emitted a glimmer of vitality. I'm saved? The zombie touched his face desperately and kept stomping on the ground with his feet, feeling the feeling of standing up again and being reborn as a human. Tears finally flowed uncontrollably from her eyes. He survived. Did he really survive? How? How did he survive? The zombie abruptly raised his head and looked at the girl in the air as if he was looking at a god descending from the sky. He had almost lost his previous consciousness. He only instinctively remembered that he didn't want to die, so he grabbed onto something and desperately called for help. However, even he himself did not believe that he, who had been sent into the unclean abyss and turned into a living corpse, could possibly survive. Roar! Ah! The young man didn't have time to rejoice in his survival when suddenly there was a roar. Countless living corpses opened their bloody mouths and madly pounced on him. Clang! The sound of the zither hummed, and hundreds of sound blades fell from the sky, brushing past the foremost zombie and shooting into the ground. End of this chapter. Making the walking corpses obedient. 1. Stirring up a disgusting rancid smell. But the crawling motion of the walking corpses was obstructed for a moment. Not waiting for them to continue crawling towards the youth and bite him. In the sky, the melodious sound of the zither, accompanied by the girl's sonorous and forceful words, spread to every corner of the mountain. I know that you all still have a trace of consciousness. Since you are walking corpses, that means that there is still a chance of survival in your bodies. I can save this person, and I can also save you. Now, I will give you 2 choices. Either, obediently lie down on the ground, don't make any noise, don't raise your head, and wait for me to treat you one by one. Or, you bite me with your instincts, and I will help you free yourself from my zither blade, and turn you into real corpses. Mayan slowly lowered her eyes, sweeping over the densely packed walking corpses with bloody fangs bared. The corners of her mouth slowly hooked up into a disdainful arc. There is only one chance. Now, I will count to 3, and you can choose for yourselves. 1, 2, swish, 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 swish. The corpses on the ground lowered their heads in unison. Their faces and fangs, which were even scarier than ghosts, were all hidden in the rotten soil. In just a few short breaths, the horrifying scene of violent corpses from just a moment ago, it has turned into a strange scene of crying patients waiting for treatment, obediently lying down and sleeping, waiting for their turn. When Huanglang looked at this scene, both shocked and amused. He felt that all the knowledge he had in this life had been subverted by this girl. The people sent into the unclean abyss either suffered from an incurable disease, or they had committed a heinous crime. These two kinds of people were usually sent into the unclean abyss with different strengths. More often than not, people who had committed heinous crimes were unwilling to resign themselves to death. However, after these two kinds of people entered the unclean abyss, the final outcome was almost exactly the same. Because there was demonic energy lurking beneath the unclean abyss, and there were hundreds of poisonous gases in the air. These poisonous gases intertwined over the years, and coupled with the erosion of demonic energy, it eventually became a strange poison that no modification could resist. The people of the Horton tribe called this strange poison, God-punishing shaman. Anyone who entered the unclean abyss would be tainted by the God-slaying witch. As long as a person was contaminated by the God-killing witch, the spiritual power in his body would gradually collapse in less than 2 hours. When all the spiritual energy in the body dissipated, they would be tortured in pain and become a horrifying living corpse. Moreover, there was no replenishment of spiritual power in the unclean abyss. Once he used his spiritual energy, it would be equivalent to the spiritual energy in his body dispersing prematurely, and he would become a living corpse in advance. This is also the reason why when Huanglang was so furious when he saw Mu Yan using her spiritual power. He thought to himself, a little girl from the outside will always be a little girl. She doesn't know how terrifying it is to use and exhaust spiritual energy in the unclean abyss. Later, when the spiritual power in her body is exhausted, she will fall from the sky and become food for the living corpses. When Huanglang thought this way, but he did not feel any pain in his heart, only a little regret. After all, even he himself did not know how much longer he could live. It was a pity that he couldn't ask the little girl about her background. After all, that girl's appearance was so. However, a quarter of an hour passed. Mu Yan was playing the Tian Mo Qin, overflowing with vigorous energy that even when Huanglang could feel. An hour passed, and Mu Yan was still playing the Tian Mo Qin. End of this chapter. Making the zombie obedient. 2. Asking for votes. The most unbelievable thing for when Huanglang was that the zombie was brought back to life. Before when Huanglang was thrown into the unclean abyss, he had lived in the northern continent of Xianxia for many years. How could he not know that a zombie hit by the God-slaying shaman could still be restored to a normal person? Then, just when Huanglang thought that he had received enough shock, the little girl began to order all the zombies in the kernel. Those were zombies that had already lost their minds, and only had the desire to survive and instincts left. How could they be obedient? As a result, the result was, of course, that he was ruthlessly slapped in the face again. In this call that was even more terrible than the infernal realm. From noon to night, from night to day, the melodious and pleasant sound of the zither echoed. The sky of the unclean abyss was shrouded in thick fog all year round. Even if the sun was already high in the sky, it still couldn't shine through this thick fog. Only the occasional gust of wind would disperse the thick fog for a while. Looking up, a trace of sunlight shining down from the sky could be clearly seen. But this kind of light only lasted for a moment, and it would immediately be shrouded in pure death energy and darkness again. Living in such an environment for a long time, even a person with a strong mind would go crazy. However, the scene in the valley of the unclean abyss at this time made Huanglang wonder if he was in the wrong place. Is this really the unclean abyss? Hey, what are you guys doing? The immortal hates the stench the most. Hurry up and clean up the piles of bones there. Hey, which one of you is throwing broken bones? Don't you know that broken bones are very sharp? What if you scratch the immortal? Immortal, come, sit here. This stone is the cleanest. There's nothing in this unclean abyss, and most of the food is inedible. But this, vermilion jade fruit, is the only thing that can replenish spiritual power. Can you condescend to try it? Mayan sat on the rock that had been polished until it was shiny. She reached out to take the vermilion jade fruit and tasted it, saying, "It tastes good, thank you." "No, no, no, immortal, you saved our lives, we should thank you." "How can we deserve your thanks?" Mayan touches her nose. "Excuse me, can you not call me Fairy Darren? My surname is June." "You can call me Miss June, Miss June." Or God June, don't call her Lady Fairy, it sounds scary. But to us, you're a fairy who comes to our rescue. How can we express our gratitude if we only call him Great God June? Yes, yes, you are sent by the heavens to save us. To me, you are the true saintess. Even the saintess was here. Mu Yan shivered as goosebumps appeared all over her body. Stop, stop, I'm just a doctor, not some immortal, not even a saintess. Moreover, I've only temporarily suppressed the poison in your bodies. It's still a long way to go before I can truly eradicate it. Really, in Yanwu continent, those people might as well call her Enchantress of Medicine. At the very least, he had admitted that she was a physician. What the hell were fairies and saintesses? If you really want to thank me, then answer a few questions of mine. Everyone nodded. Please ask, Great Immortal. How big is the unclean abyss? Are all the people who were sent here? The one who answered Mayan was the first youth she saved. His name is Zhuobing, and he's now blind in one eye. But it can be seen that he used to be a healthy and sunny youth. Shouting for tickets, monthly tickets, guaranteed monthly tickets, sob sob sob, I feel like I can't live without tickets. End of this chapter. My mother's surname is Ning? 1. Zhuobing, replying to Great Immortal, it's not. This is only a corner of the unclean abyss. The unclean abyss is very big, and there are many blasphemers who have been thrown in. But in fact, most of them are already skeletons. Only a few with profound cultivation, or those who have just been thrown in, might still be alive. Mu Yan frowns. She knows the strength of her fellow apprentices. They have just been sent in not long ago, so their lives won't be in danger for the time being. Mu Yan is about to ask how she can find other people who have been sent into the unclean abyss. She saw Wen Huanglang stumbling towards her. Who exactly are you? The veil on Mu Yan's face has already fallen off when she was struggling with the living corpses. At this time, the whole call is filled with illuminating crystals. So the line of sight is still dim, but the girl's beautiful face can be seen clearly. When Huanglang murmurs, I see that your cultivation is only at the nascent soul stage. If you keep using your spiritual power, you won't be able to last for 2 hours at most. How do you do it, in the unclean abyss where you can't absorb spiritual power, to be able to use it continuously? This question makes Mu Yan stare blankly. Spiritual power can't be used in the unclean abyss, but why didn't she feel this obstruction at all? In places where spiritual power is isolated, such as Fusang cities, 100 flowers kill, she really can't use her spiritual power. This shows that her spiritual power can't be created out of nothing. But in this unclean abyss, she very naturally tries to absorb spiritual power to replenish it, and even more naturally, replenish it successfully. Mu Yan can't help but run her dantian. The next moment, she really feels a pure spiritual power pouring into her body. It was unimpeded, no different from before. No, wait, there's still something different. In the outside world, the spiritual power she absorbed came from all directions. But in this unclean abyss, spiritual power seems to come from the soles of her feet. Why is this? Is there spiritual power hidden under the unclean abyss? But if there really is spiritual power underground, why can't others absorb it, but she can? Just as he was feeling puzzled, when Huanglang suddenly said, the unclean abyss has existed for tens of thousands of years, but no one has ever been able to leave it alive. That's what the Horton tribe and Cleansing Joy Pavilion think, but they don't know that 20 years ago, someone walked out of here unscathed. Mu Yan's heart jumped. Who is this person you're talking about? When Huanglang's gaze falls on Mu Yan, but he doesn't answer the question. Miss June, you said before that your surname is June, could you please tell me the names of your father and mother? Mu Yan ponders for a long time, then slowly says, I don't know who my mother is. I only know that my father is called Jun Shiyuan. Ah! When Huangling cried out in alarm. He couldn't bear it any longer. He grabbed Mayan's arm and his eyes reddened. You're Mr. June. Are you really Mr. June? When Huanglang's entire person seems to be bewitched, crying and laughing at the same time. When I saw your face, I was already suspicious. Your appearance combines all of Mr. June's and Miss Ning's strengths. Your brows and eyes are 50 to 60% similar to Miss Ning's, but your expression and bearing are indescribably similar to Mr. June. Mu Yan's heart jumped again. Miss Ning, is that her mother? Her mother's surname is Ning? What does she have to do with the Ning family of the northern lands of Xianxia? End of this chapter. End of chapter 2785. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.